Hey, it's me, MLB. Here is the completed book of Heard You Like Me, Momo x female listener x Jirou. Enjoy. It had been a bloody long flight from Paris to Japan, and you were tired as hell and super pissed. Ugh, there's so much freaking noise, you hissed internally as you grabbed your bag from the baggage carousel and reefed it to your side, trying to ignore the cacophony of voices around you. Shut up, shut up, shut up, you barked in your mind, scrunching your nose and gritting your teeth as you marched angrily through the crowd, dragging your bag behind you as you beelined for the exit gate and the final hurdle, the declarations border security section. Good afternoon, miss, the border security man greeted you as he took your papers. You got anything to declare today? Just my hatred of humans, you replied dryly. The man chuckled as he looked at your papers and then gestured to the gate to his right. Get on through there. Enjoy your stay. I hope you don't bump into any more humans, he joked. I've only got one I want to see on the other side, you said as you walked past him. The rest can take a hike, you added as you headed out the door and made for the arrival lounge. Earlier that day at school, Momo had been restless. She had been spacing out, watching the time, looking out the window, smiling to herself and just generally acting weird. Hey, Mina asked her at lunch. You okay? You've been acting a little funny today. Oh, has it been obvious? Momo blushed. Yeah, you were smiling when Aizawa was telling us about the exams coming up. That's not normal, Mina joked. What's up? Oh, my best friend from Paris is coming today, Momo blurted out. Oh, fun, Mina said excitedly. Girlfriend? Oh, yes, Momo said with excitement. Yin and I have been best friends since we were little. Our parents went to school together and have been close, so naturally I grew up with her. She's like a sister to me, she gushed. She's funny, she's smart, she has a very quirky sense of humour, and she has the most amazing quirk. Oh, she sounds like an absolute catch, Mina chuckled. Is she into music? Oh yes, very much so, Momo said brightly. And motorbikes and body art and skateboarding. She's very talented. She sounds like a fun chick, Mina bubbled excitedly. Hey Jirou, we need to meet Momo's best friend from Paris. She's coming today. For a holiday? Mina asked while the passing Jirou walked over to join the conversation. No, she's going to be doing 10 months of exchange student studies here, Momo gushed. At UA. Here? Mina asked with surprise. Wow, pretty dope, Jirou added as she sat down next to Mina. Is she studying to be a hero in Paris? Mina asked. Yes, this is a supplementary course, so she can't get extra credits, but I'm just so excited she got in, Momo squealed. She'll be staying in my room with me, so I've been organising my room better. Oh, I'm just so excited. I can see, Jirou commented. I'll be going by limousine to pick her up at the airport from school, Momo blushed. When I bring her back, we should all go out for dinner together. Hey, Mina said brightly. Sounds great. I'll tell the other girls too. Yes, please. Let's make her feel really welcome, Momo said brightly. Yes, she will, Mina replied. We always know how to go plus ultra on welcomes. And that was the plan, and the plan was set in motion as soon as the final bell rang. Momo ran to her locker and put everything in, and then ran to the waiting limousine outside and jumped in. Harrison, please head to the airport. Yin is waiting for us there, she bubbled excitedly. Yes, madam, Harrison replied, putting his indicator on and turning the steering wheel to depart the car from the curb and start on his journey to the airport. You scrolled through your camera roll, looking at all the pictures Momo had sent you over the last few months. Damn, you thought as you scrolled up. She was always cute, but now she's super hot, and she doesn't even know it. You sighed and checked your watch and then stood up to walk to the airport exit. She'll be here soon, you thought as you dragged your bag to the door and walked out. Not long now, you thought with a grin to yourself. Wonder if I'll be able to tell her how I feel about her in these next 10 months, you wondered as you stood there looking down the road. Cars, taxis, a limo. A limo? What the hell's a limo doing here? You thought as you stared at it in the lineup of cars. Next minute, Momo's whole upper body was leaning out of the window of the limo and she was waving at you. Yin! She called, waving frantically. You grinned and then started walking down to the waiting limo while Momo opened her door and jumped out, running towards you. She was perfect. She was cute. And she was running towards you with arms open wide. Yin! She called again, and you let go of your bag and opened your arms, taking one more step towards her before you both grabbed each other in a giant hug. Hey, you greeted brightly, and she squealed and squeezed you tight. Oh my gosh, I've been waiting for this day. I'm so excited. How are you? I missed you. It's so good to have you here, Momo gushed, letting you go for a second so that she could look up at you. Momo was already blessed with height, but thankfully you were still that little bit taller than her and could look down on her a bit. You gave her a lopsided grin and reached up to run your fingers through your hair. Always good when I see you, baby, you replied with a wink, and Momo blushed and burst into a fit of giggles. You're so funny, she giggled, grabbing onto your arm and squeezing it between her boobs. Come on, Harrison is waiting. You reached back and grabbed your bag and then headed for the limousine with her still hanging off you. Harrison had hopped out by now and he gave Momo a stern look. Monsieur Yaoyorozu, please do not jump from the limousine again. I implore you. You must wait for me to open the door for you, and please refrain from hanging out the window too. It is most dangerous, he said. Cool it, old timer. The limo was stopped and she has her own limbs to open the doors. You don't need to do anything for her, you said back to him. He glared at you. This one is going to be a handful, he thought. Well, I could be, depending on if I like you or not, but now that you're on my bad side, I could make your life hell, you replied out loud to his inner thoughts. Harrison paled. Oh, Harrison, Yin can read minds, Momo added with a sweat-dropped look on her face, still hanging off your arm. Sorry, I should have warned you. It would have been nice, Harrison quipped with embarrassment. My apologies, Yin, he added curtly. Yeah, you can keep your apologies, you replied, as Momo led you to the open limo door and let you get in. Well, you said as you sat down and looked around the plush inner lining of the limo seats. Bit disappointed in this ride, thought you'd bring the fancy one. Momo looked at you with fear in her eyes as she slid in beside you. I'm so sorry. I didn't realise this one was old. You're right, I should have bought the fancy one, she said worriedly. I'm joking, you replied with a smirk. You could have thrown me in a garbage bag and dragged me behind a car. That would have been fine by me. My preferred, actually. I'm more comfortable in that mode of transport. Yin, don't say such things, Momo said, mortified that you would even say something like that. I'm kidding, but not, you said with a wink, and Momo chuckled and shook her head. You never change, Yin, she sighed. Did you have a good flight? I didn't sleep at all, you deadpanned. Oh no, how's your quirk? Momo asked, knowing in great detail how your quirk worked. I can hear the guy 3 cars behind us thinking about what he wants to eat for dinner. There's a lady in the apartment just here, 5th level, 4th window from the left, having an imaginary argument with someone. And there is someone who keeps singing, Baby don't hurt me no more, on loop, and it's driving me mental, you seethed, suddenly staring daggers into the back of Harrison's head. Apologies, he said suddenly, after a brief pause, and then you sighed and flopped your head back against the headrest. Oh, thank you. Oh my God, that was so painful. You need to listen to a different song. God, you said in a vexed tone. Momo reached across and placed a gentle hand on your knee to steady you. You relaxed and rolled your head to the side to look at her. Thanks, babe, you said softly. I've always told you that you're my remedy. That hasn't changed. Momo giggled and gave you a bright smile. I still like that you call me that, she said with a bashful smile. But anyway, I was really hoping for you to meet some of the other girls in 1A tonight. But do you need to rest? I'm concerned about you first and foremost. Babe, I'm with you now. I've been reborn. I'm a new person, you said as you raked your fingers through your hair again. Still dislike humans, but I'll tolerate them for now, you said, half joking, half serious. Oh, you'll definitely like the girls from 1A. They're all so lovely, Momo promised, giving you a very sincere look. The boys are okay too, I guess. Not interested, you said quickly. Anyways, yeah, cool. Let's chill with the girls. I'm down. Actually, I should ask about my room. Your room? Momo asked as she tilted her head to the side. Oh, wait, yes, I have some great news. This is all a dream and I'll wake up soon, you asked. Wait, no, I still want to be with you. I don't want this to be a dream. You'll be sleeping in my room. I've already got a very large bed in there in my room for you and I, and we can sleep in it together and we'll set up your side when we get there and it'll be so much fun, Momo gushed, turning side onto you and placing her hands on yours as you rested them in your lap. I hope that's okay. Okay, now I really am dreaming, you deadpanned. We're in the same room? Yes, of course, Momo said again, her excitement bubbling over. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can live with that, you said with a smirk. Has no one heard of lesbians before? I'm allowed to be in the same room as my crush and no one's going to question it. Praise the female gods for female power. Yes, thank you, you thought with an internal grin. After that, Momo settled back and you chatted lightly about various things. Your parents back in France, the hero course over there versus the hero course over here, and by the time you got to the school grounds, you were exhausted from all the talking. Harrison helped to carry your bag to the doors of Heights Alliance, and then he left you and Momo there and bid you a good night. "Safe driving, old-timer! Change the station channel while you're at it," you said with a cheeky smirk to him before he gave you a stiff nod and then left. "Oh, I do hope he's okay. It can be somewhat stressful when you know someone's able to hear your thoughts," Momo said with a small, concerned sigh. "Do you feel that way about me?" you asked her suddenly, not having ever thought about it like that. "No, of course not. There are no secrets between us, so whatever I say is whatever I mean, and whatever I think is only ever something that I would tell that person," Momo said, and you thought back over the years and nodded as you picked your bag up and followed her. "Yeah, actually that's true," you said. Momo led you to the elevator and you both got in, and then she set it for her level, and once you arrived you were out and down the hall and standing outside her room. "Here we are," she said brightly as she unlocked her door and you both stepped in. You looked around. Her room was set up so nicely, as it always was, or as you had always remembered it to be, and your side was, well, yet to be sorted. "I know it's a little bare," Momo said apologetically to you, "but we will definitely make it your own in no time." "I could have a blow-up mattress on the floor for all I care," you said as you face planted onto the large king-size bed and groaned into the pillow. "Wait for me, my love. I will be back for you." Momo asked curiously. "What do you mean?" "This bed. I love this bed already," you said as you turned your head to the side to speak to her. "Oh, I'm so glad you like it. It's imported from France," she said happily. "Ah, that's why I could smell baguette," you joked. "Okay, give me a second to have a shower and change, and then we can meet these supposedly lovely girls from Class 1A, you said as you got up and reached for your bag. "Oh, I'm so excited," Momo said, clapping her hands in front of her. "While you're having a shower, I'll get changed too." "Roger," you said with a salute, as you grabbed some things together from your suitcase and headed into the decent-sized ensuite. As you stepped in, you heard Momo talking in her mind, and you smiled to yourself. "Oh, I'm so excited she's here. I hope she has a great time. I'll make sure it's a great time," Momo thought as she got ready. "If I can somehow get her to understand how much I like her and want to date her, then the 10 months here will be well worth my time," you thought as you turned the shower on and got undressed. After 20 minutes, you and Momo were both ready to go. Momo was in the cutest little summer dress, and you were in your favourite ripped baggy jeans, your favourite faded band shirt, choker chain, black bracelets and baseball cap, feeling good and looking fresh. "You always look so chick-yin," Momo said when she saw what you were in. "Chick?" you asked as you looked down. "I don't know if I'd call this chick, but at least I'm clothed." "I like your style a lot. You can pull it off," Momo said as she motioned to the door. "Well, shall we go? The girls are waiting on the ground level." "Sure thing, sweets," you said as you reached out and wrapped one arm around her, pulling her into your side and kissing her temple. Her hair smelled so good, and you took a deep inhale before letting her go. "Okay, I'm all fired up now, let's go," you said. Momo giggled and grabbed your hand and then grabbed for her door, and then you were whisked out of her room and off down the hall to the elevator, feeling like a couple with her still holding on to you. Once in the elevator, she let go of your hand and you chatted as the lift lowered you to the bottom level, and then the doors opened. "Oh," you said with surprise when you saw there was quite a number of girls standing there, and you walked over with Momo to them. "Hi girls, this is Yin. She's my best friend from France. She's staying here for 10 months on an exchange student program to see how our hero course is run," Momo said. "She's in the equivalent hero course in France." "What she said," you added, pointing to her with a goofy grin on your face. "Oh, that's very impressive," a bubbly brunette said, her large eyes beaming at you. "When did you arrive, Yin?" "A few hours ago. I haven't slept, so if I start getting delusional, don't mind me," you replied with a grin. "Oh, that's okay. I think most of us are all a little delulu," a girl with beautiful pink skin said. "Yeah, my kind of people," you said to her, reaching a fist out to fist bump her. "Yin, this is Yuraraka, Mina, Jirou, Tsuyu, and Hagakure," Momo said politely, gesturing to each girl in turn. "Call me Sue," the cute frog girl said. "Gotcha. Call me whatever you want. I don't come when called anyway," you replied dryly, and Momo giggled. "I'm sure everyone's hungry, especially you, Yin. Shall we go?" Momo asked, grabbing your arm. You stepped a little closer to her, loving that she was so touchy-feely with you at the moment. "Yeah, let's go," you said. All of you headed off out the doors of Heights Alliance and walked to the school gates, making small talk as you went. "Hey, so what's your quirk?" the pink-skinned girl, Mina, asked as she dropped back to walk beside you with Momo on the other side. "Pick a number between 1 and 10, you said to her. "Just don't tell me what it is." "Okay," Mina said. 5, she thought. Split down the middle, I see," you mused. "Sorry?" Mina asked. 5, right? You leered at her. "How did you know? Wait, do you have a mind-reading quirk?" she asked excitedly. "Bingo! Give this girl a raise," you replied. "Oh, that's so cool," she gushed. It is if you don't have the quirk, but it can be a bit annoying," you sighed. "My quirk is a little complicated. If I get good sleep, I can't hear a damn thing. My quirk basically switches off and it's hard for me to tune into people. But I'm pleasant to be around though. But if I'm running on 30 minutes of sleep like I am now, I can hear what that lady up on the top floor of this building is thinking, and it's driving me insane because she's just repeating the word cat. What the heck is wrong with people? But yeah, I'm a lot more sarcastic and I'm pleasant to be around, so you caught me on a good day," you joked. "I feel like you and Jirou would get along well. She has a bit of a sarcastic side," Mina joked, gesturing to the girl named Jirou. You liked this Jirou chick style immediately. She seemed hella cool and you smirked at her. "Do you love the human race as much as I do?" you asked her. "Yeah, totally," she deadpanned, and you let an amused huff of air out of your nostrils. "I like this one," you thought. The other girls had all been either talking amongst themselves or listening to your conversation with Mina, but as far as you could tell, they all had pure thoughts, as in they hadn't made any internal harsh judgments on you. You did find it amusing, however, that the invisible girl, Hagakure, had initially thought that you were a guy as you were approaching the group of girls earlier. "Is this Momo's new boyfriend?" she had thought, as you and Momo had walked towards them. "Oh, she's a girl," she had thought, when Momo had introduced you. "Is Momo straight, though? Do I have a chance?" you wondered, as you turned your head to look at Momo while she chatted to Mina. "She's just so beautiful. I can imagine that many of her classmates have thought about dating her. I wonder if there's any guys in the class who like her. Well, guess I'll find out soon enough. Does she like anyone in the class?" "So, Yin, what are you going to have for dinner?" Eureka asked happily, trying to make small talk with you. "You must be hungry from your trip." "I don't know. Food. I'm sorry. I'm honestly so tired right now. If I could just pass out on the table and you guys shove food down my throat, I would be totally okay with that," you said, hearing a small snort from behind you, to your right. You looked and Jirou was smirking at you. Mood," she said. "Right," you replied. "Like, at this point, coffee can't even save me." She smirked again and you turned back to Eureka. 5 to 6 hours is about my sweet spot. My quirk output is still good, but my attitude isn't horrific," you said to her. "Any more than 6 hours of sleep, I'm the most pleasant person on this planet, but can't hear for peanuts. And the other way I turn into a gremlin, but I can tell you what your dead grandma said before she passed. Sorry, offensive. Ugh, shut up, Yin." Eureka sweat dropped. "It's okay. I guess it's kind of better than my drawbacks," she offered. "What's your quirk? What's your drawback?" you asked her, glancing ahead when you saw the restaurant lights glowing ahead of you. "I can make things float. But if I have my quirk activated for too long, I start to feel nauseated and end up throwing up," she said, with a sweat-dropped look on her face. "Wonderful," he replied sarcastically. "If I do ever want to escape to Mars, I know who to come to." Eureka hummed nervously. "I don't think that would be a good idea." "It's a joke, sweet," you said to her. "Anyway, I can see food, so that's all that's going to be on my mind right now. Excuse me," you said, as you stepped out ahead of her to get to the restaurant first. Momo smiled when she saw you forging ahead of the rest of the girls. "She must be really hungry," she thought, as she caught up to you a little and followed you in. Once inside, you all filed over to a seat and sat down, each picking up a menu to have a look at the food. "Oh man, come to mama," you moaned as you looked over everything available. "I'm so hungry, but everything on here is so expensive," the girl Eureka thought from beside you. I might just have an entree," she said softly from beside you, and you looked at her. "No, you won't," you replied bluntly, and she blushed heavily with embarrassment. No, I'm okay. I'll just have the spring rolls," she said, her sentence being ended by the sound of her stomach growling loudly, which she covered with one hand. "I don't want to tell her I don't have the money," she thought, but you heard her loud and clear. "Pick whatever you want," you said to her. "I'm paying." "What?" she gasped. Why would she do that? That's so kind. She doesn't even know me, Eureka thought. You smirked at her. Did you forget that I can hear your inner thoughts? You asked her. She stared at you for a second, blinking hard, and then her face went bright red. Oh no, I'm so embarrassed, she wailed, hiding her face behind the menu. Don't be, you chuckled. I'm hungry, you're hungry, I got the cash, so let's eat. My dad gave me his credit card to use here. It's on him, you added with a wink. Yin, she said with watery eyes that popped up over the top of the menu. Stop that right now and pick a piece of food or I'll order one of each dish for you, you threatened. Oh gosh, she said, and then quickly looked down at the menu and found something she wanted. Is it okay if I have this one? She asked, holding the menu across for you to see. Oh dang, that looks good. I'm going to get that too, you said. Seriously? She asked with a bright smile. Yeah, you got good taste. No lie. I would have told you if I didn't think so, you said to her. I believe you, she sweat dropped. Across the table, Momo was giving you a very soft look. Hey, Yin, she said in her mind, and you looked up at her. That was a really lovely thing to do, thank you. You just smiled at her in return. I'll talk to her later about it, you thought. Throughout the course of dinner, everyone chatted about their quirks, what they were up to in the course, differences between your hero course in France and their hero course here, the teachers, and then the conversation switched to the boys of the class. What are the boys like in your hero class back home? Mina asked curiously. All full of themselves, think they're the next top hero and no one else can beat them, you said with an eye roll. Ha! Sounds like Bakugo, Mina chuckled. But don't mind him, he's actually okay. He's just rough around the edges. He has a real hang-up about his childhood friend Midoriya. Well, I got hang-ups with humans, so he and I might just get along, you joked. I actually think you'll fit in rather well, Ribbit, Sue, the cute frog girl said. I can't wait for you to be able to read the boys' minds, Hagakure giggled. Actually, no, wait. Scrap that. Mineta. The girls all chorused, and you looked around in confusion. I think I mentioned him once before to you, Yin, Momo said. He's the creepy one of the class. You mean you only have one? Aren't you guys lucky? You teased. The boys back home are also sexist. They don't believe women can be heroes, you said. Oh, I can't stand that, Momo said with indignation. You could top the lot of them, you said across to her. Actually, I think most of you girls have better quirks than them, to be honest. Time to move to France, Mina joked, and the conversation continued on. Shortly after that, the food was brought out and everyone started eating. You weren't sure if you were just starving or if it was just the authentic Japanese food, but you nearly cried the food was so good. And then after that, you got dessert for everyone, and then it was back to the dorms for settling down for sleep. You're right, the girls are pretty cool, you said to Momo, as you both gathered your pyjamas together and got ready for bed. I'm so glad you had a good night, Momo said, slowly lifting her dress up to pull it off over her head. Knowing your feelings for her and feeling mildly awkward, you looked away, glancing back at her ever so slightly and catching sight of her beautiful figure before turning away completely to hide the look on your face. You could feel your face was hot as, so you didn't want to give anything else away. About Eureka, she was thinking about how she couldn't pay, and I heard her, obviously, so decided to step in. She's a genuine girl, and very sweet. I know I'm an asshole, but I couldn't let that slide. You said as you pulled your cap and shirt off, and then went to take your jeans off. Well, that was a really nice thing to do, Momo said, taking her bra off before slipping her silk sleeping shirt over her head. There was a lot of talk about the boys, you said, changing the subject as you fell into bed, still not facing her. You got an eye on anyone? Momo laughed. No, not interested, she said with a smile at you as you lay there. You rolled over to look at her. What about you? Any of the boys back home worthy of your attention? She obviously doesn't know I'm gay, you thought. No, would rather suck my eyeballs out with a vacuum cleaner, you said. I do like someone, but it's a little complicated. What do you mean by complicated? She asked you, opening her covers on her side of the bed and slipping between the sheets before pulling the covers back over her and lying down, her large brown eyes looking up at yours with such innocence and sweetness that you just didn't know what to do. I guess it doesn't really matter, you said with a tired smile. I'm shot, you added as you rolled around a bit and pulled the covers up over you. It's been a super long ass day with lots of new things happening, so I am quite happy to go to bed. You yawned and put your hand over your mouth and then closed your eyes, tears springing into the corners of them. When you had finished yawning, you opened your eyes again, and Momo was looking at you, her gentle gaze making your heart skip a beat. I'm just so happy you're here, Yin, she said softly, and you really wanted to tell her how much you liked her right there and then, but you just didn't have the stamina to deal with the potential aftermath, so decided to just leave it be for now and pursue it another day. Same, you replied, giving her another tired smile before closing your eyes. Lights off, Momo said, and the room suddenly went dark. Seriously? You deadpanned in the dark. It's very handy, Momo said, and you chuckled. Yeah, I bet. Night, Momo, you said in a sleepy voice. Night, Yin, she replied. Good morning, you heard her say. What? You rasped, popping an eye open and looking at her. The sun was up and shining through her dorm room window, and you stared at her through puffy morning eyes for a second before looking at your smartwatch. What? You asked again, seeing that your watch was reading 7 a.m. Didn't I just say good night to you? It's morning now, she giggled as she scooted closer and wrapped her warm little arms around you. What do you mean? I didn't even get a chance to sleep, you groaned. Did you not sleep well? She asked, her sad gaze making your heart hurt. No, I think I slept too well. I must have damn near died because I don't even remember sleeping. I didn't dream. I didn't wake in the middle of the night. I just passed the hell out and now I'm here, lying next to the most beautiful girl in the world, you said with a smirk as you bent your head and kissed the top of her head. You always flatter me, she giggled, rolling away to get ready for the day. You may call it flattery, but I call it the truth, you said, as you got out of bed as well and stretched and then checked your smartwatch again to see how many hours of sleep you got. Whoa, got 8 hours. I am going to be pleasant as a peach today, you said happily. But thankfully, my quirk is still somewhat good. Anything more than 10 hours and I'm about as helpful as a waterproof tea bag. Yin, I already have your uniform here for you, Momo said, not really even acknowledging your chatter. How do you know my size? You asked with surprise. Remember when I messaged you last week? She asked with a sly smile. Ah, yep, gotcha, you replied with a smirk. So you weren't making a cardboard cutout of me? No, of course not, she replied. I'm kidding, you replied with a smile. You turned and walked over to her just as she pulled your uniform out of the cupboard and your smile slid right off your face. Skirt. I have to wear a skirt, you deadpanned. You'll look beautiful, Yin, Momo said with delight. Bro, I do jeans or shorts, that's it, you replied. Yin, I'm sorry, but you have to wear a skirt for school, Momo said. But you can wear bike shorts underneath if you feel more comfortable that way. It'll do, you mumbled, as you took the uniform in hand and walked back over to the bed to lay it down so you could strip your pyjamas off and put it on. What do you wear for school in France? Momo asked as she took her own silk pyjamas off and put her uniform on, the skirt hugging her figure just perfectly. Well, we mainly wear our hero uniform, which might have pants, you replied, as you pulled the school skirt up and zipped it up. Dude, this just feels so wrong. I can feel everything. My vagina is going to get a cold. It's got nothing on and it's sitting in a wind tunnel. Yin, you can put shorts on underneath, Momo chuckled. You're so funny. I'm not trying to be. This is torture, you said, as you walked over to your suitcase and pulled out some bike shorts to put on underneath. The sports uniform has pants, Momo then said. Oh, thank God, you said emphatically. So UA hasn't completely lost their marbles. You do look really nice in the uniform, though, Momo said from behind you, and you quickly pulled the blouse on and turned around with it open at the front, your bare tummy on show for her. Thanks, baby, you said as you struck a silly pose, and she giggled. No, but you look so fine. You always look good, though, you added, and she blushed and giggled. Stop, she laughed, fixing up her shirt before heading into the ensuite to brush her teeth. You watched her go and sighed internally. Am I going to be able to tell her how much I like her? Would she ever return my feelings? You wondered. It was a few minutes later that you were both ready and heading out of her dorm room door and off down to the elevator, then across the grass to school. Hey, Momo, don't tell the others, those who I haven't met yet, that I have a mind-reading, thought-listening quirk. I want to get some feedback from the rest of the class before they realise I can hear what they're thinking, you said. Oh, no problem, Momo said with a smile. I understand, but no matter what anyone thinks, I still think you're the most amazing. Yeah, that's all I care about, you replied with a wink at her. You both headed into the building and walked over to the lockers while chatting, and Momo showed you your one, and then you grabbed books and headed to class together, still chatting as you walked down the hall side by side. "Hey, good morning you two," Mina bubbled as she skipped up behind you both and then around in front and started walking backwards so she could talk to you. "Did you sleep well?" "I honestly think I died. Legit." You deadpanned, and she laughed. "That deep, hey?" "Yeah, I passed the hell out," you replied with a chuckle. "I had a lovely sleep," Momo added, and Mina smiled at her. "Did you sleep well, Mina?" "Yep, always do," Mina said with a grin, and then spun back around to enter the classroom ahead of you both. You followed her in, and Momo showed you your seat, so you sat down, placed your books down, and then got up and to go over and chat with Momo. Slowly more people started walking in, and you greeted all the girls, and then some of the boys came walking in, and you tuned into them in turn. "Oh, new chick," a blonde with a black lightning bolt in his hair thought as he walked in, looking at you before finding his seat. "Oh, there's someone new in our class," a redhead with sharp teeth thought as he entered shortly after the blonde. "I better say hi. Maybe I'll introduce myself first, and I'll say hi. I'm Krishma. Nice to meet you. What's your name?" "Yeah, that's manly. I'll do that," he thought. You glanced at him as he put his books down and walked over to you, still mentally coaching himself as he smiled and put his hand out. "Hey, Krishma, right?" you asked as you extended your hand to his and shook it. "Hi, I'm..." "Yes. How did you know?" he asked with surprise, shaking your hand in return. "Yeah, you look like a Krishma," you replied with a smirk, and he beamed. "Oh, cool. That's super manly. I'm glad," he replied, and you had to stop yourself from laughing as he took your hand back. "This one is way too pure and wholesome," you thought. While you were talking to Krishma, another spiky blonde entered the room, his gruff inner voice making you look at him as his thoughts penetrated your brain. "Who the hell is this extra?" he thought as he scowled at you. "Oh, well, aren't you delightful?" you deadpanned out loud to him as he stared at you, and Mina burst out laughing. It just seemed so funny that Bakugo had just walked in and not said anything, yet what you had replied to him was just spot on to probably what he was thinking, and it just tickled her. "Who are you?" this guy snapped at you. "What am I is probably a better question," you mused. "I don't really know, to be honest, but mostly I think I'm just existing." This guy just blinked at you. "Just stay out of my way," he growled, adjusting the strap on his bag as he turned towards his desk. "Just another loser," he thought. "Could take her down easy. She's no threat." "Oh, I'm glad you think I'm not," you said to him, and he paused and then spun around to face you. "Would you say?" he scowled at you. "Oh, well, nothing important. I'm just another loser, right?" you said, watching for his reaction. He just looked at you silently and then spoke inside his mind. "So you're listening into what I'm thinking, huh?" he thought. "Oh, you bet, buddy. I'm all up in that mush of yours," you replied out loud to him. "Stop listening to my thoughts, damn it!" he barked at you, and you grinned. "Yeah, well then don't say anything you don't want me to reply to then," you said with a shrug, and then turned back to Krishma. "Sorry, I heard you say your own name in your mind. That's how I knew," you said to him. "Oh, that's super cool," he said with his eyes sparkling. Just then a guy with a very cool and calm presence entered the room and looked at you, his two-tone hair and mismatched eyes making him a very different look to everyone else in the class. Although he had quite a visible burn over his left eye, it still didn't detract from his handsome features, and he looked at you, and you nodded at him. He then just continued to his desk and sat down. Well, if I had to be concerned about anyone, it would be him, you thought, as you eyed him and then looked at Momo. She didn't appear to be fazed by him as he turned up, so you relaxed a little and turned your attention back to Krishma, who had started asking you questions. While you spoke to him, you listened in to other thoughts around you, but no one appeared to be thinking ill of you, or thinking thoughts about Momo. There was just this one inner voice that kept repeating popular TikTok lines, and you looked around to see who it was. Oh, it's the lightning blonde guy, you thought when you correctly deducted who it was coming from. I think for the most part this is the head empty dude of the class, you thought. Him and that other red and white head guy. His head is very quiet. Eerily so. Most of the class seemed to be quite pleasant, bar the angry blonde that you'd crossed paths with earlier, but then the teacher entered and you immediately tuned into his thoughts. Here we go again. Hell on steroids, his inner voice said. You almost burst out laughing. I think I might be in love, you joked to yourself as he walked to the front of the classroom. his aura switching from tired to pissed, which wasn't that much different from the other, to be honest. "Quiet," he said out loud, and everyone got to their seats and sat down quietly, waiting for him to say something else. "We have an exchange student here from our sister school in France. Yin will be here for 10 months, seeing what it's like to be in a hero course here. Yin, come up here and introduce yourself," he said. "Haven't you already done it?" you thought, as you got up and walked to the front of the classroom. Yeah, hi, what he said," you said, pointing to the teacher before going to walk back down to your seat. "Wait," the teacher called. "Come back here and introduce yourself properly." "Okay," you said as you walked back up and stood there. "Hi, my name is not Slim Shady. I'm bilingual, can speak sarcasm and English. My mother tongue is sarcasm. I'm speaking it now. Well done, if you can understand me. I love anyone who is not talking to me, and if you want to be my friend, don't. I am better as a concept. We good?" you asked then, looking across to the teacher, who just looked so done you couldn't help but let out a little giggle, but then you quickly corrected yourself. "I don't get paid enough to deal with this," he said with a sigh. "Okay, go on, sit down." "Wait," one of the students from the front of the room said, shooting his hand up eagerly, his curly green hair bouncing with his enthusiasm. "Can I ask a question?" Can I say no?" you asked with a sigh. He looked a little hesitant and went to pull his hand down, but you stopped him. "I'm joking. What's up?" you asked. What's your quirk?" he asked, pulling a notebook from seemingly nowhere. "Pick a number between 1 and 10, you said. "Actually, don't. That's so old, and I don't have the time or energy to entertain it. I can hear your inner thoughts. I can read your mind." "Oh, that's so cool," he thought, and said at the same time, "Oh, that's so cool." "I wish I could tell her what my quirk is," he thought a little sadly. "Is there a reason you can't?" you asked him. He stopped writing and looked up at you, shocked. "Oh, you can read my mind. Oops," he said sheepishly. "Don't worry, I keep most people's business secret," you said with a wink. "Anyway, I'm getting down now. No more questions. Make an appointment with my personal assistant," you said as you threw up the backwards peace sign and then walked to your desk. Mina high-fived you as you walked back to your desk, and Jirou gave you an approving upwards head nod, and you beamed. "Okay, that went well. Don't care if it didn't," you thought as you sat down in your seat, and the tired teacher got up again. "You all know who I am, but for Yin, my name is Aizawa," he said. "Oh, yes, you were the one corresponding with my parents," you said. "Got it. It all makes sense now," you replied. He sighed. "Okay, let's start," he said, following it up by giving instructions about what to do for class, and you followed suit. First break, you were swamped by the girls, and lunchtime you were swamped by them again, so by the time it came for home time, you were ready to just be alone with Momo. "Man, it is full on having to be ready to talk to everyone all the time," you commented to her, as you both got changed into casual clothes, and then you chucked on some shorts and a sweatshirt. "Oh, thank God I can move," you said, throwing your body around just to prove your point. "Yin, you looked like you could move just fine in your skirt today," Momo said with a chuckle. "You looked rather nice." "Ugh, I felt like such an imposter," you deadpanned. "Honestly, I felt so out of place." "Well, we have quirk training tomorrow, so you'll be in the sports uniform, which has pants," she said. "Oh, and did you bring your hero costume from France? Because they said we would be doing some local hero work at some point soon, so you need to be in that uniform." "Yep, got it here," you replied, looking into your suitcase. I really do need to get a set of drawers or something to put my clothes in, rather than living out of a suitcase for 10 months. "Oh, did you want to go shopping? Oh, let's go shopping. I can call for the car right away," Momo said excitedly, and it was more that you wanted to see her happy that had you saying yes. And before you knew it, you were in her family car and being whisked off to the local furniture place to see what they had in stock. "What did you have in mind, Yin?" Momo asked as she grabbed onto your arm and hugged it, looking up at you with such a cute look on her face you had to fight every fibre of your being not to bend your head down and kiss her already. "Oh God, you're so cute," you thought, looking down at her. "Yin?" she asked when you were just looking at her. Sorry, just thinking about how beautiful you are. Nothing to do with drawers," you said, and she blushed and giggled happily. "You're always such a flatterer," she replied, and you chuckled. "I mean, sure, if that's what you want to call it. Anyway, drawers," you said, changing the subject. I think either like a 3-tier or 5-tier should be okay. It'll fit beside my side of the bed, no worries." "Okay, let's see if they have something like that," Momo said, as she took your hand and started to lead you into the shop. "Hello, madam and sir," the clerk greeted you, and then the clerk got a closer look at you and quickly corrected himself. Oh, I do apologise, madam and madam. Oh, heavens, he thought. I did think that was a male. Good grief, Arnold. You've just offended the customer. I thought they were a couple. No offence taken, you replied to his inner thought. I'm glad you thought we were, though, you added with a wink at him. He stared at you. Deciding to just let him stew on it, you gestured to Momo, past him, and made a comment. Okay, Queen, do your thing, you said, opening your palm out to all the furniture that lay beyond. Oh, there's so many items here, she gushed, pulling on your arm to take you over to the section that housed all the tall boy chests of drawers. What did you have in mind for me? You asked her. I'll place all of my confidence in your ability to pick well, so you choose, you said. Oh my, she gushed. Oh, I love shopping and choosing things, especially for other people. I love to help others get their clothes together or room decorated. Yeah, I know, babe. That's why I've let you take the wheel on this one, you thought. You were going to say it out loud, but then stopped yourself. Had you been more tired, you may have just said it, but at 8 hours of sleep, you were more on the ball. Momo had already visually picked out 2 that she thought would suit you perfectly, so she bounced her way over to them, looking them over excitedly. Oh, I really do like this one, she said as she looked it over and ran her hands lightly over the grain of the wood. It would look beautiful in our room, don't you think? She asked you, smiling brightly at you, as you stood back watching her with an amused smirk on your face. I could care less, I'm just happy you said our, you said to her, and she blushed and giggled. Yes, well it is, isn't it? She replied, and your heart did a little flip. Jeez, man, go easy on me, you thought. I'm crushing hard on you, girl, and you're not helping with all this couple talk. Since you hadn't replied to her, she just turned her attention back on the dresser and looked it over again. I really do like this one, she said with a smile at you. Well, babe, if you like it, then get it, you said with a wink, and she blushed. Okay, if you like it too, she asked. Of course, you said with a smile. Momo smiled and giggled and then focused on something else, so you decided to quirk in and see what she was thinking. Yes, this will fit nicely under the window, she thought. Yin really is so nice. I really love it being here, she thought. Then she remembered that you could read her mind and stopped to look at you to see if you'd heard her. Thanks, you said with a smile and a little chuckle. I like you too. Momo blushed again and giggled. Oh, I forgot that you can hear my inner thoughts, she said a little bashfully. Don't go admitting that you like me now, you teased, and Momo giggled. You already know that I like you, she said brightly, and then took your arm in her hands. Come on, let's find the assistant and get this drawer in transit. The quicker the better. Sounds good, you said with a somewhat forced smile. Ugh, damn. You know that I mean that I like you, right? When will you get it? You thought, as she dragged you off to find the assistant. Give or take 30 minutes later, and the drawer set was being handled up to your and Momo's dorm room. You were happy that you now had your own drawers, but watching Momo fuss over everything, bouncing around beaming, had you the happiest. Momo's excitement over the drawers times 10, and that was how it made you feel to watch her with your drawers. Would you like some help loading your clothes into your drawers? She asked excitedly. I guess, you replied. I'm easy though. Oh good, because I figured that the top drawer could be for undergarments and then the middle drawer could be for t-shirts and bottom drawer for pants and shorts. We might need to get you some more space for skirts and dresses, she said, thinking for a second. Well, I have a very easy solution to that problem, you replied happily. I don't have any skirts or dresses, so voila, that solves that one, you said, dusting your hands together for good measure. Oh, but you do look beautiful in a dress, Momo said sadly. Not as good as you. Dresses belong on you, you said honestly. You make all dresses look stunning. Oh, you're so sweet, Yin, Momo said kindly. I'm just being honest, you replied with a smile. And so the rest of the afternoon and night was spent setting up in your room and retelling childhood memories that made you and her laugh. That night you slept well, drifting off to sleep knowing Momo was beside you, as well as looking forward to the next day. The next day was busy. In fact, the next week was busy, and at the end of the week you were exhausted. Whoa, your course is pretty full on, and we have quirk work next week, right? You said as you flopped onto the bed, and then rolled over and unzipped your school skirt to wriggle out of it. Can't wait to be in my hero costume, you said to her, kicking your school skirt onto the floor, and then starting to unbutton your shirt. Momo started to undo the buttons on her shirt as well, and you paused for a second, feeling like the two of you getting undressed at the same time was a little too much for your overactive mind. Yes, it'll be fun, she said, as she finished unbuttoning her shirt and slid it off her arms and then hung it up. Can't wait to see you in costume, you said, as you took a good side glance at her and then looked away. You've seen it before, she said with a giggle. Yeah, I know, you sent a pic of it to me, you replied. And it's in my favourites collection, you thought, as you hesitantly finished taking off your shirt and chucking it on the ground, then rolling off the bed and reaching into your already open drawers for an oversized shirt. You grabbed one out and chucked it on, just as Momo took her skirt off, standing there in just her underwear. Oh, this is criminal, you screamed internally, quickly looking away. I like your hero costume, Momo then said. It reminds me of Jirou's. Oh, earjack girl? You asked. She's pretty chill, hey? Yes, I like her a lot, Momo said, and a sudden sting of jealousy hit you. Calm down, she doesn't mean it like that, you told yourself, but still hearing Momo talk about anyone highly always had you on the back foot. Call it possessive, but you wanted her to be looking at you, and you only. Was that too much to ask? You got back up on the bed and crawled over to the other side where you'd thrown your bag, and reached into it to get your phone out, and then lay back on the bed. It's hot today, right? Momo asked as she fanned herself. Would you mind if I just removed my bra and remained in my underwear? What? You asked, your head snapping towards her as you lay on your back on the bed. Oh, excuse me, I don't mean to be immodest. The female body is rather exquisite and beautiful, and I feel like it shouldn't be hidden, she explained. In fact, I've petitioned that women heroes shouldn't have any restrictions on their hero costumes when it comes to showing skin. Some quirks require skin to be exposed, she said. You blinked at her. Bestie, I honestly don't care. It's just that I'm in love with you, and have you damn near naked in front of me is going to make things a little difficult for me, but this is your room, so... You thought. Go right ahead. I don't think you're being immodest. I agree with you, you said. Oh, thank you, she said as she unbuckled her bra at the back and then dropped it into her washing basket. Oh, Lord help me, you thought, as you buried your face into your phone and tried not to look at her. Thankfully, she decided to lie on the bed on her front, so that saved you every time you looked up at her to speak, but by the time dinner time came around, you were kind of looking forward to her being clothed again. Shall we head to the common room? She asked you, as she put a new bra on and then slipped a dress over her head. What's for dinner? You asked her. Oh, I have plenty of food in my pantry. You can pick what you like, she said brightly. Thanks, babe, you said as you walked over to her. Let's go? Oh, let's, she said happily, as she took your arm and wrapped it in hers, and you both walked to the door and then left for dinner. It appeared that everyone else had chosen to have dinner at the same time as you guys too, because the place was alive with people. Wow, you said as you and Momo stepped into the decently sized Heights Alliance kitchen. This place seems a lot smaller when you cram 20 people into it. Hey Yin! Hey Momo! Mina called excitedly, waving from her spot at the stovetop where she was cooking herself something. You gonna make some dinner? No, I'm just here to watch your cook, you joked dryly. Well, you can have some of my food, Mina offered. Kind, you replied, as you walked over to see what she was making. I'll make us something, Yin, Momo said excitedly, as she walked into the pantry to get some supplies. You nodded at her, and then turned your attention back to Mina. So, how are you liking the place? Mina asked with a grin. I mean, it's alright. School is school, right? You guys are cool, though, he replied with a smirk. Seen any boys you like? She asked with a sly wiggle of the eyebrows. Do I tell her I'm batting for the same team here? Would she say something to Momo? Like, I know I want Momo to know that I'm sweet on her, but also don't want her to be uncomfortable around me if she doesn't feel the same, you thought. Your pause was long enough for Mina to stand there and study your face, and after she had looked you over, she smirked. Oh, it's like that, is it? She asked in her mind. Because Mina was close to you, and your quirk was activated from being engaged with her, you heard her thoughts and looked at her. Yeah, just a little fruity, you replied. I knew it, she gasped. Then she spoke in her mind again. I totally felt that zestiness when you first rocked up, arm in arm with Momo. It was giving couples vibes. Are y'all? She asked in her mind. No, unfortunately, you sighed out loud. You like her? Mina asked again in her mind. You sighed again. Yes, unfortunately, you replied. Why unfortunately? She asked out loud. Well, I'm kind of stuck in the childhood best friend zone, you know, you replied. Oh dang, yeah, that's hard, Mina said with a sad nod of her head. Hey, but if you needed me to do anything for you in that regard, I'm all for that girly flavour, you know, Mina said with a sly wiggle of the eyebrows. You too? You asked her. Well, I guess, Mina replied thoughtfully, then spoke in her mind. I don't know, just depends, I guess, but love is love, and I love people getting together. That's my vibe, she replied, and you smiled. Oh yeah, I get it, you replied out loud with a chuckle. So she doesn't know then? Mina asked, glancing back at Momo in the pantry. You shook your head. Nope, I've dropped hints, but she still doesn't get it. But I kind of don't want her to know until I can find out if she's interested in me that way. It's complicated. Could you keep it on the down low, though? You asked her. Yeah, sure, she replied with a wink. I'm not sure about Momo yet, but you might have a chance. She does like you a lot. Yeah, but is it enough for her to want to date me? Maybe not, you replied, and Mina giggled. I'll be rooting for you, she said, just as Momo came bouncing back out with all the ingredients she needed to make dinner. Okay, Yin, she said brightly. Time to make dinner. I'm in, you said with a grin, as she bounced over and you slung your arm over her shoulders. She giggled and leaned into you. Okay, Mina, do you mind if we use the stovetop next to yours? She asked brightly. Go for it, Mina replied, and then spoke in her mind to you. Man, this must be so hard being so close to her, but she doesn't know how you really feel. You gave her a look that said, you have no idea, and she stifled another giggle. Momo put you to work then, and you tried to focus on what you were doing, but her leaning into your arm and chatting to you was making it very hard to focus. Does she know how flirty her moves are? You wondered, as she looked up into your eyes with her big brown ones, smiling up at you as you worked. It only took a few more minutes, and she had made a lovely meal for you and her, and you'd snuck some samples from other cooks of the night, and then you and her sat down with everyone to enjoy your food together. So, is everyone ready for quirk training tomorrow? Momo asked excitedly. Yes, Hagakure said excitedly, her shirt floating and moving when she raised her invisible hand to show her enthusiasm. Do we have to wear school uniform? You asked dubiously. No, Mina said happily. It's the track uniform, so much more comfortable. Oh, thank God, it's not a skirt, you replied. Amen to that, Jirou said from across the table from you, and you grinned at her. Kin, you replied, and she smirked and nodded at you. The only time that you'll catch me voluntarily in a dress is when it's not me, and someone is trying to make it look like it's me, but they're an imposter, so call the police immediately, you said, and Mina snorted with amusement. I've never felt so connected to someone before, Jirou said, and you cracked a smirk. Like I said, Kinney, you replied, and Momo joined in. Yin looks so beautiful in a dress, though, she said dreamily. Unfortunately, my evil stunt double has been seen in a dress and Momo didn't know it wasn't me, you joked, and unfortunately there's picture evidence. Oh, I have to see that, Mina said. No, you really don't, you replied with a sweat-dropped look on your face. Oh, but they would love to see it, Momo begged, her gorgeous big eyes staring up into yours. Come now, you said as you took her chin in your hand and held her face gently, maintaining eye contact. They really don't need to see pics like that. After all, you added as your eyes glossed over her lips, daring you to kiss them. Do you have the chemical formula to make bleach for them to cleanse their eyes with afterwards? Huh? Momo asked, almost being sucked in by your sweet-sounding talk, and then realising that you had said something not so sweet on the end. Not gonna lie, you had us in the first part, Mina chuckled. Never let 'em know your next move, you replied, as you let Momo go, and returned to eating, but she remained looking at you for a little longer, a gentle blush across her cheeks. That was... she thought, and you looked at her, hearing her thoughts despite having a conversation with Mina. You hummed as you looked at her. Oh, nothing, she said with a somewhat forced smile. You raised an eyebrow at her, but she just looked down and kept eating, so you let it go and looked back to Mina to continue talking. From across the table, Jirou watched on. You had a very smooth way about you, and she liked that. She also wondered what was going on between you and Momo. That was very flirty, she thought, then paused when you looked up at her. Oops, she thought again, and you winked at her, making her blush too. She tried not to think about anything else so that you wouldn't know what she was thinking, but it was hard for her to not ask herself questions about your dating preference and orientation, as well as your status. She determined she would chat to you at a later date about it. You appeared to be quite open and upfront after all. Momo was rather quiet for the rest of that night, and she didn't seem to be as cuddly as what she usually was, but you didn't let it get to you much. You were quite tired anyway, so getting into bed and falling asleep was kind of a priority. The only problem was that your brain kept asking you stupid questions, so you didn't get the nice deep sleep that you'd hoped for, and by the morning you were feeling rightly fried. Momo's alarm clock went off and you rolled over and placed one hand on her side. What's screaming? Are you screaming? What's that noise? You asked in a slurred voice. It's the alarm clock, Yin, Momo replied sleepily as she got out of bed and switched it off. You rolled back onto your back and checked your smartwatch. Oh, great. Only 5 hours of sleep, you said. Oh, Momo said as she looked back over at you. But we got into bed early enough. Yeah, but my mind wouldn't switch off, so now I'm reaping the benefits. Good luck today, world. Here I come, you said in a dead voice as you got up. As promised by the fanfiction gods themselves, you had quirk training. You had half of the class to work on upskilling, and then Aizawa had the super fun game organised for you all, teams of 2, hide and seek. Ugh, I should have slept less, you commented to Momo as she practised making lots of dolls beside you, her quirk popping them out of her chest. How do you train your quirk? She asked you, looking at you while she continued to pump the dolls out. I guess I just practice pushing the parameters out, you said. Actually, I'll walk away and see at what point I stop hearing your inner thoughts, and then step beyond that and see if I can listen in. You said. Okay, go, she said with a smile, and you walked off, with her watching you go. She watched how you walked and a soft blush dusted her cheeks. She has a very confident walk. I like that, she thought, and you looked back over your shoulder with a smirk on your face. I heard that, baby, you said in a teasing voice. Thank you. Her blush deepened and she immediately stopped thinking. Your quirk was wonderful, but she had to be so careful at times, and since you'd been here with her, she had started to have some interesting feelings towards you, but she hadn't had time to process them or think about them for fear of you listening in. Can you still hear me? She asked you as you stopped a distance away, and you held a thumbs up. Move further back then, she instructed. You nodded and turned to walk further, and then stopped again. Now? She asked in her mind, and you stepped even further. How about now? She asked, looking at you in the far distance. You just stood there, so she spoke again. Yin, can you hear me? She asked, and you didn't react. I wish I could think about you more. I don't know what I'm feeling right now, and I don't know how to process this, she thought, a little sadly. How do you feel about me? From your end, all you could hear was radio static in your brain with a few breakthrough words that you could make out. I don't know, process, feel me? Was all you could make out, and you shook your head and then started to walk back towards her. Did you hear me? She asked, a little fearfully, and you cocked your head at her. No, I just caught words, something like trouble processing something, and then did you ask if I could hear you? You asked. Oh, I was just saying random things, Momo lied, suddenly worried that her feelings might be found out. I think with my quirk, the easiest way to control it is through sleep. If I get less sleep, I'm able to hear much more, and I can't activate and deactivate or tune in or out as easily. It's just on all the time and attuned to everything. But if I get more sleep, it's more often off, which is a nice reprieve at times, you said. I see, she said with a smile, sweat dotting her forehead. You okay? You asked when you saw that she was really pushing herself. Yes, she said with heavy breaths. It's just a little intense, but I've made $110. That's a new record for me. Well done, you said with a suave smile as you reached over and used your fingers to wipe some of the sweat from her brow and then wipe it on your sports shirt. I can't have you looking ragged now, can we? You asked. Oh, she blushed. It's okay, I can handle this. She then used her quirk to make herself a hanky and wipe her face down with it. What a handy quirk, you commented, giving her a gentle look. She did her best not to look at you, since she was already feeling quite hot with the way that you were looking at her, and then she stood up and cleared her throat. It's almost time for the game. We should head back to the field, she said. Okay, babe, you said as you stood up and caught up beside her. Do you need to hold on to me? You're pretty tired. Oh, if it's okay, she said softly. Can I hold your arm? Yeah, you could have just taken it. You don't need to ask, you chuckled. Rip it off if you want. You can do anything to me. Momo blushed and looked away, falling very silent, and you looked down at her. Hey, are you okay? You're very quiet, you asked, trying to get her to look at you by ducking your head down a little. I'm fine. I'm just tired, she lied. She thought, and then stopped, but you heard her. You just what? You asked. I just need to sit down. I'm sorry. I'm feeling quite flat, she admitted. It was partially true. Yeah, fair enough. You did good work back there, you added. Okay, everyone, Aizawa called from the field. Come back. You and Momo were amongst the first to get to him and stood there arm in arm while the others came over and joined in too, all looking pretty tired after training their quirks. Yeah, he's done things this way to wear us down, you thought. Okay, I'll now break you into groups, he said, calling names of classmates and making them stand together. Yin and Jirou, he called, and you looked over at her and then let go of Momo. You gonna be okay? You asked her as you stepped away. She nodded. Just fine, she replied with a smile. Okay, keep that smile warm for me, he said with a smirk as he walked over to stand next to Jirou. Momo watched you go and clutched her heart, refusing to think what she wanted lest you hear her, but her face showed her emotions, and Mina was watching on curiously. Oh, how interesting, she thought. Hell has collected his best angels for the job, you commented to Jirou. We're a bit of a formidable team. They're not going to be able to move anywhere without us knowing where they are, she replied, and you high-fived her. I'll say, he replied with a smirk. Now, who are the lucky recipients? Aizawa called the next two classmates that would be versing you and Jirou, and the sadistic grins broke out on both your and her faces when you heard the names. Denki and Mineta, Aizawa called, and both boys sweat dropped. Oh, why couldn't we have been paired with Babe? Mineta whined, and you and Jirou stiffened. Look, I mean, it's kind of a good thing that they don't see us as babes, right? You commented to Jirou. Yeah, they probably mean Momo, Jirou thought, as she looked at them, and you nodded your head. Yeah, Momo's definitely a babe, you thought. Aizawa kept on calling out teams, then there was a small clench of worry when you saw Momo was paired with Mina, but your pink-skinned friend had promised that she wouldn't say anything, so you just had to trust her for now. And once everyone in the class had been called, you were all put into your 2-versus-2 teams, and the first lot was sent out into the arena, while the rest of the class was sent to the observation deck. The first up for hide and seek were met by one of the other teachers at UA, hero named Ectoplasm, and he held out a coin in his hand as they approached him on the field. The first team of 2-versus-2 were Bakugo and Hagakure versus Midoriya and Ida. Choose, he stated, heads or tails. He pointed to his hand, and Bakugo, one of the pair in the first round, piped up immediately. Heads, he said. Ectoplasm flipped the coin, and it landed on tails, much to Bakugo's chagrin, and he exploded in anger at losing the game while Midoriya, on the now winning team, tried to placate him. Okay, Ectoplasm said. Midoriya and Ida, what do you choose since you won? Be the hiders or seekers? Hide, please, Midoriya said timidly, and Ectoplasm nodded. Very well, he said. Bakugo and Hagakure will be the seekers. Oh, I would have been fantastic at hiding, Hagakure said emphatically, which made you chuckle from the observation room. She's not wrong, you said, and Jirou smirked. You watched the first round of hide-and-seek with curiosity and noted that Bakugo was out for blood. It didn't look like he was playing the game, it just looked like he wanted to fight. And fight mainly Midoriya. But aside from that, you picked up some good pointers. And then once their game was done, it was your and Jirou's turn, versing Denki and Mineta. What's up, Teach? You greeted Ectoplasm quite casually as you entered the arena, and he gave you a stiff nod. Everyone else walked up beside you and waited for Ectoplasm to speak again, and once they were all in line, he spoke. Heads or tails? He said, looking along the line. Tails, you said. He nodded and flipped the coin, caught it, and then placed it on his other hand with it still covered. He waited for a second before removing his hand, and you all looked at it. Tails, he said. Ah, well, would you look at that? You said with a grin at Jirou. Looks like it's our lucky day. You and her smirked at each other, and Ectoplasm asked his next question. Yin and Jirou, since you won, would you like to be the hiders or the seekers? He asked. Seek. Seek. You and her both said at the same time as you looked at each other. Oh, man. Denki face-palmed. We're gonna die, Mineta moaned. Okay, get set then. You have 10 minutes to get ready, he said, and Denki and Mineta took off immediately. Do we just stand here? You asked Jirou. I can still hear their panicked thoughts. The only problem is if they run out of range. That's okay, Jirou said as she extended her ear jack and crouched down to the ground. I can hear which direction their footsteps are going in. I love the smell of victory so early on in the game, you said with a mischievous grin. Then you paused. Denki just thought about going in one of the buildings. He's repeating "Run, Forest, run" in his head. Jirou let out a snort of amusement and kept listening to the ground. I can tell which one is Mineta because his legs are so short he takes about 4 strides to every one of Denki's, she said. You snorted in reply, doing your best not to all-out laugh. Do you know what we should do? You asked her. We should just casually walk past wherever they're hiding to really spook them out. We don't find them immediately, just walk past, like we don't know they're there. I love it, she replied as she withdrew her jack and stood up. I know where they are too. We just need to wait for the bell to sound now, and then we can go. Okay, you replied. It was another 2 minutes and the bell sounded, and you both looked at each other and shrugged. Let's go? You asked her. Yeah, she replied. Ready or not, here we come, you shouted, and you heard Denki reply in his mind. Oh no, they're coming, he thought. You bet your little cotton bed socks we are, you said out loud as you turned in the direction that his thought had come from and headed there with Jirou beside you. They both look so calm, Mina commented from beside Momo at the observation deck. They do, don't they? I guess they both have superior quirks when it comes to this game. They will easily be able to find Denki and Mineta, Momo said as she watched you and Jirou on screen. As the camera switched angles on you, she admired your face, blushing when she remembered you holding her chin and gazing into her eyes last night. Oh, she thought, as her heart started to beat a little faster. Why did I feel so flustered when she did that? Why do I find myself wanting to look at her all the time? Why am I a little shy around her now? What's going on with me? She wondered as she watched you confidently move through the buildings. Could I just be tired? You and Jirou knew exactly where the 2 boys were hiding, but decided to toy with them a bit and nodded to each other as you entered the building that they were in. Geez, this is a nice little place, isn't it? You said out loud to Jirou as you walked in. Perfect for 2 little mice to hide in. Oh crap, does she know? You heard Denki speak in his mind. Yeah, if I were to hide here, maybe I'd hide in the back room, Jirou commented with a smirk. You did your best to curb your laughter and cleared your throat instead. Yeah, back room. In behind a concrete wall, you said, and both Mineta and Denki's internal thoughts went ballistic. Oh, hell, she does know, Denki panicked. They're totally going to find us, and we can't even escape, Mineta screamed internally. I should have just stayed at home today and watched dirty movies. Ew, you whispered, and Jirou looked at you as you screwed your face up a bit. That midget dude is gross, you commented to her, and she nodded. Yeah, knew that, she whispered in reply. Oh, what to do, you sighed out loud. I wonder if I kick this wall over, will it squish something behind it? Or is there nothing behind it? Maybe there are chickens behind it. We won't kick the wall over if there are chickens behind it, Jirou said out loud, and you both stood on the other side of the wall that Denki and Mineta were hiding behind. You waited for a second, and then all of a sudden there came some timid chicken noises from behind the wall, and you and Jirou almost choked. You started laughing so hard silently, cupping your mouths and with tears streaming down your faces. What's happening? Momo asked, having been in her own head and not watching what was going on screen. I think Jirou and Yin are toying with Denki and Mineta, Mina mused. That's so mean, she laughed. I can't hear the audio super well, but it sounded like Denki and Mineta were making chicken noises. Oh dear, Momo said with a sweat-dropped look on her face. Yin's teasing side has come out. Needless to say, the boys were caught shortly after that, and it was your and Jirou's win, hands down. And then the next group were brought in, while you and the others from your group were excused. You, Jirou, Denki and Mineta all walked back up to the observation room to watch the next group, but all your attention was on Momo beside you. She looked so stunning watching the screen, fully invested in what was going on, and you shifted over behind her and looked over her shoulder, almost resting your chin on her. Oh, she said with a little surprise when she felt you there. Sorry, Yin, I didn't know you were there. Yeah, don't mind me, just here to watch, you said, and she gave you a shy smile and then kept watching, but you could feel that she was a little uncomfortable with you being so close, so you moved back. Why is she suddenly fidgety around me now? You wondered with confusion. What's happened? You kept back for the rest of your time there. You didn't want her to feel uncomfortable in your presence, but it was making you a little sad that she wasn't holding on to you as much or looking at you or doing the usual things that she would do. You just wanted your old Momo back. Is it just me? You wondered. The rest of the teams went through relatively quickly, and then Aizawa got back up in front of everyone to make a final announcement before letting you all go for the day. Next week, he said, we'll be doing a 3-day local patrol of the area. I spoke about this before. It's finally been confirmed. A ripple of excitement washed through the crowd of classmates, and he continued. You will be overseen by local heroes in the area, and this will be to boost your presence around here. Mostly it will be patrolling, but you might be asked to assist in capturing local thieves, etc. Remember the lessons that you have learned today and apply them next week. We will be doing more drills and practices in the coming days to make sure that you are ready, but I'll read out the names of everyone in their groups now so you can get to know each other a little better before the patrol week. He said, I will now read out the groups. They will be groups of 4. He said, now, is it any surprise that you, Momo, Jirou, and Mina were all put together? No, it's like your unspoken prayers had been answered. You were quite happy with your gal pals that had been chosen for your patrol week. On the morning of the week of patrol, Aizawa continued, you'll come to school and then change at the school into your hero gear, then head out. If your costumes need fixing or altering during the course of the week, they can be fixed here on campus. He added, that's it for now. More information will be forthcoming in the coming days. Sounds like a party to me, you joked to Mina. Oh, you bet it's going to be, she said with a wink. In the coming days, school continued as usual, and you were looking forward to the patrol week. It was something different, so you were waiting for it with great anticipation. But in the meantime, you were also enjoying your time with Momo. She still seemed a little different, but then there would be times where she would let her guard down and lay her head in your lap while you were chilling on your phones in her room. But then she would suddenly get really self-conscious and sit up and keep her distance, and you couldn't work it all out, but tried your best to be your normal self regardless. Sometimes you would look at her and wish that she would either think what she was feeling, or just tell you. It would have made life so much easier if she wasn't so quiet around you. Next week finally came, and Sunday night you could be seen laying your hero costume out, ready to wear the next day. Hey, you said to Momo, who was also getting her costume out. I'm going to stay up a little bit later tonight so I get less sleep, okay? I want my quirk to be buzzing a little, so I'll stay up till 2 a.m. and I'll set my alarm for 7 a.m. You said. Oh dear, Momo said with a worried look on her face as she stopped what she was doing and looked at you. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Babe, I was born for this, you replied with a wink at her. I don't want to disturb your sleep, so I'll go and chill in the common room so that I can be on my phone and listen to music and whatever, and you can get some sleep, and then I'll sneak back in when I want to sleep. Okay, if you're sure, she replied, hanging her costume up and checking it over. Yeah, very sure, you said with a smile. I'm pumped for tomorrow, hey. We get to hang out as heroes all day. It'll be so much fun, Momo said, and the way she looked at you with sparkles in her eyes made you want to squeeze her. She just looked so adorable. Okay, I'm going to go and have a shower and then I'll head out, yeah? You said. Okay, she replied with a smile, watching as you got your things together and headed into the ensuite. As you left, her face fell a little, but she refused to think about what was on her mind. It was too risky you being right there, but maybe when you had gone, she might be able to think about you a little more. After your shower, you got changed and grabbed your phone and then let out a big sigh. Alright, I'm off for work now, babe, you joked. Wish me luck on my night shift. Oh, she said, getting up from where she was fixing something on her dresser and walked over to you. Without thinking, she opened her arms and you opened yours and she fell into you, giving you a warm hug which you returned eagerly. I won't be up too late, babe. I promise, you said gently. Don't worry. Oh, but I can't help but worry, she said as she looked up at you, her big round concerned eyes drawing you in as you looked down at her in your arms. There was a moment where you just looked at each other, and for a second you felt like maybe you could have kissed her, but then she suddenly blinked quickly and looked away, letting you go as she rubbed her cheek, doing her best to hide her blush. Well, I hope you have a good night and you do sleep when you do get into bed, she said quickly, still avoiding eye contact. Thanks, you said, feeling like there was a little awkwardness now. Not wanting to make her feel any more uncomfortable, you turned to the door and made a hurried goodbye and then left. Oh, Yin, Momo thought as you left. Why is it like this? You heard her in your brain as you stepped away from the door on the other side, and it stopped you in your tracks, making you look back at the closed door behind you. So there is something up. You thought, it's not just me. What does she mean by that? Do I go back and ask her? This? What's this? Like, what like this? Feeling like you shouldn't ask, you just decided to leave it and turned slowly to continue to the common room. Finding it happily empty, you found a lounge at the end of the room and flopped down onto it with a sigh. Ugh, man. You thought, when would be the best time to talk to Momo about what she said? Usually she's so open with me. Why is she keeping something from me? Your heart sank and you just stared at your phone screen, not taking anything in. This is going to be a great night, you thought sarcastically as you opened Instagram and started scrolling. The hours ticked by and all the lights in the hall switched off, yet still you remained up. You were determined to stay awake so that your quirk was better the next day, but also you figured too that the way that your brain was throwing theories at you about why Momo wasn't telling you something was also going to be a great way to not sleep. I'm probably not going to sleep at all, you thought, as you switched your phone screen off for a second and dropped your head back against the backboard and sighed up at the ceiling. What's up? A voice asked, and you jumped with fright. You hadn't expected anyone to come into the common room at 1 a.m, and whoever it was had walked silently and not been thinking anything to alert you to their presence. Who goes there? You asked jokingly. Just me, your worst nightmare, the voice replied, and you recognized it as Jirou's. Oh, it's the Archangel of Hell, second only to myself, you joked dryly. What brings you to my office at this time of the morning? I can't sleep, she replied as she walked over in the dark. Yeah, same but also not same, you said. Why same but also not same? She asked as she sat down beside you. Well, I'm trying to stay awake a little more so my quirk is jacked for tomorrow, but also, I don't know, man. Momo's just keeping something from me and I don't know what it is, and she's usually the one to tell me everything, so I don't know what to do now. It's like I'm dangling at the top of a roller coaster, waiting for it to drop, and it won't drop, you know? Sorry. Man, that was a trauma dump. Why don't you just ask her? Jirou asked, and you had to laugh. It just sounded so simple. Why are you laughing? Jirou asked, when you had laughed at her initial question. Oh, sorry. It just sounds so simple, you said with another chuckle. But it's like, it's a little complicated. I like her, so, like, I don't know, it just changes the whole playing field. Sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you any of this. Oh, it's fine, she replied plainly. Does Momo know you like her? No, I've never told her. I don't know if she even sees me that way, you sighed. But also, you don't seem surprised. Well, I'm not surprised because I'm also gay as hell, but no one knows. Well, you do now, she said. Wait, seriously? You too? You asked with a surprised look at her in the dark. Yeah, but keep it quiet. Oh, of course, he replied. Well, that's a turn of events. How do you think that she would react if you told her? Jirou asked you. Well, things are a little awkward at the moment with her and I. I don't know if it's something I've done, you said with another sigh. The only thing I can think of is that she's a little embarrassed about how forward I am with her at times. I know that I flirt a lot, but, you know, I mean, how can I not? I like her, and I do want her to know, but also not at the same time. I don't know how to describe it, you said. Do you think she's become aware of the flirting? Jirou asked. You chuckled. She's become aware! I have no idea, honestly, but I don't want to back off too much, you know? Like, you cried, smacking your hands to your cheeks. This sucks. Yeah, sounds like it. Jirou agreed. Well, if you need anyone to vent to, I'm here. Yeah, thanks, bro, you said, pulling your hand from your face to fist bump her, which she returned. I kind of feel better after getting that off my chest. It hasn't solved a damn thing, but I still feel better. Jirou snorted with amusement. Yeah, glad to help, she said. Okay, well, you said, lifting your phone to check the time. It's almost 2 a.m. I'm going to be such a delight to be around tomorrow. No, wait, today, you said, getting up off the lounge. See you later? Yeah, Jirou said, as she stretched and lay her head back on the lounge. I hope you get the sleep you need. Yeah, thanks, you said, giving her a quick hang ten sign in the dark before sauntering off back out into the hall. Jirou waited until your footsteps had disappeared and she couldn't hear them anymore, and then she let out a sigh. Well, this is going to be interesting, isn't it? She thought. Only 2 confirmed gays in the girls' dorms, and they both like the same person. She thought, I can't compete with Yin though. She's got it all, and she's been best friends with Momo since childhood. I'm just this awkward girl on the sidelines. No one's going to look my way, she thought, her face showing her despondency. The best I can do is wish the best for Yin. I hope she gets to talk to Momo. You got back to your and Momo's room and snuck in quietly, making sure not to make a sound. Your eyes had adjusted well in the dark by now, so you could make out her peacefully sleeping form easily in the bed and gently crawled in next to her. Man, I wish I could give you a kiss, you thought, watching her sleep easily before laying down and closing your own eyes. As you suspected, you didn't sleep at all that night and woke the next morning feeling like a squashed melon. Oh, holy hell, you groaned when your alarm went off. Oh, jeez, why is everyone so loud this morning? You said as you rolled over and groped around for your phone on the bedside table. Oh, good morning, Yin, Momo said sweetly from beside you. Is it? You deadpanned. Is it really good? I don't know about that. Oh, she cooed, reaching out to touch your face. You froze as her gentle fingers caressed your cheek, and you looked at her, your brain locking you in place. Did you not get as much sleep as what you hoped for? She asked with a worried look on her face. Yeah, nah, but somehow now I feel just fine, you said, pushing your head into her fingers a little more. She blushed and cleared her throat and then looked away and removed her fingers from your cheek. Well, I hope that your quirk works well for you today, she said, as she avoided eye contact and got out of bed and then turned towards her costume and picked it off the rack. You remained laying on the bed, your eyes following her, and she glanced over her shoulder at you as she held her outfit and then quickly looked away. I'm just going to get changed. I'll go into the ensuite to give you some room, she said, then quickly stepped into the ensuite and closed the door behind her. You raised your head and scrunched your nose with confusion, staring at the closed ensuite door. What was with her? She never hid to change. This is some real bullcrap here, you thought, as you pushed up off the bed and crawled towards your clothes, reaching out for them and grabbing them off your clothes rack before stripping your pajamas off and putting your hero gear on. When Momo came out, you didn't look at her. You really wanted to though, and you really wanted to compliment her because you knew she was going to look stunning, but something was way off now and you didn't know what to do with all these feelings, and so decided to just do the best thing that you knew, and that was to ignore them and ignore her. Momo went about her business very quietly while you got changed, and then you grabbed your bag in hand. You ready to go? You asked her, still not looking. Yep, she said with a nod of her head, and then she got her own bag and stepped up beside you. Okay, let's go, she said, giving you a quick smile, but you refused to look in her direction. If you had had more sleep, you probably would have just played this one off, but sleep-deprived you was pissed now. Why was she acting weird, and why wasn't she telling you anything? You were annoyed. Silently you walked side by side down the hall to the elevator and got in. Momo could tell that you were annoyed about something by the way that you had your arms crossed across your chest and you were just staring straight ahead, refusing to look at her or even making small talk, and her heart clenched in her chest. Oh, why are we not getting along? She fretted internally, then remembered that you could hear her inner thoughts, and she looked at you. You tell me, you said to her inner thoughts, still looking straight ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Yin. I forgot for a second, she said sadly. That's not what I asked, you said, clenching and unclenching your jaw. If you have a problem with me, just say it. Again, all of this was said without any eye contact, and Momo sighed. Yin, I'm sorry, she started to say, but the elevator doors dinged open then, and as the doors opened, you were both met with the sight of all the other girls from 1A in their hero gear standing in the lobby. Oh, what's everyone doing here? Momo asked with surprise as she stepped out of the elevator. We're all waiting for you, Hagakure said brightly, her gloves waving around excitedly. Yeah, we wanted to all head in together, Ribbit, Tsuyu added. Oh, how lovely, Momo said sweetly, clasping her hands together. What a wonderful way to show a united front. Agreed, Mina added with a bright grin. You remained silent, but internally you were kind of pissed. United front my ass. Nothing united about Momo and I at all, and now I've gone and exposed myself, and we have to have some kind of talk, but I don't know how to address it. You scowled internally. Dope outfit, a voice suddenly said from beside you, and you looked down at Jirou, who had sidled up beside you. Yeah, thanks. Had it custom made from awesomeness fabric, that's why it's awesome, you replied dryly, and then you quickly apologised for your deadpan sass. Ugh, sorry, I had like 4 hours of something of crappy sleep, and so I'm a sweet lemon today. Yeah, that's my vibe, Jirou replied, in just as deadpan a voice as you, and you cracked a smirk. What a mother flippin' G, you said, holding your fist out for her to bump, which she did so, and you turned your attention back on the bright lights shining in front of you. The bright lights, also known as the rest of the girls of 1A. You and Jirou stood there watching them all chatting excitedly, and then you turned to her. Is it just me, or did we get out on the wrong side of the universe? The stars are so bright this side, you joked. She hummed. I have mad imposter syndrome right now. Right? You read my mind. Are you a mind reader? You joked, falling in step with her when everyone started walking off to the doors of the building to head across to the school grounds. As you walked, you watched Momo walking ahead while talking to Mina. She looked so perfect in her hero gear, and you couldn't help but check her out from behind. Why can't I just say, hey, I've been crushing on you since forever, let's get this out in the open, and then she'd say, yes, let's, and wham bam, thank you ma'am, it's all good, you thought with a sigh, your sigh being let out loud. You good? Jirou asked from beside you. Yeah, fine, just the weight of the world on my shoulders, you know, the usual hero stuff. It's hard being amazing every day, you deadpanned. I am burdened with glorious purpose. Jirou snorted and you looked at her, feeling yourself brighten just a little at being able to make her laugh. I'm here if you want to talk, like, you know, not mushy stuff, but if you need to verbally punch something, you can vent to me, she said. Yeah, thanks, I might later. I'll see how things play out, but wish me luck, yeah? You sighed. Okay, she said with a shrug. Break a leg or something motivational like that, I don't know. You snorted with amusement this time and looked down at her again. I like you. You're like a better-looking version of me, you joked, and she coughed and looked away shyly, grabbing for one of her earjacks and fiddling with it between her fingers. You noticed, but you were too tired to apologise or whatever. You weren't sure if you had made her feel awkward or whatever, but you had enough going on internally you thought that you should just ignore this one before any more drama made you go insane. Once in the school grounds, you all headed to the classroom together, and your brain was bombarded with an influx of internal thoughts from the guys around you. Forgetting that you were hearing through your quirk, your first comment was out loud. Boy, it is loud in here today, damn, you said, and then you paused when you realised that it was actually dead quiet and all the noise was coming from their internal thoughts. Don't you dare say what I was thinking, you damn extra student, mind-reading freak. A sudden gruff voice barked at you internally. Oh, don't you worry, I won't say anything, shorty, you said out loud, without looking at the owner of the gruff voice, and he exploded internally again. Who you calling shorty? I'll kill you, he snarled, and you made direct eye contact with him and then walked over and stared him dead in the eyes. Bro, I can stare straight into your soul at this height. Pipe down, you said, and you heard a smattering of muffled snorts and giggles from the girls behind you, but that's where that conversation ended, since Aizawa walked in at that point, and you heard his disappointment arrive before he did. Here we go, again, you heard him think as he entered. Oh, my spirit animal has arrived, you thought as you watched the tired teacher saunter in. Okay, sit down. I need to tell you all some things before letting you go today, Aizawa said as he walked over to his desk and put some papers down. You all found your seats and your eyes wandered over to Momo for a second, checking her out before looking back to the front again. Your brain was alive with all the internal thoughts around you, and you closed your eyes for a second to try and organise who was saying what so that you could separate the voices in your head and recognise them, but the sheer number and volume was making it difficult. I hope I meet a mega babe today, the voice of Kaminari thought as Aizawa started speaking. Okay, boys do be like that. Got it, you thought, moving on to the next internal thought, which was coming from Uraraka, worrying about having to use her quirk too much and vomiting as a result. Fair, you thought, before moving on. Kirishima was practicing his hero lines again, and Bakugo was thinking about blasting someone with his quirk, and then you heard Momo. I just need to talk to her, but I don't know how to approach it, you heard her say in her mind, and you looked at her. She must have realised that she had let that one slip, and looked in your direction quickly, to which you raised an eyebrow at her. Oh no, Yin, I'm so sorry, she gasped internally, and you tilted your head at her as if to say, why are you apologising? She looked away quickly, the blush on her cheeks deepening. Oh no, what's wrong with me? Oh my, no, she wailed internally, and you continued to look at her. What the heck is going on? You wondered, not really understanding any of it at all. So when Aizawa stopped speaking, you had zero idea what he had said, because the whole time that he had been telling the class about the rules of the day, you had been listening into what the others around you had been thinking about. Okay, head out for now, he said, and you got up and stood there for a second. Hey Yin, come on, let's go, Mina said, bouncing towards you and grabbing your arm. We're taking 3rd and 5th Street. Oh, thank goodness you know what you're doing, you said to her. I was zoned the hell out there. I didn't get anything he said. Don't worry, it's all the stuff that we know to do anyway, she said, as she started to lead you off, and Jirou and Momo followed behind. Okay, everyone, let's go, she added excitedly, as she looked back to them. Oh, fun, you commented dryly as you let her lead you. Shortly after arriving on 3rd Street, you met the hero who would be patrolling with you and introduced yourselves and said your quirks. The hero on duty seemed to be pleased that you and Jirou had both sound quirks, and even happier when you said that your quirk was in peak condition that day. I'm not expecting any trouble today, he said happily, but you never know. We'll do a street patrol for now. Keep your eyes open for anyone who needs help, or anyone who's acting suspicious, he added as he turned away, and you all fell in step behind him. It's a very good thing your quirk is in top condition today, Momo said to you as she stepped up beside you to walk with you. Yeah, you replied, giving her a side glance. I'll be able to hear if anyone 5 streets over needs any help too. Oh, is it that sensitive today? She asked with surprise. Mild exaggeration, but you know, you said with a shrug. The hero ahead then asked a question back to Momo, so she replied to him, and it allowed you to listen in to people around you and start sorting them out. Most of the potential suspects would be hanging around a bank or somewhere where there would be known money, you thought, as you looked around to see what shops were on the street. Mostly it appeared to be a street with lots of apartments, but then there was a rather large grocery store at the corner that you were approaching, and as you stepped up alongside it, you honed in on the people inside. As far as you could quickly deduct, there were over 20 customers inside, with most just monologuing things like, eggs, where are the frickin' eggs? I hate this layout. And others mentally checking off their grocery list like apples, bananas, milk, toothbrush, band-aids, soy sauce. What else was there? There was one other item. And you smirked to yourself. Humans are so predictable, you thought, and then you honed in on one guy who didn't have the same thoughts as the others. 5 tills all up, and the girl at the end looks like she's young. Are there too many people here to try? If I come at her quietly with a knife, she might just do as she's told and keep quiet, he thought. You stopped dead in your tracks. Wait, you called to the hero up front. We have a problem here. Jirou immediately shot her jack into the ground and listened as you explained what you'd heard from in-store to the hero. There's a guy in there who's contemplating robbing the store. He singled out a young checkout chick at the end of the line and has a knife. I think we should act quickly here. I don't know how much longer he'll delay for, you said quickly. I can confirm there's one person in the store whose heart rate is elevated and appears agitated, Jirou said from a little further back. You looked back at her and gave her a thumbs up. Good, okay, you said, turning back to the hero in charge. Okay, we need to act now. Yin, can you locate him for now? Go in and see where he is. Miss Yaoyorozu, please accompany Yin and be her backup. Stay well back from him, but use your quirk to create anything you might need to either capture him or protect yourselves should he notice that you are heroes and have singled him out, the hero instructed, and you and Momo nodded. Miss Mina and Miss Jirou, come with me, and we'll start encouraging people to leave the store and prevent others from entering in the meantime. Good plan, you said. He nodded. Okay, go now and call for me if you need me, you two, he said, pointing to you and Momo. Will do, Momo replied, and then turned to follow you into the store. You spotted the guy immediately, since he was just standing towards the end of the store near the checkout area that he had been thinking about, and you turned to Momo. That's him over there. From now, speak to me in your mind. I'll follow directions, but if I need to, I'll reply out loud. You said, code word is dirty socks, if he realises that you're onto him, or decides to make a move, and you need to be on alert. Okay, got it, she replied internally, and then headed over to where the checkout girl was. I'll stay here, since I can protect her and myself from his attack, she said in her mind. You nodded, but didn't say anything out loud as you kept an eye on this guy and got close, but pretended to be checking out the magazines near him, listening into his thoughts. Who's this chick? He thought when he saw Momo suddenly stand between him and the checkout that he was thinking of targeting. She's hot. What's she in, though? Is she cosplaying? Your eyebrows twitched at his comment, but you didn't react otherwise, and just remained calm. He was still thinking of trying to rob the till, but had decided to postpone it a little longer until Momo moved. Come on, bitch, move, he thought impatiently. You glanced at him and then looked the other way, watching as your other hero girls slowly and discreetly cleared the area. Just then an announcement came on over the store speaker, asking people to leave as soon as they could, as there would be a rather loud safety drill happening soon, and you smirked. Oh, that was smart, you thought. Damn, the guy thought. Maybe I should just leave now and come back another day. Stupid drill and this cosplay chick have ruined my plans. You side-glanced him again and watched as he shoved his hands into his pockets and went to walk away, but then he looked up and saw Mina at the other end of the store, at the door, and he suddenly froze and looked from her to Momo and then back to her again, and he paled slightly. Oh crap. Wait, are these heroes? He thought with a panic. Ah, shove it. I'm going to have to do a runner, or use my knife, he said, as his right hand left his pocket and reached behind his back. Dirty socks! You shouted. Momo, who knew the code sign, was watching this guy reach behind himself and knew that she would need to act quickly, as it looked like he was reaching for something. She assumed a knife since it had been mentioned before, and so made a binding scarf similar to Mr. Aizawa's from her arm and then threw it at the would-be thief and snagged him instantly. The thief was still somewhat distracted by your sudden call of dirty socks and was wondering what you were on when he was suddenly wrapped and bound. In that instant, he looked over at Momo questioningly. He never spoke out loud aside from the yell that he let loose when you jumped on him and tackled him to the ground, but his internal thoughts prior to that event had been, what is this? What is she doing? Why am I wrapped in this? He thought, and then you had landed on him and his thoughts and voice went into panic, contradicting each other as they usually did when you caught someone before they had even acted on their actions. Get off me! He yelled at you. I ain't done nothing! But internally, his panicked thoughts had him all laid out. Oh, hell. How did they know? Did they see the knife? Are the cameras in the shops on me? How do I get out of this one? I could just say I had the knife on me in case someone tried to get me. No, it's illegal to carry knives without a license. Ah, hell, he thought. You got a lot going on in your mind there, you asked cheekily as he kept him pinned under you. Others in the shop immediately went into a panic when you and Momo supposedly jumped an innocent man, but when the hero on duty came in on the scene and called their attention to himself, identifying you both as heroes under his care for the day, everyone calmed a bit and Jirou and Mina managed to clear the store in a relatively short space of time. Once the area had been secured, the police were called and you were told that they were on their way. From there you made sure the guy was well and truly secured and that he couldn't reach the supposed knife in his pocket, and then you all stood around waiting, or holding down, the wannabe robber, who still thought that he could get out of this one. You all are going to get fired, he sneered at you and Momo especially. I didn't do nothing. Didn't you? You asked cheekily. Nah, he replied smartly. I was just doing my shopping and then you both jumped me. Is that so? You asked with amusement. So the knife in your back pocket has nothing to do with any of this? You didn't see nothing back there, he replied. Then internally he started doubting himself again. Oh, maybe they did see. But I didn't try and get the money, so they can't get me for that. You do realise attempted burglary is a thing, yeah? You asked him, responding to his inner thoughts. I didn't do anything like that. You're trying to frame me, he protested. How does she know? He thought. Take a wild guess, sweetheart, you replied to him with a smirk. The other girls and the hero could tell that you were replying only to his internal thoughts, because his spoken questions and your replies weren't making any sense, so they knew what was going on. But it was only at that stage that the would-be thief stopped and looked up at you. Do you have one of those mind-reading quirks? He asked. Pick a number between 1 and 10, you replied with a smirk. No, don't. I'm tired of my own joke. Yes, buddy, I've been listening to you for a while now, and inside that noggin of yours is pretty nasty. The thoughts aren't good at all. Yeah, but you can't prove that, he snapped. Well, I hate to break it to you, but they have people at the police station who have thought recall quirks. So if you've thought it in the last day or so, they'll be able to read it like a damn script, you stated. And then, them plus me equals minus you, because you won't be in the equation anymore. You'll be behind the vertical equals sign, also known as bars, because you'll be in jail, you added. While you were speaking, you could hear police sirens outside, and you continued to talk to him as they approached the building. Here they come now. So my piece of advice to you is to admit that what you were going to do was wrong, and play nice, and they'll let you off on cooperation rights. You get a better outcome if you help, you said. He thought about it for a bit, and you listened in as his mind ticked over. I was trying to help out. They need the money, and I knew where to get it, he thought sadly. Yeah, just tell them that too, you said as you crouched down and patted him on the shoulder. Sometimes there's a better way to get things. Asking for help is better than ending up in jail. You can't do anything for them if you're behind bars. He didn't say anything out loud, but internally he agreed. Thanks, dirty socks lady, he said in his mind as he looked down at the floor. No problem, you chuckled. I like the nickname. Just then the police came in, and the hero in charge took over and explained what had happened, and they took the man who had been captured. You gave him a nod and a smile as he was walked away, and then turned to Momo. Good job, you said, holding your hand up for a high five to her. She blushed and high-fived you, and then the others came around, and you complimented all of them as well. While you were chatting and laughing, Momo watched you. You were so confident yet kind, and she admired you from the side. Oh, gorgeous, she thought as she watched you, and you heard her and looked at her. She realised you had heard her, so she quickly looked away, scratching at her cheek as she did so, trying to keep her mind empty. Gotta talk to this girl, she's making no sense, you thought as you looked back to Mina, who was talking to you. You were elated that Momo had thought the word gorgeous, but you weren't sure if it was about you. You hoped it was, but also thought that you were getting ahead of yourself if it wasn't towards you. The rest of that day went well, and at the close of the day you all headed back to the school grounds, eager to get some food and sleep. Does anybody need their uniform fixed? Momo asked as you walked into the girls' change room at UA. Nope, I'm all good for day one, Mina said. I might need to put my uniform in the wash though, since I did run a little to save that runaway grocery cart for the old man. Yeah, you sprinted after that thing, you laughed. I was wondering what happened to make you run so fast. Food, Jirou commented. Yeah, that would have been my motivation for sure. If you see me running, it's because I've missed the ice cream van and I'm running to catch it, you said, filing into the change room with the other girls. You all walked into the change area and everyone started stripping off except you. You had your spare clothes in your locker there, so it wasn't like you didn't have clothes, but you were more trying to compose yourself so that you wouldn't accidentally let an eye stray and stare at Momo. Don't look, just take your own clothes off and put your other ones on. It's not that hard, you said to yourself, but a voice to your left stopped you just as you were about to lift your shirt up. Damn, they're so nice, you heard, and you looked to see it was Jirou, but it was Jirou's internal thoughts. Glancing to see what she was looking at, you suddenly copped an eyeful of Momo's upper body with nothing on, and you looked back to Jirou, who was now blushing. Discreetly, you held a fist out to her, and she looked at it. I agree, you said in a low voice, and her blush deepened. They are perfect. Momo hummed softly, and fist bumped you back, and then spoke in her mind. Sorry, I didn't mean to actually think it, but they are so nice, and big, and mine are... You looked to where she was looking down her own front. Hey, you're the same as me. No titty club. But you got a super cute face to make up for it. I don't know what I have. You chuckled, trying to make her feel better, but also being honest. Jirou blushed even harder and coughed as she looked away. Well, you're just super cool and confident, and you're good looking too, so don't try and say you're not, she replied without making eye contact. When you didn't say anything, she looked at you and you winked at her. You think I'm good looking? You asked quietly. Thanks, baby girl. Jirou almost popped a blood vessel, her blood pressure spiked so quickly, but at least by then Momo had had a chance to change, so you and her could change now without feeling inferior to the goddess in the room. After changing, you all left and headed back to Heights Alliance for dinner, homework, and bed, but you also had that chat with Momo on your agenda, and the sooner the better according to you. So after saying goodbye to everyone, you and her fell silent as you headed down the hall to your room, and she unlocked the door and then you both stepped in. Having thought about how to approach this, you had attacked it mentally from all angles, but when you got into the room and switched the light on, your impulses suddenly took over, and the second Momo dropped her bag down, you stepped around her and backed her up against the wall, placing both hands beside her head and lowering yours so that you could look into her gorgeous brown eyes. Okay, we need to talk, you said lowly to her. Yin, she gasped, a light blush dusting her cheeks as she gave you a doe-eyed look. What's up with you? You asked point blank. I don't know, she said, internally and spoken at the same time. Don't try and avoid this. Something's up. I can feel it, and you can too. But it's not coming from my end. I've been fine. I've changed nothing. But I feel like you've been holding back and been a little distant, but then other times you're friendly. Tell me what's going on. Is it something I've done that's made you uncomfortable? You asked, staring deep into her eyes. Oh, my heart, she thought, trying to catch her breath as her mind gave her flashbacks of you holding her chin and staring into her eyes. The distance was the same as what you had her here, and she was having a hard time not thinking about you in that way. You heard her internal thoughts and tilted your head a little. What's wrong with your heart? You asked her. I'm just confused, I think, she said, her eyes looking to your lips and then back up to your face. You saw, and suddenly it clicked. Hey, you said lowly, your heart starting to pound a little. Are you starting to feel something towards me? Momo froze, her face paling. I've never said that. I've never thought that. I'm not... Hey, it's okay. You don't need to be scared, you said in a low, calm voice as you leaned in a little closer. She pressed herself back into the wall behind her. She thought, glancing at your lips again. You can, baby, you whispered, but it must have been the tipping point because she quickly raised her arms and placed her palms on your chest, pushing you back quickly before apologising as you stepped back and then fell backwards slightly on the bed behind you. Yin, I'm so sorry. I don't hate you. I'm okay. I just need to go for a second, she said, before running for the door and letting herself out. I don't hate you. I really don't, I promise, she thought as she ran off down the hall. You lay there for a second, heart pounding, then you let yourself flop completely backwards on the bed. Oh, whoa, that was a risky-ass move, you thought, reaching for your chest to hold it. But is she aware of me now? Is she starting to feel the same way? Am I being too hopeful? You sat up and stared at the closed door and then flopped backwards on the bed again with a giant grin on your face. Is she falling for me? Momo had disappeared for the time being, but you knew that she was okay. She wasn't the type to run off recklessly and get herself into trouble, so you weren't concerned about her being out. But you were starting to go insane, asking yourself multiple questions about what had just happened between you and her, and that you didn't have all the answers that you wanted, so after an hour of this, you decided to go and talk to somebody about it. So who else would understand your predicament than the only other confirmed gay in the complex? Jirou. And so 3 minutes later, you were knocking on her door. From the other side, you could hear music playing, and then it stopped and you waited. Yeah? Oh, hey Yin, what's up? She asked when she opened the door and looked up at you standing there. Hey, well, here I am, ta-da, you said in a deadpan voice. Excited to see me? I guess, she replied a little shyly. So, I've kind of got that vent thing needing to be doing, you replied sheepishly. Had the chat with Momo and she walked out. Oh, Jirou asked with surprise. What happened? Come in. She offered. Thanks, you said as you stepped into her room and looked around. Oh, so you're into flowers and rainbows, I see, you joked, looking around at all the band and music-related items, most of them punk band items coloured in black or purple. Yeah, give me a unicorn any day, Jirou replied dryly, and you smirked as you sat down on her bed. So what happened? She asked as she grabbed her desk chair and spun it around, then straddled it to face you on the bed. I think I blew it, you sighed. What do you mean? What did you do? She asked curiously. I did intend on talking normally with her, but instead I kind of backed her up against the wall and asked her what was up, and I felt like something was off. That's hot, Jirou thought. Thanks, you smirked. But also, even if I've done the wrong thing here, I don't know if I'm in Delulu land, but I feel like maybe she was leaning towards maybe being into me, but I can't be sure. Do you think I'm crazy? You asked. Well, I know where I would be on that spectrum, Jirou said internally, and you looked at her. Oh, sorry. So what did she say? Why do you think she might be into you? Jirou asked. Well, she was looking at my lips a lot, you said casually, and Jirou blushed. What do you mean? How close were you? She asked. Oh, I was pretty close, you said with a chuckle. Like this. You stood up and then crouched down in front of Jirou, putting your face as close to hers as what you'd done to Momo. Oh, wow, Jirou said internally, raising one arm up as if to shield herself from you, but also to cover the deepening blush on her cheeks. Is it too much? You asked. Well, Jirou said, avoiding eye contact. Then she fell silent, but let her internal thoughts speak for her. Well, I like your face close, so maybe she does too, Jirou asked, hesitating a look at you, and you blinked as you pulled back a little. Man, I have maxed my wrist skills, and they are working, you said, immediately following it with, title of my next anime, you added, as you got up and sat back on the bed. Yeah, but just say she is starting to fall for me, but doesn't want to say anything because she's scared of my reaction, thinking I'm not gay. Then what? Should I go and tell her that I'm gay as hell, fruitier than the fruitiest fruit? I'm not gay, but my girlfriend is? Jirou smirked. Well, if things don't work out if you tell her, you can always move in here, she offered. Thanks, babe, you said with a sigh. But I still got to see Momo every day until I leave, so it's going to be awkward, you sung. Don't worry, I'll sleep on it. For now, I'll just apologise and see if I can get her to calm down at least. Jirou nodded. Yeah, okay, she said, keeping her quiet thoughts to herself. I better get back to the room and let you sleep, you said to Jirou as you stood up. I'll see you tomorrow? Yeah, Jirou replied with a small smile. Perfect, you replied with a giant grin and thumbs up. Okay, thanks for letting me vent though. I'll keep you posted, yeah? Yeah, I'll be here, Jirou replied as she watched you go. She waited for the longest time before letting her thoughts show, lest you hear her, but once she felt like it was safe to think about you, she sighed and got off her chair, and then flopped onto the bed where you had sat. How has Momo not fallen for Yin yet? I certainly have, and it's a super weird feeling since I never thought I'd like anyone except for Momo. I wonder if Yin would consider me, she wondered as she curled up in a ball and pulled on an earjack for comfort. Momo still wasn't back in the room when you returned, and you looked around at the empty space before getting into bed. I'm honestly pretty tired, but I want my quirk to be on the ball tomorrow, you thought as you flopped into bed. But I also want to be more in control of my emotions because who knows what tomorrow will bring. And with that final thought, you shut your eyes and fell asleep, still in your afternoon clothes, still with the light on, still without getting under the covers, just passed out on the bed. Meanwhile, Momo had run to the common room and kitchen area. She wasn't sure why she had run there, and she wasn't even sure what to do when she got there, but getting out of the room was her first priority, and she made sure to tick that off as soon as humanly possible. Oh, what do I do? What do I do? She fretted, placing both hands on her hot red cheeks as she dashed into the empty kitchen. Why does my heart beat so fast when Yin is close to me like that? Why am I feeling drawn to her in a way that I feel I shouldn't? Oh my! She removed her hands from her cheeks and went to the cupboard to get her glass and fill it with water. I don't even know what to say to Yin, she thought as she turned the tap on and then placed her glass underneath, watching the water swish and bubble its way around and up the sides of the glass, small splashes spilling over the sides of it until it reached the top. But the ever-moving water kept spilling over, and she had to quickly turn the tap off to avoid any more water falling into the sink below. Oh, I can't deal with all these feelings, she thought, as she watched the escaped water sliding down her hand and forearm. Hey, Momo! A bright, Mina-like voice called from behind her, and she jumped so violently that she almost dropped her full glass of water. Oh, Mina, she said with surprise as she put her glass down on the side of the sink, water still gliding down the sides. Hello, how are you? Mina grinned as she bounced over, but then she could see something was definitely up with Momo. She looked all out of sorts. Hey, what's up? She asked. Me? Oh, nothing, Momo said with a slightly nervous chuckle. I'm fine. I just need a drink. Oh, my drink. Mina watched as she turned back to get the glass that was sat on the side of the sink and picked it up in a shaky hand. What's wrong? You're all out of sorts, Mina said, and Momo nearly choked on her water. Oh, I'm fine. I just need to go to sleep, she said before she took another sip of water and then tipped the rest down the sink and gave Mina a forced smile. Mina wasn't buying it, so pushed a little more to see if Momo would fold. Is something wrong with you and Yin? She asked, and judging by the look on Momo's face, she knew that she had at least hit close to home on that one. What happened? She pushed again. Oh, no, it's nothing really, but, a friend of mine, Momo started. Ah, the old friend of mine trick, Mina thought, but didn't say it. Yeah? She asked out loud. My friend is having a little bit of a difficult time, Momo continued. What kind of difficult time? Mina asked. Well, she's roommates with another girl, Momo said, and Mina had to work hard not to smirk with acknowledgement. She knew what was up. Yeah? Mina asked. And she's starting to, have feelings towards her roommate? Momo asked shyly. Mina blinked at her. Wait, has Yin confessed? She thought. Or is Momo talking about herself here? Momo could see the lag in Mina, and they both stood there for a second, not saying anything, so Momo added more. Well, she's not sure if she has feelings, she added, but she definitely feels something towards her roommate. Like romantic feelings? Mina asked. Momo said, thinking for a second. Well, I'm not so sure. I would have to ask her. Well, I don't see what the problem is if she has developed romantic feelings towards her roommate, Mina asked casually. You don't? Momo asked with surprise. No, Mina replied with a shake of her head. We're not living in the 1700s. Girls can like girls. Oh, Momo said. But what if both girls don't know if they like girls or not? I don't know, Mina said with a shrug. Does it really matter? Momo thought for a second. I guess not, she said thoughtfully, tilting her head up to think. Well, thanks, Mina. I'll go and, tell my friend. Thank you, you've been most helpful. Oh, it's no trouble, Mina said brightly, watching as Momo walked around her and then headed off down the hall. Interesting, Mina thought, before getting herself her own glass of water to drink. Momo walked the halls for a little bit then, thinking to herself, but she made sure to keep away from her room lest you hear her thoughts, but she had a good hard think about what Mina had said and had time to calm down a bit by then. I guess it's okay if I do like Yin that way. She's a very accepting person and seems to be quite open and happy to be close with me. I could maybe explore it a little without telling her until I'm completely sure of myself, she thought. Happy with what she had concluded with, she decided to head back to the room and talk to you about it, but when she got there, she saw you passed out on the bed and decided that it could wait until the next morning. It's okay, she thought. She needs her sleep most. The next morning you woke to find yourself under the covers with Momo asleep beside you, and you smiled for a second and then your smile faded. I wonder what today will bring, you wondered as you blinked and checked your watch. You had woken 20 minutes before your alarm, so decided to take advantage of that and keep yourself awake so that your quirk was as good as it could get. You had gotten just under 7 hours of sleep, which wasn't bad. Your quirk was somewhat okay, and you weren't as grouchy or testy. As you stirred to get out of bed, Momo roused in her sleep and opened one eye. Oh, good morning, Yin. How are you? She asked as she sleepily sat up in bed and then reached out and wrapped her warm little arms around you from behind and slightly to the side and plopped her head on your back. Thank you, God, for this beautiful morning, you cried internally, but cleared your throat to then talk to her. Hey, good morning, you replied with a slight chuckle, patting her arms around you. I'm sorry about yesterday. Call it sleep deprivation. I won't do anything like that again. Do you mean cornering me at the wall? She asked as she pulled her head back from your back to talk to you. Yeah, I guess. That and being cranky when you're not telling me stuff. It's my own damn fault for listening into your thoughts. Your thoughts are yours. And if you don't want to tell me anything, you really don't have to. You said. Oh, I didn't mind the wall thing. And I'm sorry for causing such an upset with my thoughts. We just appeared to not be getting along, and I was worried because I really want us to be on good terms, she said, and you looked back over your shoulder at her. Really? You asked her. Yes, really. I'm so happy you're here, and I don't want you to feel bad at any point, she said. I'm sorry for my actions of late. No, don't apologize. I know I can be over the top sometimes, you said honestly. It's because I like you, but yeah, you thought. You're never over the top, you're just perfect, Momo said with a bright smile, and you nearly passed out. She was so bright first thing in the morning. Shall we get ready for day 2 of patrol then? You asked her, and she grinned even more. Oh yes, please, let's, she said. But first let's have a nice big breakfast together. I'll make some scrambled eggs. Yeah, sounds good to me, you said with a smile as she let you go, and you got off the bed to head to the door. Momo was back to being very affectionate that morning, and you loved how she hung off you and always looked into your eyes, but there were times you noticed her having to look away or blushing, and you had to just accept that and push it aside. I don't know what any of this means, but I like that she's back to being super clingy, you thought, as you sat down next to her at the table and she started eating and chatting with those around her. While you were there, Jirou brought over her bowl of cereal, and you beckoned her to come and sit over with you and Momo. Got a seat with your name on it, you said with a smile to her. Come and sit next to me, keep me company. Oh, good morning, Jirou, Momo said from your other side. Hey, Jirou replied with as much happiness as she usually did for first thing in the morning, and you grinned. Good to see my girlfriends are getting along this morning, you joked. Her and Momo's internal monologue suddenly went berserk, and you had to scramble to try and make sense of their garbled thoughts. Both were just as startled as the other, and in the end you couldn't work out what they were saying, and so you had to quickly apologise with a laugh. Jeez, sorry, I didn't mean to cause such an uproar, you replied with a sweat-dropped look on your face, to which everyone looked at you since the room had been relatively silent until you'd spoken. Don't mind me talking to myself again. Damn, this breakfast is good, you said out loud, and your odd outburst broke the ice. So how's everyone's patrol yesterday? Hagakure asked from across the table to you. Great, we caught a thief before he even got to execute his plan, you chuckled. What? Hagakure asked. Then she remembered your quirk. Oh yes, well, yes, you would have been able to do that with your quirk. Well done. We just did normal patrols, she added. Normal patrols are still good though, you replied. Need balance. I agree, Hagakure replied. The conversation then continued on and the others joined in, but you noticed Momo and Jirou's thoughts were both seeming to be unusually subdued, and you wondered if that was because that they were trying to avoid thinking anything that they didn't want you to hear. It was possible. I must have triggered them with what I said, you thought. I didn't mean to say anything heavy, it was just a light-hearted gesture. After breakfast, you all headed over to the school to get your uniforms on for the day's patrol, and you and Jirou had to keep your heads down as you changed, both giving each other a side look before changing. Life is hard sometimes, you whispered to her, referring to finding it hard to not look at Momo changing. Yeah, especially when you're a lesbian and no one knows, she replied. That comment warranted a fist bump, so you gave it to her. That day was somewhat uneventful. There was an intersection that had a traffic light down, so for a little while you and the girls had to step in and direct traffic, which was something different. Alpha Blue Bottle, you said into the radio. Do you read me? Over. Is that my call sign? Mina replied. Affirmative. Over, you replied. That is such a weird name, she laughed. Why am I Alpha Blue Bottle? Over. You're next to a giant sign advertising Pocari Sweat, and it's in a blue bottle, so you're Alpha Blue Bottle. Over, you replied. I have a question. Over. Jirou's voice then came onto the radio. Why am I manhole? Over. Because you're standing on a manhole? Over, you replied. What are you on? Over, Jirou asked. I don't know the spectrum. Pay attention to your cars, manhole. Over. You could see all the girls laughing from where you were standing, and then Momo suddenly called through the radio. Unhinged train wreck, move your cars through, over, she called, and you snapped to attention. That's me, over, sending them through, boots, over, you replied cheekily. Oh, my poor boots, Momo wailed into the radio. Their cars splashed mud all over them, over. You pressed the receiver to reply to her comment, but then paused. Your brain had immediately gone with the line, don't worry, I'll lick them clean later, baby. But then the poor, appropriate reply guard in your brain had to scramble real quick to crash tackle that line before it escaped out your mouth. Yeah, probably shouldn't say that out loud, you thought with a quick sweat drop look on your face. You got this, pretty baby, just keep sending cars through, over, you said as you raised your hand to let the cars waiting on your side of the road to push them through. Received, over, she replied, and you went back to work again. It makes me so happy. Is that wrong? You heard Momo think, and you looked at her while cars moved slowly past you, and she directed them to wherever they wished to go. What makes her happy? You wondered. Was it me? Oh, I'm not so sure now. Maybe it was something else. But I want to be the one to make her happy. You sulked a little, watching her wave happily to a child in a passing car. The rest of the traffic assist went well, and you and the girls kept it up, until the workers arrived to fix the lights, and then once the lights were working again, you were all let off for the afternoon to do another quick patrol and then finish for the day. Tomorrow, your hero guide said, we will be assisting in the bringing in of new jewellery to the local jewellery shop at the end of town. Yin, make sure your quirk is buzzing because this is a potential opportunity for thieves, so we need to be one step ahead. Yeah, gotcha, you said with a salute. I'll only get 2 hours of sleep. At that point, you heard both Jirou and Momo's internal voices start yelling, and you burst out laughing. I'll be fine, don't worry, you said, placating them both, reaching your arms out to the side to scoop around them and pull them into your sides. You're both so cute. You just worry about yourselves. Both girls went immediately silent in their minds, and Mina watched on curiously. Yin, you've got them both blushing, she said in her mind, and you looked at her and then winked, not wanting to reply out loud lest Momo or Jirou find out what had been said just now. After being excused for the day, you all headed back to the school and got changed, then headed to your rooms for the afternoon. Well, looks like I'll be staying up again, you said with a sigh to Momo. Yin, you really don't have to, she said with a worried look on her face as she folded her clothes and placed them neatly down on the desk table beside her bed. Yeah, but I want to do well. The hero's counting on me. And hell, I feel responsible for all of you too. I couldn't forgive myself if someone got in and hurt you guys and I wasn't able to hear them coming. Oh, Yin, you don't need to feel responsible for us. We're all heroes in training. We can look after ourselves, Momo said as she sat down on the bed beside you and reached out to place a hand on yours. Listen, I'm mostly concerned about protecting you, you said as you gave her a soft look. Momo blushed and looked away, but kept her hand on yours, her inner thoughts being picked up by you as she sat there silently. Me too, she thought. Oh, well, I'm glad it's mutual, you said with another smile at her. Anyway, I'm going to go down to the corner store and get enough caffeine to kill a cow. Do you want anything? Oh, no, thank you, I'm fine. I'll make dinner for us while you're out. When you come back, come to the kitchen. I'll be there, she said with a soft smile at you. Yeah, sure thing, baby, you said with a smirk as you sat up and opened your arms to her, and she twisted on the bed and hugged you back. I won't be long, you said, and then kissed her on the top of the head and let her go. Momo watched you get your things together, and then you said your goodbyes and left. She waited for the longest time to make sure that you were well and truly out of range before letting her inner thoughts show. Then she fell apart on the inside. Oh, when she holds me and kisses my head, I just feel so complete. Why do I feel this way? Is it wrong to feel this way towards my best friend? It is, isn't it? She fretted internally, her face showing her concern as she got up to head out of the room and down to the kitchen. You headed down the hall and got into the elevator at the end, hands casually in pockets as you watched the numbers count down one by one, and then the elevator doors opened when you got to the bottom and you stepped out. All was quiet on the bottom level of Heights Alliance, and you walked out the doors there and headed down the path to the gate that led to the street. It was a crisp night, but not too bad. The cool breeze was a welcome feeling gently caressing your bare arms. You always ran a little hotter than most others, so it was nice to get some natural cooling going. Heading down the road, you saw the lights of the convenience store ahead and made for the doors, walking across the car park to get to the front. As you reached the front doors, you heard chatter and laughter to your left and looked to see what was going on, spotting a small group of 5 guys with skateboards, some doing tricks while others were standing and watching while they sipped on drinks. Oh, I wish I bought my skateboard, you thought, as you took an extra long glance to watch one guy try and do a kickflip. One of the other guys saw you pause and watch, and his inner thoughts caught your attention. What's this dude looking at? He thought, and you looked at him before heading into the store. Yeah, I guess I kind of do look like a guy after all, huh? You thought, as you caught your reflection in the glass of the drink fridge as you approached it and then stood there, your eyes searching for the drink that you wanted after observing yourself for a second. You found the strongest caffeinated drink you could and opened the fridge to get it out, and then stood back, almost bumping into someone in the process. Oh, geez, sorry, you said as you looked back over your shoulder and down, recognising Jirou behind you immediately. Oh, Jirou, sorry, you added when you recognised her. Didn't mean to smash into you. Smash is a bit dramatic, isn't it? She said in a deadpan voice. You hardly even touched me. Okay, let that be put on the record, you said with a smile as you turned around to face her. You getting some snacks, or are these food to appease your sleep demons? You asked, when you saw that she had an armful of snacks on her. Yeah, something like that, she replied with a half smirk. What's with the drink? Well, like I said earlier today, going to pull another late one so that my quirk is up tomorrow, you said as you held up the drink. This is me trusty sidekick. Jirou snorted. Okay. Sorry I asked, she said with a smirk. I do remember you saying that before. You grinned and then followed as she stepped forwards. You got more to get? I can help you carry them, you offered. Yeah, I just need to get some chocolate stuff and then I'm good, she replied as she entered the chocolate aisle. You followed her and offered to hold her items while she gratefully handed them to you, and then you headed to the counter to pay together. Oops, you said loudly as you grabbed the credit card from your wallet and quickly tapped it on the wireless pay machine to pay for her snacks and your drink, and then quickly put the card back before Jirou could say anything. Hey, what? She gasped. Sorry, you asked as you winked at the cashier and then took the bags in hand and headed for the door. Sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying. Never mind, wasn't important, was it? You joked, cutting her off every time she tried to protest about you paying for her things. Yin, that wasn't fair, she pouted as you stepped out of the store together. Pay me back in smiles, you joked as she poked her tongue out playfully at you. As soon as you stepped outside with her, a voice called your attention. Hey, bro, the voice called loudly, making you look in its direction. You stopped messing around with Jirou and stopped when you saw the guy looking directly at you, holding his skateboard. Saw you looking earlier, he said with a smirk. You want to have a go? Show off to your girlfriend? Yeah, why not? You said with a shrug, handing the bag to Jirou to hold. Hold my bag, girlfriend. I'm about to show the boys how it's done. Bet this guy can't even skate, the guy who had called you out thought as you approached him. Can I use your board? You asked as you stopped in front of him, eyeballing him since you and he were the same height. Yeah, he shrugged, handing the board over to you. Nice board, you said with a cheeky glance before putting it down on the ground. You just stood there and looked at it for a second. The guy thought. I knew it. He doesn't even know how to use it. How do you use it? You asked him, and he burst out laughing. Do you just push it and then run after it and jump on? Idiot, the guy thought. Yeah, that's the idea, he said out loud. Geez, this guy's going to bum out so badly. Yeah, okay, you said with a shrug, as you bent down and pushed the skateboard away from you with your hands and watched it glide away. Whoops, you then added. Guess I pushed it too hard, better chase it, huh? And then with that you started to jog after it with the guy and his friends now laughing at you. As you caught up to the board, you jumped and used the toe of one of your shoes to flip the board upside down, but you gave it a little bit too much force and it flipped the whole way over and righted itself, and then you jumped onto it and kept going, using your left foot to push you along. Whoa, what? You heard the inner thoughts of the guy who owned the board, but his inner thoughts were almost drowned out by his mates making all kinds of noises as you did a few more flips and tricks and then came back to them and kicked the board up, caught it, and then handed it back to the guy. Thanks, man, you said to him as you handed it back. Also, I'm actually a chick, but don't let that get you down. At hearing that you were a chick, the other guys fell apart. It became apparent that your style far outstyled their friend, whose board you borrowed, and he was being teased to high heavens as you walked back over to Jirou and took the bags from her and then jerked your head in the direction of Heights Alliance. Let's go? You asked. Yeah, she said. That was dope, she added. Yeah, I missed my board, you said. It was nice to itch that scratch that I had. She hummed, but she didn't say anything else out loud. Frickin' hot, she added internally. Oh, really? You asked with a leering smile at her. Thanks, I'm glad you thought so. She went bright red and clammed her mouth shut, but you thought that was adorable. Anyway, you chuckled, Momo's making me and her dinner. You got plans, or are you going to snack? Don't know. She shrugged, looking down at the ground. Join us if you like, you offered. I'm sure Momo's made heaps. Yeah, I don't want to interrupt, she added, still not looking at you. It'll be fine, you added casually. Just come. Yeah, but I don't want to get in the way of you and Momo, though, she thought, and you heard it and replied. Why would you be getting in the way? I like your company too, you're chill, you said, and her face that was starting to calm down flared up again. I'll think about it, she said softly, and you nudged her. Don't be shy, you cajoled her. But anyway, choice is yours. Also, I'm probably going to be hanging out in the common room later, so if you're bored, come hang. Yeah, okay, she said, looking up at you. Awesome, because I like you, you said, and she went bright red again. Back at the dorms, you and her parted ways after you took your drink from the bag and then said your goodbyes, and she watched you go before heading to her room. Is Yin like this with everyone, or is she flirty with me and Momo? I don't want to read into her comments, but I like that she likes me. I would love for it to be more than just a friend's like. I know she's gay, but she likes Momo. I like Momo and her. All I need is to have her like me too, and for Momo to like her and me back, and we'd all be perfect. Jirou thought, but that's never going to happen. I guess I'll just have to be content with what I have going for me at this moment. It's nothing, but it still makes me feel special, I guess. After parting ways with Jirou, you went to the dorm room to grab your beanie and then headed to the kitchen, shoving the beanie down to your head just before you walked into the kitchen area. There were a few students there making dinner, and you paused and looked around before quickly putting your drink in the fridge and then walking over to the long table to join Momo. She was sitting there with 2 plates of food, one for her and the other presumably for you, and you approached her with a grin. Hey honey, I'm home, you said as you walked over and slung an arm around her shoulders and kissed the side of her temple as you sat down next to her. Oh, she said, her internal thoughts mimicking her outward thoughts. This one for me? Have I hit the jackpot? You asked with a grin, pointing to the food before you. Oh, yes, of course, she said with a wobbly, flustered smile. Yes, it's yours. Oh, I bumped into Jirou at the corner store earlier. I told her to join us if she wanted to, but I don't know if she will, you said as you pulled your plate of food closer to you. I said you probably had spare food if she needed it. Oh, I do, Momo said with a little bit of a forced smile. I was saving it for you, but that's okay, she said internally. Oh, you're very sweet, you said lowly to her. Anyway, if she comes, I'm happy to give it to her. I'll pay for the next shopping trip, so it evens out when it comes to food costs. You haven't let me make anything yet. Oh, I just want to look after you, Momo said emphatically. What kind of host would I be if I let you make your own food? Sorry, did you say wife? You asked, winking at her. Her face went bright red and you chuckled. I'm kidding, I'll stop, you said when you saw how she reacted to your comment. Then you took a mouthful of her dinner and chewed it down, nodding your head with approval when you swallowed. Hey, this is really good. It tastes like Auntie's cooking, Momo interjected excitedly. I know, I asked her to send me some recipes so that I could make food for you and you wouldn't feel so homesick. You put your cutlery down and looked at her, turning so you could give her a hug, which she opened her arms to receive. Honestly, you're a real gem, Momo, you said as you hugged her, and then pulled back and gently cupped her cheeks in your hands. Gorgeous girl, you added. While you and Momo were having a moment, Jirou had come to the door and slowly looked in. She saw your hands on Momo's cheeks, and you both looking into each other's eyes, and her stomach sank when she saw this, and she turned away. I guess I never really stood a chance, she thought sadly, as she turned and headed back to her room. You had heard an inner voice nearby say something like, never stood a chance, and you looked around to see who it was that had thought it. Around you there was Yurarika eating an apple at the sink, Hagakure on the lounge eating chips with Tsuyu, and Mina was coming in and out of the room carrying bags of food that she had just bought. It's not anyone here, you thought. The voice sounded like Jirou's, but I can't see her. Was it her? You tried to push that thought out of your mind and enjoy your time with Momo, and then after dinner you both went back to your room to study for a bit, and then you left again to let her sleep, and you went to sit in the lounge and keep yourself awake for as long as possible. It was looking like an easy task at the beginning. Doom scrolling through TikTok and Instagram had you more than entertained, but then as time kept moving on, you were finding it harder and harder to keep yourself awake. Ugh, where's that drink that I bought? you asked yourself as you got up to head over to the fridge. As you opened the door to the fridge, the light from inside illuminated the room and you were aware of someone else walking in. "Oh, hey, Jirou," you greeted the newcomer. "You're invited to my funeral. It's right now." "Fun," she replied dryly. "How long are you up for tonight?" What time's it now?" you asked her. She looked at her watch. 2:30 a.m, she replied. I'll try and push to 4 a.m, you replied, grabbing your drink and letting the fridge door close while you cracked the top of the can open and took a sip. "Ah," you hissed after taking a swig of it. "Good stuff. Why are you up so late, though?" you asked her, walking back to the lounge while she followed you. I was asleep but woke up and couldn't go back to sleep," she said. Fair," you replied. "Come and keep me company." You plopped down on the lounge and patted the seat beside you, to which she immediately took the open invite. "What have you been doing to stay awake?" she asked. Doom scrolling," you said before taking another sip of your drink. "Man, this stuff is good. I can feel it kicking in already." Jirou watched as you drank some more. "Man, I should have bought more, but I'll grab another one tomorrow if I need it," you said. "Hey, so what's your Insta?" you then asked her. "I haven't really linked up with anyone in the class yet." "Oh, yeah," she said as she pulled her phone out, and you guys swapped Insta info and then started showing each other memes. You were having such a good time that you completely forgot to keep an eye on the time, and when you checked your phone next, you saw that it was 5 a.m. "Whoa, what? Did we enter a time warp or what?" you asked incredulously. "My phone's about to die too." "Oh, man," Jirou replied. "We're going to be smashed at work later today." "I'll get us some more energy drinks, it'll be fine," you said with a yawn and a stretch. "Oh, actually, I think I'll feel worse if I sleep now. Might just be better to stay awake." "Yeah, actually, I think you're right," Jirou mused. "Let's just stay here." And stay there you did, except you made the dangerous mistake of telling Jirou that you were just going to rest your eyeballs for 2 seconds, and you closed your eyes. "Yin," you heard a voice call to you. "Oh dear, did she stay up all night? And why is Jirou here?" you heard the voice say internally. You roused slightly and opened one gritty, tired eye, finding it hard to focus on the person in front of you. "Momo," you groaned as your single eye focused on her. "Oh no," you heard her say internally. "Yeah, correct," you replied to her inner thoughts. Then you felt something on your shoulder, and your other eye creaked open and swiveled around to see what it was that was resting on you. You looked and saw Jirou fast asleep on your shoulder and turned your head so that both eyes could focus on her. "Oh my god, I've grown a second head. That drink was something else," you said. That's Jirou," Momo said in a concerned voice. "Did you sleep at all last night?" "Sleep? Who is she?" you asked groggily as you lifted your hand to feel Jirou's face. "Hey, cutie, time to wake up." "I want to be called that," you heard Momo's inner voice say, and you looked at her. She realised you had heard her inner comment and blushed heavily. "Okay, cutie," you said with a wink at her. "Now, please stop breathing so loud because I can feel it in my descending colon." "Oh, Yin," Momo said sadly, walking around to your other side as Jirou stirred and lifted her head off your shoulder. "What happened?" she asked groggily. We died, but we didn't go anywhere," you deadpanned, leaning forwards and resting your head in your hands. "Oh, God, I feel like I'm going to throw up, but I also feel like I'm going to watch myself throw up because I don't feel like I'm inside my body at all," you commented. "Would you like something for breakfast?" Momo asked tenderly, placing a hand on your shoulder to steady you. "All I want for Christmas is you," you replied as you stood up and wrapped your arms around her neck. "Can I kiss you for breakfast?" What about if I make us something healthy while you have a quick shower and then after..." Momo started, but then Jirou cut in. "Do you want more energy drinks and something sugary?" she asked. "Yes," you said as you let Momo go and spun around to click your fingers at her and give her the double finger guns. "But first, I need to sit down. There's an earthquake happening. Why is no one panicking?" It's you, Yin. You are the earthquake. You're shaking. Sit down," Mina said as she entered the room. "Oh, good morning there, hot stuff. What's quaking? Trick question. It's me. I'm quaking, apparently," you said to Mina as you sat back down again. "Oh, it's going to be a fun day today," Mina said with a laugh. "I mean, funerals can be fun," you replied. "God, why is my head inflating? I swear my tongue is stuck to the bottom of my eyeballs," you groaned. "I'm going to make a delicious breakfast for you," Momo said, trying to be helpful. Save it, honey. You're wasting your time. I died about an hour ago, you said. I just want something to hold my corpse up. I'll go and get the stuff, Jirou said from beside you, and you pointed in her direction but couldn't be asked to actually look, but just said an emphatic yes to show her you approved. Momo watched a very tired Jirou get up and leave, and then she sat down next to you and placed a hand on your hand. What can I do for you? She asked tenderly. Wish I wasn't dead and I could say something lovely to you, you replied as you lay your head back on the headrest and closed your eyes. You hummed. Now I can't feel the Saharan desert air on my god-forsaken eyeballs. God, this is so bad. Oh, rarely do I get this bad. Who the hell is singing in their head so early in the morning? It's too early for Bruno Mars. Stop it, you said in a cranky voice. Oh, Yin, Momo said worriedly, feeling your predicament keenly and not knowing what to do for you. Another 20 minutes later, Jirou came back into the room, and the only way you knew that she had come back was the sound of a can cracking open close to you. Mama? You asked, popping one eye open to see if it really was her with the can of energy drink. She handed you the drink, and you took 2 large sips and waited for it to kick in. Are you going to be okay? Momo asked tenderly. Just fine and dandy, like a lemon being run over by a truck, you replied. Oh dear, she said, but Mina burst out laughing from where she had gone off to make breakfast for herself. Yin, you're going to be wonderful today. Oh, you bet I am, you replied as you sat forwards, and Momo got up off the lounge to make herself some breakfast. You want some? Jirou asked from beside you, holding out a donut. God, you really are heaven sent, you replied to her, taking it and having a mouthful of it, and then washing it down with more energy drink. I think I'm going to be okay. If I can make sense of anything, everyone's inner thoughts are all getting meshed together. It sounds like an orchestra, except it's animals playing the instruments, and the conductor is on fire. Well, that's an image, Jirou said dryly, before taking another bite of her donut. You smirked and took another sip of your drink. It's fine. I'll just die if I need to, you said. 2 more energy drinks, changed into hero clothes, and a walk down the street later, and you were met by your overseeing hero. Good morning, everyone, he greeted brightly. Is everyone well today? Like a bride getting pooped on her wedding day? Yep, you said in the most brightest voice you could. The hero looked at you and you shrugged. You asked, you replied, taking another sip of your energy drink. Yin stayed up a little too long to make sure her quirk was good for today, but you'll have to excuse her mood. She can be a little eccentric when she's running low on sleep, Momo said to the hero. Perfect, as long as your quirk is humming along nicely, he said, and Momo flinched a little. Yin is much more than just her quirk, she thought with indignation. Easy, Tiger, you said as you patted her shoulder. Anyway, let's head down to the jewellery place now, and I'll debrief you on the way, the hero said, as he started heading off and you all followed along behind. I forgot to ask how you're doing, you asked Jirou, as you and her fell to the back of the line. I'm okay, she shrugged. Felt that, you replied, taking another sip of your drink and falling silent as the hero talked and walked. It was a fairly straightforward operation, basically just making sure that nothing got stolen. Easy. Your job was to stay out of sight but listen in on those around and make sure that no one was thinking of doing anything sneaky. Easier said than done because there were so many inner thoughts flying around, and your range was so wide that it was hard to make heads or tails of what was being said out there, but you were determined to do your best. You had already made one goal, if you will, by catching that guy who was going to rob the till at the local supermarket the other day, so you had to keep scoring well for the team. You couldn't let them down now. When you got to the jewellery store, you all took your places, marking out where the van carrying the jewels was going to stop and then where the jewels would be brought inside, and then once they were secured, the van would leave and you guys could leave too. So everyone got into position and you took your place and remained still. Closing your eyes, you tried to work out your depth perception of the people outside the bank, listening in on those closer and then slowly scanning out further to see how far out you could listen. Because of your lack of sleep, you could hear very far out, but so far no one was being suspicious. Everyone was just thinking about their daily lives and going about their daily routines, none the wiser to what was happening at the store. All clear so far, you said, in a calm, normal voice, knowing that Jirou could hear you since she had set up with one jack plugged into the ground to detect any movement around in either adjacent buildings or above in the roof. No suspicious people? She asked in her mind, and you shook your head. Nope. All G here, you replied. Okay, that's good, she said in her mind again. I'll alert the hero since he's beside me. Okay, cool, you said again. Also, hey, if I hear anyone being a sussy boy, the code word is squonk. Are we really doing this? Jirou deadpanned in her mind, and you cracked a smirk. You better believe it, baby. If I get shot, I want my final word to be squonk, he replied. You're such an egg, Jirou said in her mind with a little chuckle, and you couldn't help but smirk as you took another sip of your energy drink. She's so cute, you thought. Just then the truck pulled up out the front, and you eyed it and then spoke to Jirou again. Hells Angels, this is hungover ballsack, you said. I've got eyes on the prize. It is go time, y'all. No takebacks. Oh my god, Jirou replied in her mind, and you smirked again and then focused on the van and those around it, listening into their minds and watching their movements. Everyone around the truck seemed to be moving normally, and no one was thinking anything suspicious, but you kept on high alert, almost willing someone to do something, daring them to say it, because if they did, you were ready. The men got out of the truck and walked around to the back, and then opened the double doors and started to pull the boxes out. So far, so good, you said. No one sus? Jirou asked. Nope, lots of noise, but no sus noise, you replied. Okay, she replied. Box after box got carried inside with nothing out of the ordinary happening, and as the last box was carried out and the doors of the truck were closed, you were almost sad that no one had tried to rob the truck. Okay guys, it's a wrap, you said as you got up from where you had been hiding and stretched. I guess that's a job well done? Okay, I think we're done, Jirou said in her mind. The hero just said it's over now. You watched as the truck started up and the driver selected a gear and off it headed down the road. Yes, we did it! You heard the voice from outside. 10 million in diamonds! I can get out of this hole and live free! Hey, wait a minute, you called out. Jirou, you there? Yeah, hey, what's up? Jirou asked in her mind. You paused as you looked out the window and tried to pinpoint where you heard the voice coming from. See you later, bitches! Enjoy your fake diamonds! The inner voice said again. Jirou, the truck! They dropped off fake diamonds! The real ones are still in the truck! They're being stolen right now! Squonk, mother trucker! Squonk! Mina, Momo and the hero were all temporarily confused, but Jirou knew the code sign and turned to the hero. We need to catch that truck, she said out loud. On it, Mina said excitedly, turning and running out the door and then extending her hands out and making a slide of acid with which to skate on, and took a running leap onto it, dashing off after the truck while Momo made herself some skates as well and followed suit. My quirk don't work like that, you said as you watched the other girls give chase, making your way over to Jirou and the hero. Do we call him back up? Yes! Call for backup, and I'll go after them, the hero said, before running out the door as well and activating his quirk to give chase as well. Oh, looks like we're team backup, you said as you turned to Jirou. Can you still track him? You asked, when you saw her jack firmly planted into the ground. Yes, but not for much longer, she said. Can you hear them? Nope, they're out of range already, but I can hear the lady walking past here, and she nasty. Whoa, you said. Okay, we need to borrow the phone here and alert the local police station, Jirou said. I hope they catch them. They will, it's Momo, Mina and head coach, you said, taking another sip of your energy drink. This stuff is holding my corpse up, okay? I honestly thought I was going to keel over by now, you said as you looked at the can. Or, could be that you're here too. You keep me upright as well. Jirou blushed and cleared her throat. Okay, well, I'm going to go make the call, she said as she turned and walked off, leaving you by the window. You shrugged and looked out over the road, in the direction of where the truck had gone, and your hero, gal pals, had gone, and thought idly to yourself, but your thoughts were interrupted by the inner thoughts of Jirou as they filtered in through everybody else's. She flirts so much for someone that only likes Momo, she thought, and you paused the swishing of your can of drink and looked down. Am I flirting? You asked yourself. Then you looked up at the ceiling. Yeah, I mean, why do I keep saying sweet things to Jirou? I do treat her and Momo the same, you wondered. But is it flirting if it's the truth? I do think she's cute. I mean, if Momo were to tell me she didn't like me back, my next crush would definitely be Jirou. You pondered that a little longer while you waited for Jirou to return. Maybe I need to lay things out for Momo and tell her that I like her to get it out in the open. Then if it all falls apart, I could shoot my shot with Jirou. Is that mean? Ugh. It's just that there's no one back home who does it for me, and here I've got two babes that I really like, and one of them is actually gay. Like, what are the chances of finding a hot gay that you like? You asked yourself. Okay, I'll gauge it with Momo and see if she's open to a conversation, and then shoot my shot. You took another long sip of your drink and frowned. Why don't they make energy drinks for something like courage or delete fear? I might have found a niche market here, you thought. Jirou came back after a few minutes, and you pretended that you hadn't heard what she had said. You were pretty good at that, to be honest. You didn't always admit to hearing thoughts of someone else. It was sometimes better to keep some secrets to yourself. Police are on their way, she said as she walked over to you. Good job, Agent 99, you said with a fist bump to her. Now we just need to make sure that the rest of the girl pack plus hero bloke are back safe, and I can die in peace. You said they'd be fine, so they'd be fine, she said to you. If you believe it, then I believe it. How very cute of you, you replied with a wink. She didn't say anything, and she didn't think anything, but it gave you a chance to glance at her from the side. Yeah, she's very cute, actually, now that I look at her. Jirou felt your eyes on her and gave you a side glance too. What? She asked. Oh, nothing, you replied, just making sure you're not an apparition. I'm real, she replied. You reached out and poked her arm. Ah, so you are, you said with a cheeky smirk. Had to check. You really are weird when you don't get sleep, she said with a smirk. How are you, though? You got as much sleep as I did? You asked, taking another sip of your drink. Adrenaline, she replied. I think that's what's keeping me upright. Fair enough, you replied. Just then your phone rang and you reached into your pocket to pull it out. Oh, it's Momo, you said when you saw her name on screen. Hey, Chicky D, you greeted her. You good? Yes, we got the truck and we've apprehended the 3 men. And you were right, Yin. They had the diamonds in the truck with them, she said excitedly. They were surprised we found out. I bet, you chuckled. Jirou called the police, so they should be on their way. You guys all okay? Yes, we're okay. The hero has taken charge now, so we're just waiting for the police to arrive, she said. We'll be back soon. Okay, baby, be safe, you said, and you could feel the flusteredness in her voice when she spoke next. Oh, yes, we'll be safe. I will pass that on. Okay, see you. Bye, she said, and you hung up with a smirk on your face. They okay? Jirou asked. Fine and dandy, you replied with a stretch to your arms. I'll be back soon. Bummer, Jirou thought. Why bummer? You asked, replying to her thought. Oh, sorry, no, Jirou stammered. You like being alone with me? You asked in a teasing, flirting voice as you bent your head down to her level to look her in the eye. You're cool to be around, she stammered, trying to cover her face with her hands so you couldn't look directly into her eyes. I like you too, you said, and it felt so genuine that even you got a small bout of goosebumps. She hummed, looking away and rubbing her bright red cheeks. You stood back up then and finished your drink, and then looked around for a bin. I'm just going to chuck this away, I'll be back, you said as you turned and walked off. You had to walk a fair distance to get to a bin, but you could still hear Jirou's inner thoughts and smirk to yourself when you heard her having a mini heart attack at how close you had been to her. Mina was correct. I've got them both under my spell, and I'm not sure if it's just a case of me being overtly over the top and then them not being used to it, or do they like me back? I'll have to find out for sure, you thought, as you dropped your can in the bin and then headed back to Jirou to wait for the others. As promised, the trio returned after the police took over, and Momo and Mina filled you and Jirou in on what happened. Well done, you said with a smile after they told you about the chase and takedown. You both did very well. Thank you, Momo said with a sweet smile. We couldn't have done any of that without you alerting us to the fact that they had staged this whole thing. It was so seamless that they would have gotten away with it had you not been on the team. Well done again, Yin, the hero said with a smile. The rest of the afternoon should go smoothly, though. Just patrols. God, do we have to? You deadpanned. Really not vibing with walking around the streets right now. Do we have a coffin anyone could push me in? Momo, can you make a coffin? You asked her. It's okay, Yin. You can lean on me for support, she said sweetly, stepping up beside you and wrapping one of your arms over her shoulders. You looked down to thank her, but looked right into her cleavage and had to look up again. I can't look down. I'm afraid of heights, you joked. Jirou could tell what had happened and spoke to you in her mind. It would be a soft landing, she said, and you burst out laughing. Yeah, like falling onto the softest clouds. Anyway, onwards and forwards, you added, as you stepped forwards, and Momo stepped forwards as well to keep up beside you. That afternoon did go very well, but as it wore on, you were getting less and less socially active and started replying to most questions or comments with, well, if I had the energy, or if I was alive, until it was time to end the shift and head home. There are no events on tomorrow, so get some good sleep tonight, the hero said softly to you before you left. You did well today. Thank you. I'm going to crash as soon as I fall into bed. That's if I even make it into bed. The floor's also a nice place if you can't be bothered, you added. Anyway, thank you again, Father. See you next Sunday, you added, walking off to join the girls to head back to the school grounds to change. Father? The hero asked internally. Oh, sorry, he replied to his inner thoughts. I don't know what I'm saying now, just forgive my sins and let it be. Amen. He watched you all walk away and shook his head. She's a bit of a strange one, but she's very good with her quirk, he thought. Someone needs to tell the hero that he's still got his mic on, he said to Mina beside you. Is he thinking things? She asked. Yeah, about me, but whatever. It's not like I've never heard stuff being said about me before. I have the hide of a rhino, he added. Must be hard sometimes, she replied. Meh, you get used to it, I guess. You have to, it's your quirk, so it's not like you can rip it out and put it on the shelf or anything, he said with a shrug. Oh, hey, also, Mina addressed you in her mind. I need to tell you about something that Momo said a few nights back. Can we meet up later? Okay, you said out loud, keeping your reply very short so as not to arouse any suspicion. But you were very curious now. What did Mina know that you didn't? It was enough to wake you right up again. After changing, heading back to the dorms, having some food and chatting, you and Momo headed back to the room together. Oh, hey, I'm going to be in bed on time tonight, you said to her, but I promised Mina I'd help her with her homework, so I'm going to duck out for a little bit and then be back, okay? You said to her. Oh, that's so nice of you, Yin. No problem at all. Are you going out now? She asked. Yeah, was gonna, you replied, getting off the bed. I'll be back in a bit, yeah? Okay, good luck, Momo said with a smile. You smiled back and then left, closing the door softly behind you before heading off down the hall to Mina's room. Oh, I know I wasn't exactly straight up with Momo, but I couldn't exactly tell her the truth, especially if it's about her, you thought. You found Mina's room easily enough and knocked on her door when you got there. Who is it? She called brightly. Your worst nightmare, you called back just as brightly. Oh, come in, nightmare, she called with a chuckle, and you opened her door and stepped in. Sick room, you said as you looked around. Thanks, I like it, she said with a smile. So, I said I was coming here to help with homework, you said with a smirk to Mina. Let's discuss today's homework. Yeah, the homework. It's hot homework, Mina said with a smirk as she gestured for you to take a seat on her bed. I don't know what to make of this, but it might interest you. Okay, go on. Start with question 1, you said with an amused look on your face. Okay, question 1 is, did something happen between you and Momo a few nights back? Like, did you confess to her or something? She asked. No, you replied with a quizzical look on your face. There was one night where I felt like something was wrong between us, so I tried to confront her about it, and she ran off, but things have been fine since then. Mina hummed. What night was that? It was after the day that we caught that guy before he stole from the till at the supermarket, you said. Mina thought for a second. Oh, yeah, that checks out, she said. So tell me what happened, because she was in the kitchen and she seemed really rattled and was asking some strange questions. Oh, really? You asked curiously. Well, I had intended to go straight up and ask her what was wrong, but then when we got to the room, I don't know what happened. I backed her up against the wall and, I don't know, she kind of looked like maybe she wanted to kiss me, you mused. But I'm Delulu, so I might be wrong. Did you tell her you liked her? Mina asked. No, I wanted to, but I always want to, so there's nothing new there, you said with a scratch to the back of your head. Mina hummed. Why? What'd she say? You asked Mina. Well, I came in to get a drink and she was already in there and she looked really flushed in the face. So I asked her what was wrong and she said nothing was wrong, but then she said she needed advice for a friend of hers, Mina said, doing an air quotation mark around the word friend. Oh, yeah, the old friend trick. Yeah, go on, you said with amusement. Well, then she was like, what do you do if you think you might have a crush on your girl roommate? Mina asked. Wait, what? She said that? You asked with surprise. Yeah, Mina replied. I thought she might have been talking about you, but is she talking about herself? Oh, wow, okay, yeah, this is big, you said. Do you think she's finally noticing me? Well, she seems to have only discovered gays for the first time in her life, so maybe go gently on her. She didn't even consider that girls could like girls until I pointed it out to her, Mina said with a chuckle. Why does that not surprise me? You deadpanned. Okay, so what do you think I should do? Because I've still been all over her and treating her like usual, you said. Do I tell her I like her? Mina hummed. What have you got to lose here if you do? Is it too soon? Well, that's what I'm asking, you said as you dropped your head into your hands. And then, the other complicating thing is I also think Jirou is kind of cute too, so... Whoa. Are you just taking all of our hot girls? Mina teased. Leave some for the rest of us. You laughed. Man, I'm such a whore, look at me. You sighed. I think Jirou might like me a little too. I'm not sure though. It's the sleep deprivation and Delulu talking again here. So if you tell Momo you like her and she declines, you'll try your luck with Jirou? Mina asked. Well, yeah man, there's literally no gays in the hero course in France, and you guys have all the hot girls here, you said. But is Jirou that way inclined? What if Jirou declines you too? Mina asked. Guess I'll die then, you offered. What about me? Would you go for me? Mina asked cheekily. Are you available? You asked back jokingly. Would it be awkward if you started dating Jirou and then Momo got upset, or vice versa? Mina offered. Yeah, well, that's the other complicating thing, you said with scrunched eyebrows. And what if you ended up with both? Mina offered. You paused. Well, that's the best possible outcome, isn't it? But that will never happen. This isn't a fan fiction. You laughed. Isn't it? Mina asked with a smirk. Okay, well, anyway, do I ask Momo how she feels about me? I kind of feel like I need to at least let her know I'm gay, now that she knows gays exist. And I also feel like I'm too sleep deprived to feel emotions, so maybe this is the best time to say something. Well, you do you, babe. If you want to say something, then go for it. My door is always open if you need somewhere to run, yeah? Mina offered. Thanks, bestie. Appreciate it, you said, holding your hand out for her to slap palms with you. I better get going back now. I'll ask her as soon as I get into the room. So I'll be back in about an hour if things go south. I'll still be awake then, Mina said with a giggle. Good luck, yeah. Let me know how it goes. Yeah, I will, you said as you stood up and took a deep breath in. Okay, here we go. I'm in my main character era right now, you said with a salute as you grabbed for her door and opened it to leave. Do it for the plot, she said, and you grinned. Yeah, gotcha. With a deep breath in, you left Mina's room and walked back down the hall, prepping your speech in your mind as you made your way back to your and Momo's room, and then knocked on the door and turned the handle to enter. Hey, you said, looking in as you entered and seeing Momo sitting on the bed, brushing her long dark hair in nothing but a slightly see-through oversized white t-shirt, and you froze. Oh, welcome back, Yin, she greeted brightly. Oh god, this is going to be difficult, you said out loud, and Momo tilted her head at you. Sorry? She asked. You stepped into the room and closed the door behind you. Okay, I need to tell you something, but I don't want you to freak out, so I don't know how to say it in a way that won't freak you out, you know? You asked her. I'm not sure that I understand, she replied curiously, still brushing her hair slowly. Okay, listen, you said, pausing and then taking another deep breath in. I'm gay. Momo paused in the brushing of her hair and looked at you. Oh, yes, I know what that is, she said suddenly excitedly. Yes, Mina told me that girls could like girls. That's gay, right? Yes, you're a smart little cookie, you said with a grin. That's gay. I'm that gay. Oh, I see, she said happily, and then she paused and her inner thoughts took over. Oh, wait, does this mean... You waited. Go on, you said to her inner thoughts. Oh, sorry, no, she said, her face getting more and more red as she made the connections but didn't want to say it. No, please tell me, you said softly. Come on, I need to know what you're thinking. She said out loud, I just remembered you saying that you liked someone but it was complicated. Yes, you said. Yeah, that's right. Is it complicated because you like another girl? She asked. Yes, you said again, nodding. Keep going. Does this girl know that you are gay? She asked. She does now, you replied, staring directly at Momo. Wait. Oh, Momo said, suddenly covering her mouth with her hand. Is it me? She asked in her mind. Yes, you replied bluntly. I thought correctly then, Momo said, still in her mind. You were picking up that I had feelings towards you that were more than just friends? You asked her, your heart pounding so hard that you could feel it in your throat. She nodded. Yin, this is all so sudden, she said in her mind again, her hand still clutched over her mouth. I know, you replied, And I know the risks that I've taken by being this honest. I just need you to know. That's all I wanted by telling you what I said tonight. I just want you to know that I like you more than a friend. Well, thank you, Momo said, taking her hand from her mouth now that she had had time to recover a little. You're welcome, he replied, still standing there awkwardly. I hope this doesn't make things weird, you added with a little self-conscious chuckle. Oh, no, she replied with a shake of her head. No, but I just need a little time to think about myself now. What do you mean? You asked. Actually, no, it's okay. I won't push. You take all the time you need. Well, the problem is I haven't really had a chance to think about anything because, well, you can read minds, she added sheepishly. So, okay, no, that's completely fine. I'll tell you what, how about I go and get some food from the kitchen or sit in the common room for a bit and you can be free to think here without me listening in. Is that okay? You asked. I want you to feel free to think over whatever you want and also digest what I've just told you. That would be really lovely, she replied with a smile. I really do just need a moment. No, I get that. I'll be back in a half hour, yeah? You said. Yes, that's good, she said with a little relief in her voice. Okay, thank you. You smiled and stepped backwards to the door and then turned and left as quickly as you could. Truth be told, you also needed to get out of there. Your mind was exploding with all these new thoughts as well as all the thoughts of people in the dorm rooms around you. Sometimes it just got so loud. Almost running to the kitchen, you got in there and ran for the bench and grabbed onto it and then dropped your head against it and then stood up and then turned and then squatted down. You didn't know what you were doing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just told her. I like her. And she took it well. I think. I don't really know how to feel about all this, but man, okay, just breathe, you coached yourself. While you were still moving around awkwardly, an inner voice broke into your thoughts, filling your mind with their own. I think I need to tell her before things get in too deep, the voice said, and you looked up a second before Jirou walked into the kitchen area. You both saw each other at the same time and she froze. Oh crap, she thought. Finally on a first name basis, I see. You joked. That is indeed my first name. Hey, she greeted somewhat nervously. How much did you hear? She then asked. Of your inner queen monologue? You asked. Just about how you needed to tell someone something. You shrugged. Anything I can help with? Well, I guess I better say something now. Jirou said nervously. Oh? You asked. You good? I've got a mad crush on you, she said, and then looked down and grabbed onto her ear jacks and tapped the ends together. I know it's kind of meh since you like Momo, but... hold on a second. I think we need to talk, you said sheepishly to her. Why? What happened? She asked. I just, literally just now told Momo that I like her, you said to Jirou. You did? What did she say? She asked. Well, she kind of told me that she needed to think about things, so that's why I'm out here, because, no peeking, you joked. She didn't want me all up in her brain. Oh, right, yeah, Jirou said. Well, I guess I was a little too late. I don't know, man, you shrugged. I better go, Jirou said, turning quickly and heading out of the kitchen. But you felt like you needed to talk more, so you pushed off the bench and took a few running steps and then reached a hand out to stop her. Hey, wait a sec, you said, grabbing her by the shoulder. You heard a small noise as you did so, and you gently pulled on her shoulder to turn her around and saw that tears were flooding down her cheeks. Hey, whoa, wait a second, whoa, don't cry, you said, grabbing her into a hug, your arms engulfing around her head. Hey, you okay? I'm so sorry, but wait a second, can we just talk? I feel like we need to talk, you said to her. She cried softly into you for a second, and then did her best to curb her tears, sniffing a little to pull herself together. What is there to talk about? She asked you in her mind. You like Momo, and you've told her you like her. Why are you bothering to talk to me? She asked. No, because I feel bad. I heard you the other day when you were asking why I was flirting with you when I liked Momo, and it really got me thinking. Am I going to sound like a horrible person if I said that I have a thing for you too? You're so cute, and we get along so well, and you're funny and chill, and... you said. You what? She asked in her mind. I like you too, you replied. And I know you're gay. I don't know what Momo is going to tell me in return, but I don't want you to feel like an option either. I'm just stuck spinning in midair at the moment, you said with a sigh, still holding her. Well, I like you. I do, she said in her mind. I want to be with you. Your heart shattered as you held her. Ugh, what do I do? You thought as you held her. What do I do? I've literally just confessed to Momo, and now Jirou has confessed to me, and I like both of them. What do I do? Jirou, you whispered, slowly letting her go, and gently placing a finger under her chin to raise her face up so you could look into her tear-stained eyes. Don't you cry anymore, okay? That pretty little face deserves smiles, not tears. Just leave this with me, okay? I need to discuss something with Momo. What are you going to tell her? Jirou asked as you gently brushed your thumbs across her cheeks to wipe her tears away. Straight up, no idea. I'll let you know once my mouth has done the thing and spoke the words and it's all been sorted, you said. Jirou let out a small hiccuping kind of laugh and nodded. Okay, she said, stepping back. Wish me something stronger than luck, because I'm going to need all of it this time, times 100, you said as you stepped around her to head back to your room. I'll wish on Bakugo's head, because he's stubborn as heck, so surely that counts for something, she called after you. Yep, that'll do, thanks, you called back with a small smile as you headed away. Ugh, man, how do I navigate this? You wondered as you walked down the hall. You had promised Momo 30 minutes of alone time, but got back there within 10, and she was surprised when you knocked on the door and then opened it. Oh, has it been 30 minutes already? She asked with surprise, now in her pyjamas. No, and sorry, but I have an update, you said as you stepped into the room. Oh, I'm sorry, Yin. Oh, would you mind if I went first? She asked as she stood still and placed her hands together in front of her politely. Oh, yeah, sure, you replied, stepping into the room and closing the door behind you. Well, she said politely, thank you for being so open and honest with me. I appreciate that it would have taken courage to come forwards and tell me something like that. Oh, here it comes, you thought. The rejection, I can feel it. But, she said, I have considered your feelings as well as my own, and I think at this time it might be better to just remain as friends. She gave you a teary smile, and half of you relaxed. Oh, I get that, you said with a smile. That's no worries. Oh, it is? She asked with surprise. I was worried my reply was going to hurt you. Please don't be upset about my decision. I just don't think I'm ready to enter into a relationship right now. Oh, I totally understand, you replied with a smile. Nice to know that you're still okay with being my friend, though. Best friend, she corrected, and you grinned. No take-backs, you replied with a wink. She smiled. You had something you wanted to say too? She then asked you, and you paused. No, it's okay. It's all sorted now, so thank you. I'm just going to stay out for a bit, but I'll be back for bed soon, you said to her. A worried look took over her face, and she stepped towards you and reached a hand out towards you with concern. Are you not feeling comfortable to stay here? She asked. Oh, no, that's not it. I'm totally fine, you replied, honest. Please tell me if you're not, okay? I'm sorry, she said with a pained expression on her face. I promise I'm good. I just got to go do something, but I'll be back in a sec. Promise, you said, reaching for the door behind you before slipping out and closing it. Momo stood there looking at the closed door, and a lump formed in her throat. Did I make the right decision here? I don't feel like I did, she thought. You heard her inner thoughts as you headed back down the hallway back to where Jirou was waiting for you, but now was not the right time to go back to her and try and talk her around. You had other matters to attend to. Jirou looked up as you entered the kitchen area, and you smiled at her. You said, scratching the back of your head as you walked over to her. Did you tell her that you changed your mind? She asked you. Well, you fumbled again. You didn't want to tell Jirou that Momo had rejected you because you didn't want her to feel like the second option or a rebound, but it just seemed like the universe had dropped her in your lap at the right time, and you were more than happy to take what had been given to you. It doesn't matter, Jirou said, when she could see that you were a little uncomfortable with the conversation. Well, what matters now is that you and I, you said as you stepped over to her and bent down a little so you could look her in the eye. can be together. She blushed heavily and raised a hand to cover her face, but you took a hold of her hand and pulled it back down again. No, you said playfully. Don't do that. I want to see that pretty face. Stop it, she mumbled with embarrassment, trying to turn away from you. Oh, come on now, you said, reaching forwards and grabbing her into a hug, which he tried to wriggle out of. But as she turned around to put her back to you, you stood up straight, her legs dangling off the ground as you turned and walked over to the lounge. Wait, where are we going? She asked as you plopped her down on the lounge and then sat down beside her. I wanted to chill for a bit, you said, slinging one arm around her shoulders and pulling her into your side. She allowed it, but all of this sudden contact and closeness was throwing her off a little bit. Here, you said. I found some memes that I meant to send to you. I'll show you now. Oh, she asked. You were thinking of me? Yeah, of course. You always pop into my mind, you said, looking at her. You two were very close on the lounge, with your arm around her, so when she looked at you, it wouldn't have taken much to kiss her, but you heavily refrained, feeling like that was going a little too far too soon. She hummed, looking away bashfully. Show me these memes. Okay, cutie, you said, and then looked back to your phone and started pressing buttons and swiping to get to your collection. Poor Jirou was having a very hard time staying focused, especially since her dream had suddenly come true, and here you were next to her, officially into her, and her into you, and she was still trying to come to terms with that alone, let alone get used to you being so close and touching her. After chilling for a bit, you let out a loud yawn. Oh, bro, I think the adrenaline's worn off, you mumbled through the yawn. Yeah, same, she replied, yawning herself as she got up off the lounge beside you. You watched her as she got up and smirked to yourself. When she turned to say something to you, she saw you sitting there with arm out over the headboard of the lounge, legs resting apart and a hot smirk on your face, and she nearly combusted. Oh, hell, she's hot. You heard her inner thoughts. Thanks, baby. You too, he replied with a wink, which really didn't help Jirou's blood pressure. Anyway, better get going before I get some naughty ideas, you said as you got up and grabbed her in a hug. You're just too cute. Stop it, Jirou said internally, and you chuckled. Cute, you replied. After giving her a little longer hug, you let her go and took her hand, walking to the kitchen door and out into the hall hand in hand. Hey, also, you said softly to her as you walked, I know we're holding hands now, but should we maybe keep this on the down low for a little bit? It might leave a bad taste if people knew that I just told Momo I liked her and then I'm suddenly with you, you know? Yeah, I get it. I was considering the same thing when you'd gone back to tell Momo that we were together, she said. Well, didn't exactly happen that way, you thought. We can keep it quiet. It's whatever, I don't mind, she replied as she squeezed your hand. Sweet. We can start telling people in a few months, I guess. You shrugged. That'll be okay. Okay, she said, and you let go of each other's hands but kept walking together. I'll see you tomorrow, baby, you asked her as you approached your door. You bet, she said with pink cheeks, trying to hold it together at being called such sweet little names. Sleep well, you said with a wink as you turned to your door and then entered, and she kept going. Wow, she thought. That was the best possible outcome for tonight. I need to pinch myself. Do I really have a girlfriend now? You heard her inner thoughts and smiled as you entered Momo's room and gave her a grin as you walked over and grabbed for your pajamas. Well, today has been wild. I need sleep. Wow, you said as you quickly changed and fell into bed beside Momo. Momo could feel something was different, but she wasn't quite sure what it was. Half of it was trying to work out her own feelings towards you and trying to separate those feelings from what she felt was going on with you. You appeared to be happy, but you hadn't called her any cute names yet, and that was throwing her a little. Sleep well, Yin, she said softly to you, and you let out a contented sigh and smiled with your eyes closed. You too, Momo, you whispered. Her heart clenched. She didn't, she thought, intending for the rest of the sentence to be, call me baby. But she stopped herself from thinking that because you were right beside her. You hummed sleepily. Nothing. Sorry, Yin. Sleep well, she said as she rolled away from you and closed her eyes, a lump rising in her throat. Within a second you were out like a light, lightly snoring beside her, and she gently rolled over to look at your sleeping form. If I've made the right choice, why do I feel so sad? She asked herself. Yin appears to be okay, but is she actually upset? I would hate for it to be because of me, but I don't know if I'm wanting to enter into a relationship. Her cheeks burned hot and she placed her hands on them to try and cool them down. Oh my heart just isn't ready for that, she thought. But I do like being close to Yin. Oh, what do I do? She rolled the other way again and tried to sleep, but sleep came in fits, and by the time morning came she was feeling rather ragged herself. Her alarm went off and she sat up groggily and looked around the room. Oh, she thought when she saw you sleeping beside her, remembering what had happened last night. With downcast eyes, she softly got out of bed and started to get ready for the day, not wanting to wake you until it was absolutely necessary. You were in the middle of a lovely dream when a softly placed hand gently roused you. Yin? Momo's soft voice called to you. She's not here, you mumbled. Yin, it's time to get up, she said gently, still trying to rouse you. She died, but here's her new number. It starts with 666. You mumbled again, rolling over and slowly opening an eye. Oh, hey. I thought I was in hell, but there's an angel here. You croaked with a smile, but then you remembered that you were low-key seeing Jirou and probably shouldn't be making such comments to Momo anymore, so cleared your throat and sat up. Thanks, I'm awake, you said with a smile. Are you okay? Momo asked with concern. I think so, you replied. Are we talking quirk or in general? Both, she said. Yeah, nah, okay, on both fronts. Still hella tired, but that's to be expected. But I know I got more sleep than last night, that's for sure, you said as you got out of bed, and Momo stepped back. What about you? You sleep well? You asked her as you put some temporary clothes on in preparation to head over to the school grounds to change. Okay, I slept okay, Momo said with a little forced smile. Okay, you replied, noting that Momo was keeping her thoughts to a bare minimum today. Having had 6 hours of sleep that night, your quirk wasn't completely off the charts, but you were still quite tired from yesterday's surviving on 20 minutes of sleep, so it was going to be another fun day for you, trying to deal with so much noise around you. Okay, ready to go? You asked once you had finished a shortened version of your morning routine. It's about time for our debut. Oh, yes, ready, Momo said, and with that you grabbed your bags and headed over to the school grounds together. Momo kept watching you, but your mind was now on seeing Jirou, and you kept looking around you as you were walking, hoping to catch sight of her and invite her to walk with you and Momo. Is everything okay? Momo asked, noticing that you were glancing back over your shoulder every 5 seconds, and had done it about 5 times since leaving Heights Alliance. Oh, yeah, peachy, never better, you said, looking back around again. Momo looked back too, but didn't see anyone, and looked at you again. Okay, she said, falling silent beside you and focusing on walking to the school grounds. Once inside, you both headed to the girls' change room and could hear voices ahead, but you also caught the inner thoughts flying around in there before you entered and heard Jirou thinking about when you would arrive. Hey, you said as you suddenly slid through the door, almost knocking Momo over in your attempt to get in. Heard you call my name? You joked cheekily to Jirou, who was a little surprised to see you so quickly after thinking about you. Oh, yeah, it's like I summoned you, Jirou joked. Well, always arrive for pretty summoners, you flirted, putting your bag down on the rack beside where she was standing. Uraraka greeted Momo as the taller Ravenette walked over and put her bag in her locker, and then they both started to change, but Uraraka noticed that all of Momo's attention appeared to be on you and Jirou, and she asked Momo about it. Is everything okay? She asked softly, when she could see that Momo was heavily distracted. Momo looked at her. You seem distracted this morning, Uraraka asked. Oh, Momo said, pulling her hero costume on. Sorry, I didn't have the best sleep last night. I must be tired. Oh, yes, it was a little colder last night, wasn't it? Uraraka offered, but Momo was back to watching and listening to you and Jirou's playful banter. Momo? Uraraka asked. Oh, I'm so sorry, Momo said quickly when she realised that she had been spoken to. Sorry, what was that? She asked with a sweat-dropped look on her face. Oh, it's okay, Uraraka said with a slightly sad smile. Poor Momo. Something's definitely wrong, she thought. You had stopped teasing Jirou for a bit and was putting your shoes on when you heard Uraraka's inner thoughts, and you slowed your tying of your shoelaces a fraction. I know I haven't exactly done things the right way here, you thought, putting that one leg down and then lifting your other to tie that shoelace. But if Momo doesn't like me back, then that's fine. There shouldn't be an issue if I'm with Jirou now, right? You glanced over at Uraraka and Momo and noted that Momo was already looking at you, so you looked away and so did she, blushing with embarrassment when she realised that she had been caught, but she kept her thoughts quiet lest you hear her berating herself for looking in your direction. Once you were all changed and ready, you all headed out the door as a group and headed off down the road to where you would meet the hero. Another day, another dollar, or so to speak, and today was just another routine walk around to make sure everyone was okay and behaving. Okay, the hero said when he got to a smaller gated community that had a lot of townhouses in it. We do want to go in here and look around a bit in case there's anyone doing anything they shouldn't. Wow, this guy has a way with words, doesn't he? You joked dryly to Jirou, who snorted and replied back in her mind. Amazing choice of words, she joked, which made you smile. But we need to break up in smaller groups, as it will be more time effective, he added. So Yin and Jirou, you two take the far end, Mina and Momo, you two take the other end, and I'll check through the middle, he said. Hey, you said brightly. Let's go, partner. You turned to Jirou and put your arm out for her to sling her arm over it, and she did so. Off you two went, with no one being suspicious that you two are now dating. Did you, like my sneaky way to hold your hand? You asked Jirou with a smirk once you were away from the others. Very tricky, she replied cheekily with a grin. I keep all my best tricks for you, baby, you replied, and she blushed and squeezed your arm with hers. Meanwhile, Momo and Mina were about to head off in a different direction, but Momo's eyes couldn't stop straying to wherever you were, watching you and silently fretting about her decision. Hey, Mina asked when she saw Momo spacing out a little. You coming? Oh, I'm so sorry, Mina, Momo said sadly as she followed the pink hat. I appear to be all over the place today. I don't know what's wrong with me. I bet I know what's happened, Mina thought, but I need to ask Yin about it. So, where are we supposed to go first? You asked Jirou as you walked. I wasn't really paying attention. I was a little distracted. Oh, we just patrol up and down these walkways and streets. Jirou gestured ahead. Ah, you're so smart. I'm glad I'm with you. My brain retains things about as well as a metal strainer holds water, you said confidently, and Jirou snorted with amusement. All we need to do is walk and look, she said. It's a no-brainer. Good, because I don't have one of those. Can we also do sneaky hand-holding? You asked, untucking her arm from under yours and holding her hand in your hand as you looked around. There are no hand-holding police here. Jirou blushed as her little hand slipped neatly into yours and you gave it a squeeze as you smiled down at her. She looked up at you and your heart skipped a beat. She was just so cute. Hey, so I never told you something, Jirou said suddenly. I used to have a crush on Momo too. You did? You asked with surprise. When? Well, you were the one who broke the spell, she said a little shyly, looking away. I liked to run up until I started to fall for you. Oh, well, aren't you a cutie? You asked, stepping into her a little and nudging her with your arm. She smiled shyly and glanced at you and then looked away. But, yeah, anyway, it's whatever now. I'm so chill with what we've got. I'm really happy you like me back, she said in her mind. Same here, you replied. You and her walked around the corner of one of the townhouses and headed down another very quiet street, and then you quickly stepped in behind her and wrapped your arms down low around her waist and lifted her up and spun her around. Hey, she gasped with embarrassment. What are you doing? Oh, just wanted to give you a cuddle, but didn't want to make it look obvious, you said as you put her back down again. And spinning me around doesn't look suspicious, she asked. Well, I could have added in some backing music if you wanted, like, helicopter, helicopter, para-chopper, you sung. Oh God, please don't, she cringed, which made you laugh. Anyway, here's another corner, you said exuberantly, as you headed around the next corner with her, and you both looked up to see a dead end ahead. Oh, she said as she stopped. It's a dead end. She went to turn around to head back out, but you quickly put your arm out to stop her, your palm quickly smacking into the building wall beside you. What is it? She asked, having been stopped and looking at you for an explanation. You said, turning to face her and backing her up against the wall there so you could place your other hand on the other side of her head. Oh hell, this is hot, Jirou thought. Is it? You asked with a smirk as you bent your head down and looked her in the eye. I'm glad you think so. What if someone comes? She asked softly. I can't hear anyone around, you replied quietly. I just wanted to get a little closer to you and needed somewhere quiet to do it. What do you mean by get close? She asked innocently. You glanced at her lips, then back into her eyes. Well, you know. You said as you licked your bottom lip and then bit into the side of it, pulling your bottom lip between your teeth for just a second. Her eyes were drawn to the movement and her lips parted as she watched you. Then her eyes met yours again. If you wanted to kiss, I'd be happy to give you one. Or you could give me one. I'm not fussed. Or hey, we could save it for later, you offered, not wanting to pressure her, but also really keen to give this cute little girlie a little love. I could give you one, Jirou said in her mind, her cheeks dusting pink as she leaned her head forwards to you, and you tilted your head to the side and closed your eyes as her super soft lips met yours. Oh, well, you thought as you kissed her, letting her pull back and then come in again for another kiss. Your lips are so soft, Jirou said in her mind, and you smirked as you kissed her again. I was just thinking the same thing about yours, you whispered, just getting your words out before she kissed you again. Just then you heard the inner monologue of one of the residents in the block of houses and pushed off the wall. Someone's nearby, you said to Jirou. Probably should continue our rounds instead of playing kiss and tell in the alleyway of the gated community. It was your idea, she replied cheekily. And I take full responsibility, yep, you replied as you reached an arm out around her and pulled her into your side. Thanks for that though. You have the cutest, yummiest kisses. No, you, she said in her mind, too shy to say it out loud as she blushed hard and pulled on her earjacks. Cute, you said as you let her go. The rest of the rounds went pretty well. You may have stolen a few more kisses here and there, but for the most part you were well behaved. Momo, on the other hand, was a little out of sorts. She caught sight of you and Jirou a few times while walking around, and you appeared to be having a great time, and if she had to admit it, she would have to concede that she was a little jealous and was feeling left out. I guess I assumed that things would remain the same between us, she thought when she was sure she was out of your hearing range. I still wanted her to hug me and hold my hand or let me hold her arm, but it looks like those things are no longer allowed. Can't friends do that? Am I wrong? But also, why do I get the feeling she's moved on? And why do I feel like it was very quick? Why am I the one worrying about this? I didn't even put myself on the line and put my feelings out there like she did, Momo thought. Mina, although she couldn't read minds, she could clearly see something was bothering Momo, and just the way the Ravenette kept pausing and looking whenever she saw you was enough to send Mina's T-radar into overdrive. She determined at the next available moment she was going to ask you what had happened. She also noted that you and Jirou seemed very chummy and wanted to know what that was all about too. And so that night, back at the dorm rooms, Mina put her curiosity into motion and came knocking on your door. Oh, hey there, you greeted her as you opened the door. Are you selling cookies or collecting money? You joked. I'm collecting yins, she said with a grin. Oh, well, looks like you found one. Bye, Momo, I'll be back, you said as you stepped out the door and followed Mina. Oh, but... Momo went to say, but you had already disappeared. A lump formed in her throat as she stared at the closed door, and a single tear slipped down her cheek. Oh, what's wrong with me? She asked herself, pulling her legs up to her chest as she sat at the desk. Why do I feel like I made the wrong decision? Is this another case of homework needing help with? You asked Mina as you walked with her back to her room. Oh, definitely, she said with a chuckle. I have so many questions this time. You made it to her room and you both entered, and then you flopped down on her bed. Okay, rapid fire, I'm ready, you said. Okay, so what is up with Momo? How did last night go? And why are you and Jirou so chummy all of a sudden? Mina asked, doing rapid fire like you said. Oh, wait, whoa, wait up, hang on. I only have one mouth and you've asked me 3 questions. You laughed, looking up at her. You told me to do it rapid fire, so I did, she chuckled. Anyway, so what happened last night? Did you tell Momo you liked her and that you were gay? No, wait, other way around. That you're gay and that you liked her? Oh, okay, so, man, last night was wild. I hope you're sitting down, you said as soon as she plopped herself down on her desk chair. Okay, good. Everyone accounted for? You joked. Come on, spill the tea. I am ready, Mina said excitedly, which made you laugh again. Okay, so I went back and told Momo that I was gay, and she kind of just made the match in her head and worked out that I liked her, so I confirmed it. Then she said she needed some time to think, and I was like, yeah, okay, standard. And then she asked if I could leave for a little bit so that she could think without me listening in, and I was like, fair. So I left and went to the kitchen, you said. Yes, okay, and? Mina asked, almost on the edge of her seat listening to your story. And then I was kind of low-key freaking out in the kitchen, and then Jirou came in and she kind of just told me that she liked me, and then I told her that I had just confessed to Momo, and she was really upset. But by the time I kind of figured out that Momo was probably going to turn me down because I think she's straight, not sure to be honest, and so I said to Jirou just to wait a second, and I went back to the room, and Momo was like, I think we should just be friends. And I was like, okay, sweet. So I went back to Jirou, and now we're kind of a thing, you said with a sweat drop chuckle when you saw Mina's jaw drop. Are you serious? She asked. Yeah, dead, you replied. It was the weirdest thing ever, but I'm actually really happy. I told you Jirou was definitely on my radar, so maybe this is meant to be. Mina hummed. I'm not so sure about that. Why? What makes you say that? You asked with a confused look on your face. Momo said no. Jirou said yes. Done, dusted, thank you. I'm out, y'all pass me the keys later, you said. Well, Mina hummed. So, Momo was acting a little weird today. What do you mean by weird? You asked. I thought she was still fine, but she was a little conflicted last night. I think more so she was just worried about my feelings, but I mean, she's the one who turned me down, so she should be okay, right? I'm not moping about it. I know you're not, but she seems a little mopey, Mina said. Nah, you hummed, leaning back on the bed with your arms behind you. Nah, really? She's not mopey about her and I, surely. Yes, really, today she was super spacey and she kept looking over at you whenever she heard your voice, and if I'm not correct, she looked a little jealous of you having a good time with Jirou, Mina said. What, really? You asked. Well, why would she be like that? She just wants me to be her friend, which is fine, I guess, you replied. Does Jirou know that Momo turned you down? Mina asked. I kind of made it sound like I was going to tell Momo that we shouldn't be together or detract my statement from earlier. But then when Momo said that we should just be friends, I was like, okay, cool, my job has been done for me, and I just left it at that. I don't want Jirou to feel like she was a second option because she's definitely nothing like that to me. I really had started developing feelings for her, no doubt, you said honestly. But also, can we back up a bit? I didn't even know that Jirou was gay, but there were signs now that I look back, Mina said thoughtfully. Yep, she's verified now. Can confirm, gay as heck like me, you replied. Honestly, it's like a dream come true, you sighed. Oh, she's so cute, man. Oh my god. So what are you going to do about Momo then? Does she know that you and Jirou are together? Mina asked. Nope. No, she doesn't. And can you please keep it on the down low? I thought it might look bad if I literally just confessed to Momo and then all of a sudden I'm with Jirou. I wanted to wait for a few months before saying something. Jirou's cool with that too, you added. Yeah, okay, no worries. So Momo doesn't know that you and Jirou are together? She confirmed. Correct, ma'am, you replied. But if Momo doesn't want me like that, then why should it upset her? Listen, Mina said as she leaned forwards. This is just between you and me, but I really do think that Momo could swing that way, and I think she wants to, but she's holding back. What? You asked, blinking at her. Yeah, dead set, Mina replied. I think she could get quite jealous if she found out you and Jirou were together. Why is that kind of turning me on? You asked out loud. Kind of joking, but also kind of serious. I'm going to say it, but Polly, Mina said. Oh, come on. You really think I'm that lucky? You joked. I don't know if that would work. Although... You paused for a second and Mina waited. Jirou, you hummed. Yeah, Mina asked. Jirou did say she had a crush on Momo and that I was the one that broke the spell, you mused. Well, there's your in, Mina said excitedly. Come on now, he laughed. Is this crazy hour or what? I'm just saying, Mina said with her hands up in defence. Okay, well, I'll keep you posted if that ever happens. Pigs will fly first, though. That'll be your sign, you joked as you stood up to go. Anyway, that's the updates for now. I'll see if I can find out what's up with Momo. But I'm sure she's fine. It's probably something in her eye. I don't know. YOLO, I'm out. Catch you on the flip side, you said, as you high-fived her. And then you spun around and dropped your hand behind yourself so she could low-five you from behind. Oh, yeah, that's how I like it, you joked when she slapped your low-five hand. You're such an egg, she laughed. Have a good night. You too, you replied as you left and headed back to your and Momo's room. I guess I've just been trying to keep my distance a little, you thought as you walked. I just didn't want to say the wrong thing and call her sweet names and upset Jirou, you know, you hummed internally. You pondered it a little more as you walked and then reached for the door handle and pushed the door open to step in. I'm home, you said brightly, but the smile was quickly wiped off your face when you saw Momo sitting on the bed crying. Hey, whoa, what's up? You asked with concern as you closed the door behind you and quickly walked over to the bed and got up onto it. Oh, Yin, Momo cried. I don't know what's wrong with me. What do you mean? You asked with concern, sidling up beside her and placing one arm around her to give her some comfort. Oh, she cried, leaning into you, her tears falling freely. I just don't know what to do. What do you mean? Tell me what's happened. I might be able to help, you offered. Well, she said, sniffing a little. I thought I had made the right decision last night when I told you I wasn't ready for a relationship, but I've felt terrible ever since, she said honestly. Your heart started to pound in your chest. What do you mean? You asked. I don't know, and I'm afraid to ask myself why, she offered. Is it because you think you might like me romantically? You asked her. She paused and you tuned into her inner thoughts. Would it be so bad if I were to tell you I liked you that way? She said shyly in her mind. Holy fudge sticks, you thought in reply, leaving her thoughts unreplied out loud. She didn't think any more thoughts, and you waited, so the two of you just sat there, you with your arm around her, and her just sniffing and looking down into her lap. Are you sure? You asked her. I've been thinking about you all day, Yin, she suddenly blurted out, looking up at you with her beautiful round eyes, tears glistening along her beautiful lashes. Whoa, you thought internally as you stared at her. Holy hell, she's gorgeous. Oh my God, help me, someone. This is not good. She said, glancing at your lips. I even thought about... you said, cutting into her comment and letting her go. Well, listen, maybe you just need to think a little more about it, you asked as you backed away slowly. No, but I've thought about it, she said as she flipped over onto her hands and knees and crawled over to you, one of her hands pressing down over the other side of your body so you were being caged in by her over you. You hummed, feeling a little flustered. Momo, let's just, think about it for a bit. But, she said, looking at your lips again. But you said you liked me. I did, that's true. I did say that, you said as you leaned back on the bed, and she crawled more over you. Then, she said softly, looking down at you under her. Why don't we... hold on a sec, you said, hardly getting the words out because your lungs had seized up. You went to lift your hand to press up into her to keep her at an arm's length, but your hand met her supple boob and you recoiled quickly. Whoa, sorry, I did not mean to do that, you yelped, pressing further into the bed. Would it be wrong of me to say that I don't mind you doing that? She asked internally, her large, soft eyes begging into yours. Feeling pressure beyond belief, you quickly lifted one leg and pushed with your hands overhead into the bed sheets and slid down the bed from under her, rolling onto your stomach as you did so and pulling yourself out from under her and then jumping off the bed. Oh, wait, you said, holding a stop sign out with your hand. Hang on, I think everything is moving way too fast here. What's wrong? She asked with confusion, turning around to look at you. I thought you liked me yesterday. I do, you replied emphatically. I mean, I did. Did? She asked with a crestfallen look on her face. You hummed. Oh man, this is bad, you groaned, placing your hands to your face and rubbing them back and forth. Okay, I need to tell you something. What is it? She asked, tilting her head to the side. Oh God, why are you being so cute? Stop, you wailed internally. Okay, so something really weird happened last night and I don't know why it all happened this way, but it did and now I don't know what to do, you said. Well, come and tell me, she said as she patted the bed next to her. Honestly, I'm scared to get close, you chuckled. Let me explain from here, okay? It all makes sense, but also I am prepared for you to hate me too, after hearing it. I could never hate you, Yin, Momo said, and just the raw honesty in her voice was enough to calm you down. Okay. Let me back to when we were kids. I've had a crush on you for that long, you admitted to her. Back when we used to swing off that old tyre down by the lake, back that far. You know when you used your quirk to save me when I swung out too far and fell off the swing and couldn't swim back in? That was when I first thought I wanted to be with you, you said. We were 7 years old, she said with surprise. It's been going on since then? Yep, you said, with a pop to your P. Well then, why? She asked. Okay, let me explain, you said. So when I came over here to Japan, I had one thing I needed to do. I needed to tell you how I felt about you, you admitted. And that was it. I've always liked you and only you. But then... You saw the expression on Momo's face change, and she hung her head. Jirou? She asked softly. You swallowed thickly and nodded. Yeah, you rasped out. There was silence for a bit, and then Momo spoke. I wanted you to get along with everyone here, and I wanted them all to love you like I did. But I will admit, you and Jirou just seemed to be getting on better than what you had with the others. You two just clicked, she said. I felt it. Yeah, well, Jirou is gay, you said. Oh? Momo asked, looking up at you. I didn't know that. Yeah, neither did I until she told me, you said. And last night, after I confessed to you, I went to the kitchen and she came in and I don't know how it all happened, but she told me that she liked me and the timing was horrible, but I felt like you were going to say no to me anyway, and you did, so, Jirou and I are kind of seeing each other now, you admitted sheepishly. I know it's not exactly the right way to go about things, but this is just how it's happened. Momo sighed. I thought I had made the right choice last night, but when you started treating me differently, I didn't like it, she said. What do you mean? I've been treating you the same, you said. No, she shook her head. You don't call me baby anymore, and you haven't touched me like you used to, and I really want that. I even felt like I wanted to kiss you before. That time when you had me up against the wall, I wanted to kiss you, she said, her cheeks burning red as she averted her eyes from yours. You were gobsmacked. What in the Romeo and Juliet timing was this? But what about Jirou? You couldn't just go and break up with her after one day. You had actually fallen for her pretty badly. But when Momo was saying all these things, your heart felt like it was going to explode. This is actual crap right here, you groaned. Cut the camera's dead ass. I guess the timing is off, Momo said sadly. I'm sorry, she added. Sorry? Why are you sorry? You actually have every right to hate me right now, you replied with confusion. Oh, I could never hate you. I was the one who said that I didn't think I was ready for it, she said. I'm the one going back on my word. I was just too late. I didn't realise that there was competition. Well, this is all new to me too. I went from being surrounded by egotistical guys to coming here and having you and one other confirmed gay girl right in front of me. So, you know, the Lord works in mysterious ways, you said with a light laugh. Momo gave you a sad smile. I'm happy for you and Jirou, she said, her smile stabbing you in the heart. Thanks, you replied softly. Are you going to be okay though? I think so, she replied, but you both knew she was lying. She knew it, you knew it. You wondered why she'd even said it. You nodded and then looked at your watch. It's time for bed anyway, so let's have a good sleep, yeah? You asked. You might feel better in the morning? Yes, she said with another smile as she turned and crawled up onto the bedsheets and then started wiggling herself down into them. You got changed quickly and then got into bed as well, snuggling down under the covers next to her. Night, Momo, you said softly. Night, Yin, she replied softly in return, and then pulled her arms out to clap the lights off. You both lay there in the dark, silence filling the room. This is kind of awkward, you thought as you rolled over and closed your eyes. Should I tell Jirou about this? And that was your final thought before you drifted off to sleep. The next morning you felt more alive, and you noted that you had had 8 hours of sleep. Your mind was a lot quieter today too, since you could actively turn your quirk on or off easier now, and it wasn't just running full time in the background. Hey, you greeted Momo the next morning. You sleep well? Yes, did you? She asked as she got out of bed and got changed. Yeah, I got 8 hours, you said happily. Quirk is crapola, but I'm good. You needed some good sleep, Momo said with a smile. You've earned it. Thanks, you replied, getting out of bed and putting a different pair of clothes on, and then heading out with Momo to go and have some breakfast. You kept one eye on the kitchen door while you were in there, waiting for Jirou to arrive, and grinned the second that you saw her. Well, good morning to you, hot stuff, you greeted her. Momo heard your greeting and stiffened a little, but didn't think anything, just kept preparing your breakfasts while you chatted to Jirou. You, Momo and Jirou all sat together for breakfast, and Mina watched on with curiosity. Momo appeared to be a little calmer that morning, but with a little bit of a sad undertow, and you and Jirou seemed fine. The sexual tension was off the charts, but aside from that, you didn't look like you were a couple, and she marvelled at how well you two were keeping it low-key. After breakfast, you grabbed your things, and then told Momo that you were going to walk across to the school with Jirou, so she let you go. It gave her a chance to think about you while you were away, too. Getting to Jirou's room, you knocked on her door. "Is that you, Yin?" she asked. "What if it wasn't? Would you open for a stranger?" you asked cheekily. "Only if they were tall, good-looking and funny," she replied as she opened the door. You leaned on the door frame and winked at her. "Oh, hey, well, I can be all those things for you, baby," you commented. She blushed as she looked up at you. "Come on, I'll walk you to school," you offered. "Well, I mean, I'll walk both of us to school since we're at the same school, but also we have patrol today, so not actual school, but still." "You talk a lot," she teased. "I do when I'm nervous," you replied, pushing off the door frame. "Are you nervous? I don't believe that," she replied cheekily. "You make me nervous, you little cutie," you said back to her, and she had to look away to keep her composure. "Well, personally, I'd like to stand here all day and make you blush, but we should probably join the others, so," you said as you held your hand out to her. "Shall we go?" "Okay," she said, taking your hand and letting you pull her out of the room. Her door closed and locked quietly behind her as you headed off down the hall together, heading for the elevator. Once inside, it was like both your minds synced up and you bent your head down as she got up on tiptoes and kissed your lips. "I won't be needing any energy drinks today," you said with a grin when you pulled back from the kiss. "I've got all I need right here." "Stop," she said with a blush. "But I liked that kiss." "One more?" you asked as the elevator slowed for its landing on first floor. You shared another quick kiss, and then the doors opened and out you walked, chatting like nothing had happened at all. In the change room later, you tried to keep your flirting and banter with Jirou a little more low-key, partly because it was very busy that morning, and also you're a little bit more aware of Momo today than what you had been yesterday. "This is really screwing with my head," you thought as you sat down quietly to tie your shoelaces up. You glanced up at Momo, and she was looking at you from the corner of her eye, so you quickly looked away and cleared your throat. You went back to look down at your shoes again to continue, but her sudden inner thoughts caught you off guard. "Sorry, Yin, I just can't seem to stop looking at you," she said in her mind. Like making that kind of comment is helping, you thought as you looked up at her again and smiled. Jirou had just been about to ask you something, but it stopped when she saw you smiling up at Momo. Nothing had been said out loud between you both, so she knew that Momo had spoken to you in her mind and that you were smiling because of it. A sudden pang of jealousy hit her like it never had before, and she had to turn away before she said something that she shouldn't have, remembering to keep her mind quiet so that you wouldn't know what she was thinking, but that was proving very difficult. Are you ready to go?" she then asked you after waiting for a bit. "Ready," you said as you stood up and walked with her out of the change room. You and her headed off together, but were quickly joined by Momo and Mina, and then all four of you walked in a group to go and meet the hero. "Good morning, everyone," the hero greeted once you'd all stopped in front of him. "We have a bit of a change of plans today. There's going to be a short fete happening this afternoon to celebrate the changing of the seasons. It was supposed to happen next week, but with the cooler weather coming in, they've decided to move it forward to this week," he said. "Fun, do I get to shoot myself out of a cannon?" you asked Jirou quietly. She smirked. "Only if you want me to follow suit," she replied in her mind, which made you smirk as well. "So this morning will be normal patrols, and then this afternoon meet back here at 1 p.m. for assisting with the fete," the hero said. "There will be a few floats going down the main street, so we will need to redirect traffic and keep people out of the way of the floats." "I can use my quirk to make some traffic cones and blockades, sir," Momo said, raising her hand to attract his attention. "That's wonderful, Momo. Boy, you really do have a handy quirk," he mused. You looked across at her and smiled proudly, and she looked at you and returned your smile, glad that she had gotten your attention for a second. "Okay, everyone, head out, and I'll see you back here at 1 p.m, the hero said brightly. "Gotcha, Professor," you replied with a salute. "You want to come with me, Yin?" Jirou asked you. "I think that goes without saying," you said with a wink to her, your interaction being watched by a saddened Momo. She kept her thoughts in check, but to counteract her inner thoughts being held back, her emotions showed plainly on her face, and Mina, who was the ever-watchful eye on the scene, saw the look on her face, and her heart went out to the Ravenet. Oh, it must be so hard watching someone you low-key like be with someone else, especially when you had the chance a day ago, Mina thought. You heard her and looked over at her, and then at Momo, who was looking at you. but your looking at her made her look away, and she quickly turned to Mina. "Okay, ready," she said as brightly as she could. "Let's go plus ultra." "You bet," Mina replied in a happy reply as she could. Inside, though, she really did feel sorry for Momo. You fell silent as you walked away with Jirou beside you. "Ugh, man, this is rougher than I thought it was going to be," you thought. From beside you, Jirou could sense something was up, so she asked you about it, wanting to have a bit of a serious conversation since there had been some things on her mind too that she wanted to discuss. "Hey," she said, and you looked at her. "You okay?" "Always," you replied. "Why?" "No, something is off," she replied. "Did something happen with Momo?" How did she know? Your form prickled a little and your heart started to beat faster. Should you lie or tell the truth? Man, you hadn't even had a chance to think about how to talk this one out yet. Best I just be honest, you thought. Yeah, something did, you said with your eyes downcast. "Did you kiss her?" Jirou said sadly. "What?" you gasped. "No, baby girl, no way. No, I don't play like that. That's just straight up disrespectful," you replied honestly. "But it's messy. It's a messy situation. It's like someone stuck their hand in a pot of honey and then shoved it into the dirt. It's gross and messy and brown." "What's brown got to do with it?" Jirou asked. "I don't know, it's just brown," you replied. "Okay," Jirou asked. "What happened?" "Okay, I need to tell you from the top. I don't know how to tell you all of this without hurting you, so I'm just going to apologize straight up before I say anything else," you replied. "But just know that I really have fallen for you. Despite what you might think, I'm actually down so badly for you. Like, damn," you replied. "What happened?" she asked again, not allowing herself to be sidetracked by your rambling. "Okay, so that night that I confessed to Momo, and then you confessed to me, and then we started dating, well, when I went back to the room to tell Momo that I had decided to just keep it as friends, she asked me if she could tell me something first, so I let her, and she said that she wanted to be friends. It wasn't me who called it, she called it, but I definitely didn't rebound to you. I had already started to fall for you. I don't care what you think, I know me, and I know that I already started liking you." Okay. It kind of hurts that you just let me think that you had been the one to say something to her," Jirou said in a soft voice, keeping her eyes averted from yours. "I know," you said sadly from beside her, as you both walked, neither of you doing your hero duties at all, just literally walking and talking. "And I'm really sorry about that. At the time I just thought, okay, well, she already said no, so I don't need to say anything else. But I should have been honest with you." "And so is that all?" Jirou asked. "Oh, yikes, I really wish it was," you replied, your usual chipper attitude being drowned in the wake of the reality of the situation here. Jirou could feel the switch, and her heart sank. "Hey, you asked suddenly, could we maybe pull over somewhere?" "What do you mean?" Jirou asked. "Can we, hide for a bit and talk? I feel like we both need to stand still for this next part." "Here," you said as you pointed to an alleyway. "I'll keep my quirk on to make sure no one gets too close, but I really need to talk to you about this." "Okay," Jirou said, stepping into the alleyway with you and backing up against the wall there, as you took the opposite wall to back up against. "So, last night Momo told me that she had made a mistake in telling me that she didn't feel like she was ready for a relationship," you said. Jirou looked at you. "She said she'd been feeling bad ever since she turned me down," you said. "That was her decision though," Jirou said, and you felt her arc up a little. "Yeah, I know, and she knows that too. Well, she knows now. She didn't know that we were dating, so I had to tell her because she was like, 'Why can't we start seeing each other? You only just liked me yesterday,' you said." "What did she say when you told her that we were dating?" Jirou asked. She said she was happy for us," you replied. "Okay, well, that's it then, isn't it?" Jirou said. "We're dating, and she just has to accept that." "Well, yeah," you said in a slightly defeated tone. Jirou watched you. "Why did you look sad?" "Do you not want to be with me now that you know that you have a shot with Momo? You've had a crush on her for a while," she said to you in her mind. You looked from the ground in front of you to her. No. I definitely want to be with you. I promise. It's just, I don't know, it's just kind of awkward now," you replied honestly. "I just feel Momo's eyes on me and I'm kind of in the crosshairs now." "So?" Jirou asked. Yeah, you're right, you replied, not wanting to anger her or upset her. It was you that got yourself into this mess in the first place. Jirou sighed. Well, I don't like that you're sharing a room with her, especially now that I know that she's changed her mind and wants you, she said. Yeah, I get that, you replied. Move into my room, Jirou said. Or is there a spare room? I don't know, you shrugged, looking down at the ground. I don't want to move out of Momo's room though. I like being in there with her. I've known her for so long, and it would really upset her if I moved out, especially now with all this going on, you thought. Jirou sensed your silence, but she herself had so much on her own plate now that she didn't want to deal with what you were feeling as well. I'm going to go and keep patrolling, she said suddenly, stepping out from the alleyway. Yeah, okay, you said, going to follow her. Can you take the next street over? She asked. I just need to be alone right now. Her comment stung, but you understood. She needed to digest what you had said, and she couldn't do it with you present. Okay, you said in a defeated tone, turning away from her and heading across into the next street while she patrolled to the end of the one that she was on. You pushed your hands into your pockets as you walked, your heart feeling so heavy that you couldn't even lift your eyes up. You knew that you were supposed to be actively keeping an eye out for anyone needing your help, but you just didn't have it in you right then. You were hurt, and you knew Jirou was hurt, and then the other person in this equation was Momo, and she was also hurt. It was a trifecta of hurt. You kicked at a small rock on the sidewalk as you walked, wondering what to do. I really don't know what to do now, and I don't know how to make it up to Jirou either. I'm a really sucky girlfriend, you thought. Jirou, on her own now, let a few tears slip down her cheeks. I feel like crap, she thought. I feel betrayed. And talk about going from a high to hitting rock bottom. So uncool. She didn't even know where to start thinking either, but it just hurt to know that since Momo had now confessed to you, your and her relationship felt strained already. She knew she would be constantly worried about something happening between you and Momo if you stayed in the same room too. Also, if Yin did leave me and go with Momo, it would sting too because I've liked Momo for a long time too, so how come they get to be together? It's like the rug is about to get pulled out from under my feet, she thought. Sniffing, she wiped her eyes and continued on, doing about as much of her patrolling duties as what you were doing over on your street. As she came to the end of the street, she paused and then turned to go back the other way, but a voice called her name and it stopped her in her tracks. Jirou! The voice of Momo called. Hey! Jirou looked over to the next street and saw Momo standing there waving. But then she remembered that she was crying, and she didn't want Momo to see, so she looked away. Hey, she called. Sorry, I gotta keep going. Wait! Where's Yin? Momo called, and it really struck a wrong chord with Jirou. Yeah, that's right, she only cares about Yin, Jirou thought, walking away as quickly as she could, but Momo wasn't taking the ignoring and ran after her. Momo, where are you going? The voice of Mina called, who had been in the middle of helping someone, and then looked up just to see Momo run off after Jirou. Jirou could hear the running footsteps behind her and tried to speed up, but Momo caught her and gently grabbed her shoulder to turn her around. Hi, she said happily. I was asking where Yin is, she asked, looking at Jirou and then looking around. When Jirou didn't answer her, Momo looked at her, and only then did she see that Jirou had been crying. Oh my gosh, what happened? Where is Yin? Is she okay? Is she hurt? We need to save her, Momo said. No, it's not Yin. She's fine. I have to keep patrolling, Jirou said, trying to pull away from Momo. Wait, why are you crying? What's happened? Oh, please tell me, Momo begged. No, leave me alone, Jirou said, her bottom lip quivering. Oh dear, Momo said sadly as she let Jirou go and watched the shorter classmate run off. Oh, I do hope everything's okay. Where is Yin? Why isn't she with Jirou? Why is Jirou sad? Wait, did something happen between them? She suddenly thought. Hey, Mina called as she came running up to Momo. What happened? You just ran off. Something is wrong with Jirou and she's not with Yin. I don't know where Yin is, Momo said in a worried voice. Jirou was crying. That's not good, Mina thought, but decided that she needed to throw Momo off the scent, so tried to talk her around. It's okay. Just leave it be. If Yin doesn't show up at 1 p.m. for the fate thing, then we can start to worry. But I'm sure she's fine. But why was Jirou crying though? Oh, I do hope everything's okay, Momo fretted. Come on, let's finish our patrol and then we'll worry about that later, okay? Mina asked, as she took Momo by the arm and tried to pull her away. It was hard going for you and Jirou for the rest of that patrol time. You kept apart and did an absolutely horrible job of your hero duties. It was basically you and her just wandering sadly up and down the streets. Then 1 p.m. rolled around and you checked your watch before turning around and heading back to the meeting point. Momo and Mina were already there when you came around the corner, and Momo picked up the second that she saw you. "Oh, Yin, you're okay," she said with relief. Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" you asked. "Oh, I just thought that something had happened," Momo said as she walked over to you while you approached her. "Jirou was crying and she wasn't with you." "Oh, yeah, no, I'm fine," you replied. Just leave that one with me. It's my fault," you said. Momo looked at you. "Is it because of what happened last night? Did you tell Jirou about what I said?" she asked you in her mind. You nodded. "But, can we talk about this later?" you asked in a low voice. "Oh, yes, sorry," she said. Just then the hero turned up and greeted you, and then looked around. "Where's Jirou?" he asked. "Yin, where is she? She was your patrol buddy." "She's, coming," you replied. "I hope," you added internally. "You are to stay together at all times," he warned. She needed to go to the toilet," you lied. Around the corner." "Oh," the hero replied. "Okay, I see," he added. Thankfully, Jirou came around the corner then, and you sighed with relief. You had just started to think of what you would do if something had happened to her. You would be in even more trouble then. "Sorry I'm late," Jirou said to the hero, ignoring you. "When nature calls, he said diplomatically, and she gave him a quizzical look. "Now, first off, there will be 3 floats for the parade segment of the fete. There are already food trucks lined up along the main road, but they are parked in the parking spots along the way, so they aren't in the way at the moment. There will be people buying from them as soon as the floats pass, so we need to deal with crowds," he said, turning to Momo. "We will need your quirk again for that," he said. "Yes, sir," Momo said exuberantly. You looked at her quizzically and she beamed at you. Must be nice to have such a handy quirk, you thought. "Yin and Jirou," the hero then said. "We'll probably not need your quirks per se, but we will need you to keep people moving or out of the way of the floats," he said. Jirou nodded, and you did too, not feeling like being silly or saying something smart back at that time. Mina was then addressed too, and she and the hero chatted a bit before he signed off. "Okay, gang," he said happily. "Let's get into the festivities and get this autumn fete started." "Yay," you droned internally. "Super fun. This is the last thing I feel like doing. I just want to go home." You turned and followed the girls as they headed towards the main road and stopped behind Mina and Momo when they stepped out into the street and saw the food trucks all lined up and waiting. "Are you here to help with the festival proceedings?" a young female cop asked you all. "Yes," Momo said happily. "We're here to block the road off and clear the traffic before sending the floats down." "Okay, perfect. We're about to start clearing the main road and putting up barricades. Would you mind helping with that?" "Yes, I can make the barricades with my quirk," Momo offered. "Yin and Mina, could you please start asking people to vacate this road so the floats have clear passage?" she asked you and Mina. She didn't pick me because she knows Yin and I are together, you heard Jirou's inner thoughts. "And Jirou," Momo turned to her, "could you let the float people know that we'll be starting soon? I'll send up a flare once the road is cleared," Momo said. "Oh, yeah," Jirou replied, and your eyes followed her as she headed off towards the floats. "You coming in?" Mina called brightly. "Oh, yeah, coming," you called, following hers at a jog as she ran on ahead. Once you and her were away from the others, she stopped and turned back to you. "Something is definitely up today. What's happening? Momo is weird, you're weird, Jirou's weird, and there's so much tension flying around. I'm surprised the hero hasn't picked up on it, and he doesn't even seem the type to pick up on these things." "Sometimes," you replied diplomatically, "a rain cloud comes along and just drops hail, thunder, lightning, snow, a blizzard and rain all in one go, and then just pisses off like nothing happened, and you're left standing there like, what the heck? So yeah, that's my life right now. But like, hello, why am I blaming rain cloud? It's me. I'm the problem. I am the rain cloud. I have successfully messed up my own life. You're welcome, Yin, you muppet." Mina stopped and stared at you. Okay, hang on, start again from the top. I didn't get any of that," she said with a chuckle. "Something about rain clouds and a messed up life." "Yep, you nailed it. Perfect. Couldn't have described it better if I tried," you replied. Maybe we'll talk about it later, she offered. Yeah, let's go to work, you said. Problem is, I wasn't listening at all. What are we doing? Why am I standing in the middle of the road? We need to make sure that people leave, Mina said plainly. If you see a person on the street, shoo them away, nicely. Okay, people equals bye-bye. Got it, you said. I'm going to go and bye-bye to this family over here, you said, spotting a mum and a dad with a baby in a stroller, trying to get the wheel of the pram unstuck from a groove in the drain gate. Okay, good luck. I'll be moving people off this side, and I can already see Momo making barricades, Mina called. Okay, if you need me, shout twerk in your mind and I'll come to you, you called to her, and she snorted with laughter as she ran off. Okay, take it all back, you're fine, she said in her mind as she ran off. Her laughter at you being stupid made you feel a fraction better, and you were able to focus a little better on what you were supposed to be doing. Running to help this poor dad try and pull the pram free, you got it unstuck and he thanked you. Thank you, bud, he said to you with a smile. Got some handsome young heroes coming through, he added. What's your hero name, son? It's still unofficial, but I'd like to go with omni-audient, you replied. I can hear inner thoughts. That's my quirk. You said. Well, you sure helped me in a pinch here, bud, the man said. You might be able to hear my inner thoughts, but you're also strong. I'll be rooting for you, he added with a wink. Oh, thanks, you replied as he stepped back to allow them to pass. Just head down to the markers down there, and one of my fellow heroes will assist you through the gates before the floats start, you added. Grand. Thanks, bud. Have a good rest of your day, the guy said, and you grinned. And to you too, sir. Don't get that pram stuck anywhere else, you joked. If I do get it stuck, I'll just call for you in my mind, the guy joked back. The line's always open, you replied back with finger guns, which made the guy laugh again. Good on ya. A kid with a sense of humour. I like it. See you, son, he said again as he headed off with his wife and baby. Ah, another day, another moment of being misgendered, you said out loud, somewhat proudly but also shaking your head. I don't mind though. I think it was more him calling me bud that made me feel like, whoa there, compadre. Yin, you good? Mina called when she saw that you were standing there talking to yourself. I'm just having a conversation with myself. I'm great company, you joked. Right, she said as she jogged past you. I'm all done up that end. Looks like everyone's in place, she added. Come on, we got to meet Jirou at the floats and get ready to help them along the street. Keep an eye out for Momo's flare. Yep, code word is still twerk, you called as she ran off ahead of you. Usually I'd be stoked to be going towards Jirou, but after this morning, you thought as you looked up to see Jirou looking at you. You tried to give her a smile, but she looked away and then called something to Mina. Yeah, that, you said to yourself as you walked over. Okay, we're ready here? Yeah, she replied, and then turned and walked away. Ouch, you thought, turning to look up at the long main street to see if you could see Momo. I bet she's thinking about Momo now. You heard the inner voice of Jirou, and you called back to her without looking. I'm waiting on the flare, doing my job, but whatever, you called. Damn, man, salty much, you thought with annoyance. I know I screwed up, but don't make it sound like I switch up that quickly. I'm not like that. Just then you saw the flare go up at the end of the street, and you turned to Jirou and Mina behind you. All systems go, you called. Float, start your engines! The first float was designed into a giant ginkgo leaf that turned many different colours and had a few dancers in the middle of the platform who were waving and dancing to the song that started the second the float started to move. I'll take this one, you called to the other two girls, who nodded in reply. The float was moving slowly, so you walked beside it, making sure people were staying behind the barricades as it moved along. The second that it started to move and the music and dancing started, the crowds watching called and cheered happily, excited to see such a display. Mina was next to come walking beside her float, which was a float dedicated to the foods of autumn. A mascot dressed up in a puffy coffee takeaway cup made everyone giggle and smile as it came along, and then Jirou followed at the end. Her float being dedicated to the clothes of autumn, with many dancers and cheerleaders doing intricate formations on the float, dressed up in scarves and woolen boots as they jumped and spun around. Okay, everyone's okay so far, you thought as you looked back down the line of floats and then up ahead to where Momo was standing at the end. Halfway there now, you thought, checking your parameters again. Thinking it might be a good idea to listen in to the drivers of the floats, you focused and listened in, starting with your float driver first. There was nothing unusual about your float driver. He was just thinking random things and wondering when he could get out of the truck. It appeared, judging by his thoughts, that he had been sat in it waiting a while before the event even started, and he was well and truly over it by now. I feel you, man, you thought, as you deactivated and tuned into the driver of the float behind you, Mina's float. It was a woman driver, and she was admiring all the food stalls and food trucks along the side of the main road, remembering which ones she wanted to go to once they had finished their parade, and you smiled to yourself. This would have been you if you were the float driver. "Oh, donuts on a stick?" you heard her say in her mind. "They put everything on a stick these days and call it food. Maybe I could start up something like that." You deactivated from her to move to the last float. Humans are such simple creatures, you thought, as you tuned into the next driver, who was also a female, and you paused when you heard her first line. "Oh, geez, I really don't feel good. Did I forget to take my meds this morning?" she asked herself. "Hello, what's happening here?" you wondered, listening in a little more pointedly so that you could erase as much static from the line as possible. "Oh, I really need to get some sugar into me, otherwise I'm going to hypo," she thought again, and you looked back at Jirou and then up to the truck to look at the driver. She had a very pensive look on her face, and you glanced around to make sure everything was good before calling back to Mina. "Hey Mina, might need a twerk situation soon," you called to her. For a second she was confused, but then she caught on and looked around. "What's happened?" she called. Oh no. You heard the driver of Jirou's float panic internally, and you looked at her again, seeing her facial expressions dropping as she passed out and slumped over the steering wheel. As soon as her chest hit the steering wheel, it activated the truck horn, which was a good and bad thing, since it brought attention to the situation. But then again, it brought attention to the situation, which meant that instead of only you and your hero pals knowing something was wrong, everyone along the sides of the road also knew something was wrong, so now there was screaming and yelling going on, which only made the panic in the crowd worse. "She's had a sugar low, I think," you yelled to Mina. "We need to stop the truck." "On it," Mina called, but before she could do anything, the truck suddenly swerved to the left. "Jirou!" you shouted, watching the truck turn towards her. "Look out!" But her thoughts were on the safety of the crowd to her left, and she put her hand out to supposedly stop the truck from running the barricades, but you knew already that wasn't going to help one bit. Turning and sprinting back to her, you ran in front of the truck and grabbed her and then threw her to the side as you stumbled and fell, doing one roll before the truck ran over your leg. With a scream of pain, you tried to move more out of the way, but the truck suddenly stopped then, and Jirou picked herself up and came running back to help drag you further away. "What happened?" she asked as she half dragged you away from the truck. The driver got a low blood sugar and passed out," you said. Oh, man. You groaned, trying not to look at your mashed leg that was lying crooked behind you. "Yin!" Mina called as she jumped out of the now stopped truck and ran over to you. "I wasn't fast enough to get in and stop the truck before it hit you. I'm so sorry." "It's okay. You did well," you replied with a wince. "Is everyone okay?" Yeah, I think so," Mina replied, looking up to where the truck had run the barricade over but hadn't gone too far. "Go and make sure the people are okay," you grunted. "And call an ambulance for the driver." "Oh, yes, on it," Mina replied. "Yin, I'm so sorry," Jirou said as she knelt beside you. "If I hadn't been standing there, you wouldn't be hurt." It is what it is," you replied with a grimace. "I'll be fine. Who's the nurse on site at school, recovering woman or something?" you asked. Recovery girl," Jirou replied. "Yeah, her. I've heard she can make anything better with a kiss, so I'll just go to her," you grimaced. Man, might need help getting there though." Just then Momo and the hero arrived to see what had happened, and you were added to the casualties list, and an ambulance came to take you back to school to have your legs seen to by Recovery Girl. The other girls helped to get everything else sorted and helped those who were still on the main street, but thankfully there were no other casualties that day, and the lady who had had a sugar low turned out to be a diabetic, and this had happened to her a number of times. Her license was suspended immediately for the time being until she could see a doctor about getting her medication dosages right. Back at the school grounds, you were seen to promptly and kissed better, and then left to recover while Recovery Girl wrote up her notes. A good hour later, you were just coming around again when you heard Mina, Jirou, and Momo at your curtains. The heavenly choir has arrived," you called. "Are you awake, Yin?" Mina asked, poking her head through the curtains. Amazingly, he replied. I checked out for a bit there, but at least my leg isn't broken anymore. Oh, good, she said, as she stepped into the room and Momo and Jirou followed behind her. You felt kinda awkward with both of your girl crushes standing side by side, but you did your best not to show the awkwardness on your face. So, how'd everything go out there? You then asked, referring to the rest of the parade proceedings out on the main street. Yeah, good, Mina replied. We managed to finish the parade and the stalls were opened, and that's when we left to the rest of the police and we got to get out and come here and check on you. I bought you some food, Jirou said as she pulled a plastic bag out from behind her back. You smiled at her. You know just how to make me feel better, you said as she walked over and placed the plastic bag of food beside you on the bed. You then chatted a little more with the girls before Mina excused herself and left, leaving you, Momo and Jirou all in the room together. Well, Momo said after an awkward few minutes. I guess I should go too. She went to leave, but you called out to her to stop her. Wait, Momo. I think we all need to have a talk, you said, looking at Jirou. Oh no, is this the breakup? Jirou thought. No, it's not, but it's definitely a clear the air type of situation, he replied to her inner thoughts. What do we need to talk about? Momo asked as she turned around to face you and Jirou. Us. All of us, you said. Momo, you know that Jirou and I are together, but you also know that 2 days ago I told you I liked you, and Jirou knows that I like you, and you also feel like you shouldn't have turned me down. But since we're putting everything out there, Jirou, I think you should come clean too. You added, there's someone you liked too? Jirou looked down and then back up at Momo. I liked you, she said. I'm gay, like Yin, she added. Oh, Momo said with surprise. You're very popular, you said with a chuckle to Momo. But listen, the reason I'm putting all this out there is so that we can come to some kind of agreement here, because Momo, as you can imagine, me being in your room with you has Jirou feeling a little uncomfortable, which is totally understandable, seeing as you've now said that you're somewhat interested in me. But on the flip side, I don't want to just move out and make you feel like there's discord between us, because first and foremost, you're my friend. So what do you say we do? Momo looked at you and then Jirou, and Jirou looked at you and then Momo. I really don't know, Momo said softly. All I know is that I really like Yin, and I won't give her up for anyone, Jirou replied. Well, I like Yin too, so remember that, Momo suddenly added, and the two girls looked at each other. Hey, whoa now, come on, this wasn't supposed to be a fight, I was looking for a solution here, you said emphatically. Both continued to look at each other, and you had to break in again to snap them out of it. Hey, listen, I know I'm the hottest thing on earth, broken leg and all, but come on, you said with a chuckle. Let's come to some kind of agreement here. Momo, what if I asked Aizawa if I could have my own room? Would that be okay? But I like you in my room, Momo said sadly. I know, I get that, but, you went to say. Think about how I feel, Jirou said. You have way more going for you than I do for me. Look at you, she said, gesturing to Momo. You have it all. You're so beautiful, and I know if you spent enough time with Yin, you could take her away from me. And she said, biting back tears. Oh, Jirou, Momo said sadly, when she could see how much the shorter-haired female was struggling. Please don't feel that way. I wouldn't do something like that. I know, but I can't help but worry, Jirou said sadly, tears forming along her lower eyelids. Momo quickly stepped over to her and gave her a hug, and your heart melted. This was so sweet to see both your favourite people giving each other some love. This is what I like to see, you said with a smile. After a short hug, Momo pulled back and looked at you. Okay, ask Aizawa and see if there's a spare room for you, Yin. You're always welcome to visit my room, though, she said to you. And you can visit mine too, Jirou added. Thank you, both. You're very kind, you said with a wink to Jirou, who gave you a bashful smile in return. Momo watched on, a pain in her heart. The more she saw you being sweet to Jirou, the more she wished for it to be with her, but she dared not say anything. I guess you don't appreciate something until it's gone, she thought, and you heard her but didn't react. Best you didn't. This was one of those times where it was better to disengage. Yin? Recovery Girl's voice came floating through the curtains. You're okay to go now. Oh, my taxi's here, you joked as you pulled the covers back and got out of bed. Do you need a hand, Yin? Momo asked with genuine concern, reaching one hand out to you to help you off the bed. Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm not that old yet, you laughed. Oh, wow, you commented once you'd stood up. My leg's like new. I'm glad, Jirou said, stepping up beside you, and you wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Momo forced a smile, but deep down she was hurt. But she also understood that Jirou was your girlfriend now, so of course it would make sense that you would prioritise Jirou over her. If you need me, call, she said as she watched you and Jirou leave the room together. Will do, you called back over your shoulder as you walked away. No limp, no nothing. Momo waited for a second before walking out herself. She just needed some time to feel sad by herself before heading back into the fray. You and Jirou chatted as you walked, talking about what had happened at the fete and commending each other on your braveries. Also, she said, I'm sorry for how I acted before. I don't have the best image of myself, so my insecurities get the best of me sometimes. Hey, you said as you stopped her in the hallway and turned her towards yourself. Don't you talk like that, okay? You're beautiful to me, and that's all that matters. Thanks, Yin, she said, and thank you for handling the Momo thing too. I'm glad it's all out in the open now. Yeah, me too, you said. I just hope there's a spare room, otherwise I don't know what else to do. Move in with me, Jirou said. You chuckled and gave her a hug and then turned to keep walking with her. I would, but what valid excuse could I have for switching from Momo's room to yours? We don't want Aizawa to know we're gay, otherwise that's a fat no he's going to slap us with. I can't say your room is bigger because Momo paid for the largest room on the level, and I can't say her and I had a falling out because I know he would lock us in the room together until we sorted it out, you said with a sigh. But don't worry, I'm sure everything will work out. Okay, Jirou said. I trust you. At least someone does, you replied with a chuckle. You walked back to the change rooms and changed back into normal clothes, and then you both headed over to Heights Alliance for dinner and bed. You thought it was a little strange that you didn't see Momo around anywhere, but at the same time it was nice to just spend time with Jirou and not feel like you needed to be holding back or anything. But when you parted ways with Jirou to go back to your room, she was standing there brushing her hair with only a t-shirt on, and you had to look away before you saw some things that you shouldn't have. Hi, Yin, she said sweetly as you entered. Oh, hey, didn't see you around at dinner, you asked, walking over to the bed and flopping face down onto it. At least if I'm staring into the pillow, I'm not looking at boobs, you thought. Oh, yes, I had a light dinner here. I didn't feel very hungry, she said. Oh, yeah, okay, you replied. Did you speak with Aizawa yet? Momo asked. No, not yet. Tomorrow, after the final days of patrols, you replied, lifting your head to look at her. I can't believe we've done a week already. It's gone so fast, Momo replied, placing her brush down and walking over to the bed to sit down beside you. You face-planted into the pillows and silently screamed to yourself, willing your brain to not bring you gifted images of Momo in just a shirt. Yin? Momo asked, placing a soft hand on your back. You jumped violently. Yo, hey, yeah, what's up? You stammered, pulling away from her. Are you okay? She asked, leaning down a little to peer into your eyes. Yep, no, but yep, you replied with a forced grin. What do you mean no? She asked with concern. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm just struggling with my own life at the moment, you replied. It's nothing new, actually. Is there any way I can help? She asked. Is this about me and Jirou? Well, yeah, it is, but don't worry, I'll sort myself out, you replied, covering your face with your hands. Oh, Yin, she said sadly, her worry showing on her face, but you couldn't see it because you were desperately trying not to look at her. Just then there was a knock on your door and Mina poked her head in. Hello, I'm collecting yins again, she said brightly. You found one, well done, you said as you jumped off the bed and ran to the door. I'll be back, Momo, you called as you closed the door behind you and grabbed Mina by the hand. There's no time to lose, let's go, you hissed as you took off running to her room. Whoa, what? She cried, half laughing as she tried to keep up with you. What's happening? Man, I need to escape from my own life all of a sudden. Do you know anyone who wants to swap with me? You asked her, still pulling her along behind you. A portal? Anything? Okay, I need updates. What is going on? She asked, slowing as you got to her door. Quick, get in, you said, opening her door and pushing her in first and then getting yourself in and closing the door behind you. She laughed as she was whisked into her own room. Okay, so what happened today? Jirou was crying, she said. Oh man, that was the least intrusive thing to happen today, you said as you flopped down onto Mina's bed. What do you mean, spill? Mina said as she ran over and jumped onto the bed as well. Okay, well, now Momo and Jirou are kind of in loggerheads. Jirou knows that Momo has gone back on her word and now wants to be with me, you said, your sentence being interrupted heavily by a loud gasp from Mina. Whoa, wait, what? When did this happen? What? She said she wants to be with you? She squealed. Oh man, you have no idea. There's been way too many updates in the last 2 days. Oh my god, you said emphatically. Polly, Polly, Polly! Mina screeched. Girl, I'm telling you, get that Polly relations going! No, but Jirou wants me all to herself and Momo wants me all to herself, so it'd just be stressful, you know? You said. Suggest it, Mina said firmly. Come on. No, man, come on. Momo doesn't want me to leave her room and Jirou wants me to leave, and I don't want to leave because it will hurt Momo's feelings if I do. But then I also don't want to hurt Jirou's feelings by not moving out. So, yeah. You got any exit plans here? You asked. Polly, Mina replied. Bruh, you deadpanned. She laughed. Look, I can suggest it to them if you don't want to, she offered. Bro, go for it. I don't care at this point. Be prepared to explain the whole thing to Momo, though. She doesn't have any idea about these things. You said. I'll do it, Mina said excitedly. I gotta see this sale. This Polly needs to sell for my own sanity's sake. You really need to go outside and touch some grass, babes. You joked. I'm so invested in everyone else's love lives. You have no idea, she chuckled. Yeah, I have plenty of an idea, you said with a laugh. Anyway, what do I do in the meantime? Hijack a sleeping bag and sleep in the common room? I mean, I guess I could say I'm staying up to keep my quirk buzzing. Yeah, that could work, Mina offered. Okay, I'll do that tonight then, you said. I will talk to Aizawa tomorrow about a spare room, and if you could drop Polly hints to Jirou and Momo, that'd be great. Oh, I'm so excited, Mina said with a clap of her hands. Okay, you go and I'll think about how to approach this. Okay, good luck, you said as you got back off the bed. I'll get myself some energy drinks from the corner store and post up in the common room. Wish me luck, or something stronger, not Bakugo's head though. That's a weird thing to say, but it's you speaking, so I'm not surprised, Mina said with a laugh. Okay, I'll wish it on Ayama's cheese because, I don't know, reasons. It'll do, you replied as you left and headed to the corner store. With 4 energy drinks in hand now, you headed back to the dorms and dropped by Momo's room to grab a hoodie and let her know what your plans were for that night. Hey, I'm going to stay up a little bit so my quirk is tweaking. I'll be in the common room, you said. If I don't come back, you'll at least know where to find me. Oh, Momo said, now in bed with her pyjamas on. Okay, did the hero say anything about needing your quirk for tomorrow? No, but it's the final day, so I thought I better be at my best, you replied, thinking that would be the best response since it appealed to her work ethics. Oh yes, good point. Okay, good luck, Yin. I'll see you tomorrow, she said. Thanks, you replied with a grin. Sleep well. I will, she said, watching as you closed the door. She lay down quietly and stared at the wall for a second, letting out a small sigh. If only I had replied quicker. We could have been together, she thought. You heard her as you stood at the closed door and sighed as you put your hoodie on. When will this nightmare end? I want Jirou, but if there was an opportunity to include Momo as well, I would. In a heartbeat, you thought. It's just Jirou that we need to convince of a poly relationship, but I don't know how Mina's going to do that, you wondered as you headed for the kitchen to put your drinks in the fridge. You put them in there but kept one for yourself for the time being. You definitely needed something. You weren't sure if it was to keep you awake or just a comfort drink, but it ended up being just what you needed as you posted up in the lounge room there and doom-scrolled the night away. It was a very quiet night that night. No one came in at odd hours, and by the morning you were still awake. You checked your watch as you cracked your next drink open and saw it was 6 a.m. Oh wow, all-nighter, you thought as you took a sip. Oh, good morning, Yin, Yorika said as she stepped into the kitchen area and saw you in the common room. You held up a hand in greeting, but the words never came to your tongue, so that's just how you remained. After holding your arm up for a bit, you let it fall back to your side and slumped back against the back of the lounge. Is Yin in here? you heard Momo ask Eureka, and you raised your hand again so that she could see you. Yeah, she's over there, you heard Eureka reply, but Momo must have seen your hand by then and came running over. Oh, Yin, she said worriedly as she stepped in front of you. Oh, did you sleep? Nope, you replied, just staring at her as you remained slumped. I managed to get my resting heart rate down to 60, only 60 more to go. Oh, Yin, Momo said sadly, I really do dislike this aspect of your quirk. I don't like that it makes you feel terrible. Feeling terrible is just part of my personality now. It's no biggie, you replied flippantly. Hey, Jirou called as she walked over. What happened? Oh, it's just Yin, Momo said sadly. She stayed up all night again. Why? Jirou asked. It's the last day today, so she wanted her quirk to be good, Momo said, and Jirou looked at you and then spoke in her mind. You didn't want to sleep in the same room as Momo, right? She asked you. You just pointed at her and she smiled sadly. I appreciate that, but I don't like that you're now suffering because of it, she replied sadly in her mind. You just shook your head at her, but didn't reply out loud. This is the sacrifice I'm making, you thought as you closed your eyes. Just then Mina came in and chuckled. Are we holding a funeral? She asked as she walked over to join the two girls in front of you. It's a live viewing, you said with your eyes shut. Oh, hey everyone, Denki greeted as he walked in, noting that Mina, Momo and Jirou were all standing looking at something or someone on the lounge, so he came over to have a look. Good morning, Denki, Momo greeted. Denki walked around to face you on the lounge and stood there with the other girls, everyone falling silent. What's happening? He asked curiously, when everyone was just standing there looking at you with your eyes closed, slumped on the lounge. It's my funeral, you said, still with eyes closed. Oh, congratulations, he replied. Thanks, you chuckled. I'm pretty happy about it. Dude, it's not congratulations, it's commiseration, Jirou replied to him. Oh, right, commission, he said. Oh my god. Jirou face-palmed. So why are you dead? Denki asked. Yin didn't get any sleep last night, so that her quirk is good today, Momo explained. Oh, yeah, that's my go-to energy drink right there, Denki said, noting the drink being held loosely by your side. How many deep are you? 4, you replied. Oh, yikes, man, Denki said, pulling a face. I can smell colour, my heart rate is going 0 beats per minute, and also 400 beats per minute simultaneously, and I'm pretty sure I'm hallucinating more than I'm in reality, you said. It's going to be a great day. Yeah, good luck with that, he said as he backed away slowly. Jirou smirked when she saw just how careful he was being. He got it, obviously. Where's the food I got you yesterday? Jirou asked you. Oh, good thinking. It's in the fridge. I still have some left, you replied with a grin, with eyes still shut. I'll get it for you, she said. My wife, you moaned with gratitude. Mina was watching Momo and saw her stiffen and determined that she was going to plant that polyseed today at all costs. She had to see this one through. After getting some sugar into your system, you were able to get up off the lounge and at least walk to the school grounds. Oh, wait, I can hear Aizawa's here, you said to Jirou as you entered the school grounds with her, with Momo and Mina behind you. I'm going to go talk to him for a sec. You guys go get ready, I won't be long, you said as you stumbled away. Man, Aizawa's going to think he's looking in the mirror when he sees Yin today. I've never seen her eye bag so bad, Mina chuckled. Oh, I do hope she will be okay, Momo fretted. This is Yin, Jirou replied. She can pull through anything. I know, but I still worry, Momo said sadly, as she watched you climb the stairs on hands and feet, using your hands to walk you up the stairs while your feet followed a few steps behind. You made it to the top of the stairs and staggered to your feet, swaying your way down the corridor to the staff room where you could hear Aizawa's internal voice monologuing about something. With a quick yank to the staff room door, you pulled it open and just stood there, one hand clutching the door frame while the other one held onto the sliding door, your dead eyes locking onto your teacher. He looked up from his desk, saw you, in your rawest form, and sighed internally. What mess has appeared on my doorstep today? He thought. Good morning to you too, you replied. Your mic is on. He grunted. What brings you here this morning? He asked in a tired voice. Listen, you said as you stumbled in through the door and smacked a hand down on his desk. From one corpse to another. I don't want to have to say more than absolutely necessary, and you don't want to have to listen to more than what's absolutely necessary. So this is my question. Is there a spare room for me to move into? I don't want to go into details, so tell me yes or no. As it stands, no. But if anything opens up, I'll let you know. He replied, and you dropped your head and then picked it back up again. Great, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your funeral, you replied, standing up straight and walking back out the door from whence you had just come. Who was that? Present Mike asked from his desk, having witnessed the whole thing. Not my child, but I'm starting to wonder, Aizawa replied. I was going to say, the resemblance is uncanny, Present Mike joked. What does she want her own room for? Who is she with now? She's a close friend of Momo Yaoyorozu, doing exchange for 10 months from the French hero course. Aizawa replied. Momo insisted that Yin stay with her. And things aren't working out? Present Mike asked. Aizawa shrugged. Not my boat. I'm not sailing it. If there's a hole in it, it's not my job to repair it. He replied. She doesn't want to sail it or fix it either by the looks of things, Present Mike chuckled. They'll just have to work themselves out on their own. Aizawa said as he looked back down to his papers in front of him. I got my hands full, looking for an assistant to Class 1A, and we have that conference coming up in America at the end of the year too. Oh, I'm looking forward to that, Present Mike said excitedly. You would be. Aizawa sighed. As you wandered your way back down to level 1, you thought about what you were going to do. It was weird, but you didn't feel upset that Aizawa had said that there was no spare rooms. It was just a matter of, okay, tried that, tick it off, you thought, pushing your hands into your pockets as you started walking down the stairs. You thought that you were being clever by having your hands tucked away, but a sudden bout of dizziness made you untuck them quickly and hold on to the rails as you descended. When you got to the bottom, you were surprised to see all your girls waiting for you, and you gave them a quizzical smile before stopping in front of Jirou. I thought you'd all be out the door and gone now, you asked. We were waiting for you, Jirou said, looking up at you, and you grinned and plopped a hand down on her head. You're so cute, you replied, smiling lovingly at her. Momo's heart clenched and she looked sadly down her front and then turned away. Shall we go? She asked, not looking back at you at all. Yes, final day, let's go! Mina said brightly, as she skipped over next to Momo and linked her arm playfully with the taller Ravenette. You ready, Momo? She giggled. Momo was surprised to have someone touching her, but she had been starved of your touch for a while now, and she really did need something, so readily accepted it. Yes, she said happily, squeezing Mina's arm. Let's go. The final day is going to be so good. End on a high, Mina replied to her. You and Jirou walked behind them, and you reached out and took her hand in yours to squeeze it for a second before letting it go. You ready for the final day? You asked her. Then it's back to the 9 to 5. Fun, she replied blandly. At least I get to see you every day, you said with a nudge to her arm, and she smiled up at you. Yeah, she replied. Thank God. Praise, you said, doing jazz hands. She snorted and giggled. You're such a dork, she replied cheekily. Once you had met with your overseeing hero, you got the rundown for that day and mentally prepared for what you would need to do. Doing patrols as usual for the final day, he said with a grin. Can I just say it's been a pleasure to work with all of you. You will all make fine heroes in the future. Thanks, Dad, he replied with a grin. Love you too. Pleasure, he replied stiffly. You held back your laughter so as not to disturb him even more, but you loved that he just didn't quite know how to take you. In the afternoon, there might be some odd jobs needing doing, he added. A little clean-up from yesterday's parade, assisting the kindy kids from the local daycare centre to cross the road on their return from an outing today. Ew, you whispered. Booger goblins. Jirou snorted, and then quickly coughed to cover herself, and the hero looked at her and then paused and kept talking. Yeah, things like that. Your aim today is to make as good an impression on the general public as possible, he added, looking at you. Felt like that was personal, Father, you replied with one eyebrow raised. Please do not refer to citizens as mother and father. They might not take to it kindly, he said with a worried look on his face. I got it, Pops, don't stress, you joked. I'm glad that it's the final day, he said internally, and you coughed. Don't sugarcoat it. Give it to me straight, you said, shooting him a cold stare. He sheepishly cleared his throat and then decided to wrap everything up and let you get on with your day. Okay, that's all for now. Meet back here 1 p.m. for this afternoon, and I'll have a more detailed schedule then, he said. You all confirmed that you would meet back at 1 p.m. and then turned to walk off, naturally pairing off as you and Jirou and Mina and Momo. Man, I'm going to miss wandering around the streets, not doing much, you said to Jirou as you walked. Yeah, she replied. So, what did Aizawa say? Do they have a spare room? Nope, you said, popping your pea. So, move in with me then, she said casually. Yeah, we'll talk about it later, you replied. You still didn't want to move out of Momo's room, but acting hesitant in front of Jirou was only going to upset her again, and you didn't want that, so you decided to delay it until later, if you could. Okay, she said with a smile. Hey, also, I wanted to thank you in person and not in my mind for staying out of Momo's room. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate that you were thinking of my feelings. Oh, of course, babe. I get it. I don't want to upset you, so if moving out or sleeping elsewhere is going to make you feel more comfortable, then I'll do it, you said. If we can somehow come to some other arrangement, though, that didn't involve me moving out, that would be great, you added internally. Thanks, she said with a squeeze to your arm as she looped her hand around it. You smiled down at her and then looked up to see an elderly lady trying to bend over to pick up her bag that she dropped. Oh, there's about to be a fatality here, you joked. Her hips are about to go out of business. Let me just grab her bag real quick for her. Oh, yeah, go, Jirou said, watching as you jogged ahead a little to help the lady. Yuna's really sweet and kind, Jirou thought, as she watched you with the older lady successfully retrieving her bag from the ground and giving it back to her. A job well done, Jirou said once you'd returned to her. Thank you, that was my most daring rescue, you replied cheekily. Heroes, huh? They think they're so good, you heard a voice from nearby say in their mind, and you looked up and around to see who it was, noticing a somewhat dishevelled-looking man standing a little distance off glaring at you and Jirou. Oh, hello, you said quietly with amusement, looking away from him so he didn't think that you had heard his inner thoughts. What delightful person do we have here? Got a delightful chap at 10 o'clock, you whispered to Jirou as you turned to her and placed your back facing the guy in question. Yeah, doesn't seem to like heroes. Good for him, Jirou mused, and you snorted. Okay, that was funny. I liked that, you chuckled. Anyway, keep an eye out for him. Not sure what his angle is, whether or not he wants to do something about how much he dislikes heroes, or is just mentioning his dislike. Okay, she said, glancing at him before looking away. Always meddling, the guy thought with annoyance as he walked off. Okay, looks like Bag of Fun has decided to move on, you said once you'd glanced over your shoulder and seen him walking off. Shall we continue? We have a few more hours before we have to go back to the meeting point. Okay, Jirou nodded. You and her continued on, doing your best to keep an eye out for anyone needing help, and unfortunately a few times you spotted this same homeless-looking guy who didn't like you, and even more unfortunately it seemed like you two were always in the same area at the same time. I've seen the same guy 5 times now, you commented to Jirou. What guy? She asked. Happiness personified, you replied. The guy who hates heroes. Oh, him, she said. Sorry, I haven't seen him. Maybe it's because I recognise his unmistakable happy inner voice, you replied sarcastically. Okay, but he's not causing any problems, is he? She asked. So far no, you replied. Okay, let's hope it stays that way, she said back. He doesn't want to come anywhere near us, so we should be fine, you said with a shrug. Come on, we have 1 hour to go, and then we have to be back at the meeting point, she said, and you smiled at her. Yeah, true. Okay, let's help someone, you said, getting into a crouched position as if to catch a football, and Jirou snorted. You're such a dork, she giggled. Yeah, but you love it, you said with a wink, as you stood back up properly and the two of you headed off down the street. As you walked, you glanced over your shoulder again to check and make sure that that guy wasn't around still. There was something about him that was making you uneasy. After patrols were done, you and Jirou headed back to meet up with the hero and the other girls, and you smiled as you saw Mina and Momo coming back to the group. Momo looked up and gave you a bright smile back, and you sighed internally. Ugh, damn, girl. Why do you have to be so damn gorgeous? You thought, tearing your eyes away from her and looking back to the hero as he walked over to greet you all. Well done, he said when he saw that you were all present. How did patrols go? Any mishaps? None, you all said, and he nodded proudly. You've done very well this week. Now, this afternoon we're going to assist with cleaning up after the parade yesterday. There doesn't appear to be too much mess, thankfully, just a few garbage bags on the side of the road that need to be lifted into the garbage truck that will be coming past in about a half an hour's time. And then after that, there is a new set of apartments at the end of town, and a number of families are moving in at the same time. They've asked for some assistance, as there will be plenty of moving vans and heavy items to carry, so we need manpower. Or woman power, Momo said in her mind, and you smirked to yourself. Bro here is going to see manpower in action soon with all of us baddies on site. Hello, you thought. Okay, heroes, he said, bringing your attention back to himself. Let's get to it. You and your girl pals all called out in reply to his enthusiastic cry, and then turned and headed off as a group towards the main street to prepare for the garbage truck to arrive. Hey guys, let's get some kind of teamwork thing going, you said as soon as you got to the start point of the street and saw the large garbage bags along the side of the road, lining all the way along to the other end where Momo had set off her flare the day before. What did you have in mind, Yin? Momo asked sweetly. I'll die, and you guys carry on, you said, and she sweat dropped. I'm kidding, you replied. What about if we have two of us riding on the back of the garbage truck and the other two picking up the bags and tossing them up to us, and we'll chuck them in? It might make it more seamless. Yeah, that actually sounds good, Mina said. Yin, you and I will be in the truck, and Momo and Jirou can walk and toss. Jirou, I can make exoskeletons to support us in lifting these bags so they're not so heavy, Momo said excitedly. Does that sound good? Yeah, Jirou said with a nod, and then she looked at you to ask something, but you were looking away at something else and she stopped. Is everything okay? She asked, after observing you focusing on something for a few minutes. You looked at her blandly for a second and then blinked. Sorry, yeah, all good, you said quickly. She looked in the direction that you had been staring just a second ago, but couldn't see anything that would have been of interest to you, and so looked back at you to ask her question. Am I throwing to you? She asked. Of course, baby, I got you, you replied with a wink. Okay, she said with a blush. Then you all looked up when you heard the garbage truck coming down the road towards you. Here's my ride, you said cheekily, which made the other girls giggle. But although you were still acting normal, you had heard something a little earlier that had you keeping a closer eye out for trouble. That guy was still hanging around, and his inner thoughts were starting to get more and more paranoid and strange. What had started with him just bad-mouthing heroes was now turning into him being worried that you and your group were following him, and his last inner thought had been, if they come near me, I'll show them what it's like to exist in a different life. Now, that one had concerned you. This man was not in his right mind, and it sounded like he could be a potential threat. I just need to make sure that we stay away from him, you thought, as Mina stepped forwards to signal the garbage truck to stop so she could talk to the driver and tell him what you had planned to do. While she was talking, you looked around for that guy again, being able to locate him easily from his scrambled inner thoughts. He's in that alleyway, up on the right, you thought, noting that there was a pile of rubbish bags just outside the entrance to the alleyway. Oh, damn. Maybe I'll be the one to grab those, you thought. Or maybe we should just leave them. Yen! Hey, Yen! You ready? Mina's voice penetrated your thoughts. Ew, let's go! Hup! You said suddenly, snapping back to the present and dropping into a low squat stance. Give it to me! Oh wait, I gotta be on the truck, right? Hurry up and get up here, she laughed, throwing her hand out for you to grab onto and pulling you up onto the back of the truck. Okay, ready? Momo called, after her and Jirou had fitted the exoskeletons, made by her, to themselves. Let's go, you said, quickly making a note of how far down the road this alleyway was, and checking to see if the guy was still there, but his thoughts had seemed to either vanish, or he was just standing quietly in there. You couldn't tell. The garbage truck started to move slowly then, and Jirou picked up a garbage bag and threw it at you, which you caught and chucked into the open back of the truck, smiling when this system appeared to work. Hit me, baby, you called, putting your arms out for the next one and catching it before dumping it quickly. One after the other, the bags came at you, and you caught them and tossed them. But all the while you were listening in for old mate's voice, but couldn't hear it anymore. I hope he's gone, you thought, glancing around the side of the truck to see how far the alleyway was. It was coming up fast, and you did a scan around, but still no voice. He must be gone, you thought, but still you were uneasy. As you neared the alleyway, you jumped off the truck and jogged over to the rubbish bags at the entrance. Hey, Yin, get back on, Mina called. Yeah, hold up, I just got to grab these. Hang on, you said, as you grabbed for one and then looked down the empty alleyway. You paused for a second, listening intently around you for his voice, but it wasn't there, so you straightened and looked around. Must have gone. You thought. Yin, come on, what's up? Mina called to you. Oh, yep, coming, you called, running back to the truck with your garbage bag and lobbing it up to Mina. Yeet, you shouted as you let it fly. What was it? How come you stopped? Mina asked as you jumped back up onto the back of the garbage truck. Huh? You asked. Oh, nothing, all good, you said, looking around again. You can try and play it off, but you're obviously on edge about something, she said, crouching to catch a flying garbage bag from Momo. Nah, we good. I'll tell you if it becomes an issue, you said, catching a bag from Jirou and dumping it behind you. All down the street you kept your quirk on, and there was one other time you heard his voice say something like, "You'll pay for seeking me out." You didn't see him though, and just prayed that after this you could all move away from this area so that you could avoid bumping into him again. He's starting to get a little more aggressive in his thoughts, you thought, smiling as the garbage truck stopped at the end of the street and you and Mina jumped off the back of it. Good work, you said, holding your hand out to high-five Jirou, who had worked up a light sweat. Same to you, she replied as she high-fived you back. You did very well, Yin, Momo said as she came over too and high-fived you as well before helping Jirou get out of her exoskeleton. Thanks, man, you called to the garbage truck driver, who was still in his truck, and he waved and then slowly pulled away, leaving you all standing there for a second. Does anyone know where this apartment is that we're supposed to be helping with the moving? You asked the other girls. Oh, I do, Momo said. Let's head there now. It's not far from here. I hope that it is far from here. I hope it's very far from here, you thought, as you looked around again and listened in to see if that guy was still around, but again you didn't hear him, so followed Mina and Jirou as they followed after Momo, with you at the end. It indeed wasn't far to the new apartments, and there were a heap of removalist trucks around the front, so you knew that you were in the right place. Okay, Momo said as she reached the place. Game plan, what do we all want to do? Jirou, should we put the exoskeletons back on for support? Yeah, good idea, you said, contributing before checking out to listen in around you. One more step, and my plan will be put into action, you heard that sinister guy's voice say, and you froze and looked around. Where is he? You thought as you tried to locate him. Judging by a lot of tells in his voice, you knew he was close, but he was hiding, obviously, because you didn't spot him anywhere. Oh, crap. This isn't good, you thought. Hey, Yin? Mina asked. Oh, geez, sorry, you apologised. I'm tired. No, you're not. What is up? You've been acting weird all day, she said. You glanced around again and then looked at her. Nope, just dog tired. Let's get this over with so we can move on in life, you said. She replied, going to say more, but then the hero appeared and started to give you all directions, so she didn't get to say her piece. Okay, let's start moving the higher levels in first, and then we'll move the lower levels in later, he said. We do have the help of the removalists, so it's not like we have to do this all on our own. Okay, good. Then let's go, you said hurriedly, turning towards the first truck. Here? You asked. This one? Oh, I like your enthusiasm, Yin, the hero said with a laugh. Keen to get to work. Wrong, you thought internally. Keen to get the frick out of here before Weirdo kicks his weirdness into high gear. You then replied out loud. Ah, you know me, always ready with hands and feet. The hero sweat dropped. Right, he added. Okay, we will start with the truck up front, he said. That one is for the family on level 5. Okay, let's go, you said enthusiastically, marching to the truck. I'll help you, Yin, Momo said suddenly, and before you could make any objections, she was right beside you, ready to help. Cool, you said. Let's do this. Plus ultra, she replied brightly, and you almost had an aneurysm. Oh, stop being so cute. This is illegal, you thought as you looked over at Jirou. She was looking at you but didn't say anything, and you gave her a wink and a smile before being addressed by one of the removalists at the back of the truck. Okay, lassie, you ready? The guy asked as he wrenched open the back door of the truck and jumped up onto the tailgate. Hold on, you said, rolling your sleeves up a little more and showing your well-defined biceps and deltoids. Okay, hit me. Actually, please don't throw a box, I was joking. You added quickly. The guy laughed. Say, you're pretty stacked. You can carry a bigger box. I'll give this one to the miss here, he said, gesturing to Momo with her exoskeleton on. Don't be fooled, she's got pluck, you said to the guy. Never underestimate her. Momo blushed and the guy grinned. Good to hear, he said as he passed the box out to Momo, and then a heavier one to you. Okay, let's get pushing, you said to her, letting her lead the way to the front of the building and then inside and head for the stairs. This way, the hero called from up the stairwell. Level 5, apartment number 2, thanks, he added. Yep, you called from behind Momo, following her up. As you passed the storeroom on level 2, a sudden intrusive thought hit you, coming from someone right near you, and you jumped with surprise. Oh, they've gone and done it now, the voice said. They've shown me who they really are. Time to teach them a lesson from the other side. Momo, look out! You shouted at her. What's wrong, Ian? She asked as she turned around and looked at you over the top of her box. We need to get out of here, you said, but your voice was suddenly different, and you were standing there looking back at yourself, holding the heavier box. Huh? You asked yourself, looking down into Momo's cleavage. Yin, your voice said to you, and you looked up at yourself. Oh my, your voice said, looking down at yourself holding the box. Wait, Momo? You asked the person who was standing in front of you that looked like you. Yeah, your voice replied as you looked back up at you. Wait, am I you? You asked, looking down your front again and noting that this was definitely Momo's body that you were in. We switched bodies? Oh, it appears so, Momo said in your body with a worried look on your face. This is not good, you said in her body. Wow, I can feel all of what you're feeling, you added. And I can feel you too, all of your thoughts and feelings, and it's very loud in your brain, she said suddenly. Yeah, that's my quirk. Wait, you can use my quirk? Can I use yours then? You asked, putting the box down for a second and looking at your arm. Rope, you said, looking down at your arm. You need to be a little bit more focused than that. Momo's sweat dropped in your body. Okay, well, that aside, this isn't good. We need to warn the others, you said in her body. You keep going up and I'll run back and warn them. Okay, she said, and you watched on curiously as she ran off in your body. Do I look like that? You asked yourself, still in Momo's body, as you then turned and ran back down the stairs, leaving your box in the hallway. Guys, you shouted as you got back to the van, where Mina and Jirou were being given their own boxes to carry. Oh, hey Momo, Mina called. What's up? I'm not actually Momo, you said in Momo's voice and body. Mina looked at you. What's the joke? She asked. No, I'm being serious. Momo is in my body. I'm in Yin's body, and I'm in hers, you said. What? Jirou asked. Are you serious? Dead serious. More dead than serious, but also deadly serious, you deadpanned, and Jirou smirked. Yeah, it's Yin, she said. Holy hell, what happened? Mina asked with surprise. I think we got hit by a quirk, but you guys need to be careful. There's a guy here who isn't good, you said in her body. Should we tell the hero? Mina asked, looking up and around to try and spot him. No, don't, you said in her body, reaching out to grab Mina's arm. I don't want things to get worse. We need to pretend like everything is fine and try a more low-key way to work this out. See, this guy doesn't know that his quirk has worked, right? If we just act normal, well, as normal as possible, he might think that it hasn't worked and then he won't try and cause any more problems. Or he might come out from wherever he is and we can catch him and blindfold him or something so he can't look at us to switch us. I think that's how his quirk works. Most switch quirks require sighting the people you want to switch. Mina nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, okay. And if the hero starts running around looking for this guy, he might end up getting switched too. This needs to be on the down low, she agreed. Okay, you nodded in Momo's body. I just got to go and find Momo. I mean, my body, and tell her what's going on. I'll come, Jirou said, stepping forwards with her box. I need to make it look like I'm just delivering stuff and nothing is up. Good point, you said, doing finger guns at her. That's so weird seeing Momo do something like that. Jirou chuckled. Like what? You asked, starting to do the Dougie. Oh God. She laughed, almost dropping her box, and Mina started chuckling as well. That is hilarious, Mina laughed. Okay, serious time now. Let's keep it pushing. Serious time? Who is she? You asked cheekily. Come on, let's go, Jirou said as she started walking, and you followed her. What if I tried to hold your hand? She teased. Would you let Momo hold your hand? I don't know, Jirou mumbled, looking away shyly. You were crushing on her before though, right? And now it's me in here. Best of both worlds, you said with a grin. Yeah, but isn't that like cheating? She asked, looking at you. Well, actually, good point. What's the go there? Because it is me in her body, so technically it's still me, but it's her shell, you said, and she shrugged. I have no idea, she said curiously. Yin! You heard your voice up ahead and looked up as you and Jirou started to head up the stairs. Hey! You greeted with a grin as you looked up, but as soon as you in Momo's body saw yourself, this pain shot through your heart and you felt like you were going to cry. Ah! You huffed, clutching your chest and pausing for a second. Yin, you good? Jirou asked, looking at you while you stood there clutching your heart. Man, that felt so weird. What was that? You wondered, looking at Jirou and then yourself as Momo walked down the stairs as you. The more you watched yourself, the more your heart ached and you thought a little longer. Wait, am I feeling Momo's reaction to seeing me? If that's the case, wow, poor baby. She really is hurting inside. Are you okay, Momo? Momo asked you, calling you by her name. You said as you straightened. Yeah, I'm okay, I think. It's very quiet in your mind. Wow, what a sanctuary. Oh, I'm so glad, she said. I don't know how to control your quirk, so I'm just hearing so much noise in your brain and I don't know what to do, she said with a mortified look on her face. How do you deal with this? Meh, you get used to it, I guess. But I'm just sorry that I'm running on no sleep today, so you're getting the premium version, you said. Hey, also, I guess it would be a tall ask to listen for that guy who switched us, but he's got a bit of a deepish, crazy-sounding voice, you said. We need to find this guy and apprehend him quickly without him knowing that he switched us so he doesn't cause any other problems, you said. Problem is, I can't even use my quirk to locate him. I can try and listen to the individual sounds and work out if anyone is thinking ill thoughts towards us, but I wouldn't be able to say where he was, Momo said in your body, pulling all kinds of apologetic faces. I didn't even know my face could look that way, you mused, watching her work your body. Okay, anyway, let's all keep walking. Try to keep the talk to a minimum, yeah? I don't know where this guy is, but I'll keep an eye out. I thought maybe he was around level 2. Both Jirou and Momo in your body nodded, and then you all turned to go up the stairs to the apartment in question to drop the box off. As you all walked up, you kept an eye out for the guy or anyone suspicious, but couldn't see anything. Do you hear anything? You whispered to Momo in your body, and she shook her head. Your quirk is so hard to work in, she said back to you. You all fell silent for a second, and you noticed that Momo in your body kept glancing at Jirou. She must be feeling my feelings towards Jirou right now, you thought, your heart hurting when you saw yourself looking at Jirou. And I'm feeling how Momo feels when she sees me looking at Jirou that way. Wow, I feel even worse now. I had no idea Momo felt this strongly about me. But wait, I still think Momo's gorgeous. I mean, I've liked her for the longest time. So when she looks at me, you thought, your eyes through Momo's meeting hers through yours. Does she feel how I feel about her? Momo quickly looked away in your body and you nodded internally. Yeah, she can feel it, you thought, when you felt your heart flutter at Momo in your body looking at you. This is wild. As you walked, you saw the box that you had left in the hall still sitting there, and without thinking, you picked it up and continued on. Just then you felt something and looked down, noting that you were now next to yourself, and you looked up. Oh, you said in Jirou's voice. Oh no, Momo said, and you looked at her. What's up? You asked in Jirou's voice. Momo droned. This isn't dope anymore. It happened again? You asked softly back to Momo's body, who was now inhabited by Jirou, and your body still inhabited by Momo. Momo, whoever you are, can you hear if the guy is around? You asked briskly in Jirou's voice. I'm so sorry, Yin. I can't. Momo in your body said apologetically. I really don't know how you manage this quirk. You grunted in her body. Okay, don't worry. Let's just keep going for now. Man, I need to get back in my body so I can use my quirk, you said softly with annoyance. You all kept going towards the apartment ahead, quietly this time, and you glanced at Momo, who was now Jirou, and wondered what she was feeling. Is she going to be feeling Momo's feeling towards me? you wondered. Just then Momo's body turned to look at Yin's body, and you watched Momo's face to see their reaction. It was exactly as you suspected, and you watched on with low-key amusement as Momo's face winced, and then Momo in Yin's body replied with words of concern. Yeah, feels terrible, doesn't it? You thought towards Momo's body, but then Momo in your body looked at you. Oh crap, mind reading, you suddenly said in your mind, and Momo in your body smiled. I can hear that, she said to you. Your heart skipped a beat as you saw yourself through Jirou's eyes and realised just how much Jirou liked you just from that one look. Man, the boot is on the other foot now, isn't it? Your sweat dropped. Yeah, how does it feel? Momo as Jirou asked you with a smirk. Feels weird, that's what it feels, you replied, and Momo as Jirou smirked. A few more steps and you're on the doorstep of the apartment and then let in to drop the boxes off and then you headed back out into the hall. Where is this guy? You thought, looking at your yin body and feeling Jirou's love towards you. As you neared the same spot again, you felt funny again and quickly looked down. Oh, you said excitedly when you were in your own body again. Keep walking, you whispered to the other two girls, and they nodded. Oh, I hope they're back in their own bodies now too. I think they are. I'm back in mine, you thought. Once you got outside, you reached forwards for Jirou's hand and pulled on it a bit to get her to walk back beside you. You back to normal now? You asked her, looking down with a smile on your face. Yin, Jirou said nervously. I'm over here, Momo suddenly said in a deadpan voice, and you looked from Jirou beside you to Momo. Wait, you two are still switched? You asked. Unfortunately, Momo said in a dead voice, and you couldn't help but laugh. Jirou, are you okay in there? You asked with a smirk. I just want to switch back already, she said, glancing at you holding Jirou's hand. That's not my hand, by the way. Oh, you said quickly, letting go of Jirou's hand, the Jirou that had Momo inside. I really liked that, Momo said in the mind of Jirou, and you cleared your throat. Okay, this is getting out of hand. We need to catch this guy. We can't go in groups because he needs to switch 2 people, so it can only be 1 at a time, you said. Thankfully, I'm back in my own body, so I know how to drive this quirk. Should we tell the hero? Momo, in Jirou's body, asked. Yeah, I think we probably should, you sighed. I guess it might have been better to have him involved. I was just trying to keep the collateral down. Yeah, I get it, Jirou said in Momo's body. Hey, Mina called as she ran over from the back of the removalist truck. Is everyone in their right minds? I mean bodies? I am, you said. But we've got a hybrid still happening here with Momo Jirou. Are you Momo? Mina asked the Jirou-looking person. Jirou nodded. Yep, I'm Momo, she replied. And so you're Jirou? You asked the Momo-looking person. Yeah, she said, looking down Momo's front and then quickly looking away. You smirked. Yep, I'd be lying if I hadn't copped an eyeful every now and again when I was in her body, you thought internally. Okay, so what do we do? Mina asked. Do you know where the hero is? You asked her. I last saw him carrying some boxes up to the apartments, Mina said. We could wait here till he comes back down again. Yeah, sounds like a plan, you said, because from here I haven't heard that guy at all, so I don't think he can see us. I think he might live in this apartment block, otherwise why else would he be here? Good point, Mina mused. Just then the hero came back and smiled at you all. Is it a lunch break? He joked lightly. Why is everyone standing around? We have a problem, Jirou in Momo's body said. What is it? The hero asked, noting that Momo was looking rather dull, more dull than usual. There's a man with a body switching quirk in the building and he switched our bodies out and now I'm in Jirou's body and Jirou is in mine, Momo said, pointing across to her own body that she should have been in, but wasn't. I'm sorry, what? The hero asked. They've swapped bodies, you said. I'm still in this same dumpster fire of a body, so don't worry. I wasn't really worried, the hero thought, and you deadpanned. Does mind reader mean anything to you? You deadpanned at him. Oh, sorry, he said, not very apologetically. Charming, you thought. Do we know where this man is? The hero asked. He's either on level 2 or 5, I'm pretty sure. Or he can at least see people on level 5 because that's where we were the second time that we all got switched. Thankfully, I've ended up back as me, so I can at least use my quirk, you said. Okay, Yin, you and I will go up there, the hero said.
The rest of you stay here. We should be fine, but in case of emergency, I'll somehow get a signal to you, he said. He turned to you and then headed for the apartment doors. Let's go, he called to you. Okay, you said, throwing the other three a glance before you left with him. Don't worry, we'll get you back in your right bodies, you said before leaving. I hope so, because I miss you holding my hand, you heard Jirou think inside Momo's body. I liked you holding my hand, though, you heard Momo think in Jirou's body. Ugh, what a mess, you added in your own thoughts, walking to the stairs with the hero. Any plans, partner? You asked him as he walked ahead of you. I'm relying on your quirk to find him, and then we can flush him out or grab him somehow, the hero said. Yeah, sounds good. We just have to make sure he can't see us because he might be able to switch us then, you said. The hero nodded, and you and him continued up the stairs with your quirk on high alert to find this guy. Jeez, I hope he's still here, you thought as you climbed the stairs. Just as you got to the next level, you heard an inner voice that was familiar and sinister, and you grabbed the back of the hero's shirt in front of you to stop him in his tracks. What is it? He asked, looking back at you. He's still here, you whispered to him. I just heard him, but he's distant. He must be up on level 5. Okay, good, the hero said, continuing on. You followed and kept your quirk on, scanning and scanning until you heard him rambling about heroes again. Yeah, he's still here, still near the hallway that we walked before. He must be waiting for us to come back again, you said in a soft voice to the hero, and he nodded to confirm that he had heard you. Onwards you walked until you got to level 5, and then slowed as you got to the top of the stairs. Where? The hero asked you softly. You paused and looked around, listening intently. There, you said after listening for a bit and hearing him again. Both you and the hero looked in the direction you were pointing and saw a storage cupboard ahead. Yeah, I honestly think he's inside there, you said to the hero. Is he living there? He was on level 2 in a storage cupboard there before, but he's moved at some point. The hero mused. He doesn't like heroes. He's been rambling about heroes for the longest time now, and he's only quirked us. So we can't just step out in front of him and ask him to come with us. That's not going to work. You said, we need a sneakier way to get him. We can bait him out, the hero said. You were saying he needed 2 people to switch? Yeah, that's my theory. Yeah, you replied. But don't quote me, I could be wrong. Well, technically, I should be able to confront him without you there, and nothing happened because he can't switch me with anyone else, the hero said. Yeah, technically, but what if that's not the case? You replied, concerned that this guy was going to do something crazy. Well, we don't know if we don't try, the hero said. Geez, bro, that's a bit risky, isn't it? You asked. It's the only shot we've got, he said. You stand by as backup, and I'll go to the door and try and pry it open or break it somehow without him seeing me, and then I'll take him down. Yeah, okay, I'll keep my jumper handy to wrap over his eyes once you have him down. You replied, I do think he needs to actually see the person he's going to quirk. Okay, sounds like a plan, the hero said with a nod. Okay, you replied with a nod. This is so damn risky, bro, but we don't have any options here. It needs to be a one-person thing doing this, you thought. You stayed back while the hero snuck forwards to the storage door and crouched down at the doorknob part, and then reached into his back pocket and pulled out a Stanley knife. After looking at the door for a second, he slowly and quietly inserted the thin knife end between the door jab and the wall and moved the knife up, pushing the lock up and then twisting the door handle that moved easily in his hand. Then he quickly slipped the knife away and pulled the door open. It appeared that the guy hiding in there hadn't been expecting to be ambushed and was caught before he could do or say anything, and then all of a sudden you saw him on the floor with the hero covering his eyes and calling for you to bring your jumper. You ran over and helped wrap it over his eyes, that he wasn't too pleased about, and was yelling expletives the whole time, but eventually you got him sorted and breathed a sigh of relief. Can you call the local police? The hero asked you. We need some backup, and someone else who can either reverse or nullify a quirk. Wait, our homeroom teacher can do that, you said. Aizawa, he's Hero Eraserhead, isn't he? Let's get him down here. Good thinking, the hero said as he remained keeping this guy on the floor, and you took his phone from his outstretched hand and called the local police station. It was a wild next hour or two, but by the end of the working day everything had been resolved. The guy who had quirked you was down at the police station now for questioning, and you were all back in your right bodies and minds and had finished up helping to move everyone into their apartments, and the day had been completed.
After being officially signed off by the hero that you'd spent the week working with, you all headed back to the school to shower and change and then go and have a long, hard-earned rest. There was still something weighing on your mind though, and that was Momo and Jirou and the whole sleeping arrangements thing, and also the other thing, what you had felt when you were in Momo's body and what you had felt when you were in Jirou's. I guess I got front row seats from their point of view. I got to feel what they feel. You thought as you climbed the school stairs with the girls and walked to the change rooms. Everyone in your group was very subdued, but you occasionally caught snippets of Jirou and Momo's inner thoughts, and it appeared that you were all on the same wavelength, trying to work out what to do now that you all knew how you all felt. I need to call a meeting with these two. You thought as you followed them into the change room. I don't know if we can come to some kind of arrangement, but it'd be better to put it out there than to not. After showering and changing, you and Momo walked back to the dorm rooms while Jirou stayed back to help Mina take the hero costumes down to the laundromat on the school grounds. She had done this on purpose so she could think without you overhearing her thoughts. Jirou was very keenly aware of the pain that Momo was in, seeing her and you together. She also felt how you felt towards her and Momo, and she just needed a chance to consider some options without her thoughts being intercepted. I mean, it might be nice to have Momo and Yin by my side. Momo's really sweet after all, but would she want to share with me? Jirou wondered. Mina was kinda in her own little world, so she was none the wiser to what was running through Jirou's mind, and was just happy that the day was done and dusted. "Oh, what a week, right?" she asked. "We should get drinks or something to celebrate." "Mina, I think everyone is exhausted," Jirou replied with a deadpan look on her face. "We could ask. I'll ask when we get back. It'll be fun. We can all get everyone together," she added enthusiastically. Where do you find the energy?" Jirou asked, feeling more tired than before just by watching Mina bounce around and put the hero costumes in the washing machine. "How long should I set this for?" Mina asked, looking at Jirou while holding one hand on the dial. 1 hour? That should be enough, right? Jirou nodded. "Yeah, I'll come back in an hour and pull them out and put them in the dryer. That should be fine," she said. "Perfect," Mina replied brightly, then set the machine up to wash and press start. "Done," she said with a grin. "Now let's go get drinks and come back in an hour." "No one said a thing about getting drinks," Jirou said with a dead look on her face. "That was you." "Come on, where's your sense of fun?" Mina jeered. "What if Yin comes along? You'll come for sure then, right?" "I guess," Jirou mumbled with a blush. "You really like her, huh?" Mina said with a grin. "It's cute. You guys make a good couple." "Thanks," Jirou replied, being dragged back to the dorms by Mina. No sooner had you and Momo gotten back to her room that you had a knock on the door and turned around to open it. "Central Morgue, you kill 'em, we chill 'em. How can I help you?" you asked as you opened the door to Mina and Jirou standing there. "Oh, hello pretty faces. What brings you here?" you asked with a grin. "You want to come get drinks?" Mina asked excitedly. "Like soft drink or boba tea or something? There's a nice place down the road. Let's go." "Oh, that would be so lovely," Momo said with a smile. "I'm a little tired, but would love to have a little time with everyone." "It's decided then," Mina said with a grin, her arm locked around Jirou's neck to hold her from escaping. "You coming too, right, Yin?" she asked you. "Only if I can be with that pretty little babe you have under your arm there," you said with a wink at Jirou. You didn't even look at Momo. You didn't want to know what kind of face she had on, and you also didn't want to even acknowledge the pain that she may have been feeling at watching you give affection to another. This kind of sucks, though, you thought as you remained smiling at Jirou. And so, about a half hour later, you, Momo, Jirou and Mina were all at the local boba tea shop, drinks in hand, sitting around and retelling parts of the week and being able to sit there and laugh about it. "I feel like everyone just wanted you to help them, Mina," you chuckled, remembering all the times that she had run off to help someone cross the road or pick something up that they had dropped or help get into or out of a car or a bus. "Yeah, because you guys never saw, that's why," she said emphatically. "I always keep my eyes open for someone who needs help." Yeah, you laughed, sucking on your straw and getting some of the boba balls in there. "Today was wild, though," Mina then said. "Didn't think we'd have so many villain problems." "Yeah, right, and actively aimed at us," you said. "Was pretty dope to be in Jirou's body, though," you added cheekily, giving Jirou mad side-eye to see what she would say. She blushed heavily and Mina giggled. "I bet you enjoyed that, Yin. You're always standing so close to her you may as well be in her body," Mina teased. "Yeah, but I wouldn't know how to work her quirk, though," you continued, looking at Jirou, but still speaking to Mina. "How do you use your quirk? I tried using Momo's when I was in her body, but it didn't work." I guess it's easy for us to use when it's in our own body, right? Momo offered, sipping lightly on her green tea boba. Your quirk is very difficult to use, Yin. Yeah, but you got it on a bad day though, remember? Haven't slept, so can't turn it off properly, you replied. Still, she said, I think you're amazing how you're able to use it so precisely. You felt a little pride at her complimenting you, but didn't say anything, so it went quiet for a second, and then Mina remembered the washing back at school. Oh! She exclaimed excitedly. The washing! You guys hang back here, okay? I'll go and get the hero costumes from the washer and put them in the dryer and I'll be back. Do you need a hand? You asked her. No, I'll be fine, she replied. Enjoy the rest of your tea. You all watched as she jumped up and raced out the door, tea in hand, and then you looked back at the other two and shrugged. Guess it's just the awesome threesome left, you said with a little forced chuckle, feeling a little self-conscious with your two favourites sitting there next to you and opposite you. Yin, Jirou, Momo said suddenly, clearing her throat. Can I please talk openly to you about something? Sure, you said curiously. What is it? Well, she said, looking at you and then Jirou before looking down to her drink in hand. Today I had a chance to be in your bodies. Yeah, you replied. Oh crap, yeah, that's right, she did. Oof, okay, now what? Well, she said as she looked up at you and your heart jumped. I need to admit, I still have feelings for you, Yin, and you know I do. Did you feel them when you were inside me? You hummed, glancing at Jirou. I have something I want to say too, Jirou added while you were looking at her. I was in Momo's body too, and even if you don't want to answer Momo's question, Yin, I felt how Momo feels about you. Your heart started to beat a little faster as both girls looked from each other to you. So, what do you want to do? You asked them. What do we do about this? I have a suggestion, Jirou said. I'm all ears, you said, leaning forwards expectantly. Come on, baby, say it. You know you want to say it, you said to yourself internally. Jirou took a deep breath in and looked at you before looking at Momo. Momo, I've told you before that I had a crush on you for a long time, she said. Okay, yes, this is good, you thought, sitting there doing your best to keep a poker face. Oh, Momo said with a little blush. Yes, I remember. Well, I'm flattered. Jirou nodded and then looked at you. Okay, well, she said to you, and you cracked a smirk. Well done, I can take it from here, you said, reaching across the table to high-five her. She returned your high five and then sat back and you turned to Momo. Listen, Jirou and I both got a chance to be in your body today. You started. I felt some interesting feelings. Momo's light blush deepened and she looked down into her lap. I must say I'm a little embarrassed, she said shyly. Don't be, you replied with a shake of your head. Those are your feelings, and we, against our will, really, intruded upon them. She nodded but kept her eyes averted. I'm so sorry, she said, looking at Jirou. I'm so sorry, but I can't help how I feel. It's okay, Jirou said. I was kind of sad when I felt your longing. Oh, how embarrassing, Momo said again, covering her face with her hands. Jirou reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder comfortingly, and then looked at you. Yin, would you consider an open relationship or a poly relationship? She asked you. Oh my God, there is a God, you whispered internally. My prayers have been answered. You just sat there with wide-eyed stare at her and a giant grin on your face, and that was enough for her to know that you were well and truly okay with this proposal of hers. I assume that's a yes, she asked you. I didn't say anything, you replied, still grinning from ear to ear. You don't have to, Jirou said. Look at your face. What's it doing without my permission? You asked, touching your fingers to your face and feeling the pure joy plastered on there. Oh, right, gotcha, you said with a laugh. Okay, yeah, well, you can tell I'm happy about this decision, but Momo? You then looked at her. Are you okay with this? Oh, please do excuse me, but what is an open relationship or a poly relationship? Ah, you said, smacking your hands together and then rubbing them palm to palm. Okay, so it means that everyone here gets what they want. I don't understand, Momo asked. Well, it means that Jirou and I are dating, you and I are dating, and Jirou and yourself are dating. Is that allowed? She asked with surprise. Oh, well, with everyone's consent, yes, you replied curiously. I say yes. Jirou, what about you? Yes, from me,
Jirou replied, and then looked at Momo. She looked startled for a second, but then slowly nodded her head.
Yes,
she said slowly. Don't say yes if you really don't want to, you warned Momo.
No, I do. I'm just worried about how this will all work, she said. It would be difficult, would it not?
Well, it will take a lot of energy, probably on my part, you replied with a sheepish chuckle. But if it means that I get to be with both of you, then I'm more than willing to do it. Jirou nodded.
I admit I was very protective of Yin. I wanted her all to myself, but then I felt how you feel towards her, and I realised I can't keep that from you. It's cruel,
she said, giving Momo an apologetic look.
Well, I will admit it was hard watching you garner Yin's affections when they used to be mine, she said shyly. It's also nice that I can think what I want to think again and not worry about upsetting anyone or saying the wrong thing.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to less tension. Wow, that was difficult for a while there, you admitted.
Well, now we just need to work out sleeping arrangements, Jirou said, because I'll still feel left out if you're always in Momo's room, she said.
That's an easy fix. We'll get a spare mattress to put in your room, Jirou, and I'll alternate between the rooms. Momo one night and you the other, you said. The only reason I didn't want to do it before was because I didn't want to upset Momo if I moved out completely. But if we alternate, that should be fun, right? You asked, looking from Momo to Jirou, to Momo again.
Yes, I suppose that will work, Momo said with a smile. Yin, you really do need to get good sleep tonight, though, because I saw how tired you were when I was in your body, and it wasn't good.
Yeah, I know, you chuckled sheepishly. Well, seeing as there's already a bed set up for me in Momo's room, do you mind if I sleep there tonight, Jirou? It's the weekend tomorrow, so we can get a bed then, and then I can sleep in your room tomorrow night, you offered. Jirou nodded.
Yeah, fine,
she said.
I'm glad we got this all sorted.
Yes, same, you replied, finishing off your boba tea. I know this isn't the end of all the kinks and needing of ironing out, but it's something.
Yeah,
Jirou nodded. Momo appeared to be happy, but she was still a little quiet, so you decided to talk to her privately about it later. You knew this was all such a wild new concept to her, so you wanted her to be comfortable. We need to go on a date too, all three of us, you said, to celebrate getting together, I guess, becoming a throuple.
Throuple?
Momo asked. Like a couple, but with three, so throuple, he replied with a grin.
Oh, I get it, she said brightly. I like that term. It suits well.
Just then Mina came running back into the shop with a grin on her face. How quick was I? I was fast, right? She giggled as she ran over and sat back down again. Did you time me? I was going so fast, but you didn't even have time to make plans for tomorrow, she joked. You smirked as you took a sip of your drink. Bro, you have no idea what I'm capable of. I somehow just managed to snag the two cutest babes in this school in under 5 minutes, but I really can't take any credit for it. That was Jirou. You thought. Momo had started to talk to Mina by then, so you had a chance to think your thoughts in peace and then look across at Jirou.
Are you happy?
Jirou asked you in her mind. You smiled at her in acknowledgement. Only if you are too, though, you thought, knowing that she couldn't hear you, but making a note that you needed to check in with her too, just to make sure that she really was okay with this. After finishing drinks and chatting for a bit more, you all left to go back to the dorm rooms. It'll be so nice to have tomorrow off, Mina said, stretching her arms up above her head as she walked in front of you all. Have you guys got plans tomorrow? Just going to buy a few things for the room, you said, before the other two could say anything, and they just agreed with you.
What about you, Mina?
Momo asked politely. Well, I'm going to sleep in, and then I'm going to watch a movie in the common room. It's open invite. Anyone can come and watch it with me, she said. Those two continued talking, so you sidled up to Jirou and nudged her with your side. You okay, baby? You asked her gently.
Yeah, I am. I'm just kind of surprised that I said all that, and now I'm in a three-way relationship,
she said with a neutral expression on her face, one that showed that she was still processing it. I'll drop by your room later, so we can talk, yeah? You said to her.
Okay,
she said with a nod. I'll check with Momo too if she's truly okay with this. She seems a little off, but maybe she's just processing it too. You said.
Yeah,
Jirou said.
I mean, we're all kind of new to this.
I know, right? You said softly with a chuckle. But hey, just think of it as us being all friends, just hanging out together, holding hands and kissing. You added. Jirou blushed.
You haven't kissed me in a while,
she said in her mind. Yeah, well, I can change that. You replied, smirking at her. Hold that thought till tonight. I'm coming for those lips. What are you two whispering about back there? Mina suddenly called, and you jumped with fright. Nothing, dorm mistress, you replied cheekily, which made her laugh. The first room you stopped at was Jirou's to drop her off, and then you and Momo said goodbye to Mina and headed off down the hall to your shared room, and Mina went to hers. "Hey," you said as soon as you and Momo were alone in your room. "Let's chat." "You good? I just want to properly check in with you about that talk earlier." She said nervously, sitting down on the bed with hands in lap.
I'm happy that this means I get to spend time with you and have your affection be directed towards me, but there is one thing that I'm a little hesitant about.
"What is it?" you asked as you walked over and sat down beside her.
Well, I know that I have feelings towards you, but I'm just not sure if I have feelings towards Jirou in that way,
she said nervously, giving you a worried look.
I don't want to hurt her feelings, but I'm more in this because of you.
"I get that, and it's a big ask for me to suddenly expect you to be affectionate towards Jirou," you said.
"Oh, I do think very fondly of her, but I just don't think I could kiss her,"
she said, her cheeks dusting pink as she said it. "And could you kiss me?" you asked, giving her a smirk as you glanced at her lips.
"Oh, definitely,"
she said in her mind, her bottom lip pulling cutely in between her teeth as she tried to control her nerves. "Well," you said as you leaned in a little, "I'm tired. My moral compass and reasoning have had an affair and eloped to Hawaii, so it's just me in my raw form here now." Momo looked at you, then at your lips, then back to you, and you gently reached a hand to cup her chin, your thumb holding her just a little more firmly than what you would normally do. "Do you mind if I give you that kiss?" you asked in a low voice, your heart beating strongly in your chest as you held your breath for her reply. She didn't speak out loud, just in her mind, but her yes was so loud it could have been something said out loud, and you leaned in and pressed your lips to hers. Probably not the best to compare her and Jirou's kisses, since they were two completely different people, but her lips were a little fuller than Jirou's, and her lip gloss tasted like strawberries and rosewater, which jolted a memory forth from the depths of your mind. "Wait, is this the same lip gloss that you used to have when we were younger?" you suddenly asked when you pulled back.
"Oh, yes,"
she replied.
"You're very observant, Yin,"
she added with surprise.
"How did you know?"
"How could I forget?" you asked with a chuckle. "You used to sit next to me in summer cram school by the window, and whenever you put it on, the breeze would waft the scent over to me, so I'm very well versed in that smell, and I'm stoked that I actually get to taste it now," you added, giving her another 2 quick kisses and then licking your lips. "Man, it tastes so good."
"Oh, how embarrassing,"
Momo gasped, her poor flustered self getting even more flustered when she saw you licking your lips that had her gloss on it. You laughed and let her chin go. "Thank you, those kisses were out of this world," you said with a smile.
"I'm so happy we can be like this,"
Momo said after a second, reaching her arms out to hug you as she fell into your side and you hugged her back.
"I thought I had missed out."
"So did I," you replied, "but I guess this is a new chapter of our life, right? Now we just got to iron out the kinks and get into a rhythm and it should be okay. I promise to have open communication from now on. I know the start of this relationship was a little rocky, but we got there in the end," you added.
"Yes, I too want to make sure that Jirou feels included and supported. I know she already feels that way with you, but I was meaning about me. I don't want her to feel like I don't want her there,"
Momo said. "Well, you're both considerate, so I have no doubts this will be fine," you replied. "But speaking of, I did mention to Jirou that I'd come by her room later and check in on her too. I think I'll end up being the middleman here. Yes, misgendering intended, but I'm okay with that. I feel like I'm the one who's been burdened with a perfect life between 2 babes," you added dramatically, placing the back of one hand on your forehead and flopping backwards onto the bed. Momo giggled.
"You're definitely born for this role,"
she said with a smile.
"Okay, go and make sure she's okay. And don't stay out too late. You're so tired. I know that firsthand."
"Yes, baby," you said as you sat up and kissed her on the lips again. "I'll be back before Betty buys."
"Okay,"
she replied sweetly, watching as you got off the bed and walked to the door. "I'll be back," you replied with a wink, before scooting out the door and closing it behind you. As you headed off down the hall, you heard Momo's inner thoughts from the room and you smiled.
"Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, this is really wonderful,"
she thought, and you grinned as you pushed your hands into your pockets and kept moving. "Now to check on my other girlfriend, and we should be good," you thought as you got to her door and stopped to knock. "I know it's you," Jirou said cheekily from the other side of the door. "You can feel my aura before you see me," you joked as you cracked the door open and then stepped in. "Or was it that kiss you've been waiting for that you felt coming through the door?" Jirou smiled shyly at you as you closed the door behind you. "Now or later, baby?" you asked with a smirk.
"Now,"
she said, standing up from her desk chair and walking over to you. You stepped up to her and reached around her to give her a big hug as she reached her head up to yours and you locked lips, taking a deep inhale as you did so. "Oh, I miss this," you said once you'd pulled back from the kiss. "Me too," she replied, giving you a doe-eyed look. "On to business," you said as you let her go, and then took her hand and stepped over to the bed and then sat down, encouraging her to straddle your legs and sit in your lap facing you so that you could put your hands around her little waist. "Okay, now that everyone's comfortable and seated," you joked, "how are you feeling? This is a big move for you, but for me too. I should include myself there because I've never done anything like this before." I think I'm okay," she said, draping her arms softly across the top of your shoulders. She sighed and looked away a little, so you lifted one hand and gently moved it to her cheek and then turned her head back towards you slightly so that she'd look you in the eye. "Be honest, it's a safe space here," you said kindly in a gentle voice. "You don't need to withhold anything." She nodded and did her best to maintain eye contact with you. "I'll admit, it did kind of take me by surprise when I felt your feelings towards Momo when I was in your body, but I had time to think about it afterwards, and yeah, I can't really expect you to not like her anymore," she said. "Look, I'm sorry," you said honestly. "The body does what the body does, and sometimes you fall for someone and you just can't switch it off." "Yeah, I know. And I was thinking it was hypocritical of me to be feeling upset and jealous because I still have some residual feelings for Momo too," she added. "That's why I concluded that we do this." You nodded. "Yeah, I think it's for the best," you said. "It'd be hard on you, me, and her if only you and I were dating, because we're all in such close proximity, so yeah, tough." She nodded in agreement. "But you tell me if you feel like things are too one-sided, okay?" you said. "I said the same thing to Momo too, because she's feeling the same way. She's worried that one or more might feel left out." "Okay, I'll tell you," Jirou promised. "It'll be on me to make sure you both feel loved and appreciated and cared for like you should," you said proudly. "Screw guys, who needs them? I can be a better boyfriend times 10 to both of you." "And that's on period," Jirou said, and you burst out laughing, your hands still on her waist. "Damn right it is, you sassy little diva," you replied, lifting one hand to do a click of your fingers. "But yeah, the other thing I wanted to put out there is that Momo is all very new to this. The whole being gay thing, or openly gay, I should say. She's feeling things towards me, but she hasn't had a chance to let you sink in, if you get what I mean. She said, and I quote, "I'm very fond of her, but I just can't see myself kissing her," you said. "She likes you, I'm very sure, but at this stage, just not keen on going further." Jirou nodded. "Yeah, I kind of figured," she said. "I knew if she agreed to it, it'd be because of you, and I guess I'm okay with that for now." "You're so good about it," you said with a smile. "Not that I didn't think you wouldn't be. You're pretty chill." She nodded. "But can I have alone time with you tomorrow, shopping for the bed to go in my room?" she asked. Yeah, of course. I've been out shopping with Momo, so this time it's my turn with you. And then Sunday we'll all go out as a threesome, yeah? Get some food or something," you said. "Yeah, okay," Jirou said, relaxing into you a little. "Okay, cool," you said, glancing at her lips. "Do you mind if I, have a little, Your fingers pressed into her side a little more, like you were trying to draw her into you a bit, and she shifted forwards towards you. "Yeah, that," you said invitingly, as her mouth came towards yours and your lips locked again. 30 minutes later, and with slightly kiss-swollen lips, you left Jirou's room and floated on cloud 9 back to yours, but as you passed Mina's door, she threw it open and stopped you. "Jeez, what an entry!" you gasped with a little surprise when she jump-scared you like that. "Hello, good evening, what can I do for you?" "You can tell me what the nickety-nackety flippity-floppity is going on," she replied playfully, grabbing your arm and dragging you into her room. "What have you clocked, O Queen of the Tea? What whispers have you heard on the wind?" you asked playfully as you stepped into her room and flopped down on her bed. "I ain't heard nothing, and that alone is suspicious," she said. "You guys all swapped bodies and nothing at all was said? I smelled tea. What happened? You're all very subdued afterwards. I couldn't know what's going on." You laughed and stretched your arms up above your head and then tucked them in under your head, your shirt riding up a little and showing off your V-lines and lower abs. Nothing gets by you, does it, Mina?" you asked with a cheeky grin. "Okay, well, let me just drop the bombshell then. I'll back up. But I'm in a throuple with Momo and Jirou," you said with a giant take-that grin on your face. Mina's jaw dropped as she stood there. "You're kidding," she said in an incredulous voice. "No joke. There is not a clown within 1,000 miles of the storm," you replied, still with grin on face. Okay, girl, you need to back that damn thing up like a dump truck. Start at the beginning, she squealed, jumping onto the bed next to you. Bro, you said with a giant big grin on your face before laughing like a crazy person. I am legit living the best life right now. Yeah, like no printer, all facts. I am the legend himself. I am goated. How did this happen? Mina asked incredulously. Okay, so you know how we all swapped bodies today? You asked her, finally rolling your head to the side to look at her. Yeah, she asked. Well, you were right that things were a little different afterwards because along with swapping bodies, we could all feel what the other person was feeling while we were in their bodies, so it really changed our perspective on things, you said, looking back up at the ceiling again. I bet, Mina said. So who swapped with who? Well, first it was Momo and I that swapped, and then Jirou and Momo swapped, and let me tell you, that was low-key hilarious, but yeah, Jirou was the one who called for it. You said, she felt how Momo felt towards me, and she said she couldn't bear it, so yeah, she was the one who was like, we should make this open. Wow, Mina said. I feel left out, she joked. Look, baby, you're going to have to take a number and wait, I'm a hot commodity around here, you skited. Okay, but in all honesty, I'm so blessed. I shouldn't brag, but yeah, I'm just so lucky. You sat up and looked back at her on the bed. I better get going though, my girl wants me back home at a decent hour, you joked. It's been a huge day and I did not sleep at all last night, but I tell you what, the adrenaline has been amped today, so it hasn't been too bad. Maybe I need to sleep less often so stuff like this happens more often. Somehow I don't think that's how it works, Mina chuckled. But yeah, you go. Sleep well and I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be around. I got a date with Jirou, but you'll still see me, you said as you walked to the door, and then said one more goodbye and then left and headed back to your room. You opened the door happily when you got there and stepped over to Momo to wrap your arms around her, accepting and returning her welcome hug back enthusiastically. Oh, I missed this, she said with slightly watery eyes. You don't have to miss it any more now, baby, you said, kissing her on the forehead. Shall we go to bed now, though? Yes, you need to, she said emphatically, letting you go and stepping back with one arm gesturing out towards the bed. You ready? You asked her, looking down her front and noting that she was in her sleeping gear. Oh, you are. I'm the one running behind. You chuckled to yourself before walking over to your drawers and pulling them open to get your PJs out. Oh, man, what a day, you said as you chucked your shirt off and pulled your pyjama top on and then switched pants. I'm so bloody tired, but it's so damn noisy. Oh, God, people think the weirdest things when they're dreaming, you added, turning around to hop into bed with Momo. You looked at her as she got into bed and noted that she had a rather interesting look on her face. What's that look for? You asked her as you slid into the bed beside her. Nothing, she replied, still watching you. You want to cuddle? You asked her. Yes, I do, she said quickly, and you chuckled and reached an arm out to pull her close into your side. Yeah, it's been a while since we cuddled like this, you commented as she snuggled into your side. Last time I remember was when we were in summer camp before junior school ended. Remember that one? And it was so hot you made paper fans for us, but you said you were scared of the noises outside the tent, so you wanted to be right next to me. So I was having to wave the fan at 1,000,000 miles an hour to keep us cool so you could still snuggle. She giggled and looked up at you. Yes, I do remember that. And I was scared, she said. There could have been bears. Well, I would have fought the bears barehanded, you said, and she giggled again. I believe you, she said, snuggling into your side more. You looked down at her and she looked up. You're so cute, you know that? You asked her. Her eyes softened and she looked at your lips, and that's all you needed from her before bending your head down and pressing your lips to hers. You kissed maybe once or twice before she sat up and clapped her hands and the light switched off, and then you felt her legs slip between yours and she lay back down again. Oh, you hummed, your hands now on her sides, smoothing over the top of her pyjamas as you pulled her into you, your lips locking again as she relaxed into this new level of closeness with you. And that's how you two remained for the next half hour, just enjoying each other in the quiet of the room until your eyelids grew heavy and sleep overtook you both and you fell asleep with her half on top of you and your arm wrapped around her waist. The next morning you were woken with a kiss by Momo and groggily opened an eye and then smirked when you saw her leaning over you, one hand on your chest and her beautiful long hair falling messily over one side of her face. Good morning, Yin, she greeted sweetly. Hey, baby, you said, reaching your arms around her and pulling her down on top of you for a cuddle. It was a lovely, slow morning waking up, and you enjoyed a little more close time with her before getting up and starting your day. Are you ready to head out for breakfast, Yin?
she asked sweetly as she slipped on a pair of boyfriend jeans and loose shirt that hung just perfectly, and you had to compliment her before saying anything else. Oof, you huffed, with a suggestive look in your eye. Do a spin for me, baby. Oh, she asked, cocking her head to the side. Why? She asked sweetly. Please? You asked, doing the spinning motion with your finger. You look good. I just want to see the whole piece. With a blush and a shy smile, Momo did the turn and you hummed your approval. Damn, girl. You look so good, those jeans are really working for you. They need a pay rise, you said with a sly grin. Oh, stop, she chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. You walked over and grabbed her into a hug and then kissed her on the top of the head. Now, to answer your question, yes, I'm ready for breakfast. What's on the menu today? Is it you? You sweet little strawberry, you said, kissing her multiple times on the cheek. I was going to make some pancakes, she said, excitedly, as she leaned back in your arms to look up at you. Yeah, that sounds amazing, you replied. Let's go, you added, letting her go and stepping back and then holding your hand out for her to take it so you could walk down to the common room together. She took your hand happily and off you two went, ready to start the day. Oh, by the way, you said as you walked hand in hand with her down the hall, I'm going on a little shopping trip with Jirou today to get a pull-out bed thing to put in her room. Oh, yes, that makes sense, she said with a smile. I hope you have fun. I'm there. I bring the fun. Still a little hungover from yesterday, but I'll still bring the fun, even if it kills me, you joked. She giggled, but then was also concerned. I do worry about you, Yin, she said with concern. You don't look after yourself enough. Yeah, but that's what I have you here for, right? You replied with a smile. You've always looked out for me, even when we were smaller, you said. Remember when I stole a bag of candies from the kitchen and hid it in my room and told you that I'd been eating them at night, and you were sleeping over that night and you told me not to eat them, but I didn't listen, and then I ate too many and threw up at midnight? Oh my gosh, yes, I do remember that, she gasped. And I made a bowl with my quirk for you to throw up into. You laughed. That was wild. You went off at me, scolding me like the child I was, you laughed. Not much has changed, though. You still go off at me. Because I care about you, Momo said defensively, but with a loving look in her eye, and you smiled at her and then squeezed her hand and let it go. And I appreciate it, you replied, walking into the kitchen with her. As you stepped in, you both saw Mina pulling a whole tub of ice cream from the freezer and tucking it under her arm as she placed a spoon between her lips and then closed the freezer door and looked at you. Hey, you chuckled knowingly. Oh, I do hope that's not breakfast, Momo said worriedly. Momo being the mum to everyone, you joked. What? Mina asked defensively. I can't eat a whole tub of ice cream for breakfast? Yes, you can, you said. Live your best life. No, you shouldn't do that, Mina. You need to start the day with a healthy meal, Momo chided with loving intent. I'm with Yin on this one, Mina said with a cheeky big grin, using the spoon to salute you and Momo and then turning to head over to the TV. Mina, Momo called as she followed her, intending to try and talk her around, and you chuckled as you watched on. Just then Jirou walked into the kitchen, up beside you, and stopped. What's happening? She asked, when she saw Momo talking quite mum-firmly to Mina on the couch with a tub of ice cream in her lap. Oh, hey, baby, you said brightly, slinging your arm across her shoulders and pulling her into your side. Momo has gone full send mum on Mina for eating ice cream for breakfast. Oh, that's a great idea, Jirou replied. I know, right? I see nothing wrong with ice cream for breakfast, you added, both of you watching Momo lose the battle against Mina and her breakfast choice. So, what are you having for breakfast then? Jirou asked you. Momo said pancakes, you replied. Then you and I are going bed shopping. Sick, Jirou replied. I'm manifesting that they literally have no beds though, so I can climb into yours. We don't need space, we can be on top of each other, you added slyly. Jirou hummed, cheeks bright red and eyes averted. Just then Momo walked back over, shaking her head. I'm afraid I couldn't convince her to at least put some berries on top of it, she said sadly. Yeah, sorry babes, I could have told you that was a losing battle, you said with a chuckle. Anyway, pancakes? Oh yes, Momo said, snapping straight into cook mode. Jirou, would you join us please? I can make plenty of pancakes. Okay, Jirou agreed, giving Momo a gentle smile. You let go of Jirou and then stepped to the side. Okay, what do you need me to do? You asked Momo. Sit down, she replied with a smile. Ah, come on, Mum, you never let me do anything, you pouted playfully. No, I won't have it, Momo said with playful authority. Please sit down and wait for your pancakes. I won't be long. Did you need me to help? Jirou asked Momo. Oh, no thank you, Jirou. You can sit down too. I can do this one on my own, Momo said sweetly.
All right, let's crash Mina's breakfast party, you said to Jirou, taking her hand and winking at Momo. Yell if you need us.
Okay,
Momo said, turning to get the stuff ready for cooking. Incoming, you called jokingly as you let go of Jirou's hand and jumped over the back of the lounge and landed next to Mina. This is a hold-up. Give me a spoonful of your ice cream. Mina, who had just taken a giant scoop of ice cream with her spoon, turned and shoved the spoonful straight into your mouth, and you made a noise of surprise before sucking it off the spoon and chewing it down. You punctured. That's good. What flavour is that? It's a personal fave, Mina said, digging the spoon back into the ice cream and then getting some for herself.
That looks good,
Jirou said as she sat down on the other side. Have some, Mina said, sharing the spoon with Jirou as well. God, I swear this one's fruity, you thought, watching Mina share. Girlie got no problem sharing spoons with multiple girlies. I hope you're not eating ice cream, Momo called from the kitchen, and you froze. She's onto me, you hissed from the corner of your mouth to Mina. It was from my spoon, so it doesn't count. You were never here, she hissed back at you. The ice cream never existed, you called back to Momo. It's an illusion, a conspiracy. I know it's there, Momo called. Okay, maybe it's me. I'm the illusion and conspiracy, you replied, and Jirou snorted from the other side of Mina.
Yen,
she chuckled.
You're so unserious.
Life's too short to be serious, baby, you replied, leaning forwards to wink at her.
Yen, Jirou, the first lot of pancakes are ready,
Momo called, and you jumped up. Yo, seriously? You asked with surprise. I didn't even get a second mouthful of ice cream. I mean...
Oh, Yen,
Momo said with disappointment, and you, Mina, and Jirou laughed. Come on, Jirou, let's go. Mama's calling, you said with a smile. Enjoy your delicious and healthy, well-rounded breakfast, Mina. Oh, I intend to, she replied with a grin, going back to watching the hero's daily news on the TV. You waited for Jirou to walk over to you, and then you took her hand and walked with her back to Momo, whom you kissed on the cheek. Thanks for breakfast, baby, you said with a soft smile.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Yin,
she said with doe eyes. Then she looked at Jirou.
And you as well, Jirou,
she added.
I've been looking forward to making some food for you.
Thanks, Jirou said with a smile. Momo smiled in return and turned to continue cooking pancakes and plating up, and you let go of Jirou's hand to carry the plates over to the table while Jirou got the condiments ready to add on the top. You chatted and joked with your girlfriends as the last of the setting up was done, and then you all sat down to eat together.
Would you like for me to call the family car for you to use to go to the shops today?
Momo asked before putting some pancakes in her mouth. Oh, we'll be fine, you replied, waving your fork around after biting the pancakes off the end of it. Unless you want a car, Jirou?
I'm easy,
she shrugged.
How else will we get there?
Bus? You offered. I think it stops in town, right? We could just walk down? You asked, looking at Momo to confirm, while you got more pancakes and maple syrup on your fork.
Yes,
Momo nodded.
The shop isn't far from the end of town.
Okay, that's chill, I guess, Jirou replied.
We'll do bus and walk then.
Yeah, I'll need to walk after eating all this, you said, pointing to your plate and the 6 pancakes Momo had piled on there.
You need to have a good breakfast, she replied in her own defence.
Yeah, good breakfast times 20, you replied, and Jirou giggled a little from across the table before putting more food in her mouth. Don't laugh, or I'll start adding some of my pancakes to your plate, you joked to her.
You can keep them,
she replied with a glint in her eye.
Not that they're not amazing, though. These pancakes are one of the best I've ever tasted. I used French butter,
Momo said excitedly.
I had my father send me some.
Not gonna lie, French butter slaps, you said. I'll get some for you, Jirou.
I'll take whatever, but this is really good,
she said as she put more in her mouth. Momo grinned excitedly and you smiled to yourself. Oh, everyone seems happy, you thought. After breakfast, you and Jirou left hand in hand from Heights Alliance and walked down to the local bus stop to catch the bus into town.
How are we going to get the mattress back to the dorms?
Jirou asked as you sat down on the bus and settled back. That's the thing, I did this on purpose so we couldn't get a mattress back to the place, so then I can sleep in your bed, you joked teasingly, leaning over her a little and placing one hand on the glass window to her left to cage her in. So, now what you going to do?
Sleep with you, I guess,
she replied coyly, blushing a little as she looked away. Oh, you replied with one eyebrow raised. You didn't even hesitate. I was joking. Well, I mean, not entirely joking, but they deliver the mattress, so yeah, they take it to the dorms in the truck.
Oh, right.
she replied, and you noted she almost sounded disappointed. Wait, why do you sound disappointed? You chuckled, pushing off the window and sitting back. I can still crawl into your bed, baby. Ain't no lying about that. Okay, she said in her mind as she looked out the window, and you reached for her chin and cheeks and squeezed them as you turned her face back towards you. You can't just accept so readily and not expect a kiss, you said as you pressed your lips to hers quickly and then pulled back. She blushed and looked away, and you tuned into her mind again. You always make me so flustered, she pouted in her mind. Yeah, because you're just too cute, you replied to her inner thoughts, ducking your head down and kissing the side of her neck, which made her crinkle up like a stepped-on soda can. Stop, she giggled, and you wrapped your arms around her and squeezed her gently. Ugh, you're going to give me an attack of the cute, you growled with aggressive cuteness. The bus only had 2 more stops, and then you pressed the button, and the next stop was yours. Okay, baby, here we are, you said as you stood up and offered her your hand to get her up out of the seat so you could both get off. After jumping off the bus steps, you stood there with her for a second as you got your bearings. Okay, you said after looking around. This way, you concluded, heading off in the direction of the place that you had been to before with Momo when you bought the tall boy set of drawers. You had seen that they were selling mattresses there too, so why not go there? Into the place you stepped and looked around for the bedding section. This way, you added, when you saw the sign and took Jirou's hand to bring her with you. Bro, I don't even know what I'm looking for, you mumbled, when you stepped around the corner and before you lay a plethora of different beds and mattresses. Do any of these things print cheat sheets for exams? Because if they do, I'll take that one, you said, as you walked along looking at them all. May I help you? A lady asked politely as she walked over to you and Jirou. Man, I don't even know, you said to her. Personally, I think I'm beyond help, but if you want to give it a shot, then I'm open, you said. Oh, God, Jirou whispered. Hey, we need a mattress, maybe one on a pull-out bed or something, she added. Oh, you punctured. Yeah, that. Good thing I have my better half with me. Her brain is intact. Mine is upside down most of the time. The lady was doing her best to follow what you were saying and smiled very politely, but you could tell that she was a little weirded out. And you had just tuned into her inner thoughts, and she had thought, okay, jokester alert. I guess as long as they don't start cracking dad jokes, I should be okay, she thought with a giant fake smile plastered on her face. Yeah, how many miles can I get on this thing? You then asked goofily, and had to look away to stop yourself from laughing because the internal groan from the lady assistant was too much. Oh my God, this is going to be so fun, you thought, with an internal laugh. Your internal laugh increasing when you heard Jirou's inner thoughts. I swear to God, Yin, why did I bring you here? She thought. Best day ever, you thought with a huge grin on your face as you pretended to cough and cover your mouth so neither of them could see it. Anything will do, Jirou deadpanned, and you again had to hold in your laughter. The lady took you over to a few different mattresses and focused most of her attention on Jirou, so that it gave you a chance to be a real idiot just to stir the two of them up. Is this one a magic carpet? You asked as you sat down on one and bounced a little, looking at Jirou, then the lady. Good God, this one is a handful, the lady assistant thought. No, Jirou deadpanned. Oh my God, this is so much fun, you thought with amusement. You got up and walked over to another one and placed one hand down on it. And this one was too hard, you sung, trying to imitate the story of Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Jirou eyed you, so you walked over to the next one and placed a hand on it. And this one was too soft, you said. Yin, Jirou punctuated. You couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing, which confused the assistant. I'm sorry, you laughed. I have a mind-reading quirk. I was just messing with you. What's your kind of middle to high-end mattress and I'll take it? Oh, that would be our Orthoplex Memory Foam Deluxe Edition, the lady said. I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't offend with anything I thought, she then added. I really need to be careful in this world. You would think I'd be aware of that kind of quirk by now. You're fine. Anything you can offend, I can offend better, you added. I was born without a filter and my care factor for anyone other than my girlfriends is 0. You shrugged and pushed your hands into your pockets without a care for her next thoughts. You had had your fun and now you were keen to sign on the dotted line and move on. You had more important things to do with Jirou that day, and one of those things was to grab lunch and then get yourself a skateboard. You had been itching to get one ever since that night at the convenience store parking lot. The next steps to the mattress buying process were pretty straightforward. Quick try of the mattress, sign to buy it, pay for it, and then sort out shipping options, and step out the door with a "see you tomorrow 4 p.m" comment. Then you and Jirou were off down the road together. That was quick, Jirou said curiously as you walked down the road together. Yeah, I don't mess around, you said. Mattresses are the last thing on my mind, to be honest. So, what are we doing now? Jirou asked, looking up at you. Fun stuff, you replied. Gonna grab a bubble tea or something, and then off to my favourite shop. Oh, she asked curiously. What's your favourite shop? Well, you kind of inspired me, you said, giving her a cute little smirking side eye. You know that night that we bumped into each other at the convenience store and I rode that guy's skateboard? Yeah, she replied. Well, I really missed my one from home and I'm bummed that I didn't bring it, so I'm going to buy one for here, you said with a grin. Would you help me pick out a deck? Yeah, that's chill, she replied. I'm down. Sick, I knew you'd be, you said, wrapping your arm around her shoulders and pulling her into you. Okay, first, tea. Where do you want to go? I know somewhere good, she replied. Sweet, let's go, you said back. Lead the way. She needed no further prompting and took you to a small boba tea shop that was so good you had to stop yourself from pulling faces every time you took a sip. Damn, this place is good, you exclaimed as you took a second sip and rolled your eyes back in your head. Oh, good lord, what do they put in this? I don't know, but it's pretty dope, Jirou replied. This can be our place, you said to her. It's nice to have a place that you and I just go. Obviously, I want to do hangs with both you and Momo, but I also want to have somewhere special that's just you and me. And then the same with just Momo and me, yeah? Yeah, cool, Jirou replied. Momo was okay with us hanging out today? Yeah, totally, you replied. Momo's chill like that. I know it'll take a little work to make sure that we're all happy, but I'm so down for doing whatever that takes, you said, sucking on the straw again. Oh god, this is amazing. Jirou smirked. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad we can work this all out, she said, taking another sip herself. Yeah, best possible outcome, I say, you said. But that's just me. Same, I'm happy, Jirou replied. Good, you said as you stood up. Shall we drink and walk? I was looking this place up before, and their decks are pretty sick. I love the decal. Dope, Jirou said as she stood up to follow you. Look at us, though. We totally look the part, you chuckled, as you looked at what you had both chosen for clothing that day. Jirou was in a black crop sweater with "Chill Out" written in bright graffiti writing across the front of it, her signature black choker chain, black baggy boyfriend jeans, and some white Vans, and you had on your favourite cargo pants, an oversized faded band top with black bracelets on, and a rubber band bracelet of one of your favourite bands, and you were ready to go skateboard shopping. Dude, I'm so hyped, you said as you headed out of the boba shop with her and made for the skate place. I mean, dying to have a good sesh. Oh my god. You looked so hot when you were skating. Not gonna lie, Jirou replied. Oh? You asked with a smirk. Are you saying you want me to be trying this deck out as soon as I can? Because, okay, you twisted my arm, I'll do it. Jirou giggled. Yeah, sure, whatever, she said with a smile. Sick, you said as you looked up. There it is, you said excitedly. Let's go, baby! Into the shop you walked, taking a deep breath in as you looked at the wall-to-wall selection of decks, wheels, and anything else skating-related that you could ever want or dream of. Hey, dudettes, the shop assistant greeted, a guy with long blonde hair that hung low over his eyes. What you after? Well, left my deck back home and missing it badly, you said with a lopsided grin. Need me a new girl to keep me company. Right, the guy said with a nod. We got what you need. Come over here. What were you riding before? Shortboard, you replied. Just a good old standard baby, but she went well. Gnarly, the guy replied. You still want a shorty? Yeah, nothing against the longboards, but I like 'em short, you replied, looking back and winking at Jirou. Yeah, sick, he said with a nod. Yeah, well, here's our shorts collection. Take your time, he said, when your eyes nearly fell out of your head at the selection. Might just pull up a bed here, you said in awe. Ha ha, he laughed. Yeah, selection here's pretty sick. Yeah, I'll say, you replied. You goofy or Nat? He then asked. Nat, you replied. I'm as standard as they come. He laughed. Okay, go hard and call me if you need me. I'm Mitch. He reached a hand out to you and you shook it. Thanks, Mitch. I might be here a while. Yeah, no probs, he replied with a smile. I'll be over at the desk. You nodded and he walked off and Jirou stepped up beside you. Wow, she said as she leaned back to look up the wall. Yep, you replied. There's a lot. How are you going to pick which one you want? she asked. I'm not, you replied with a sly smirk on your face as you looked over at her. She looked at you, confused for a second, and then realised what you were getting at. Wait, you want me to pick? She asked. Yep, you said again. No, what? She asked. Yes, what? Come on. I want to be writing on a board that my girl picked out for me. Come on, baby. You cajoled her. What if I picked wrong? She asked. How is that even possible? You asked. Pick something that you'd want if you wrote. Is it that easy? She asked, looking up the wall again. Pretty much. I just want your choice, you said. She looked at the different designs and then finally pointed to one way up the top that had some words on it and a few kick-ass designs, and you turned around and called out to Mitch. Hey, bro, we got one, you called. You found your ride? He asked as he left the desk and walked over. My girl picked it, you said. See that one, third in from the left, second down? Oh, yeah, black and purple wheels, he asked. Yeah, that one, you said. That's my ride. Gnarly choice, my friend, he said as he walked over to the wall and pulled a ladder out from the side of it. Hold up a hot sec, I'll jump it. Up the ladder he climbed and plucked the skateboard that you'd asked for off the rails and then tucked it under one arm and started climbing down. This one? He asked as he held it out to you. You took it and flipped it over and then read what was underneath and nearly cried with joy. Sick bitch, it read, with a graffiti-style drawn chick holding up the middle finger with one hand and a skateboard tucked under her other arm. This one's for the posers. Babe, oh my god, you know me so well. I love this, you said, turning to Jirou to hug her. No joke, my one back home says something similar, but it's in French. You totally get me. I think it's hot, and you're hot, so... Jirou said softly, and you grabbed her into a side hug and then kissed her temple. Cutie, you said emphatically, and she giggled. Yep, this one's a keeper, you said to Mitch, holding out the board. I'll take it. Sick, he replied. Did you need any other stickers? We've got a wall of them. Bro, what? You said with surprise. Why didn't you say so? And for the next hour, you and Jirou were surfing the sticker wall, picking out as many random and funny stickers as you could to cover the underside of your board, and once you had gotten everything together, you thanked Mitch again, paid, and then left. Let's sit down and decorate your board, Jirou said, tossing her now empty boba teacup in the bin, and you did the same. Oh, God, I love you so much. Is there a skate park nearby? Let's go there, decorate my board, and then let me fly free. I need to run out a few skills, make sure I'm not rusty, you said with a chuckle. You won't be, Jirou said with a smile. You found the closest skate park and perched up on one of the high graffiti walls there with your board and the bag of stickers that you had bought while Jirou sat next to you. Okay, baby, let's decal this thing, you said, placing the board across Jirou's lap and then rustling the plastic bag open. Bro, there are so many. Where's the one with the teddy bear holding a hand grenade? Jirou asked. Oh, yeah, that one was so sick. I love it. Yeah, where is that one? You asked, rummaging through the bag to look for it. Wait, hang on, stick this one on. You pulled out a pink love heart-shaped sticker with a glittery white sparkling middle finger in the middle of it and passed it to Jirou. Stick this one at the toe end so that when I ollie I can stick it to the haters. You laughed. Where, what? She asked, looking from one end of the board to the other. On this end, you said, pointing to it. She nodded and arranged the sticker and then peeled the back off and stuck it down. I found Teddy, you said excitedly, pulling the sticker out of the pile and passing it to her. Wait, and I found Mega Babe. You reached into the bag again and pulled out a sticker of a beach babe poking her tongue out, her assets barely covered by her skimpy bikini. Not gonna lie, I can see Momo in this, and if she ever did wear something like this, my soul would ascend, you said, passing the sticker to Jirou. Jirou's eyes nearly fell out of her head, and her cheeks suddenly flushed red. Mm-hmm, you hummed slyly, seeing her reaction. Don't even try and deny it. Hot, right? I mean, yeah, Jirou mumbled shyly. You nudged her. We are literally the same person, you chuckled. She gave you a sly side eye and you chuckled even more. Bro, I really want to give this baby a good ride. Can I borrow it for a sec? And then I promise I'll be back, you said. Yeah, go, Jirou said, handing the board back to you. Sick, you said, as you jumped down off the wall with your board and then held one end of it down on the ground and then started to run, letting go of the board and jumping onto it and then swiveling it left and right before turning it around and using your foot to push off along the ground to keep speed up. You looked so calm and composed on the board, and Jirou marvelled as you ran it around a bit, doing some preliminary tricks to warm it up. Oh, God, this ride is smooth as hell, you said with an impressed look on your face. I want to drop it into that half pipe over there, you said, pointing to where there was an actual section to skateboard in. Come with me, babe, you said, holding your hand out to her while you kept one foot on your board. She reached down and took your hand, and you held it while she jumped down, and then she stepped up beside you, and you grabbed her around the waist and then spun your board around and pushed off, holding her as you skated. Ah, she yelped, but you held her fast as you pushed off over to the skate park section where there were a few other dudes chilling there. You skated her over and then stopped and put her down on the edge of the pipe. Chill here, I'm going in, you said, as you stepped up to the edge of it and placed your board over the edge and then stepped onto it and dropped in. Jirou sat down as she watched you. Down the side of the pipe you went, and then out across the middle section and up the other side, calmly turning and then coming back through the middle with a few pushes of your feet to get you up the other side, and then you jumped up and plopped down next to her with a kiss to her cheek. She giggled and gave you a shy look. Damn, you look so hot when you're on your board, Jirou admitted shyly to you. Oh, really? You asked as you kissed her cheek again. Yeah, she said, and you grinned and ran your fingers through your hair. You watched a few other guys do tricks, and then you got up to head back in again and try a few new tricks that you'd been working on back in France before coming to Japan. Hey, dude, you're pretty good, one guy said to you. New board? Yeah, left my old bay at home, you said. Miss it, but this one's okay for now. The guy, after hearing you speak, suddenly realised that you were a chick and immediately apologised. Dude, sorry, dudette, bro, man, sorry, I totally called you the wrong, he fumbled. Bro, calm your farm, you chuckled. I'm so used to it, it doesn't even faze me anymore. Yeah, but still, he said. But, how long you been writing for? You got chillers, fnuck style. Thanks, you chuckled. Been on deck for a few years now, over here studying, and thought I'd bring my girl out, you said, gesturing to Jirou with a peace sign, and she waved shyly back. Oh, sick. You got a girl? Mad, he said with a grin. She's cute, bro. Broette. Thanks, I think so too, you replied, looking at Jirou and winking. Anyway, nice to meet you, bro. I'll see ya, you said, as you backed off and then turned to ride back to Jirou. Good day today. Got my girl, got a board, got called a dude again. Wild. You laughed as you skated to the side and then sat down next to her. Does it bother you when they call you the wrong gender? Jirou asked curiously. Nah, not at all. I guess it's a compliment because when I'm in a dress, I'm told I look super feminine, so looks like I got that peak androgynous look going, you said with a laugh. You then looked up overhead and saw the sun was starting to set, so pulled your phone out to look at the time. Oh man, I had no idea it was getting this late. We need to head back. Got the truck delivering the mattress tomorrow and was going to ask you and Momo out on a date tomorrow too, you said. Where do you want to go? I'm pretty sure Momo will be down for anything. Yeah, I'm totally chill, Jirou replied. That's what I was worried about, you chuckled. We need decisions to make, not chills to be chilled. Anyway, we'll sort something out. Okay, Jirou said as she pulled her leg up and then got up on the edge of the pipe. Back on the bus? Yeah, back on the bus, you said with a smile. On the way back home, you and Jirou cuddled up in the back seat of the bus, kissing occasionally and chatting about random things, so when it got to your stop, you were kind of sad that you had to stop and get off. I wonder what the others got up to today, you asked Jirou as you walked. I know Mina was going to watch a movie in the common room. Just then Momo came running down the road towards you and Jirou, and you called out in surprise. Whoa, Momo, what are you doing here? What happened? You asked. Yin, Jirou, we have a problem, she said, stopping and panting, bending over to place her hands on her knees. What's up? You asked with concern. Denki ordered an animal farm, she panted. He what? You asked. Why? Jirou asked. He thought it was a play package, but it was real live animals and one of the little pigs got away, so we've been chasing it to catch it, but it's too fast, she said. What the heck? You asked, half amused by this. Eureka touched it, Momo added. She was trying to catch it, but she accidentally used her quirk on it, and now... Just then you heard the squeal of a piglet and looked up in the direction of the sound to see a pig floating overhead, and you burst out laughing. What? Jirou screeched. There it is, Momo called, pointing into the sky after it. It's a flying pig! It's an omen, you laughed. We would get together when pigs fly. What? Jirou asked, half confused by what you had said and half confused by the sight of a floating pig. We need to catch it, Momo cried. Momo, make a lasso, you called, still laughing. Bro, where is Eureka? Yin, help, you called Eureka call, followed by the sound of her doing her best not to throw up, and you looked over to where she had called from. Oh, God, you called, still laughing. What is going on?
I got it! Momo shouted, having successfully lassoed the pig mid-air with her quirk-made lasso. Help I pull it down! You shouted to Jirou as you ran to Eureka's side. Hang in there. Deep breaths and close your eyes to ward the nausea off. I'll tell you when to release, you said to her. You were still half chuckling when Jirou and Momo successfully pulled the pig from the sky, and you turned to Eureka the second they had grabbed it. Okay now, you said to her, and she released her quirk and collapsed onto you. Although the situation wasn't particularly funny, you could still see the humour in it and burst out laughing again when you watched Jirou and Momo both trying to hold onto the pig that they had pulled out of the sky while you hoisted the passed out Eureka over your shoulder. Okay, what's next? Where's Denki? You asked Momo. Oh, he's keeping the ducks together, she replied, and you snorted with amusement. Boy, he's really made a mess of himself, hasn't he? Better take his flying pig back, you laughed, adjusting Eureka over your shoulder. Trust Denki, Jirou said, holding the pig firmly in her arms as you all walked back to the dorms to find out what was going on. Denki really had gotten himself into a pickle and had 3 piglets, a horde of ducks, and even a llama, and you burst out laughing when you saw him trying to keep the ducks all together. Bro, what in the Noah's Ark is going on here? You laughed as you looked around at all the animals. Man, we've got to get these animals back before Aizawa or any of the other teachers come in here. I don't know where to send them though, Denki said with a worried look on his face as he picked up a duck to hold onto it and stop it running off. Is there like a local animal shelter? You asked, adjusting your hold on Eureka when you felt her coming to again. Hold on, let me put this girlie down. You walked over to the closest lounge and flipped her off your shoulder and lay her down on the cushions gently. Oh, Eureka moaned. What happened? Am I okay? Where are the animals? You're good, you reassured her. You passed out for a little bit there, but we got the little piggy back and now we're just trying to work out what to do with the other animals. Oh, good. They're okay, she sighed, relaxing back against the cushions. Yep, all good. We just got to get them moving soon before... You paused and looked up. Guys, Aizawa's coming, you hissed. I heard his inner voice in the hallway. He's downstairs, you said. Oh, sheesh, Denki panicked, looking around at all his ducks walking around his feet while he held on to the ringleader duck. Take the ducks into the cupboard, you ordered. Come on, quick. They'll follow if you go, Denki. You raced over to the cupboard and threw the door open, knowing that there was enough room for him to fit with all his ducks. Okay, llama to the other end elevator, you called as you closed the door on Denki and his ducks. Aizawa's in the elevator closest to the front door of Heights Alliance. I'll take it, Mina called, grabbing for the rope around its neck and running out of the room with it following behind. Momo, Jirou, take the pigs to the stairwell, the one at the furthest end, you called. Hurry! He'll be here any second. Jirou nodded and then ran from the room with the little piglet in her arms, and Momo had the other 2 tucked under her arms, scampering behind her. Everyone had only just disappeared, and you had run over to the lounge and crashed down onto it beside Eureka, and then grabbed for your phone to supposedly doom scroll before Aizawa walked in calmly. Hey, sir, you greeted casually, far too casually for the rate your heart was beating. Yin, he greeted, looking at you, and then Eureka lying down beside you. Eureka, he then greeted with a nod. She said a small hello back, and then he looked around the room and back to you. Do you know anything about a flying pig? He asked you randomly. Sorry, what? You asked. A flying pig? Yes, he replied, watching you. I don't know what to say to that, you chuckled. Fair enough, he replied with a nod. There was a sighting of a flying pig seen in this area, and I suspect that some of my students may have been involved, he added, giving Eureka a side glance. I've no idea, but I've just been chilling here, you shrugged. I haven't been out. Aizawa nodded. Okay, he said, walking for the door. As soon as he went to step out, you heard quacking and a muffled apology come from the cupboard, and he paused and looked back, so you sneezed and made some other random noise to cover for Denki in the cupboard with his ducks, and Aizawa looked at you. Allergies, you replied with a shrug. He paused for a second longer and then nodded and left the room. I gotta check on the girls, you hissed in a low tone to Eureka. Check the coast is clear. Okay, she said, sitting up since she felt much better now, and looking towards the cupboard. I'll check on Denki, she added as she got off the couch and stealthily snuck to the cupboard, and you ran to the door to look out. You peeked around the corner and saw Aizawa waiting for the elevator, and then watched him hop in and disappear, so you stepped out, turned, and then sprinted down the other end stairwell and elevator to look for the others. Aizawa's leaving. You can come out now, you said,
poking her head through the doors of the stairwell and telling Jirou and Momo to come back. Now I just got to find Mina. Just then the elevator doors opened behind you and Mina stepped out with her llama on the rope. Man, that was stressful. We had just gotten to the bottom level and I saw Aizawa stepping into the other elevator at the other end and I was smashing the closed door button, but thankfully he didn't see me, she said. Man, it was stressful for all of us, but we still need to get these animals gone to a good place. Yurariko's looking after Denki and the ducks, you said with a chuckle. The quicker, the better, Momo said, struggling to keep her piglet in arms. You brought everyone back to the main common room, and then you and Momo rang all the local animal shelters in the area to see if they would take on some ducks, piglets, and a llama, and most of them were hesitant and then said a flat-out no when the llama was mentioned, until one place finally said that they would take them all on. You were ecstatic when they said they would, and organised for the animals to be picked up as soon as possible. Same day, in fact. And so later that night, under the cover of darkness, a llama, ducks and piglets could be seen loading into an animal truck and taken away to a better place. A petting farm, so you were told, and you stood with your girls and Denki and waved the truck off. Man, what an afternoon, you said with a sigh as you slung your arms over both Jirou and Momo's shoulders. Momo stepped in closer to you, and Jirou leaned in and you grinned from ear to ear. Boy, am I lucky, you thought as Mina and Denki chatted about the whole situation and you low-key cuddled your girls in the background. Have you eaten, Yin? Momo asked you, looking up at you with giant doe eyes. Nope, you said, smiling down at her. Would you like some food? She asked excitedly. Yes, I would, you said with a chuckle. I'll take anything you have. Oh, good. I was going to make stir-fry, but it makes a lot, and I need some help eating it, she said, and then looked past you to Jirou. Jirou, would you like some? I'm good, Jirou said. I'm actually still full from the food before. I might snack later, but thanks, she said. Oh, hey, you said suddenly. 2 things. You 2 want to go on a date with me tomorrow? All 3 of us? And also, Momo, I got a skateboard, you said it excitedly. Oh, you did? She asked with shining eyes. Let me see it. Where is it? It's up in the common room. I put it in the corner while all this other stuff was going on. It was in the bag from the skate shop. Let me see it, Momo said. Okay, let's go, you said. You want to come too, Jirou? You asked her. I might go and chill now, she said. It's been a good but big day. Yeah, fair, you chuckled, bending your head down to give her a quick kiss, your arm still wrapped around Momo. I'll see you tomorrow? Yeah, she said with a small smile, peeling off from you and Momo as you took your taller girlfriend back to the common room to show her your new board, while Jirou went to her room. As you 3 left, Denki looked back over his shoulder. Hey, he said to Mina, when he saw that you had your arms still around Momo. I might be completely wrong here, but is Yin and Jirou and Momo a thing? Mina smirked. Bro, I don't know if it's out in the open yet, she said, still with a leering smirk on her face. What do you mean, not out in the open? Denki asked curiously. Mina face-palmed. Dude, have you ever heard of secret relationships? She asked. Well, I guess this one isn't really secret anymore. They're being pretty open about it, to be honest. Wait, they're all dating? As in, a threesome? He asked in awe. Oh, you bet, Mina replied with a satisfied sigh. And I couldn't be happier. Man, how is it that Yin gets 2 girls and I can't even get 1? Denki suddenly wailed. I want a girlfriend so badly. Maybe take some lessons from her then, Mina offered. She's got Riz backed up and loaded, man. She came in and took 2 in one swoop. Way to make me feel better, Denki fake sobbed. I guess I'll ask her about it later. Okay, but for now, go and sleep, bro. You've had enough excitement for one day, Mina said, patting him on the shoulder. I had to hide your damn llama in the elevator. Oh, is that where it went? I had to hide in the cupboard with my ducks, and I accidentally stepped on one, and it set them all off, but thankfully Aizawa didn't hear, he said with a chuckle. Back at school, Aizawa entered the staff room to do some more paperwork and looked up at All Might, who was sitting there in his withered form. How are the young ones going next door? All Might asked, pausing in his typing to ask. They had animals loose in the dorms, but I've just seen the animal welfare truck leave with them now, he said. Honestly, what do I do with these students? All Might looked surprised. You didn't say anything to them? He asked. No, but I saw Mina with a llama in the elevator. I know what's going on all the time, but I pretend I don't. It's just easier for everyone that way, he said as he sat back down. I don't get paid enough. All Might nodded and went back to work himself. There was a lot of stuff to catch up on. The next morning, you and Momo were up early in the kitchen, waiting for Jirou to come in so you could all start your day together. "So where are we going today?" Momo asked as she got things together to make breakfast for you all. I didn't really have any plans," you replied with a sweat-dropped look on your face, glancing around before stepping in behind Momo and wrapping your arms around her waist and resting your chin on her shoulder. She flinched with surprise initially, but then melted into your touch. What about you?" you asked, talking in a soft voice close to her ear, tickling the rim of her ear with your lips. She replied, heavily distracted by your hands on her. "We could go to a tea place and then go shopping or something," you offered. "I also wanted to go to a music store too and pick out something for Jirou and get it for her as a gift." You said. "Oh yes, let's do that," Momo said excitedly. "That sounds wonderful." "Okay, so all three things, tea shop, shopping, music store," you said. "Yes," she replied, turning her head to look up at you, and you kissed her on the nose. "Perfect," you replied with a grin. "Hey," Jirou greeted as she walked in, and you took one hand off Momo's waist and extended it out to invite her in. She smiled and walked over, and you pulled her into your side so that you were hugging both your girls. "We were just discussing what to do today," you said to her. "So far, going for tea, shopping, and then dropping by the music store are on the agenda. Do you want to add or subtract anything?" I need a new pick for my acoustic," Jirou said. "I dropped my other one when I was on the balcony the other night, and it fell into the bushes, so I guess that one's lost forever." "Is that bush under your window just full of guitar picks?" you joked. "Okay, fair enough. So everyone happy with the stops for today?" "Yes," Momo said brightly. "Yeah," Jirou replied. "Okay, and break. Meeting adjourned," you said cheekily, letting them both go. "Okay, let's go." "Wait, breakfast first," Momo said, and you stopped in your tracks. "Oh, yeah, forgot about that," you added. "Was totally happy to just grab a donut from the corner store." "You'll eat well when you're here with me," Momo said authoritatively. "I won't have you feeling sick in your tummy on my watch." "Okay, fair," you said as you turned around. "And you too, Jirou," Momo said, pointing her spatula at the shorter female. "She's our mum now," you said with a chuckle. Can't escape Momo as mum. "And don't forget it," Momo said playfully. Jirou smirked and you grabbed her in a hug and you walked over to Momo again. "Okay, let's do it," you said. After breakfast had been had and you had gotten ready for the day, you and Momo waited for Jirou downstairs at the entrance to Heights Alliance. "You look amazing as always, babe," you said to Momo, checking her out in her maxi dress. "Thank you," she said with a blush. "I love your jeans. Are they from France?" "You bet," you said, looking down at the chains hanging off them. "Love these." "You always look so chic," she replied. I think I look more like a dude, but you know what? Come at me, masculinity, because I'll own it," you said. Momo smiled. Just then the elevator dinged and out stepped Jirou in ripped jeans and a crop top, and your eyes nearly fell out of your head. "Holy Mount Olympus," you said internally, your eyes widening as she stepped towards you. "Damn." "Hey," Jirou greeted as she stopped in front of you. "Hey is correct," you said with almost love heart-shaped eyes. "You look so cute, Jirou," Momo gushed. "Thank you. You look really cute too," Jirou replied, looking Momo up and down. "You're so kind," Momo blushed. "Well, now that I have two mega babes with me, shall we go?" you asked, slinging your arm over Jirou's shoulder on one side and then Momo's on the other. "Man, I'm about to make the whole world jealous." Both Momo and Jirou blushed and you squeezed them a little. "Let's go, babes," you said, stepping towards the door with them either side. Down to the bus stop you walked and then got on the bus to head into town to the tea shop, chatting all the way in on the bus. As you got off, you let your two girls go ahead and watched them chat as you followed behind, checking them out a little. "Damn, I'm so lucky," you thought as you walked. Momo led the way to the tea shop and entered with a smile and a polite hello, and the lady there welcomed her in. "We would like a table for 3, please," Momo said. "We would like a tea samples menu, please. I do intend on buying some new teas to take home." "Oh, certainly," the lady said, gesturing for you all to follow her as she went to a separate room that had a lovely table set up. "Please take a seat, and I'll return shortly with the new teas menu." This place looks fancy," you said as you took a seat, and Momo and Jirou did too. "This place has beautiful teas," Momo said knowingly, "imported from all over the world." Bubble tea?" Jirou asked. "Hey," you chuckled, high-fiving her. "No, these are succulent and delicate teas," Momo said. "I'll explain them to you when they come out." Believe it or not, But I am not a tea connoisseur, you joked. I know I look like I would be one, but no, I'm actually a bum. Jirou snorted with amusement, and Momo shook her head.
Yin, you are beautiful, she said shyly. Please do not talk about yourself like that.
Self-depreciation is my special humour set. How else do I make people laugh? You asked with a smirk. Just then the lady returned with the menus and started explaining the process.
Here is a list of our finest and newest teas, she said, handing out the menus to you all. There will be a small selection of teas brought out for you to all try, and you're welcome to order whatever ones you want. We offer 5 sample teas for free, and then the rest are charged by pot.
Ma'am, you said, please allow my girls here to order whatever they want and I'll pay for it, no matter the cost, you said.
Oh, sir, that is very kind of you,
the lady said. Yeah, that's right, girls, you said quickly to Momo and Jirou. Your man has got it today, don't you stress, you said, pointing to yourself.
I'm going to tell her,
Momo said in her mind. Don't, you replied out loud to her. Let it be. Just order your tea, babe.
Momo sighed and then looked down at the menu. I don't know which one to order, Jirou suddenly said from beside you. I don't really know anything about teas. Oh, don't worry, you said, leaning over to her. I know I said that I'm not a connoisseur, but you can pick the best teas and feel their quality through a special secret method, you said. Jirou looked at you with a quizzical look on her face. Momo, too, looked up curiously. How, Yin? Momo asked. Easy, you replied, like this. You hummed a single note, sounding like some kind of shaman as you leaned over the menu and hovered your hand over the page. Even the waitress, who was still standing there, was watching on in suspense. Suddenly you smacked your hand down into the menu and quickly pointed out 5 teas. This, and that, you said quickly. The waitress leaned over Jirou's shoulder and quickly wrote down the teas that you had pointed to, and Jirou just looked at you. Did you just randomly pick any? She asked with a kind of neutral look on her face. No, of course not, you replied with a wink and a sly grin. How did you do that, Yin? Momo asked with surprise. Special powers, you said with a grin. Oh my god. Jirou groaned softly. Let me try, Momo asked, raising her hand and humming a note, and then placing her hand down to the menu, her 5 fingers all landing on different teas. The waitress walked over and quickly wrote down which teas Momo's delicate fingers were pointing to, and then nodded. I'll get them right away for you, she said, as she bustled herself off. You bit back your chuckle as you heard the waitress's inner thoughts as she left. It appeared to have impressed her. Oh, what a handy quirk. Tea selection, amazing, you heard her think as she disappeared off. As soon as she disappeared, you burst out laughing, surprising both Momo and Jirou. What is it? Momo asked, looking around. Humans are such interesting creatures, you said with amusement. First she thinks that I'm a guy, then she thinks I have a tea-selecting quirk. You don't? Momo asked with a little disappointment. You looked at her, and Jirou leaned past you to look at her too, both of you just looking at her. Oh, I mean, I knew you didn't have a tea-selecting quirk, but you don't have some kind of tea ability? She asked, and you blinked at her, and then you remembered that back in France one time you wanted to impress her with your tea knowledge, so you asked your elderly family butler to teach you some things about tea. That following afternoon, you had invited Momo over after summer school to have some tea, which she readily agreed to, and you met her at the door to invite her in, secretly giving your hidden butler a cue behind your back to go and get the first tea ready, which you already knew what the tea was going to be. Ooh, you hummed as you walked Momo into your spacious family tea room and sat her down at the table there that was beautifully decorated. You know what I can smell? Hints of floral and daphne, you commented, inhaling deeply in through your nostrils and fanning the air towards yourself. Just then the butler carried out 2 teas and placed 1 cup down in front of Momo and then you. Daphne Gunquab, ma'am, the butler announced. Oh, Yin, you were right, Momo gasped, impressed. I just have a gift for these things, you know, you replied with a smug smirk. Call it a skill. The rest of that afternoon, you successfully tricked Momo into thinking that you had some kind of special magical gift for teaing, and now you had to come clean. Momo, I have, a confession, you said with a neutral grin on your face, more like a grimace, yet really wide. That time you're thinking about, back home in France, I kinda had the butler lined up out the back, and we were working together to make me look good, you admitted. I refuse to believe it, Momo said, looking at the door of the kitchen of the tea place as the waitress brought out the first lot of teas and sat them down in front of her one by one. Thank you,
Momo said politely to her before she left, and you could sample the teas.
If any of these are bad, then I'll believe your story.
No, I'm telling the truth, you chuckled. I just randomly...
Oh gosh, this one is exquisite,
Momo said after taking a sip of the tea in front of her. Wait, it is? You asked. This one's pretty good too, Jirou added after having slid one of the teas over to herself. You're lying, you said in shock. No, serious, Jirou said. It doesn't even need sugar in it, it's sweet enough. Let me try, you said, taking the cup and taking a sip of her tea, your eyes flying open in surprise. What the heck?
I told you, Momo said. You have a gift for selecting amazing teas.
You haven't tried the other ones, you said with a smirk, but at least 2 will be terrible. But unfortunately for you, all the teas were amazing, so you tried blaming the place for being amazing for teas, and then blamed Momo for picking such an amazing place. Admit it, Yin, you have superpower, Jirou teased, loving that you were so spun out by this. I can't even try and be bad at this, even if I try, you asked. Am I cursed with greatness? Well, I mean, I have you 2 lovely babes by my side, so maybe that's it. Jirou snorted and Momo blushed.
It's not us, Yin,
she said knowingly. Oh, I believe it is, you 2 amazing girlies, you teased back, taking another sip of one of Jirou's teas. So I'm going to drink as much of your teas as possible for good luck. That's not how it works, Yin, Jirou teased. After having a lovely morning at the tea shop, you then hit up the local mall selection to go shopping. You weren't sure exactly what you were shopping for, but you had your credit card handy to tap it on anything that needed tapping on, as long as it was going to bring a smile to your girls' faces. Okay, what do we want? What do we need? You asked as you stepped up to the start of the long mall lined with shops. Not sure, Jirou shrugged.
I wouldn't mind getting a new sundress,
Momo said thoughtfully. Sundress it is, you said happily. Where do you want to go?
There's this lovely little French-inspired boutique along this left side, about halfway down,
Momo said, gesturing with her hand.
They have the most exquisite of clothes, all made of a special silk derivative, and it feels so luxurious on my skin, she said.
Your mind couldn't help think some unholy thoughts at the mention of her soft skin, and you had to clear your throat and look away to keep it all together. You grunted. Okay, well, lead the way, oh fearless leader. Momo smiled happily and grabbed for your hand.
Let's go, she said.
You quickly grabbed for Jirou's, and then you were all off and running in the direction of the shop. True to Momo's taste, it was a very expensive-looking shop, and you could see the look on Jirou's face as you pulled up in front of it. Yeah, I'm really not from their world, you heard Jirou's inner thoughts say, and you squeezed her hand. Don't worry, I'm actually an imposter. I come from this world, but I was never really in it, you replied to her, and you could feel her relax and smile at you. I mean, my parents were thrilled when I started skateboarding. Can you imagine them having fancy parties at home, and I come flying through the door on a skateboard in ripped jeans? Jirou giggled and then smiled. Don't worry, we'll head over to our usual side of the world, the music store, soon. I feel most comfortable there too, you said with another smile. Jirou smiled back and your heart warmed. She really was such a sweet girlie. Momo was in her element though, walking amongst the racks of expensive clothing and picking out the pieces here and there.
What do you think of this one?
She asked as she held up a gorgeous dress for you to look at. You could make a trash bag look good, Momo. Pick away. You're going to look stunning in anything, you replied, and Jirou agreed. She's right, she added. You have that perfect body shape.
Oh, you girls,
Momo giggled, picking the dress out and then turning to the change room.
I'll just try it on,
she added with a happy little skip in her step as she headed to the room. This is going to be fun, you said softly to Jirou. Free show. I'm looking forward to this one, Jirou replied with a smirk. Both you and Jirou followed Momo and then posted up outside the change room to wait for her to change and chatted idly while you did it. How are you going in there? You asked the door when you could hear Momo inside doing something but hadn't come out yet.
Give me a second,
she said, and you could feel the flusteredness coming from her voice, so decided to quirk in and see what she was thinking.
Oh gosh, this clip just won't hold,
you heard her think. It's okay, just hold it at the back, you called to her, and she paused for a second.
Oh, I forgot that you could hear my thoughts for a second there,
she said, and you smirked. If it's really that bad, I can get you another dress from the rack, you offered.
No, this should be okay,
she said, and you listened in again to make sure it was really okay.
I'll just hold it at the back and give the general idea of what it's supposed to look like, she thought, and then you heard the door to the change room click open and she stepped out, one hand behind herself to hold the clasp together at the back of her dress so you could at least see what it looked like. Your and Jirou's mouths almost fell open when you saw the dress. It was stunning. The cut at the front was very low, but like you had said before, Momo could literally wear anything and make it look good. What do you think? She asked shyly, her boobs popping from the position that she was holding, with her arm pulled behind herself. Amazing. Both of them, you said, staring directly into her cleavage. Agreed, Jirou added. Momo looked down and then back to you and blushed heavily. I'm glad you like them, she said in her mind, and you just winked at her. She blushed again and then cleared her throat. Okay, I'll possibly consider this one, but I'll ask them about another one without the clip being broken, she said, as she turned to head back into the change room. You would think this place, being so expensive, would make sure all the pieces had no faults in them, but I guess you can't check every item, you said to Jirou. She nodded in agreement and then stepped over to the rack to casually check the price tag on one of the items there, and then you saw her face pale, and she let go of the tag and came back to you. What's the price? You asked. I honestly haven't been checking the prices on anything. I usually don't have to, you added. But, yeah, I can imagine the shock of some of the prices in these places. It's above 700, Jirou said. Yeah, okay, I can see that, you mused. But don't stress, baby, everything's on me today. She smiled shyly at you and then opened her mouth to say something, but Momo called out to you then. Yin, she called. This zipper appears to be stuck. Could you please help me? Yeah, coming, you said, as you stepped back from Jirou and then turned and headed over to the change room door and knocked politely. Hello, madam, electrician at your service, you said. She unlocked the door and you stepped in and pulled the door closed behind you. Ah, yes, this light needs changing, definitely, you added. Can you please help me? Momo said as she turned away from you and showed you the back of her dress, where some of the fabric had bunched up and gotten caught in one of the teeth of the zippers. Oh, of course, you said, grabbing one side of the zip with one hand and using your other hand to jiggle the other side to try and get it out from under the zipper tooth. While you worked, you also took the opportunity to look at Momo's perfect back and couldn't help but lean forwards and delicately place your lips on the back of her neck, feeling her warm, soft skin on your lips as you kissed her gently. Momo was surprised to feel you there, and her skin broke out into a barrage of goosebumps. Oh, Yin, she whispered in surprise, looking back over her shoulder at you, her big eyes looking gently into yours. She looked so demure you couldn't help but kiss her, and leaned in and pressed your lips to hers. You're beautiful, you whispered to her. Did you need any help? Jirou asked from the other side of the door, bringing you back to the present. You hummed, quickly going back to undoing the bunched-up dress stuck in the zipper, and only just managing to get it unstuck. Yeah, I got it. I'll be out in a sec, you said to Jirou, then turned your attention back to Momo. Okay, all done, you said to her, then turned to the change room door to leave, but she quickly grabbed onto the back of your shirt and held on. You turned to look back at her. What is it? You asked, only just getting your words out before her lips crashed into yours. Oh, you said in your mind. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is good too, you thought with a hidden smile, as you kissed her back for a bit and then pulled back. I'll be out here, you added with a smirk before stepping out. Oh my gosh, Momo said in her mind as you left. Oh, I love kissing Yin. You tried not to have too much of a grin as you stepped out, and Jirou gave you a quizzical look. What happened? She asked you. Oh, nothing, you replied with a smile. I kind of wish I could have a kiss, Jirou said in her mind as she looked away. I could have sworn that you and Momo kissed. It was very quiet in there. Without hesitation, you leaned down and planted a kiss on her lips too, taking it just a step up and making sure that your lips locked together for a second before you pulled back, licking your lips afterwards. Yum, you said to her. She blushed and had to look away when Momo stepped out and you smiled at your ravenette girl as she cleared her throat and came over. Well, I think I'll have a look at some of the other dresses here, she said. I won't be long. Yeah, take your time, babe, you said to her. Then you turned to Jirou. Actually, why don't you try something on? From here? Jirou asked with surprise. I don't think I'm going to look good in anything. Far from it. Hey, Momo, you called to your girl walking down the aisle of clothes. Baby, would you mind picking out something for Jirou? I want to see her dolled up. It's not really my style.
Jirou tried to protest. Yeah, same here for me, but come on. For me? You asked.
Oh, I would be delighted to, Momo said emphatically, the sparkle in her eye suddenly doubling. Oh, please, would you let me? She asked Jirou.
Ugh, okay, fine. Jirou finally agreed. I'll, help you take your clothes off for it, you whispered, ducking your head in beside hers so you could whisper in her ear. Her face went bright red, but she hummed in agreement and then went over to where Momo was calling for her.
Jirou, you'll look so cute in this, Momo gushed, slinging her dress over her shoulder, but then finding another on the rack for Jirou to try. It was a black and purple number, a few frills but not too many, and Jirou tilted her head at it.
Just don't look at the price tag, you called from where you were waiting at the changing rooms. Just let the dress speak to you.
I don't hear anything, Jirou replied to you.
Oh, Jirou, take me, you said in a high-pitched begging voice. See, it's calling you, you said in a normal voice.
Take me. You're so weird, Jirou giggled, accepting the dress when Momo pulled it off the rack and handed it to her, and then turned and walked back to you.
Just, give us a bit, you said to Momo, as you gestured widely for Jirou to enter into one of the change rooms there, and you stepped in behind her. Okay, now, shirt, you said, giving Jirou a sultry look as you slowly stepped up to her and took the bottom of her shirt in your hands. May I? You asked. She nodded eagerly and raised her arms as you pulled her top up and overhead. Trying not to make her feel too self-conscious, you turned and hung her shirt and then stepped around her and spun so that you were now hugging her from behind with your arms around her waist and your head bent down on her neck. Now that shirt is out of the way, you whispered, placing feather-soft kisses on her neck and shoulder. We can get to more important things.
Jirou inhaled softly as you continued to kiss softly up the side of her neck, and her eyes rolled and closed as she gave herself to you. If you need help, let me know, Momo called sweetly from the other side of the door. Not right now, Momo, Jirou smirked in her mind, and you replied with a soft snort that only she could hear. Yeah, we just need a little time to ourselves, you whispered in reply to what Jirou had said, and she turned her head towards you so that her lips connected with yours. Usually you two would just press your lips together, but this time both of your lips were parted just lightly, and they came together and made a seal, making your eyes roll and close as you kissed her deeply, one of your hands sliding up her side and holding onto the back of her head so that you could be closer together. How's it going in there? You heard Momo ask from outside the door with a knock to it, and you quickly broke from the kiss to reply to her. Yeah, good. Zip is fiddly, you said, then quickly grabbed the dress for Jirou to put it on. Time has run out, you said quickly to her in a low voice as she hurriedly put the dress on. I wonder if they were kissing, you heard Momo's inner voice, and you thought your own reply back to her. Well, yeah, we were. Guess we weren't that discreet, you wondered, as you made sure Jirou's outfit was on properly before unlocking the door so that you could show her off to Momo. Oh my, Momo gasped with delight as the door to the change room opened. Oh, you look so beautiful, Jirou, she gushed as Jirou stepped out. Yeah, it's a statement piece, that's for sure, you said from behind her. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Jirou asked you, looking back over her shoulder to you. It's a good thing. It's probably not something that you'd wear just because, you said, looking her up and down. Maybe good for a fancy night out. I think she looks amazing in it, Momo said. It would be good for any time. I'm getting it for you, so we can go out to a fancy place one time, you said to Jirou. She deadpanned. I don't really do fancy, she replied to you in her mind. I know, you chuckled, but you're rolling with Miss France and Miss Imposter, so you got to expect that there'll be some kind of fancy something at some point, you said with a chuckle. Am I Miss France? Momo asked. Or did you want to be Miss Imposter? You asked her. Those were your two options. You're not an imposter, Momo said to you. Oh, yeah, no, I totally am, you said with a laugh. I'm not really from the world of the rich. I've never really been into expensive things. Yeah, my family's loaded, but that's about it. I've been forced to wear dresses, but that's all it's been. Forced. I've never voluntarily gotten into a dress and enjoyed it. Then why did you make me wear one? Jirou asked, turning to you in her black and purple sleek look. Because you look hot, you replied. You need to try one on too then, she replied with a sadistic grin. Nope, you replied. Sorry, I don't speak English. You're getting one on and I'm going to pick it, Jirou said. Oh, I'll help, Momo gushed excitedly. No comprende, you called after them as they walked off together. I'll door runner. I'm going to vent. I'm going to climb into a vent. Don't test me. I'll do it,
You continued to call out your different escape plans, but your cries were falling on deaf ears as the other two excitedly ran around from rack to rack to find a suitable outfit for you. Guys, don't do this, you suddenly wailed, running over to Jirou and falling down on your hands and knees to beg beside her. I'm not beyond begging. I'll even fall on a sword at this point. You're being so dramatic, Jirou snorted. No, I'm being just the right amount of dramatic, you replied, continuing to look up at her. Come on, please don't make me do it, Queen. I found the one, Momo suddenly called from the next rack over, and Jirou turned and quickly made her way around the other side to see what Momo had found. Oh yeah, that's the one, Jirou said. Please, God, you said, suddenly crawling around on the floor to see what the girls had found. Yin, get up, Momo gasped. Don't crawl on the floor. I'm begging. I'm literally mid-beg. I'm not getting up until my begging falls on sane ears, you replied, crawling over to Momo's feet. Please, Mama, you begged. Up you get, Yin. I'll help you try this one on, Jirou said, smirking down at you. Let me help, Momo said, and you pretend wailed. I don't wanna, you cried. Oh, get up, you big baby. Time to put your pretty dress on, Jirou replied as she bent down and hauled you half up. If I have to try one on, so do you. You wailed as you got up on your feet and let her take you over to the change room, with Momo squealing with delight behind you. They bustled you into the change room, and then all of a sudden all hands were on you, taking your clothes off, and not gonna lie, you kind of liked Momo and Jirou being so focused on taking your clothes off. Actually, I could get used to this, you joked, kissing Momo and then Jirou, locking lips with Jirou so that she couldn't pull away to get your dress on. No, help, Jirou said, after finally pulling away from the kiss. She's kissing me on purpose so that it will delay the dress being put on. Yin, that's so sneaky, Momo gasped, taking the dress from Jirou so that she could try and put it on you from behind. Ha! You fell for my plan, you said, quickly ducking around behind Jirou and grabbing her from behind and holding your fingers to the side of her neck like you had some kind of weapon and was using it to hold her hostage. What are you doing, Yin? Momo asked with confusion, pausing in her attempt to dress you while you held Jirou. I'm taking this pretty little lady hostage until you listen to my requests, you said, backing back to the mirror in the change room. Don't listen to her, Momo. Just put the dress on her, Jirou encouraged. Take one more step and I'll do it, you threatened. Do what? Momo asked you. It's a good question, you replied, breaking character slightly. I don't know, but I'll do it. Don't push me. Come on, Momo, just do it, Jirou said, pushing back into you to pin you to the mirror behind you. I'm counter-attacking. Momo stepped forwards, and you let out this weird yell that went all pitchy, and she stopped again. Jirou started laughing. Don't stop, she called. No matter what noises come out of Yin's mouth, put the dress on her. No, you wailed. Wait! Momo stopped again. Momo, don't stop, Jirou laughed. No, wait, just wait a second, you called, laughing. Momo stopped again. Momo, she's just going to keep saying wait or stop all the time. Just do it, Jirou laughed, which made you laugh again that she had cottoned on to what you're doing. Damn you, Jirou, you laughed. Wait, you called again when Momo lifted her arms up with the dress to slide it over your head. She paused again. Momo, Jirou snapped playfully. I can't do this, Momo cried. I'll do it, Jirou suddenly said, grabbing the dress and spinning in your arms to quickly whack it down over your head, which she did in one go. You're ruthless, you gasped, when the dress was suddenly over your head. You let her go and she pulled the dress down on you, and Momo got to your side and pulled you away from the mirror so she could get behind you to help zip you up, and in record time you were in the dress and standing there feeling very out of place. Are you two happy with yourselves? You deadpanned at them. Jirou smirked and Momo gasped with her hands clasped to her face. You look amazing, Momo gushed. I do not, you retorted. No, you actually do, Jirou said in her mind. Ugh, let me out of this thing, you said. Not without a selfie, Jirou smirked. Oh, you're a sadistic little babe, aren't you? You tutted, pulling the worst face you could think of as she pulled her phone from her bag in the change room and held it up to take a picture. Say cheese, Momo said brightly. Poopsicle, you grimaced with a scowl. Jirou spluttered with laughter and clicked the pic, and then continued to laugh when she went into her camera roll to see the photo again and show it to you and Momo. Yin, your face, she laughed, clutching her middle as she bent over. Oh, Yin, but you look so lovely, Momo said sadly. You need to smile. I was smiling, you replied. Look, this was me smiling. This was me adequately expressing my joy at being in this hideous...
It's not hideous, it's stunning,
Momo interjected, while Jirou just continued to laugh. Jirou's laugh was so contagious, though, that it rubbed off on you until you were laughing just as hard as she was. I just want to get out of this stupid thing, you finally laughed. You've both had your fun, now let me out.
You simply must buy this,
Momo said. Ah, over my dead body. There is absolutely no way in the world that I'll be buying this dress. I don't even care if pigs fly. There is nothing in this world that could happen that could make me want to buy this dress, and that is final, you said with conviction. Both Jirou and Momo looked at each other. I can't believe I bought this dress, you sulked 20 minutes later as you were leaving the store with your girls. Jirou and Momo both giggled, and you gave them both the stink eye. Bruh, I thought I got two angels, but y'all are demons in disguise. So sweet, so easy on the eye, yet hideous on the inside, you mused with a smirk.
Oh, those are the lyrics to Takedown, Momo said happily. I love that song. Speaking of songs, can we go to the music store now?
Jirou asked.
I really need that new pick.
Oh, I might accidentally on purpose leave this dress at the music store, you said loudly.
Jirou, take her bag and I'll hold it, Momo instructed. She'll leave it there for sure.
No, don't take my bag, you groaned as Jirou quickly took it off you. Damn it. For whatever reason, Jirou was finding this way too amusing, and you smirked to yourself quietly when you heard her giggling as she gave the bag to Momo. What are you evil beings going to make me wear that thing for? You asked with a playful scowl.
I don't know yet,
Jirou said with a smirk,
but we'll let you know.
Ugh. Well, I'll know all right, because my lips will be freezing flippin' cold and my hoochie's going to get the flu, and all down there's just going to be crying woman tears, you pouted. Jirou snorted at the analogies and Momo sighed.
Yin, you really do look beautiful in a dress,
she said again. Bro, I look about as hot in a dress as what Bakugo would. Have you seen how that guy walks? What's up with that? I saw him and Kurishima coming back from their week of work experience, and I thought he'd been hit by a quirk, you said. Bro walks like he's just ridden a horse for 4 hours and then got kicked in the ass afterwards. Actually, going by his attitude too, wouldn't surprise me if that were the case, you mused. Basically just talking now, not caring if either Momo or Jirou were listening. After you left France, Momo, I went to stay at my grandparents' place and they enrolled me in the local polo team. Oh my god, the worst. Well, actually horses are pretty cool, so I don't mind. But getting off after riding and then having to walk, yeah, Bakugo. Very Bakugo. And then the first time I got off the horse, my legs folded like a damn lawn chair. Just gave me absolutely nothing. Hit the ground like wham, you said, doing the smacking action with your hand. Momo and Jirou were both very amused by your chatter and didn't interrupt you, so you kept rambling. Maybe I should ask him if he's ever ridden a horse, you mused. Bet he'd say no. You looked at your two girls to see if they had any input, and they were just looking at you and listening. Go on, Jirou asked.
I was finding this very educational,
Momo added, and you laughed. Were you ever going to tell me to shut up, or no? You asked.
No.
No. They both replied, and you laughed again. Okay, I'll shut up, you said.
No, keep talking.
No, keep talking, they both said, and then you all burst out laughing together. We're here anyway, you said, pointing to the music store ahead of you, and Jirou smiled. This is home, right? You asked her.
Yeah, basically,
she said with a smile. You opened the door to the shop and gestured for them to enter ahead of you, which they did. The music store was amazing, and you and Momo looked over the instruments while Jirou talked to the store manager and then picked out a pick that she liked, which you bought, and then you were all out the doors and headed back to the dorms. You had only been back for an hour before Jirou came knocking on your door.
Hey, the mattress is here, she said. They just rang to say they'd be bringing it up soon.
Oh, I completely forgot about that, you said, bouncing back off the bed to go and help. Momo, you chill here, I'll be back in a sec.
Okay, she said. I wanted to try the dresses on that I got today and hang them up, just to make sure they really fit well, she added.
Yeah, cool, no worries, you said, running over to give her a kiss on the cheek. I'll be back.
Okay,
she said, waiting for you to leave with Jirou before she quickly walked to the bag of clothes and dug through, pulling out a white lingerie ensemble and holding it up.
Oh, I do hope I get to wear this for Yin soon,
she gushed, taking her clothes off to try it on. Down on the bottom level of Heights Alliance, you met with the men who had your new mattress and greeted them as they walked to the door with a large cylinder tube in hands. You asked, looking at it. Mattress, the first guy said. Where do you want it? Oh, upstairs, I'll show you, you said, walking to the elevator ahead of them. Is that going to fit in here? You asked, eyeing it being held between the two guys. Yeah, should do, the guy at the front, who had been the only one of the pair to speak so far, said. Okay, you said, gesturing to the open elevator door once it had dinged open. Okay, be my guest. Thanks, the guy said and stepped in, moving to the back as quickly as he could while you made sure the elevator door didn't close on them prematurely. You in? You asked once they'd shuffled around a bit. Yep, the same guy said, and you nodded. Okay, I'll let this close and we'll race you up, you said, giving a thumbs up to Jirou, who had been a silent bystander to all of this. She nodded and you removed your hand. Ready, set, go, you joked. See up there, level 2, you added, and the guy whacked the number 2 on the panel. As soon as the doors started to close, you called to Jirou. Okay, up we go, you said, turning for the stairs. Oh, good lord, what was I thinking? I don't do stair sprints. As you and Jirou started up, you met Bakugo and Kiri coming down, and you shot past Bakugo, nearly knocking him over in your haste. Watch it, he snapped as he ran past. I'm catching your horse, you called back to him, which confused him but made Jirou laugh, and you smiled that you had made a little inside joke that had tickled her fancy. You and her made it up to level 2 just as the doors to the elevator opened, and you placed your hands on knees and wheezed as you waited for the guys to carry the mattress out and down the hall to her room. That way, you panted. Second door. The guys carried it to the room in question, and you called an also panting Jirou up closer so that she could unlock the door and let you in. I've made space, she said, gesturing to the clear spot in the middle of the room, so the guys dropped it down, and the guy who did all the speaking reached for his back pocket, pulled out a knife and then ripped it right down the side of the mattress to open it. The mattress flicked open and started to inflate and stretch out as he pulled the wrapping off it, and he turned to you. Let it swell for about 12 hours, he said, and it should be fine. What? You asked. 12? Yeah, he nodded. But you can sleep on it sooner. That's just the recommended. Okay, well, how about 12 minutes then? You joked. I'm kidding, all good. Thank you for bringing it up. No problem, he replied. Have a good evening. Thank you, you too, you replied. Do you need help getting out of here? Finding your way out? Nope, all good. I have a mental map quirk. I can find my way out of buildings and find my way back home on the streets easy, he replied. Oh, handy, you said. Okay, good luck. Thanks, he said with a thumbs up, and then he and his more quiet workmate left, leaving you and Jirou standing in the middle of her room looking at the mattress on the floor. It was quiet for a second before you suddenly flung your arms out towards the mattress as if to present it. Ta-da! You suddenly yelled, and Jirou looked at you. You're an idiot, she chuckled, and you grinned. Mattress, you said proudly. Yeah, I can see that, she replied. We need sheets and stuff now too. Oh, I didn't even think of that, you said with a mortified look on your face. Shall we do a chaotic Walmart run to get sheets and whatnot? I have spares here, but we can do that if you want to, Jirou asked. You looked at your watch and then back at her. I have an idea. How about we get sheets and then grab pizzas for everyone? I got the credit card, so let's go, you said. Jirou's eyes lit up. Okay, let's do that, she said with a smile. And so with that, you raced back to your room, grabbed your wallet, gave Momo a quick rundown on what was going to happen, and then dashed back to Jirou and left with her. Momo was a little deflated that you were going to sleep in Jirou's room that night, since she was keen to show you her new outfit that she had somehow managed to buy without you seeing, but she told herself that would only be one night, and then the next night you would be back in the room with her, and she could show it off to you then. She had tried it on and liked it very much. Onto the bus you and Jirou got, and once you had taken a seat, you turned to her. Okay, jump on the group chat and ask what pizzas everyone wants. We need to make a list, you said. Oh, good thinking, she replied, quickly accessing the class group chat and setting up a poll to vote for what pizzas everyone wanted, and while she was doing that, you got on the Walmart website and had a look at what colour and style sheets they sold there. Look, I'd be happy with anything, really, you said, showing Jirou a set of sheets that had a chicken on it, but it had been stitched weirdly and one of the chickens was missing a head and had the bum of another one sewn to it. That's such a Walmart sheet, but it's also such a you sheet, she said. That's dope though, get it. Oh, I'm going to search high and low for this particular one, you said, pulling your phone back to yourself. I'm not leaving without Butthead. Jirou snorted with amusement and then showed you her phone. Okay, votes are coming in for pizza, she said. We'll head there after getting Butthead, she said, and you laughed. I never thought that I'd get such joy out of hearing you say the word Butthead, you said with a chuckle. My life is complete. You turned and kissed her on the lips and then settled back. Onwards, trusty steed, to Butthead, and also pizza, but mostly Butthead, you said. The Walmart experience was an interesting one for Jirou. You seemed absolutely unhinged as you marched up to the information desk and very pointedly asked to be shown in the direction of the section which you could buy butthead chicken sheets. The lady, understandably, was most confused and gave you a weird look, so you presented your phone to show her the elusive picture of butthead chook, and she looked at you. Ever curious, you listened into her inner thoughts and had to curb your smile. Her thoughts were pure gold. She really wants this? What in the drunk grandma under the Christmas tree is going on here? The lady thought, looking at the picture, then back to you, then to the picture again. I don't know if we sell this. I think it's a mistake, she said. Oh, well, you may be right, but you also may be wrong, so I'm going to have a good look through your stock till I find it, you said. You're welcome to, she said. No one else is going to fight you for it, she thought. I mean, yes, but also no, you whispered to Jirou. That lady thinks no one else would want this pattern, but I beg to differ. Jirou shook her head. I think I'm with the lady on this one, she said. After scouring the shelves in the bathroom and bedding section for a good hour, you finally found your butthead chicken sheets and nearly cried for joy as you hoisted them over the top of your head. The chosen one, you wailed, drawing far more attention to yourself than you probably intended to, but you couldn't have cared any less at that point. Jirou, on the other hand, was mildly mortified and grabbed you by the arm to drag you to the checkout, where you paid for butthead chicken sheets, and then you went off down the road to the pizza place to pick up the pizzas and head back to the dorms. No surprises that you had a stack of about 20 pizzas in your arms on the walk back to the bus, and you listened into the thoughts around you as you and Jirou got back on the bus and headed back to Heights Alliance. Oh, that's Hawaiian, so good. Vegetarian, meat lovers, and something else. Right. Barbecue chicken. My pizza quirk needs some fine-tuning, but I definitely know their pizzas. All of their voices melded together, but the last one you managed to hone in on, and you leaned over to Jirou to whisper to her. There's someone here with a pizza detection quirk of some kind, you said. That's actually a really cool quirk. Somewhat useless, but also not. Yeah, quirks are really interesting, Jirou mused. Back in France, were there any people in the hero course with really interesting quirks? She asked. Yeah, actually, he replied. There was a guy who could grow potatoes from his limbs and then pull them off and throw them at people or use it as a food source. You know what, though? It sounds funny until you get whacked in the back of the head with a full-size potato, and then it's not that funny. So it was actually quite a terrifying quirk. You laughed. Yeah, that sounds similar to one of the girls in Class 1B. She can grow mushrooms around her. It's actually quite dangerous because she can make small ones that can be inhaled, like fungal spores, Jirou said. Oh, yikes, you said. Yeah, the potato thing was fairly not harmful. Like, would bruise, but that's about it. Unless he learned to grow them bigger, and then they would concuss for sure. Jirou nodded. I think our class has some of the best quirks, but I'm just biased, she replied. I think my girls have the best quirks, you said, wrapping your arm around her side and kissing her on the temple. I'd give you a bigger hug, but I got these, you said, gesturing to the stack of pizza boxes on your lap. So the full cuddle will have to wait until later when we're snuggled up on my new butthead sheets, you said, and Jirou snorted, covering her mouth with her hand. Yay, she said, and you laughed. Yes, it's a yay. It's the only yay, you replied. Once back at Heights Alliance, you were met at the door by some hungry guys, and the pizzas were rapidly removed from your arms and whisked away to the common room. Just go and drop these in your room, Jirou, you said, holding up the plastic bag of Walmart sheets. It's open, she said. I'm just going to duck to the bathroom on level 2, and then I'll meet you in the common room. Yeah, good plan, you replied with a thumbs up, before heading up the stairs with her and then parting ways at the top. As Jirou headed along the corridor, she met Momo coming the other way with an armload of laundry. Hi, Momo, she greeted with a smile. Oh, Jirou, Momo replied with her usual polite smile. Where's Yin? Oh, she's putting some sheets in my room, and then she said she was going to come down to the common room after, Jirou said, feeling a little sad that Momo had only asked for you and not asked what she had been up to. Oh, wonderful, I'll see you there then, she said, as she passed Jirou and headed on. Jirou sighed and watched her pass. I kind of wish Momo would look at me too, she thought. Putting her feelings aside, Jirou headed to the bathroom and then went to meet you in the common room and got there a few seconds before you entered. Is everyone here? Mina called excitedly. We're ready to start. Wait, Momo and Yin aren't here, Hagakure called. They'll be here in a sec, Jirou said as she walked over to join Mina at the table. I guess it makes sense that they'd be running late together. They're in the same room, Hagakure added in.
She'll be in my room tonight, though, Jirou thought, and it was right then that you and Momo arrived at the same time.
Who dares to say my name? You joked as you walked in.
That was me,
Hagakure said brightly, and you laughed. What do you want with me, god of invisibility? You said as you walked over and stood next to Jirou.
We wanted you and Momo here so we can start eating pizza, she said joyously, and her unbridled enthusiasm made you chuckle.
Okay, well, we're here now, you said as you nudged Jirou.
I heard you too,
you added lowly with a smirk.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to you being in my room tonight,
Jirou thought in return, and you grinned. You're not the only one, you said.
Okay, everyone, we all need to say one thing we're thankful for today before starting eating, Mina said with a clap of her hands.
Oh, come on, Denki moaned, dropping his head back to stare at the ceiling. Why? Sarah asked with a disappointed look on his face.
Oh, that's a lovely idea, Momo said brightly.
Hand over the pizza, Bakugo demanded.
I'm grateful for everyone, Yoroka said sweetly. And the fact that this food is free, she added in her mind, which made you crack a smile. I'm just grateful for Yin, Momo said softly, and you heard her and turned to wink at her. I'm grateful for Yin being in my room tonight, Jirou thought, and you turned your head back and locked eyes with her and then winked, which made her blush. Unfortunately, Mina's suggestion of everyone saying something they were grateful for kind of flopped, and in the end she just ended up holding up her hand in the air and then letting it drop and yelling go, and then all of a sudden the chatter stopped and everyone jumped at the table to grab a pizza box. So you quickly reached in and grabbed one box to share with Jirou since you were going to be sitting beside her. Which one did you get? Jirou asked as you held the box on your lap.
I have zero idea, you replied. I wish I had that pizza quirk from the guy on the bus. It would be super handy right now.
Open the box, silly,
Jirou chided. Oh, true, you said with a goofy smile, and opened the box up. Oh, it's Hawaiian, you said. That's fine, I can roll with that.
Yum,
Jirou said, reaching in to get a slice.
Which pizza do you have, Yin?
Momo asked as she leaned over the back of the lounge to look into your box. Hawaiian, you replied with a smile. You want some?
Oh, yes, please,
she replied, and you happily pulled out a slice and handed it to her. Excuse fingers, you said as you passed it to her.
Excused,
she said with a smile, as she took it and took a polite bite out of the end of it. You watched longingly, feeling a little jealous of the pizza slice that got to be in her mouth.
Did you want some, Yin?
Jirou asked as she picked up a slice and held it out to you. Without saying anything, you swiveled your head back around and moved forwards and took a bite out of the pizza that Jirou was holding on to for you, and she blushed. That's good pizza. Keep holding it there. I like eating it from your hand, you said with a smirk.
They look close,
you heard Yoroka think from across the table on the other side, and you smirked as you chewed.
If only she knew,
you thought as you licked your lips. Oh, come and sit down, you said, looking back over your shoulder to where she was still standing behind the lounge. She nodded and walked around to sit down next to you, and you settled back with your back against the lounge, so you were sitting happily between your two girls. I am in heaven right now, you thought happily, leaning your head to Jirou's side so that you could continue to eat the pizza from her hand.
Would you like a drink, Yin?
Momo offered once she'd eaten her slice. Oh, that'd be lovely, you replied sweetly.
Jirou, would you like a drink too?
Momo offered, leaning forwards to look around you to her on the other side.
Oh, yes, please,
Jirou replied. Momo then detailed what drinks were available, and you both picked a drink. Then she got up to go and get them and came back. Just, you said, indicating for her to tip the drink up a little so you could sip it from her feeding it to you, and you heard Jirou's internal comment.
Yin is living her best life right now,
she thought. Oh, I 100% am, you replied to her. I got my two girls either side of me, one feeding me pizza, the other one feeding me drink, so I am set here.
You having fun, Yin?
Mina called, and you looked up and smirked at her. What do you think? You asked, placing an arm each around Jirou and Momo and pulling them into your sides. Mina laughed and raised her glass in a toast to you, and you winked back with a proud grin on your face. Man, Yin has more game than me, Denki thought, watching from the sidelines. I wonder if she would be open to telling me how she got that riz. You looked at him and winked, and he froze. Oh, hey, he said in his mind, and you chuckled and then gave him an up-jerk of your head. Zup, you replied. I forget that you can hear my thoughts, he said sheepishly internally. But, yeah, can you give me some of your riz? For a slice of your pizza, I will, you replied out loud to him. What have you got over there? Meat lovers, he said. Yeah, I'll take it, you replied with a grin, as you took your arms back and turned to your girls. Girls, give me a sec. Got to retrieve some payment. And with a grunt, you got off the lounge and walked over to sit next to Denki. Bro, how do you look so calm? He said in a whisper as you sat down and took the pizza slice from him. Just breathe, you said. Sometimes you can be panicking on the inside, but as long as you keep stone-faced on the outside, no one will know. Unless I'm around, and then I can hear your thoughts, you said with a laugh. Is it true you've got both Momo and Jirou as your girlfriends? He then asked. Yeah, but keep it on the down low, I guess, you said. I'm sure most people are going to find out sooner rather than later, but, I don't want to cause a stir. I want to call you a god, Denki said. God Rizlord. Is that my hero name? You asked with a chuckle. Okay, I'll take it. God Rizlord, if you could bestow upon me the way of the Riz, I'd be ever so grateful, Denki said. You got a pizza crust? You asked. A what? He asked. Pizza crust, you said, looking around. Hey, Kiri, give us your pizza crust? Kiri said, looking down at his plate and then back up. I don't really want it back, though, he said as he picked up his crust to pass it across to you. Thanks, you said as you took it. Lower your head, Denki, you said, and he obeyed immediately. I hereby bless thee with Riz, you said, tapping his left shoulder, then his right shoulder with the pizza crust. Be blessed and Riz away, you added once you had finished with your ritual. Wow, I even feel like I have more Riz, he said as he looked up at you. Did you just bless Denki with a pizza crust? You heard Jirou ask you in her mind while she watched from across the room. Yes, you said as you looked up across to her. She snorted and then covered her mouth and looked away. I swear to God you're the most unserious person ever, she said in her mind, and you grinned and looked back at Denki. Anyway, I'm going to head back over to my wives. Good luck, Riz apprentice, you added, saluting as you stood up and then walked back over and sat down between Momo and Jirou, still with the pizza crust in hand. What are you doing? Jirou laughed. Hello, you said, holding the pizza crust to your ear like a phone. Yeah, she's here, you added, holding the pizza crust out to her. They want to talk to you, you said seriously. She just gave you a really long side look, so you put the pizza crust back to your ear and continued talking to the invisible person on the other end. Yeah, she's a little busy with me right now. Can she call you back? You asked into the pizza crust. Yin, would you like some more pizza? Momo asked from your other side, having been eating some more of the Hawaiian pizza herself. You asked, spinning to face her while still holding your pizza crust to your ear. Oh, goodness, she gasped with surprise. What are you doing? Oh, pizza, you said, taking the new slice from her hand. Thanks, I just felt like another slice. You took the new slice and held it to your other ear, and Jirou couldn't take it anymore. Can you please just eat your food like a normal person? She asked. Who's that? You asked back as you turned your head back to face her, still with the pizza to one ear and crust in your other hand. Oh, God, she sighed with an amused look on her face. Okay, you said, putting the crust down and moving the full slice of pizza from your ear to your mouth. Munch time, you said, before shoving the entire slice in your mouth. Yin sure seems to be having fun, Momo mused from your other side, and you turned back to wink at her. Wish I could reply, but I can't, you mumbled through your mouthful. Sorry? Momo asked. I wish I could reply, but I can't, you said again, having swallowed more of your food now, which enabled you to be able to talk. Oh, I see, she replied. Okay, Jirou said, standing up and taking your arm in hers. Time for you to get some sleep, you're acting weird, she added. Am I? You asked cheekily. Yeah, she replied, pulling you away. Bye, everyone, you called out. There were mumbles of mouth-filled goodbyes as you were taken out the door, and Momo watched a little sadly as you were taken away. I'll have her tomorrow, you heard her think. So, we're going to set up my butthead sheets? You asked Jirou as she took you off down the hall. I guess, she replied, if you want to. Well, I'm more interested in what's in your bed, but I'm easy, you replied, pulling your arm from her grasp and stepping in behind her so you could cuddle her from behind while walking, nearly lifting her off the ground as you walked. She giggled a little as you carried her, and then once at her room you both entered and walked over to her bed, not even bothering with the lights. It was clear that neither of you wanted to work on setting up your bed with the sheets. There were far more pressing matters to attend to, and your hands roamed and lips kissed until time was lost to the void. You weren't sure how long you messed around for, but when you heard the main lights in the hallway get turned off, you knew it was late enough. You comfy? You whispered to Jirou, who was snuggled up into your side with your arm under and around her back. Yeah, she sighed happily, lying there in just her bra and pants. You too had lost your shirt at some point, and you could feel her warm skin against yours. Oh, this is heaven, you thought, as you could feel yourself starting to fall asleep. You could hear Jirou's brain throwing around random things inside of it, and you recognised the telltale signs of someone slipping into REM. Oh, she's falling asleep, you thought, as you yourself twitched a little. As you slowly faded out, you could hear Jirou's inner thoughts singing songs and rehashing stuff that had happened that day, and you smiled internally when you heard her talking about you in the dress. How do you look so good as a girl and a guy? You heard her inner thoughts ask, and you smirked to yourself. Okay, well, at least I know she's being legit with her compliments, you thought as you faded out. The next thing you remember is trying to roll and not being able to because there was a weight on your arm, and you squinted an eye open to see what it was, momentarily becoming confused when you weren't in Momo's room and it wasn't Momo beside you. Oh, you thought when you remembered that you'd slept in Jirou's room that night. Then you remembered that it had been Sunday yesterday, so that must mean it was Monday today. Jirou stirred beside you and you quickly kissed her on the forehead. Hey, it's school today, you said to her. Oh, what time is it? You then lifted your arm to check your watch and sighed with relief when you saw that it had only just struck 7 a.m. You didn't have to be on school grounds until closer to 9 a.m, so your initial panic subsided. No, that's okay. We have time, you then said, and Jirou sighed contentedly. Okay, good, because I'm comfy, she said. Yeah, same, you replied, pulling her in closer to you. What classes do we have today? She hummed in a tired voice. Boring ones. Oh, how fun, you said. But hey, actually, it'll be nice to be back in the classroom again. I haven't really spent much time with the other girls, to be honest. It'll be nice to just get to know the class a little more. Yeah, true, Jirou said as she sat up. But I want to sit with you for lunch. Yeah, that's a given, you replied as you sat up as well and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. I didn't shower last night. Yeah, me neither, Jirou said. You looked at her, then at her ensuite behind her, then back to her again. You wanna... you asked curiously, jerking your head in the direction of the ensuite. She nodded shyly. Yeah, let's, she said, and you and her got out of bed and quickly bustled your way into the ensuite to have a shower together for the morning. It was 20 minutes later that you arrived on Momo's doorstep with a polite knock that she answered, pulling the door open to you with sopping wet hair and your clothes on from yesterday. All on but askew. Good morning, you said brightly. I had a shower, but I didn't have my school clothes to get into. May I come in? You chuckled. Oh, yes, of course, Momo said as she stepped aside to let you into the room. Thank you, you chuckled. Man, that was not a good idea. It felt weird getting back into my clothes I'd already been in. Dang, where's my school uniform? I don't even remember where I put it. Did I wash it? So many questions, you asked, mainly talking to yourself as you walked to your side of the bed. Oh, I've hung it here, Momo said, stepping over to her side of the bed after closing the door. I figured you wouldn't have time to clean your uniform, so I did it with my laundry and I've hung it here ready for you. You grinned and stepped over to give her a big hug and a kiss. What would I do without you? You asked as you stepped back and threw off your top and then dropped your pants. Poor Momo wasn't ready for you to just start throwing your clothes off all of a sudden, so she had to spin to look away for a bit while you got your school clothes on, and then she turned around to face you again. You chuckled with a smirk. What's wrong, baby? Couldn't handle me in my raw form? You asked, stepping over to her and taking her chin in your hand so you could tilt her face up to yours. You're going to have to get used to seeing me with less on. You added, bending your neck down so that you could gently press your lips to hers a few times before gently taking her bottom lip between your teeth and tugging on it slightly before letting it go and kissing her once more. Poor Momo's heart wasn't ready for that level of seduction, and her knees nearly gave out on her. She whispered, unable to get much more out than that. Anyway, you said brightly, off to school we go. I told Jirou that we'd come back to pick her up on the way through. You ready? Oh, yes, I'm ready, Momo said, and she had to do one more look down to make sure that she had all of her clothes on. You look gorgeous, you said to her, taking her hand and then kissing the back of it before reaching for your school bag behind the door. Okay, pretty baby, let's go. Okay, she said, as she also grabbed her bag and placed it over her shoulder, and then you were both off to go and get Jirou to head to school. You were happy as anything that day. What a crazy week it had been the week before. You'd only just arrived in the school in Japan and had gotten your bearings, and then the week of interning had started, and then you got to have 2 girls, and here you were, almost 1.5 months into your exchange program, babed up and ready for the next arc. What fun things are we going to be working on today? You asked Momo and Jirou as you walked between them, one arm over each of you girls, feeling very alpha.
I'm not sure, Momo said from your right. But I think we're going to be receiving feedback from our week of interning, of which we were supposed to work on.
Oh man, seriously? You deadpan. Bro, I know what the hero's going to say about me, and it's part of my personality. I can't change that.
Why, what's he going to say? Momo asked. I thought you did well.
Well, yeah, I did, but he's going to say something about me saying weird stuff. Like, listen, when you hear someone's inner thoughts, you kind of get to a point where you just see life as a bit of a gimmick. There are no secrets in my world. I know everything. I became jaded very early on in the game. Parents, teachers, friends even, they say nice stuff to your face and they talk crap in their heads about you, and you just decide that, well, you know what? Stuff everyone. Having this quirk changes you, he said honestly. Yeah, I joke around, but deep down it's hard. You really got to have a thick skin and not care. I'm not saying that everyone thinks crap about you. There are nice thoughts that you hear too. But man, it's a whole other world in my head. You think you know people, but then it's only once you get in their head that you really understand someone, you said. Both Momo and Jirou were just silent at that point, and you apologised quickly. Sorry, that was a whole ass vent. Sorry about that, you said.
No, it's fine, Yin. It's really good to know, Momo said. I didn't even take into account how you would be feeling hearing everyone's inner thoughts. You just appear to deal with it so well that I never even imagined how hard it would be for you. Not to mention the noise when you can't turn it off properly.
Yeah, that's the other thing, you said. I'm hoping to work on that a little more, actually. There are a few parameters with my quirk that I want to stretch out.
That's good that you have an idea of how you want to improve your quirk. I don't really know where to go with mine, Jirou said.
Well, I can help. We have similar quirks, I guess, so I can give you some ideas, you commented.
Thanks,
she replied, and you took your arm off their shoulders as you entered the school grounds together. Okay, girlies, I'll see you soon, you said as you stepped out ahead of them and walked to your locker. Both Momo and Jirou watched you as you moved on. You seemed so confident and sure of yourself that there was no way that you could have these types of feelings inside, right?
Yin really is amazing,
Momo thought, and you heard her as you stopped at your locker. Well, at least I have one fan, you thought, pretending like you hadn't heard her. You got your books together for first class, and then met Jirou and Momo in the hall to keep walking together, strolling into the class at the same time. You were warmly welcomed by the other girls in the class and greeted them all, then said a hello to the boys and took your seat before Aizawa came in. It was a lot slower paced sitting in a classroom, but you kind of enjoyed the break. At least you could just zone out every now and again or check out Momo or Jirou. Back in Momo's room tonight, you thought. I feel like I need to give her a little more time because it's feeling very one-sided with Jirou. Or maybe that's just me, you wondered, tuning in to see what Momo and Jirou were thinking about. No surprises that they were focusing on their work, and you smirked. Guess I better up my game a bit, you thought. I can't get behind on my exchange. And so the rest of the day went without a hitch, and at the end of the day you were all handed an envelope that had your feedback from the work experience in it, and you thanked Aizawa as you took it and then tucked it into your homework booklet before joining your girls to leave class.
Oh, I can't wait to read mine, Momo said excitedly.
Oh, I feel like I don't really want to read mine, you said.
I don't know what mine's going to say,
Jirou added.
Hey girls,
Mina called out.
Have you read your feedback yet?
She asked, running up to join you walking to your lockers as an open piece of paper flapped in her hand. Wait, you already read yours? You asked her with surprise. Geez, you're brave.
Mine's okay. I scored fairly well on most things, but I'm exceptional at initiating, she said brightly.
Yeah, I believe that on all fronts. And motivation too, you said.
Yeah, he did say that I'm good at motivating people to do things, she said with a bright grin.
Told you, you chuckled.
So what does yours say?
Mina asked. Bro, I haven't opened mine, and if I'm being honest, I don't want to touch it, you said.
Why?
She asked. I know what it's going to say already, and it's not really anything I can change, you replied.
Well, you don't know that until you open it. Why not open it and see? She asked.
Were you also complimented about having a very positive personality? You asked her.
Yes, actually, she said with surprise.
You're good, Yin. This is what I'm saying. I know what it's going to say in there, you said.
Don't worry, I'll be with you when you open it,
Momo said, reaching for your arm to wrap her arms around it and pull herself into you. And I thank you for that, baby, you said with a soft smile at her. She returned your smile and you looked across at Jirou. Are you going to be with me too? You asked with a little playful pout.
Yeah,
she replied.
We could all read them together, I guess,
she offered. Oh, I'm going to go grab my stuff, Mina announced. See you in the dorms. Let me know how the feedback goes. Yeah, you said as you watched her go. We could all open our letters in my room, Momo said. We can be there for each other. Yeah, that sounds good, you replied, and Jirou nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's do that, she said. Okay, come to our room as soon as you put your bags down in yours, okay? You said to her. Okay, she said with a smile. And so it was decided. Once you and Momo had gotten to your room, you waited on Jirou, and then you all got up onto the bed and sat in a circle, feedback letters in hands and just looking at each other. Okay, who goes first? You asked. Let's do rock, paper, scissors, Jirou offered. Great idea, Momo replied. You smirked. Okay, let's do it, you said, holding your hand out. The others joined you and you all looked at each other. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. You all said in unison and then flung your hands out. Rock, Jirou thought. Quickly you shot your hand out in paper form and noticed that Jirou too had done paper and Momo had done scissors. Wait, you were going to do rock, you said to Jirou. I tricked you, she said with a sly smirk. You tricked me, you gasped, quickly wrapping your arms around her and tackling her onto the bed sideways. I beat both of you, Momo said, holding up her scissor fingers. Oh, you did too, you laughed, sitting back up again. Okay, well, who do you want to go first? You asked her. You, Yin, she said. Damn it, you grunted. Okay, fine, here I go, you added, opening your envelope and pulling the paper out from inside. You looked at Momo, and then at Jirou, who was sitting herself back up, and then you unfolded your letter and quickly skim-read everything while the other two looked on. Well? Momo asked expectantly. It's words, you replied with a goofy smirk. What does it say? Jirou asked. Words, you replied. Take it, Momo, Jirou said, and you tried to keep the paper away from Momo, but she still managed to get it off you. Oh, but it says lovely things, Momo said, while Jirou grabbed you and pulled you into her side, crunching you over. Momo then went ahead and started reading your paper out loud. Yin has a fine control over her quirk and is quick to be able to locate persons with it, as she demonstrated multiple times over the course of this week, it read. Yeah, okay, you said. Can use quirk. Well done, me. Momo gave you a slight side-eye, then continued. She is proactive and can operate in a team with ease and delight, Momo continued reading. Again, go me. It was easy to work because I was working with you girls, you said. Actually, it was a little rocky then, relationship-wise, but we still managed to pull through. Yin does need to be aware of what she says at times, as she may comment on things that someone has thought, and they may not want her to expose them to the public, he commented. Yeah, I get that, you replied, but it comes with the territory. Don't think things if you don't want them to get out, you warned. And she could possibly make people feel uncomfortable, she added. Yeah, that was personal, you smirked. He wrote that about himself. But overall, this is a really lovely feedback, Momo said. Look at all these marks. She then added, leaning across to show you that you had scored highly on all of the assessment areas. You're amazing, Yin, Jirou added when she saw all of the high scores you got. Meh, you said. I knew he was going to say those things. He has to give feedback, Momo said. It was part of his job. Okay, yeah, fine, you sighed. Okay, well, what about you then, Momo? What does yours say? Oh, I want Jirou to go first, Momo said quickly. What? Jirou asked with surprise. Why me? Momo beat you with the scissors, remember? You mused to her. Oh, yeah, that's right, she replied. Show me those words, you said, grabbing her into a hug and then tickling her a little. She giggled and then you let go of her and she opened her paper. As she unfolded it, you leaned across to read it with her. Hey, you did really well, you said to her, reading all of the things that the hero had said about her. Oh, please read it out loud so I can hear, Momo asked from across the bed. Jirou is a fine young hero who does her work diligently and without fuss. She goes about her work quietly but with confidence and is good at being given direction, you read, imitating the hero's voice. Oh, that's lovely, Jirou, Momo said encouragingly. Jirou needs to work on her initiative and needs to speak up, as she does tend to work more in the background. You kept reading. Man, this man doesn't know what he's saying, you scoffed. You're plenty in the spotlight. I'm not really one for the spotlight. My quirk isn't flashy or anything, so it's whatever. Jirou replied. I don't really mind. Yeah, but look at all these high scores here, you said, pointing to her paper. You did awesome. Well done.
Thanks,
she replied shyly. And now, you said, looking at Momo, the cream of the crop, the piece resistance.
Oh, not me yet,
she replied with low-key panic. Oh, yes, you yet. You're the only one left, you chuckled. Hand over the paper.
Oh, but can we maybe look at it tomorrow? She asked with concern wavering in her voice.
What's wrong? You asked, seeing that she was genuinely starting to panic.
Oh, I'm just worried now, she said as her gaze fell into her lap. You and Jirou got such good marks, and I'm just not confident that I'm able to hold up against you both. I don't want to be left behind.
You could see that she was being genuine, and you softened and scooted closer to her.
Hey,
you said softly as you placed an arm around her. Hey now, you're amazing, and you have a phenomenal quirk. You're gonna get fantastic marks, you said, but I know the stress of being worried about what that no-name hero could possibly say about you, and it is nerve-wracking, so if you're not comfortable about sharing, that's okay. Momo sighed.
I trust both of you, and I appreciate your kind words, Yin,
she said, passing the envelope to you.
You can open it for me, Yin.
You took it from her and gave her a look of, you sure? And she nodded at you. So you slowly opened the envelope and pulled the folded letter out and then opened it and started reading silently.
What does it say?
She asked nervously. Just as I suspected, you said, nodding with a serious expression on your face.
Is it bad?
She asked worriedly. Jirou just watched your face. She was used to your shenanigans by now and knew when you were messing around, and she could tell by the upturned smirk pulling at your lips that you were messing, and she turned to bop you on the nose with her earjack. Whoa, what? You laughed with surprise, having not had her do that before. How do you do that?
Tell Momo the truth, she said to you. Stop messing with her.
Okay, you said with a chuckle. Momo, he had nothing but good things to say about you. He praised your quirk, said that you had lots of potential, which is true, and encouraged you to always step out of your comfort zone because you have what it takes to be an amazing hero. You said, if I'm being honest, I'm kind of jealous. You just have it all together.
Oh, I most certainly do not, Momo replied. I have insecurities just as much as the next person. But thank you, Yin. I feel like I can be at my best. You're such a natural leader. I can't help but want to follow you.
Usually you would have brushed her comment off or said some kind of goofy reply, but she was being really sweet at that moment, so you just gave in and replied in kind. Thanks, Momo, you said with a soft look on your face. Both of you girls have been amazing. You added, you're both amazing, and I'm so happy I've gotten to be the chosen one.
Oh, you totally are the chosen one,
Jirou added. I feel it, you replied. But anyway, good work. Back to the usual grind now, and here's hoping that these next few weeks at school are chill.
Yeah, amen,
Jirou said. You laughed. So, anyway, dinner? I'm starving, you added.
Let's have something special for dinner to celebrate, Momo said. I'll make something for all of us.
Okay, I'll leave it in your capable hands then, you said, smiling at her, and then Jirou. That evening was spent mainly in the kitchen and the common room, talking with everyone about how their interning went and what their feedback was, and Mina bailed you up to find out what feedback the hero had given you, which you expected, so you told her the shortened version of it, and she snorted when you told her about the part where he had said to be careful about exposing people. You would have heard so many odd or wild inner thoughts over the years, Mina said to you. Yeah, I hear a lot of things, you replied. I guess I'm mostly distrustful of men. Most of the unsavory things I've heard have come from men. Look, that's not to say that I haven't heard unsavory things come from women too, but yeah, men can be real assholes.
Is that what led you to choose to side with the girlies when it comes to romance?
Mina asked you curiously. Yeah, I guess, you mused. I don't know if it was any one thing that made me look at girls that way, but after dealing with a few guys that were real pieces of work, I guess I thought I'd try batting for my own team, you know?
Yeah, I get it,
Mina replied with a grin. Well, both you girls seem to be super happy with you, so I wouldn't be too worried about switching back anytime soon. You looked over at the table where both Momo and Jirou were sitting there, and they were both looking at you when you looked over, so you winked and threw them the backwards peace sign, and then ran your fingers through your hair and leaned back on the couch. Yeah, you said with a smirk to Mina. I'm the world's luckiest girlie right now.
I love that energy you've got, Mina commented. You really could be a guy, you know. You do have that switch energy. I mean that in the best way possible. Hot as a girl, hot as a guy.
I'll put it on my resume. You laughed.
But anyway, it's good to have you in our class, she added with a smile. You've really livened the place up.
I think it's livened me up. I won't want to go home at the end. Still got 9 months though, so don't have to worry about that at this moment, you said with a grin. After dinner, you and the girls walked back to Momo's room, and you dropped her off and then walked Jirou to her room for the night. Sleep well, yeah? You said to her as you stopped at her door. Did you want to come in for a bit? She asked. I'd love to, but I think I better give Momo some of my attention, you said. I've spent a lot of time with you over the past few days. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I gotta share myself around evenly, you know? You said with a suave smirk. Okay, Miss Popular, Jirou teased, but I'll be looking forward to you being in my room again soon. Oh, you bet. Another of those showers would be amazing too, you said with a smirk, before giving her a kiss, then saying your final goodbyes. After she had gone into her room, you headed back down the hall and knocked on Momo's door before entering, noting that Momo was standing there in a robe, which was mildly unusual for her, but you didn't really think too much into it. Instead, you just launched into your spiel about the day and how the feedback thing had gone. Man, what a day. I wonder if we can write a feedback thing for the hero that we did our studies with, you joked. Dear no-name hero, firstly, get a name before you start acting high and mighty. Secondly, I know you're in a thought, so sit your ass down. Momo shifted a little awkwardly and sat down somewhat stiffly on the side of the bed and gave you a slightly sympathetic look. Oh, Yin, are you still feeling hurt by what he said? She asked, still looking a little awkward. No, I mean, I'm just super offended, you replied. Oh, Yin, she said again sympathetically. Nah, I'm fine. It'll only take me 50 years to get over it. If I get over it, that is, you joked. I'm joking, but I'm also serious, but also joking. Like, I'll forget about this, and then if I ever see him again, it'll bring it all back, and I'll be an extra sarcastic asshole to him, just to make myself feel better about myself, you said, as you pulled your shirt up and chucked it in the general direction of the laundry basket. It smacked into the side of the basket and fell to the floor, and you shrugged. Meh, I'm here to be a hero, not a basketball star, you said idly. Well, I might have something that might make you feel better, Momo said nervously. Oh yeah? You asked as you turned to face her, standing there in your grey sweatpants and bra. She stood back up and slowly pulled on the ties that held her robe together, and it suddenly fell open, revealing her standing there in a lacy white lingerie set, complete with suspenders and white stockings. Your mouth fell open with surprise and awe. What do you think? She asked. What do I think? I don't think anything because my brain has stopped working because you look so amazing. Look at those curves, you gasped. Momo blushed and slowly slid the robe off her shoulders and let it fall to the floor. I wanted to show it to you last night, but you were with Jirou, so I didn't get the chance, she said shyly. Well, you have all the chances now, you said with a smirk, as you took a few steps towards her and then turned and sat down on the end of the bed. Come over here. She did so, and you reached around behind her to pull her towards yourself, your fingers resting lightly just under her ass to guide her into you. As she stepped into you, she placed her hands on your shoulders and bent down to give you a kiss, but it gave you a good view of all her assets as she did so, and you nearly ascended as you craned your neck up and her lips met yours. Oh, you sexy little thing, you half whispered when she pulled back. How did you buy this without me seeing? Or did you have this tucked away in your closet? No, I bought it on the day that we all went together, she said with a smile. I wanted to buy something that you would like, and I thought this might be nice, so I can put it on for you when we're alone in here. Oh, I love the way you think, you said, as you slid your hands down behind her knees and pulled gently, encouraging her to straddle you, and she did, but lost her balance as she leaned onto you, and you lay back as she fell on top with a little squeak. Oh, I'm so sorry, Yin, she gasped. Ah, just how I like it, you replied cheekily, pulling her down on top of you so that she was laying on you now. Now you just lie here and let me enjoy this, you added, as your hand slid up and over her hips and rested in her little waist. If someone had asked you to detail the events that followed that scene, you wouldn't have been able to, since everything rolled into one and you let yourself go to the rhythm of the moment and the moving of time until you and Momo had had your fun and cuddled up under the sheets to sleep the rest of the night away, satisfied and relaxed in each other's presence. The next day at school, in light of your feedback being given yesterday, you were given some time in PE to focus some of your energy on improving in whatever capacity you thought was appropriate. Well, seeing as I can't change the person I am, you said, speaking to Momo and Jirou, according to a no-name hero who looked after us, you added snidely, I'll be focusing on something important, like being able to switch my quirk on and off even when I'm tired, as well as being able to distinguish between voices even when I'm in a bit of an overdriven state.
Good for you, Yin,
Momo said proudly when she heard your little speech. Thanks, babe, you replied with a grin. Now I just gotta do that.
I'm going to work on being able to make more items from my reserves, Momo said. I've been practicing for a while now and I feel like I'm getting somewhere. I also need to memorize a few chemical compounds to be able to make some offensive material.
Sick, he replied, and then looked at Jirou. Did you need some help with your quirk?
Yeah, maybe,
she mused.
I'm not really sure what to do or how to improve.
Okay, fair, you shrugged. Alright, gang, let's get to it. I probably should have stayed up a little more last night, but I kind of crashed quickly, he said, not wanting to say anything in front of Jirou, lest she get a little jealous spicy. There was still that potential of jealousy in the relationship. You were well aware of that and were trying to actively avoid it as much as possible, but man, it had been a fun night the night before, and your mind decided to ask you the question of, what if they both were there last night? How would that go? Unfortunately, you didn't have time to explore that question, so decided to put a pin in it until later and forced yourself to focus on what you had to achieve in that moment. Okay, Momo, you said, addressing her. You do your thing, and Jirou, if you could just talk in your mind for me, that'd be great, and I'll try and push my parameters out a little. I'll work on sorting voices and switching on and off when I'm actually tired so that I can gauge it well. For now, just try and increase my range. Jirou nodded and then started talking in her mind, just rambling some things, and you nodded and then started walking away. You got about 15 meters away before her voice started to fade a little and blend in with the regular static that you could hear when someone was out of range, and you closed your eyes and focused in as best you could, but nothing seemed to happen. You took a step further away and she went completely out of range, so you took 2 steps back in and you could hear her a little better, but still with a little static, and you frowned. How am I supposed to combat this? You wondered, taking smaller incremental steps back, but again you hit that wall where there was just too much static and you couldn't hear her again. This sucks, you hummed to yourself. Jirou could see the scowl on your face from where she was standing, and she stopped trying to talk to you and instead just shut up and started walking towards you instead. Stuck? She asked. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to work past this, you commented to her. Like, if it were just a matter of push-ups, I'd just drop to the ground and do them, you know? But it's more complicated than that. Jirou nodded. Yeah, I get it, she said. How do you differentiate voices anyway? You said you can pinpoint people because you can judge the distance of their voice from where you are, right? She asked. Yeah, that's right. Well done. I'm surprised you remembered that, you mused, giving her a proud smirk. Yeah, well, I remember a lot about you, she said with a light blush on her cheeks. Okay, well, how do you do that though? How can you tell how far away they are? Well, I just can. Like, I've never actually had to explain it, you commented, thinking about it yourself. They're like on a slightly different frequency, whether they're closer or further. Hey, wait a minute, you suddenly said. Wait a damn minute, you're a genius, Jirou. Okay, hold on, let me test it. Stand here, I'm going to back this thing up like a dump truck, you said excitedly, backing back quickly until you got to the point where her voice was starting to flicker out of range, and then you focused your mind and honed in on her voice, using distance judgment while you listened to her. Then you slowly took a step back and closed your eyes. Jirou watched you, still talking away in her mind, and then she watched with awe as you took another slow step back, then another one, and the smile on your face grew and grew the further away that you were able to step, until you shook your head and took 2 big steps forwards, then a few running steps until you were back in your normal range again, and Jirou grinned, and then closed the gap and ran the last bit of the way to you. You did it, she said happily. How did you do it? Were you able to get further out and hear me still? Yes, oh my goodness, I'm so excited, you said with almost heart-shaped eyes. This is so cool. How did you do it? She asked, ever curious to hear how you had managed to overcome this hurdle. Okay, so you were the one who inspired me, you said with a grin. I used my distance judgment to help adjust the frequency of the voices. So basically, I guess I kind of switched your voice from one radio station to the next one that was clearer from further away. That's so sick, she said keenly. Totally dope. Yeah, man, sick as heck here. I'm so stoked. Let's keep practicing. Although, it's pretty tiring on my brain. You know when you get a brain freeze? Yeah, similar feeling to that. And it kind of hurts, but only while I'm using it. But I guess as I get better, it'll not hurt as much. You mused. Don't ever do it, she warned with concern. Nah, it's okay. I'm not great when it comes to pain, so I'll stop. You said. Yeah, that's a total lie, she replied, because a truck ran over your leg at the parade and all you did was wince a little, so I'm not buying the whole I'm not great with pain thing. I'm watching you. She threatened lightly. Isn't that Momo's job to mum us? I thought you were on my side, you joked, taking a step back again. Okay, so let's just practice a little more. I want to be able to at least get used to doing it with one voice before I try and do it with multiple voices, you said. She sighed and then started talking to you in her mind again. You're really amazing, you know that, right? She asked you in her mind. You're so quick to understand your quirk and upgrade it. Yeah, but you can do it too, I know you can, you called to her from across the grass. Yeah, but you just worked it out so quickly. I hope I can keep up with you. You're amazing, she said in her mind. You will, baby, you will, you called back, jogging backwards a little so that you could reach your end point quicker and practice at your new furthest margin. As the bell ended the class a little later, you and Jirou headed back over to Momo to see how she had gone with her practice. Hey, baby, you greeted her brightly. How'd you go? She was sweating and panting a little, and you could see the amount of little dolls that she had made, and your sweat dropped. Hey, now, don't go pushing yourself, you warned her. Oh, I'm okay, she panted lightly. You don't look okay. You look like me when I've had to run for about 10 minutes, and it's not a good sight, I can tell you that now, you joked. But no, seriously, okay? She nodded and you quickly got on one side of her to hold her up. She let you, and you held her to your side, giving Jirou a nod. Yeah, this chickadee needs a break, you said to your shorter girlfriend. Momo, you need some water? Oh, that would be lovely, she said, and you helped her over to the water trough to get a drink, while some of your other classmates came over too, all of them looking pretty worse for wear. What's happened to this class? You wondered when you saw Mineta come wobbling over with blood covering his scalp and forehead from where he had ripped too many of the purple sticky balls off his head, and Kirishima came following in, limping behind him. What happened to you? You asked the redhead. Oh, I was a punching bag for Bakugo, he said proudly. Is that something you should be proud of? You asked with amusement. Why are you limping? Did he hit you in the leg? Yeah, well, he said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, I had my body hardened, but then he kicked me, and I hadn't hardened my legs properly, so when he kicked me it hurt. You tried so hard not to laugh. This poor guy was just a little simple, but he seemed so sweet. You didn't know him super well, but with just the small interactions that you'd had with him, he seemed to just radiate pure energy, and you loved it. Well, at least you'll be prepared for next time, right? Best you learn in this kind of setting than if you were out versing a villain or something, you said. Oh, that's so true. What a manly way to look at it. Thanks, Yin, he said brightly, and you had to refrain from asking him to bless you because you just felt like he was too pure for this world. And what about you, Yin? He asked as he took a quick sip of the bubbler and then stepped away so others could use it. How do you train your quirk? Oh, man, thank you for asking. I'm so stoked, hey, you said happily. I made a breakthrough today and I'm so hyped. Oh, really? What did you do? He asked excitedly. Oh, yes, Momo suddenly added in after she had had her sip of water and had stepped over to chat too. What did you end up doing, Yin? She asked eagerly. Jirou stepped over too then and grinned proudly for you. I'm so excited to hear it again, she said in her mind, and you winked at her. Well, sorry to all of you, but I managed to push my parameters out a little more today with the help of Jirou, you said with a proud smile at her. I can now detect your inner voices from further than 15 metres away. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow. They all gushed. How, Yin? Momo asked excitedly, and Kiri nodded as well, indicating that he also wanted to know. It's a bit of a lengthy explanation, you chuckled. I'll explain it a little later, you said, looking up and over Kiri's shoulder. For now, Aizawa is coming to move us all along, and judging by his inner voice, he's very tired and is already pissed that he has to walk across the oval to get to us. So we better get moving. Oh, Denki said as he approached you guys and heard the last bit. Yin out here saving lives since 2025, he laughed. Hey, Riz Apprentice, sup, G? Fist bumping him before quickly scooting over with you girls to get moving before Aizawa blasted you all. And so that night you sat in the common room with the class and chatted about your quirk, getting to know the boys a little better, especially Denki and Kiri, and then that night you slept in Jirou's room. Then it was back to school again, more quirk training, and then weeks moved on until you'd managed to push your quirk out to be able to listen to somewhere close to 25 metres away. And then now you're at the stage of being able to differentiate minute differences in distance from one person's inner voice to the next, and Jirou helped you set up some cutouts in the quirk arena that had sounds playing from them. Yes, it was different to hearing inner voices, but it was still good for you to practice internal and external audio, and you focused in as best you could. After this, do you want me to help you with your quirk? You asked her. She nodded. Yeah, that'd be great, she said. But don't worry, I can do some practice on my own too. Yeah, okay, but I do kind of need you to help me with this one though, you said. I work better with my girlfriend right beside me. She blushed and you nudged her with your elbow, then looked up at the cutouts ahead. Okay, you said, closing your eyes. There are 4 sounds, right? And I have to tell you which sound is the closest and which one is the furthest? Yeah, she nodded. Okay, you said, pushing your hands into your pockets, still with eyes closed. Let's do this. She nodded and held up a remote that had different buttons on it. Holding her hand steady, she pushed the first button and waited for the sound. The sound of a bell ringing went off and you nodded. Okay, next, you said, and she pressed the next button, which made the sound of a cow mooing. Was that Minetta saying something? You joked. She snorted. Okay, next, Jirou said, pushing the next button. It was a fart sound. Okay, now that was Minetta for sure, right? You joked again. Yeah, actually, it wouldn't surprise me if he put this one in. I didn't realise it was a fart sound, Jirou said as she pushed the last button that had the sound of a trumpet playing a little tune. You nodded and then stood still for a second. That's all of them? You asked. Yeah, that's all of them, she said, and you nodded and opened your eyes. Okay, it's trumpet, fart sound, bell, cow? Yeah, Jirou said with surprise. You're very good, Yin. The cow and the bell are very close in range, but you could tell them apart? I honestly wasn't too sure which one was closer for a second, but then figured it was the bell, just from a few little peaks in my quirk. But aside from that, you would have tricked me, you admitted with a chuckle. Amazing, she said. I want to see how close I can get them before you can't tell which one's closer, she added with a little twinkle in her eye. Oh ho! Challenge accepted, you replied with a mischievous grin. You're on, girlie. And so for the next half of the class, you worked tirelessly on how to differentiate between the sounds and managed to get them about 96% success rate. And although you were bummed it wasn't higher, Jirou did point out that she had been placing the speakers very close together, sometimes almost one behind the other, and she commended you on being able to pick up that much, considering no normal person would be able to pinpoint that accurately. Call me a stickler, but you would think that someone who was born with the quirk would have 100% control over it, right? You mused. Well, not really, Jirou replied as you walked out of the arena together after class had ended. That's why they give you multiple forms to fill out when you first get your quirk, because your understanding of how it works might change over the years. Actually, yeah, true, you have a point, you said, thinking about it. I guess I just want to be the best at using my quirk. Well, I think you are, Jirou said, and you gave her a sideways glance and a smile. Thanks, baby. You're always in my corner, you said gratefully. Speaking of corner, should we go out tonight with Momo and go to the corner shop or something? You know, just us 3, she asked. Are you asking me on a date? You asked with playful surprise. Jirou, I didn't know you felt that way about me, you joked. Oh, also, can you call me by my first name? She asked, and you stopped dead in your tracks and looked at her. Oh my god, I didn't even think to ask what your first name was, you said with surprise. I'm so sorry, that was unintentional. Sorry, what is your first name? Kyoka, she said, and you pretended to almost faint. Yeah, okay, I know why I didn't want to use your first name though, that's so hot. Who had the audacity to name you such a sweet name? Now I'm going to be tripping over myself every time I say it, you said playfully. Jirou smiled but covered her mouth with her hand shyly. Well, yeah, like you can talk. You have a hot name too, Yin, she said, and for a second you felt the hair on the back of your neck stand on end and a rush of heat shoot through you. I've never heard my name said so sweetly before, you replied with a wink. Okay, Kyoka, let's rally the third piece to our 3-piece puzzle, and then we can work out what we want to do and where we want to go. Sounds good, Yin. Okay, I'm about to pass out, Kyoka. Stop saying my name so sweetly, you teased, lunging at her and grabbing her into a hug as you continued to walk down the hall towards the lockers to get your clothes and change.
Momo was very keen to go out for dinner that night, and so after quickly dropping off your bags in your dorm rooms, you met Jirou on the bottom level of Heights Alliance and all left together, walking down to the corner store to where other restaurants were lined up alongside it to decide what you wanted to eat for that night. "I am very easy," you said, slinging an arm across both girls' shoulders as you walked between them, giving both a side hug with your hands pulling them into you. "What about some Thai cuisine?" Momo asked. I've actually never tried it," Jirou admitted shyly. "Oh, Jirou, you have to try it," Momo said emphatically. "Yeah, Kyoka," you said, giving her a sly smile, which she blushed at. "Oh," Momo said in her mind, startled when you had used Jirou's first name. You glanced at Momo to see if she would say anything out loud, but she didn't, so you let it be and continued to walk, adding more to the conversation to keep it going. "Yeah, Thai's good, let's go there," you suggested, and then steered both girls to the restaurant door ahead and entered. Dinner was delicious, and Jirou was happy that she had agreed to the food, as it was very nice, and then it came time to leave, so with one last thank you to the owners, you paid for your meals and then left, walking between your girls as you headed back to the dorms. Jirou was chatty as usual, but Momo was a little more quiet than usual, and although you kept checking into her inner thoughts, she was keeping them very light, so you determined that you were going to talk to her about it later. The shock of hearing you use Jirou's first name was probably the cause of her clamming up, but you wanted to be sure of it and work out what the problem was. On the way back home, you all detoured to walk along the local riverbank and watch the street lights flickering reflections in the water, and while you were walking and talking, you came across a small skate park. "Oh!" you said as you stopped for a second to look at it. "Skate park." It was like when a puppy had seen a bird while out walking and you just froze, staring at it. Jirou looked over in the direction of Heights Alliance and noted that it wasn't far from the dorms, so decided to give you a little option. "Hey, do you want to run back and get your board and come back and skate for a bit?" she asked. "We still have some time before curfew and the sun has only just set. We can wait for you here and watch you skate for a bit." You looked at her. "Have I ever told you how amazing you are?" you asked her, bending your head down to kiss her on the forehead. "Are you okay with that, Momo?" you then asked your taller girl. "Oh, I think that would be wonderful. I haven't seen you on your new board yet," she said with a smile, and you grinned at both of them and then turned and sprinted for the dorms. As you took off, Jirou waited until you were out of hearing range and then turned to Momo. "Hey, you okay?" she asked the taller girlfriend. "I'm fine. Why do you ask?" Momo asked politely, placing her arms in front of herself gently. I asked because you kind of went a bit quiet after Yin called me by my first name," she said. Momo's face fell slightly. "Oh, you could tell? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to act differently," she said sadly. "Yes, I will admit that took me by surprise a little." But why? Yin has always called you by your first name," Jirou asked. "It would only be fair for her to do the same for me." "Oh, I know," Momo said sadly. "And I'm so sorry. I let my jealousy get in the way." "Jealousy?" Jirou asked with surprise. "What do you mean? You're the one who's been friends with Yin the longest. Sometimes I'm a little jealous about your history together. You sound like you had a great time together as kids and early teens." "Oh, please," Momo said. "Don't be jealous. You have just as much of a connection with Yin as what I do. You two are so familiar. I really feel like I'm on the outside." "What? No," Jirou replied quickly. "You know what? I couldn't see this relationship without all three of us, though. It just feels so full now that there's all three of us in it together." "Oh, I do agree," Momo said. "There's an extra element to it." "Yeah, right," Jirou said with a smile. The conversation lulled for a second, and then Jirou spoke again. "Well, since we're kind of opening up a little, is it okay if I be honest about something? It's been on my mind for a while," she said shyly. "Oh, what is it?" Momo asked eagerly. "Please tell me." "I don't want you to feel pressured or anything, but I just want to say something so that you know where I stand," Jirou said. "Yes?" Momo asked eagerly. "Well, I'd really love to have a special connection with you in this relationship. So if you're ever open to having me a little closer than friends, then know that I would like that," she said shyly. "But I don't want you to feel pressured or anything. That's not why I mentioned it. I just wanted you to know where I stood." "Oh, Jirou, I can see that you're doing your best, and you're such a sweet and honest person. I do so appreciate your straightforwardness, so I will honour that by seriously considering my feelings towards you." she said, with so much pure and raw honesty that it almost made Jirou cry and laugh simultaneously. Thanks, Momo, she said with a smile. Oh, you're so welcome, Momo replied with a grin. Just then you came sprinting back with board held above your head, super excited that you had it with you now and could do some tricks with it. I got it, you exclaimed proudly. Did you run all the way here with it? Jirou asked with a bit of a deadpan look on her face. Yeah, you retorted smartly. What else was I supposed to do with it? Oh no. Oh, this is not good, you said, suddenly realizing that you could have gotten here potentially quicker if you had ridden the board instead of running with it. Is this from Denki? Is it catching? Do I need to call a doctor? What do I do? What's happening? Momo asked innocently, not following what was going on. I could have ridden my board here, you deadpanned to her. I think I'm catching singular brain cellitis. There's no such thing, Momo replied quickly, as if to be helpful and ward off your concerns, and you snorted. Thank you. I was very concerned for a second there. Anyway, come and sit down so I can show you the show, you replied with a grin, gesturing widely to the skate park half-pipe and instructing the girls to sit up on the edge of one side so you could skate back and forth to them. Okay, Yin, show us what you got, Jirou said as she sat down on the side of the half-pipe and Momo sat beside her. You walked to the other side and grinned as you looked across at them sitting there side by side looking at you. You babes ready? You asked as you placed the kick end of the board down on the edge of the half-pipe and then placed a foot on it to hold it in place. Ready, Momo said happily, and Jirou nodded. So you dropped down into the pipe and skated towards them, then up beside Jirou and placed a hand on the edge of the pipe as you kicked your legs up overhead and grabbed your board with one hand to hold the board to your feet, and then you kissed Jirou on the lips and then dropped back down and kept skating back to the other side. Then once you'd come up that side and gravity had taken over you, you came back towards your girls again but came up on Momo's side this time and gave her the same treatment. But with her you almost missed the kiss because she was too busy watching you do your trick and didn't realise that you were going to kiss her, so with your lips only just brushing hers you dropped back into the pipe with a laugh and skated across to the other side, then up the wall, calling out as you did so to her. Momo, you almost missed the kiss, you called. I know, I'm so sorry, Yin, she called back. I'm coming back, so be ready, you called as you pushed off the edge of the pipe and came back down and across towards her. She was ready for you this time, and your lips connected with hers, and then back you went again with a whoop, which made Jirou laugh at your antics. You went back and forth a few times, doing tricks and practicing moves, and the girls watched you before you called to them to tell them that you were going to come up between them and sit down, so they quickly scooted aside, and as you came towards them, you jumped off your board and scrambled to grab the edge and pull yourself up. Geez, timed that wrong, didn't I? You laughed as Jirou offered you her hand and then wrapped it around your arm to pull you up, but you managed to be okay by yourself. That was sick though, Jirou commented. Very cool moves, Yin. I always love watching you skate, Momo gushed. Thanks, girlies, you said as you sat back, puffing a little from the exertion. Momo, you haven't seen the underside of my board yet, right? Jirou and I decorated it. I've still got heaps of the other stickers in the bag by my bedside. I didn't know where else to put the bag, so it's kind of just sitting there, you said, as you jumped off the ledge and slid down the half-pipe to go and retrieve your board that had run off after your dismount. Picking it up, you flipped it over and ran back to the half-pipe, your Vans slipping on the smooth surface of the sides of the half-pipe as you grabbed for the ledge and then handed the board to Momo so you could use both hands to pull yourself up. Yes, I only saw the board from a distance before, she said as she flipped it over and saw what it said on the other side and tilted it to the overhead street lamp light to read it. You smirked at Jirou when Momo was just silently looking at the pictures on the back. Cool, huh? You asked her. I don't know how I feel about the middle finger, Momo said. But it has sparkles, you replied defensively. Well, yes, but, she tried to say. Sparkles make it pretty, you added. Well, yes, but it is a very used sticker. And the girl, Momo added. Yeah, Jirou and I want to see you in that swimsuit that she's got on, you said with a sly smirk. Oh my, Momo gasped. Well, I do believe that women should not have any restrictions placed on them about how much skin they're allowed to show. That I do believe in, but if this is in front of you, she whispered with a blush. Oh, well, no pressure, you said, still with a smirk. You look hot regardless of what you're in, but this would be sick, right, Jirou? Agreed, Jirou said, and you held your fist out to fist bump her without looking at her. Would you teach me how to ride this? Momo asked,
bringing the conversation back to the skateboard she was holding. I tried to before, remember? You asked her. Back in France?
Yes, I remember, but I'm older now, so I might be able to get it this time, she said hopefully. Teach me too, Jirou added.
Actually, I can totally see you doing this, you said, turning to Jirou. Okay, let me teach Kyoka first, and then I'll come back to you. Okay, Momo? You asked.
No, Momo first,
Jirou said, and the look of mild sadness faded as Momo looked at Jirou.
Oh, thank you so much, Jirou,
she said sweetly, the pair sharing a short moment that you noticed, but no inner thoughts were said to give away any of the backstory.
Kyoka,
Jirou said softly to Momo.
Call me Kyoka.
Hey, now, wait, time out. What happened while I went to get my board? Everyone's being very quiet here. I can't get any details from your inner thoughts. How did we get from Jirou to Kyoka? You asked with mild pride, but also surprise.
Well, sometimes you don't need to know everything,
Jirou said cheekily to you.
Yes, Yin, maybe it's a little girl's friend talk,
Momo added with a cute little proud look on her face. And I suppose I can't get an in on this one? You asked. Both girls shook their heads and you laughed. Okay, keep your secrets, you smirked. Okay, well, Momo, come on down here for your lesson. Hope you're ready this time.
Kyoka, last time Yin just pushed me down a hill,
Momo said.
Oh, that's mean,
Jirou replied. Hey, now, wait a minute. That's a bit dramatic. It was just a small lump in the path, you said defensively.
It was a hill,
Momo said again. Lump. It wasn't even that, though. Lump is an exaggeration, you said, which made Jirou laugh. Okay, drama queen, this is flat, thank you very much, so don't go telling people it was a hill. Kyoka, be my witness, yes? You called to her.
Okay, I'm noting,
Jirou called back. Okay, Momo, stand like this, you said, showing her how to have her feet.
But I'm not even on the board yet,
Momo protested. I am well aware of that, but you fall off the second I put you on there, so let's practice on the flat first, you said. Come on now, do as I do, you coached. Jirou watched intently as you coached Momo slowly through the process and different things for Momo to be aware of or to look out for, and she marvelled at how good a teacher you were, thinking to herself that you really were a natural at making people feel comfortable and confident, and then she watched you as you held Momo steady and got her on the board. The trickiest part is staying upright, you said to Momo, and she looked at you as you held onto her with both hands. I can see you're well aware of this fact, you added, when you could see the terrified look on her face.
So now what?
She asked as you held on to her. Now you just stand there and look beautiful. You're doing a great job, by the way, you joked with a wink to her.
Yin, help me,
she said, and you laughed and then started to walk slowly beside her while holding her arms. Yeah, that's it, you coached her, nodding as you helped her along. Keep your knees a little bent, that's it. Don't be afraid to rock the board back and forth a little. You need to be comfortable with your parameters. It was a good 20 minutes of teaching, but by the end of it, Momo was able to balance on the board and only needed your one hand to hold her one arm, but she hadn't ventured to take one foot off the board to push with yet. That next step seemed like an insurmountable jump up in the skill set, but you were happy with her progress thus far. Okay, you said to her with a smile. Good job, Momo. Let's get Kyoka up here and see how she goes, you said with a grin as Momo stepped off and you let go of her hand. Come over here, pretty little face, you called to Jirou. Kyoka jumped off the edge of the half-pipe and slid down the side, then jogged over to you and Momo, high-fiving Momo as they passed each other, and Momo went back to sit down.
I've never done this before,
she said to you, and you shrugged. No time like the present, you added. I'm honoured I get to be a teacher. She gave you a shy smile, and then adopted the stance that you had been teaching to Momo earlier.
It's like this, right?
She asked. Oh, well done, you said with surprise, looking down at her feet. You're one step ahead already. You're watching, Miss Momo, I see.
Go, Kyoka,
Momo called, clapping her hands. Yeah, you led the way, Momo, you said, looking back at her with a grin. Okay, let's get you on the board then. Jirou nodded and you got her up onto the board and then held her hands like you had done to Momo, but she seemed to not be as timid as your other girl had been, so you let her have a little leeway. You're a little more confident on this, you commented to her.
I guess not being pushed down a hill on your very first introduction helps,
Jirou said teasingly. Oh, hey, come on now, I'm going to need a lawyer, you joked. It wasn't a hill, it was like a pimple. Jirou snorted and you grinned, letting one of her hands go to see if she could balance without holding onto you with both hands. She managed and you praised her accordingly. Well done, you said with an impressed smirk. Looks like you're ready for the next steps.
You're a natural, Kyoka, Momo called with a smile. Very impressive.
Both you girls are very good for beginners. You praise them. But I think we better get back to the dorms now. I don't want to hear Aizawa's inner thoughts about how tired he is from the Doors of Heights Alliance.
Yeah, good point. Jirou said, you probably hear the unfiltered version of most people's inner dialogue.
Oh, you have no idea, you said with a half chuckle. It's chaos out there. So after Momo had jumped down to join you both, you got back on your board and did tricks all the way back to the dorms while your girls chatted and walked side by side, giggling and seeming a little closer than before, and you kept stealing glances back at them with a hidden smile on your face.
I'm glad they're getting on better,
you thought as you did a kickflip.
That'll make Kyoko happy. She's been wanting to be a little closer with Momo. I wonder if they'll ever come to the level of romance?
Once back inside the dorms, you and Momo said goodnight to Jirou and then headed back to your room to sleep, and you chatted lightly as you got changed. The weather's changing a little, hey, you commented idly to Momo as you threw your shirt off. It was around mid-March when I got here, and now it's almost June, and I'm starting to feel that heat. Like, it's still nice, but come July, it's going to be sizzling.
Oh, we definitely need to have a weekend at my beach house,
Momo said excitedly. If that's an invite, then yes, and even if it's not an invite, yes, you said with a grin. And we need to get you and Jirou some cute new swimmers so I can check you out while we're chilling in the sun, you said mischievously. Momo blushed as she pulled her shirt up over her head, and you turned to face her, both of you without your shirts on. You can't tell me that you don't want me to be paying you a little extra attention, right? You asked, as you placed your hands on your jeans pockets and tugged them down a little, the top of your band of your Calvin Klein girl briefs showing as you did so.
Well, I do like it when you're showing me some special attention,
Momo said in her mind, and you took one hand from your pocket and placed a finger under her chin to lift it up so you could kiss her lips lightly while you looked down at her.
I've always got my eyes on you,
you said to her, and she stared into your eyes, her soft gaze making your heart almost burst.
Oh, baby, you're too much. You know that, right?
You asked, giving her another kiss. She seemed to be a little frozen, so you smirked and then stepped away and turned to go back to your pyjamas and get them on and your jeans off, but she suddenly grabbed your hand and you spun back around to face her but got one foot caught on the other while you twisted, falling onto the bed on your backside. Momo tried her best to catch you, but her attempts only landed her onto you, and you grabbed her as you fell back, pulling her into your lap, which she straddled quickly to stop herself from falling all the way onto you. Oh, you said as you held her in your lap and looked up at her. Geez, this is the best possible outcome, isn't it? You chuckled. Sorry, what happened there? What did you need? You grabbed me. Momo said, her cheeks dusting pink as she placed both hands on your chest and pushed you back onto the bed. She gave you a very soft, almost begging look, and you listened in for her inner voice.
I want to do a little more with you,
she whispered in her mind. Your heart rate spiked as you lay there under her delicate hands, dead sure that she could feel your heartbeat through her palms. You stared up into her eyes, but she didn't give any more of her thoughts away, and just left it at that as she waited for your reply. You want to do more? You asked breathily. She nodded. What do you have in mind? You asked.
I want to feel close to you,
she said softly as she bent down over you, her long hair, that was now out of her usual ponytail, brushing across your bare stomach as she slowly bent lower and lower. Well, you can do whatever you want to me, baby, you said with a little smirk, trying to play it cool, but inside this was like some wild-ass dream coming to life right before your eyes, and you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was so unbelievable. She slowly leaned all the way down and kissed you lightly on the chest, and then moved up to your lips, and you let her kiss you, relaxing into her mouth as it moved with yours. You and Momo had only ever really lightly kissed, but she was ready and willing to explore a little deeper now, and your tongues got a little more involved. Oh, how interesting. You thought, not even Kyoko has ventured this far. I'm surprised Momo has initiated this, but I guess if her and Kyoko had been talking, they could have talked about what they've done with me. I wonder if Momo's feeling a bit left behind. I hope she's not doing this and pushing herself to move faster than what she's comfortable with. As her tongue slid against yours again, you suddenly lifted your hands and placed them on her shoulders and pulled her back a bit so that you could look her in the eye and ask her the question that you had just been thinking about. Hey, you said gently, I don't mean to pry, and you don't have to tell me, but you were talking with Kyoko earlier when I went to get my board, and I just want to make sure that this, you wanting to do more with me, wasn't brought on by talking to her and feeling like you needed to catch up or something. You asked. You don't have to answer, but listen. You go at the pace you want to. I'm totally fine with holding hands and doing little kisses. We don't need to be rushing things.
Oh,
Momo said with surprise.
No, Kyoko and I were talking about her and myself and just having a little heart-to-heart. I think it's important that her and I talk too, and not always have you as the middle person. We're mature girls and we can sort things out by talking with each other if there's ever a problem. But I can assure you that everything is fine. I'm also going to explore the idea of maybe getting a little closer with Kyoko too, she offered shyly. Please don't say anything, but I would like for her to feel welcomed by me also. It's a bit of a step for me, but I do think very highly of her, and I would like for us all to share intimate moments together, all three of us.
Okay, now that was hot. You got some pretty spicy thoughts from that one, and at that moment you thanked the entire universe that she couldn't see your mind's images because, wow, they would have caused a stir. Okay, that's beautiful and amazing. And I'm honestly gobsmacked because I know you and I know how much of a step this is for you. But I'm glad you feel comfortable telling me and I'm excited to see where this goes. But please don't feel like you need to hold anything back. Talk to me, okay? I'll understand, you said, placing your hands on her waist.
I know, Yin, and thank you,
she said before giving you another kiss. I just wanted to check and make sure that you were okay tonight. You went a little quiet after I called Jirou by her first name, you said.
Oh, yes, I'm fine, I promise. I spoke to Kyoko about it and it's okay,
she said with a smile, sliding one hand down your side and playing with the top of your underwear. So you slid your hands down to her backside and squeezed, which made her giggle. Well then, maybe we should take these clothes off, you offered, tapping her backside.
Oh, I think that would be a great idea,
she said, her fingers slipping under your underwear band and tugging on it, so you lifted your hips up and she got off to tug them down. That next morning the sun was bright, the day was alive, and you felt so good you even woke up singing. You're unusually vocal this morning, Mina asked you as you came strolling into the kitchen, beatboxing terribly to a song in your head. It is Wednesday, my dudes, you said, stopping in the doorway and throwing your head back as you let loose this yell that started low and then started getting higher and higher in pitch, and then suddenly Danky joined in and you both got up to the highest scale that you felt was good enough and then stopped, high-fived each other with a grin, and then you walked into the pantry and he walked past the kitchen table to the other end and put the TV on, and Mina was just left standing there looking like, what the heck was all that about?
Mina, have you seen Yin?
Momo asked in an out-of-breath voice as she came running in. Mina just pointed to the pantry, and Momo looked in that direction.
Yin, are you here?
She called. Potatoes, you called back.
Yin, please,
she called. Nope, you shouted in reply.
Just a little?
She asked in a begging voice that even Mina had to admit that she would have done anything if Momo had used that voice on her. Bro, I have 2 eyes. You can't just do a little because that would mean you'd only do 1 eye and then I would look like a gay pirate. Not that that's a bad thing by any means. Slay the high seas, that's what I'm saying. But no, it's a no, you replied bluntly. Mina burst out laughing. Oh my god, this is so out of context and I love it. But what the hellionce is going on here? She asked with a laugh.
I want to put a little mascara on Yin and she won't let me,
Momo pouted. You poked your head out of the pantry and made your mouth movements as big as possible. No, you said with an exaggerated expression.
Oh, Yin, you would look so gorgeous,
Momo said sadly. Just then Jirou walked in and you spotted her immediately. Kyoko, save me, Mum's trying to force me to be pretty, you wailed to her. You're already pretty, Jirou said. See? You said, clicking your fingers at her, but looking at Momo. Kyoko says I'm already pretty. Mina smirked and leaned back against the bench top with arms crossed lightly across her chest, watching this whole thing unfold in front of her. There was always something amazing going on with you and those around you.
Please,
Momo begged again, and you sighed. You're just not going to give up, are you? You asked her.
It'll make your eyes really pop,
she said brightly. Listen, I've already got a quirk. I'm not trying to see into the future as well, you replied, and Jirou snorted with amusement. Momo then walked over and took you by the arm to drag you back to the room, and you moaned and groaned as you were pulled from the kitchen. Jirou watched you go with Momo, and then turned to Mina. Never a dull moment, she said. Never a dull moment, Mina replied with a chuckle. I wonder why Momo suddenly wants to put makeup on Yin.
I have no idea, Jirou said, as she then headed into the pantry to get food. It was literally 10 minutes later when you stalked back into the kitchen area in your uniform and looked at Mina, and she nearly fell over. Yin! She gasped. Don't even say it, you warned. No, honestly, you look amazing, she gasped. Wow! You're all being paid to compliment me, you accused her. No, seriously, you're gorgeous. You have really long eyelashes. I didn't even realize, she said in awe. No, apparently this mascara is a lash lengthening one or something, you said. How long do I need to keep this stuff on for? All day, Momo said as she entered behind you. Ugh, you groaned. Momo, you've done amazingly, Mina praised her. Yin looks amazing. Jirou was just standing there quietly with a blush on her cheeks, and you tuned into her inner thoughts to see what she was thinking. Wow, she said internally. Mascara has really given Yin a bit of an edge. I kind of dig it. You knew it was her true feelings, and so you scratched at your cheek as you looked away, doing your best to keep your composure, but she was making you feel a little flustered by the way she was looking at you. Anyway, you mumbled, unable to look her in the eye. Guess I gotta get to school with you guys now, so ugh. You're gonna be a showstopper, Mina gushed, grabbing you by the arm while Jirou got on one side and Momo clapped her hands together with joy. Oh, you're going to look so stunning, Momo gushed. You kept your head down, giving Jirou a quick glance before looking away. You liked that you looked a little more girly today. You knew that she liked you looking more masked too, though you never really leaned into your girly side, so this was different for her to see. Having not had any breakfast due to being stolen away to have mascara put on your lashes, you were a little hungry and so was a little more testy than usual that day. As soon as you stepped into the school grounds that morning, you already had your back up in case someone wanted to try you, but surprisingly no one laughed at you. You weren't sure what you had been expecting, but for the most part, you got to hear some interesting inner thoughts and realised again that makeup really didn't do anything for the boys. For the most part, they were pretty oblivious to it. Oh. It looks pretty different today, you heard Denki's inner voice when you entered the classroom, head and shoulders above your proud, girly entourage, and sat at your desk. You looked at him and then looked away, and he started talking to you in his mind, wondering if you had tuned into him listening to you. Hey Yin, what's up, Briz God? Why do you look different today? What did you do? Is it because you're in the girls' uniform? Wait, have you always worn the girls' uniform? I think you have. Okay, I'm stuck. What have you done different? He asked again, bombarding you with internal questions. I wish I could talk back to him in my mind. That would be great, because I'd tell him to shut up, you thought, then sighed and looked back to him. I got brutally attacked this morning, you stated, which sounded very weird coming out of nowhere, but Denki was onto it and just looked at you. What did you get attacked by? He asked. A mascara wand, you deadpanned. Oh, but you look so lovely, Momo gushed, having overheard the conversation. She looks hot, Jirou added in her mind, and you crossed your arms across your chest, feeling a weird mix of pride and embarrassment. Oh, is that what's different? Kiri said, having been looking at you while you were talking to Denki. What mascara did you use? Eureka asked as she walked over and bent her face to get close to yours to have a really good look at you. Yin's skin is so clear. I thought she had foundation on, but it's just mascara, she thought. Wow, she's really pretty. That mascara makes her eyes pop, she thought. You pursed your lips together and then lidded your eyes and then made a kissing sound. Thanks, baby, you said teasingly to her, and she blushed and pulled back. I thought Yin was going to kiss her just then, Jirou thought, and you looked at her. I wouldn't do that to you, baby, you said with a wink. But geez, man, it's mascara. Calm down, everyone. I haven't suddenly turned into a god. Sure looks like you have to me, Mina joked, and you rolled your eyes. Ha ha, you replied. If this did turn me into a god, you'd have seen me with it on far more often, you replied. You were about to say something else, but then paused and looked up. Father of tiredness cometh, you said suddenly. Batten down the hatches, he is without coffee too. Everyone knew what you meant and what was going on, and so quickly went to their seats and you straightened for his arrival. Thankfully, Aizawa didn't even notice or didn't care that you looked different, and so the roll was called and then class commenced, and then it was time for first break, and you got up to head out into the hallway. Hey Yin, wait up, Jirou called as she got up and ran up beside you, joining you as you left the room. Hey cutie, you said to her as you walked out. Hey, you look really good with makeup, she said. I know you've been hearing my inner thoughts, but I wanted to tell you them out loud so that you knew they were real.
Thanks, baby, you said, smiling down at her. But it just feels so awkward, bro. Like, I'm really not that girl.
I know, but it's hot that you can do both, she said as she walked with you down to the bubblers to get a drink. I don't know many girls who can look both good as a guy and a girl. Just then Momo came running up as well and joined you on the other side as you walked.
Well, you have this little delight here to blame for that, you pointed to Momo.
Sorry, what? What have I done? She asked with concern, looking from you to Jirou, then back to you, and then back to Jirou.
You made me girl, you said, deliberately stunting your sentence.
Yes, and you look so lovely, she gushed, stopping with you all as you stopped at the bubblers to have a drink. You had a drink first, and then Momo drank after you, while Jirou sipped from the other one beside you. As soon as Momo had finished, you pulled on her arm and moved her across to the wall, and then quickly reached for the tap and the trough, turning it on and then spraying your hands with water and then cupping the water up to your face and then up and over your hair to sleek your hair back, and then immediately smacked one hand beside her on the wall, doing a cabadon with water dripping down your face and onto your school shirt.
Yeah, but can a girl cabadon you as good as I can? You asked, bending down to her a little, since you had that height game going on.
I'm still hotter as a mask, right?
You asked, one strand of your short hair falling across your forehead, while the mascara made your eyes pop, and Momo nearly fainted. Even Jirou from nearby had to cover her mouth with her hands. You just looked too hot standing there cabadoning Momo like that. When Momo didn't say anything, you just straightened and stepped back.
Oh, well, that didn't work then, did it? You asked.
Oh, I think it worked a little too well, Jirou said, from where she was standing.
I don't know about Momo, but it worked really well on me.
Oh, good. Me getting myself wet wasn't in vain then, you chuckled, forgetting that you had mascara on and rubbing your eyes.
Wait, Yin!
Momo gasped. Ah, man, good thing it's warm out today, you commented, still oblivious as you kept rubbing both eyes, and then getting stuck into your right eye.
Ah, man, why is my eye so itchy? Yin, the mascara! Momo cried.
Oh, you said, stopping quickly and pulling your hands away to look at her.
Oh no,
she gasped, and you blinked at her. Is it off? You asked excitedly.
Well, it's a little,
she fretted, and you looked down at the parts of your hands that you had used to wipe your eyes, seeing black smeared across them. Is this the mascara? You asked. What does my face look like?
Momo said.
Oh no, you said, trying to find some kind of mirror to look into, checking yourself in the reflection of the tap, the window nearby, even trying to look into a puddle that was just under the tap at the end of the trough. Then Momo made a mirror from her arm and handed it to you so you could see the damage. Oh man, gay pirate, you commented. Except both eyes, I'm the gayest pirate slaying the high seas.
Oh Yin, I didn't use waterproof ones. I'm so sorry. I didn't even think that you'd get water on your face today, Momo cried sadly. Oh, we need to fix this.
First, I need to get this off, you said emphatically.
Yes, you do,
Momo agreed, making you some wet wipes to use to wipe the remnants of the mascara off, and you used them as best you could, using her quirk-made mirror to look into it to see where to wipe. Thankfully, as soon as the bell rang, you were pretty much done, and so quickly spun and started sprinting to the bin to drop your wet wipes in, and then made a mad dash for the safety of the classroom, feeling like you couldn't be forced to wear makeup there if you got there fast enough. When you got back to the classroom, Mina looked up and you beamed at her, proud of yourself for getting rid of the makeup.
What happened to you?
Mina chuckled as you walked over to her desk.
You're wet and... Wait, did you get the mascara off?
I did, you said proudly. Be gone, black magic.
Oh, but you looked so hot with it on. You know when those K-pop boy bands wear eyeliner? They look so androgynous and it's sexy as hell, she whined. You looked like that, but because you got that mask energy and you're tall and then you got that mascara on, you looked amazing, honestly, she said.
Wow, you replied with surprise. I didn't know that I could somehow look more like a guy with makeup on. I'll think about that. You huffed, being amused and challenged in your thoughts and ideals all at the same time. Just then Aizawa walked in and you heard him sigh internally. Why do they have to do more festivals? We already have enough each year. He grumbled internally and your ears pricked up. Oh? You mused as you looked up in his direction and the rest of your classmates sauntered into the room. We have another festival coming up, you said out loud so that Mina could hear you. Say what? She asked you. But Aizawa spoke then and told you all to sit down, so you did as told and found your seat, winking at Jirou as you passed her. Everyone sit down. I don't have time today. They're wanting to put on a summer festival before summer break starts, so you need to start deciding what you're going to do as a class. This is above my pay grade, so class reps, can you come to the front? He asked. You watched as Momo and Ida walked to the front of the classroom and stood beside him. Good, he said as he handed the flyer out to them. Work this out for the rest of class, and I'll be asleep, so don't need me. He added, pulling a yellow sleeping bag from behind his back and walking over to the wall of the classroom, hopping into the bag and then lying down and promptly falling asleep in it. You all looked at him, and you tuned into the voices around you to see if you all had the same thoughts about this, and yep, you were all on the same page. All of you were wondering how this was allowed as a teacher, but then Ida spoke and your collective attentions were pulled back to him. Class, he said authoritatively, we must now come together and decide on what we will be doing for the summer fair.
May I also add, Momo said as she glanced over the flyer, they have said here that the event must take place within this classroom, so we're to keep the idea reasonable.
Oh, Denki grumbled toughly. I was going to suggest rocket launching.
You smirked and shook your head slightly with amusement. Just then you heard Minetta's inner thoughts come charging through and hijacking your wavelengths. Naked mud wrestling, and it's girls only, and they must have pictures taken, and... You heard him start. Slamming your hands down to the top of your desk, you drew attention to yourself and stood up. Excuse me, Momo, may I make a suggestion? You asked loudly. Oh, of course, Yin, she said sweetly. I would like to suggest that the person who suggests naked mud wrestling and it's girls only, and they must have pictures taken, be dangled out the classroom window by his feet, you said, looking at Minetta directly, your dagger-sharp gaze piercing right through him. I wasn't going to suggest that, he stammered with fear. Think anything like that again, and it's going to hurt, you said darkly to him, and he sheepishly lowered his head and cowered at his desk. Yeah, that's what I thought, you said lowly, then looked back to Momo, who had a very worried look on her face. I actually do have an idea, you said happily, then switching up from one mood to the next. Oh, yes? Momo asked nervously. Gender switch cafe, but with a twist, you said confidently. Then there was a ripple of interest rushing through those present. Go on, Yin, explain, please, Ida said. Okay, hear me out. Let me paint the picture here, you said as you stepped out from behind your desk and walked slowly down the aisle between the students' desks. You step into the cafe, greeted by lovely women in suits. They take your hand, lead you to a table, greet you politely with offers of water while you wait, and a menu for you to look over. You take the menu, you said, stopping at Mina's desk to pretend to give her a menu, which she playfully pretended to take and read over. Then, while you're sitting there, the cutest boy in a maid dress comes out and brings you water. But then, you said, spinning around to face the class, suddenly, the food that you were looking at on the menu comes out to you without you even asking for it. How is that possible? The cute male waitress in the dress smiles at you and tells you to enjoy your meal. And you think, wow, oh, I forgot to order sauce for my chips, tomato sauce. And then, hey presto, suddenly another cute male waitress in a dress brings it to you. You stopped and pressed your hands to your cheeks in shocked surprise. How do they know what I want before I even ask for it? You asked the class. This cafe's amazing. I need to tell my friends to come here. And bada bing, bada boom, we make the most money and get the prize and everyone goes home happy. The end. What do you think? You stood there smiling, and then all of a sudden all the girls started clapping, and you had to admit you were kind of shocked. You weren't expecting to get an ovation, but this was a good start. You then turned to look at Momo and Ida behind you, and Momo was clapping, and Ida was looking thoughtful. What do you think, Ida? You asked him. Well, I do think this is a different idea, and it will give us all a new perspective on things, he mused. I am wondering how we will execute the making of food without being told what the patrons have ordered, though, he mused. Ah, that's me, you said, pointing to yourself. You know, omni-audient, I can hear all inner thoughts. I've been working on my quirk and would like to work on depth perception and accurately pinpointing people's thoughts and differentiating between them when they're really close together, he said. This will be a good opportunity for me. Oh, that's marvellous, he said brightly. A very clever idea, Yin. You have my vote. And I can make all the costumes, Momo said. I'll apply for exemptions so that I can make them from my quirk. Wonderful, Ida said happily. Okay, we will now vote. If there are enough votes for this idea, we will do it. But if there are more votes against it, we will come up with an alternative idea, he said, turning to the blackboard behind him and picking up a piece of chalk to write with.
gender-switched cafe, he wrote. Now, he said, turning to face the class, please, if everyone would close their eyes and place their heads down on the table, we will take a vote. Does that include my vote as well? You asked him. Yes, it does. Please take your seat, Yin, he said, and you grinned and jogged back to your seat and sat down. Everyone ready? He asked. There was a resounding yes, and everyone got their heads down and hands ready to raise them, and once everyone was in a position, he called for those who wanted to vote in favour of the gender-switched cafe idea to raise their hands, and he would count them. You kept your eyes shut and raised your hand, listening into those around you, and there was a surprising number of male voices that you could hear agreeing with the idea, and so you smiled to yourself. I'm glad this one seems to be well accepted, you thought. You could hear Ida counting in his mind, and as soon as he got to the 17 counts, you knew that this was going to be a done deal. Okay, everyone, raise your heads and lower your hands, he instructed. Everyone did as asked. And the votes are in. 17 votes for this idea, he said, and there was a whoop of excitement through the class. Those who wish not to dress in the opposite gender's clothes can dress as the chosen mascot, whatever that may be, and greet people at the door, he said. Okay, fine. I'll wear a dress. Bakugo scowled, and you had to cover your mouth quickly to stop your grin from showing. Okay, now him in a dress is going to be pure magic, you thought. You tuned into the voices around you and were surprised to hear that some of the boys were more excited about wearing dresses than you were expecting. Oh, I hope there's red in the dresses, you heard Kiri say in his mind. I look good in red. Ugh, I am going to be the most flamboyant, you heard another classmate say in his mind, and judging by his accent you picked up that he was of French origin, and you looked around to see who it was. Who is French here that I didn't pick up on? You wondered, swiveling your head around to see a blonde guy staring straight at you. Mate, the only thing straight about this guy is the part in his hair, you thought. Having said that, not even his hair is straight. You added, I think I need to talk more with this guy. I feel like we might get along. You gave him a half smile, and he gave you a bright smile in return, and then raised his fingers to his hair and gently flicked his fringe off his face. That was very French and very gay all in one, and I'm living for it, you thought as you looked back to the front. This is going to be interesting. Okay, now that we have established that we will be doing a gender swap cafe with magic ordering, Ida said from the front, we will need to think of a particular style of clothing for the cafe. Yin, you mentioned the girls of Class 1A to be in suits. Yes, I did, you said. I think it would look classy. We could do like kind of a high tea thing. It would be easier to make smaller bite-sized items and then just have them pick 4 things that they wanted on their tiers, as well as what teas that they'd like to accompany it. Oh, I can bring in many beautiful teas, Momo said excitedly. I do so love tea, and Yin is the best at selecting them. I am not, you snorted with a laugh. Yeah, you are, Jirou said teasingly from her seat, and you laughed again. These two are delusional. Disregard their claims, you said, and then returned to your original point. So, to go with the girls in suits, we could maybe do simple white shirts with pinafores of different colours for the boys. Oh, and knee-high stockings, Mina suddenly added in, shooting her hand high in the sky to show her enthusiasm. Yes, I love it, you said, pointing at her. We could have the girls wear a coloured tie to match the colour of the boys' pinafores to tie it all in together, pun intended, you said with a chuckle, making a link between the word tie. That does sound good, Ida said with a nod of his head. So, like, if Kiri is in a red pinafore, then maybe make Mina in a suit with a red tie to match, you said. Oh, Yin, you read my mind. I was just thinking that red would be... Kiri started to say. Then slowly his voice faded out as he realised, and you looked at him and winked. Oh, wait, did you read my mind? He asked you. I'm never far away, you joked. He blushed deeply and then looked up to Ida and Momo. Red does look good on me, though, he said softly, and you chuckled. Bro, you'll look super amazing in red. I can't wait, you said, and he looked at you and grinned brightly, his sharp teeth on display. I do like the sound of this, Momo said with an excited clap of her hands. Okay, now, we need to assign roles. We need female waiters and male waitresses, as well as welcome crew, chefs and runners. That's those who will be on standby to help with different things, she said, turning to the board and picking up a piece of chalk to write down the headings of the jobs that will be happening on the day. For the rest of the class, the roles were written up and decided, and as the final bell rang, you had already assigned roles to everyone, the groups being as follows. Female waiters were Mina Ashido, Kyoka Jirou, Toru Hagakure, Tsuyu Atsui. Male waitresses were Denki Kaminari, Ijiro Kurishima, Katsuki Bakugo, and Yuga Ayama. Welcome crew were Tanya Ida and Ochako Yuranaka. Mineta had been voted as mascot to keep him away from the girls. Kitchen staff and chef were Ricardo Saito, Momo Yaoyorozu, Koji Koda, Mashirao Ojiro, man I'm struggling here, and extra staff / runners were Mezo Shoji, Shoto Todoroki, Izuku Midoriya and Hunter Sero. And then you and Tokoyami had special roles. You thought it would be a cooler idea if someone dressed as some kind of grim reaper or magician and just occasionally walked amongst the tables waving a magic wand or pointing the bone at people, and then behind the scenes you were the one using your quirk to gather intel, but Tokoyami would be the distraction to make it look like it was his doing. At the mention of some kind of witch / wizard / harbinger of death looking icon for the role, he immediately jumped on board. Any chance to live out his best Halloween dream, he was there. So I'll hide somewhere and watch people, keep my quirk turned on the whole time, and use the walkie-talkie to relay information to the kitchen. You said, we can work out finer details later, right? Right, Momo said with a smile. But I think we've made great progress already. She looked up at the board with everyone's names written on it and smiled. Good job, everyone, she said with a clap of her hands. Now we just need to come up with 4 colours to match for the outfits, and we should be ready to start. Oh, Eureka said as she raised her hand. What about dark red, yellow, purple and cyan? Momo quickly wrote them on the board, and you smiled when you heard Kiri's inner thoughts. I'm going to look so manly in red, he thought passionately. I vote Kiri for red, you said, raising your hand. Oh, that's so manly of you, Yin, Kiri said as in his mind, with a heart-squeezed look on his face. Thank you. You looked at him and grinned and then winked, and he gave you the biggest grin back. The purple will look so regal on moi, you heard flamboyant French boy say in his mind from the back, and you glanced back at him just in time to see another dramatic hair flip. Bro, this guy right here is something else, you thought with a smirk, but just then the bell rang for class to end, and the meeting had to wait until next time, with the bell waking Aizawa from his nap. Go to next class, he said, as he got up and stood at the front of the classroom in his yellow sleeping bag, and you all just looked at him before slowly getting up and picking up your books to head to the next class. Oh, I'm so excited for the summer festival, Momo said as she came up beside you. You had a brilliant idea, Yin, she added. Well, I kind of got the idea from Mina, actually. We were just discussing boys with eyeliner, you said with a chuckle. Who's wearing eyeliner? Jirou asked as she came up on your other side. No one, but I'm super excited to see you in a suit, though, you said to her. Oh, me too, actually, Momo said with a smile from your other side. I have a feeling you'll look really good. Oh, thanks, Jirou said with a blush on her cheeks. You smiled at her, then Momo. Oh, yeah, this is going to be so much fun, you thought. Oh, hey, Momo, after the summer festival, let's then go to your holiday house. I think it would be great to unwind there. Oh, yes, Momo said happily. Kyoka, once we finish off the summer festival and start our summer break, we need to go to my beach house, all 3 of us, and have a little weekend there. I'm in, Jirou said with a smile. I sure hope you are, you said with a chuckle as you continued to walk down the hall to the next class. Couldn't see us having a good time without you there. We need all 3 of us. And so the next month was spent getting everything ready for the gender swap cafe. Momo got her approval for making the costumes with her quirk, the menu was discussed and buying of the food items itemised and listed, cafe design layout was drawn up and planned, and all other necessary equipment written down and logged, ready for the big day. It was now coming close to crunch time, and you were a week out from the launch date, busily working away, getting everything ready, when you saw the flamboyant French classmate, who you came to know his name as Ayama, standing alone in the classroom one evening, and you decided to talk to him, get to know him a little better. Belle soirée, you said to him, speaking in French to see his reaction. Oui, he replied brightly, flicking his hair as he gave you a closed-lipped smile. Es-tu excité par le café? You asked him again, speaking in French, as you asked him if he was looking forward to the cafe. Oui, he said again with another flamboyant pose. Is that the extent of your French? You deadpanned at him, asking him in English this time. Oui, he said again, spinning so that his school uniform fanned out a little. Odd one, you thought, as you watched him. You'll look amazing in your dress when you do that spin, you added. Oui, I know. I always look the best, even if I'm not the main character, he said, and you tilted your head at him. What? You asked. I've been in a few of her books, but never as the main character, he said somewhat tragically. It's a crime, really, he added.
Am not sure what you're referring to, you asked with confusion. MLB, of course. What's it like being the main character? He asked, stopping his erratic movements to question you. I have no idea who that is or what you're talking about, but good for you and stay blessed, you replied as you backed away and then turned slowly to leave. No sudden movements, no sudden movements, you coached yourself quietly as you left the room. Wow, I have no idea what in the Fruit Loop he was talking about back there, but I think it's best to stay clear of that one. You shook your head with a chuckle as you headed out of the school grounds to go to your dorm room. You just needed a second. Later that night, still in the school grounds, you helped Momo collate all of the female waiter and male waitress outfits and got their measurements together. Okay, so, you said, holding up a paper and reading out the sizes for shoulders, waist and hips. Here is the one for Bakugo. You read his sizes out and then paused. Wait a damn minute, is this correct? You asked, showing Momo the paper and the size of Bakugo's waist. Yes, that's correct. I took these measurements myself, she said proudly. Damn, bro. He's got the slimmest waist. He's going to have an hourglass figure in these pinafores, you said with a half chuckle. I'm actually a little jealous. Oh, you have curves too, Yin, Momo said with a smile. You can do either. You look good in pants and also good in a dress. You're very lucky, and I'm very lucky to be able to be by your side in either fashion. That reminds me, what am I going to wear on the day? I'm going to be hidden mostly, you said. Can I just wear cargos and a shirt? Oh, most certainly not, she gasped. Oh my, no. I'm making you something special. Momo, I swear if it's a dress, you warned. No, I promise. It's not going to be a dress. You'll really like this, I promise, she said with a grin. And I suppose you won't tell me what it is? You asked, and she giggled and gave you a beautiful smile. I'm sorry, Yin, but you'll have to wait and see, she said. Of course, you replied. Why did I even think that you would have told me? Of course you weren't going to. She smiled sweetly and got up. Well, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and continue my work, she said. You watched her go with a smirk and shake of your head. She could be really cheeky sometimes. In the weeks leading up to the festival, it was all systems go. Between schoolwork, homework, quirk work, and helping with festival preps, it was full on. You did your best to spend time with both your girls, and you felt like you were doing okay, but thankfully it was all eyes on preparing for this cafe, so they were both occupied as well. There were occasions where you could grab a chance to give a quick kiss to Jirou in the storeroom while you were supposed to be counting tables and chairs, and then a quick kiss to Momo in the cold room of the school kitchen when checking to see what other stock items you would need. But overall it was fun getting ready for this day, and when you were invited to come along and help on the weekend to get food for the menu items, you jumped at the opportunity. So, what are we getting today? You asked the kitchen crew. All the items on this list, Momo said to you, as you, her, Sato, Koda and Ojiro stepped up to the doors of the local grocery store. 50 kilograms of sugar? You asked with surprise when you saw it written on the list. Oh, I'm sure that's not right, Momo said, with as much surprise as you, as she took the piece of paper from you and looked at it, her eyes being drawn to where you were pointing. Oh, heavens! Oh, I've accidentally drawn a 0 on the end. I'm so sorry. It was just meant to be 5 kilos. Oh, man, good thing I was here, you said with a laugh. Otherwise you would have bought 50 kilograms of sugar. Yeah, we would have for sure, Sato said. It wouldn't have mattered though, since we'd be able to use it for other things over time. But it would have blown our budget, and we need to keep to our spending limits. Man, can you imagine if Aizawa had seen that we spent that much money on sugar? You laughed. Ojiro pulled her face and cringed a bit. Oh, yeah, that wouldn't have been good, he said. Koda just nodded emphatically. Okay, gang, let's go to it then, you said, as you took the first steps towards the doors of the shop. They all followed you, and you held the list of items up and then pointed to the first aisle. Okay, there are 3 items on the list that we need from this aisle, so let's start here, you said, grabbing a trolley as you walked past one. Koda nodded and stepped up beside you, so you passed the trolley to him. You want to drive this? You asked him, and he nodded brightly and took the bar from you so that you could walk beside Momo and he could push behind you. Okay, you said, looking down the list. So this is the baking and cooking aisle, so we will need sugar, oil, flour. Wait, good thing I'm tall. We need the big ones up on top of the share. You paused when you stopped and looked up at the 20-litre vats of cooking oil sitting up high. I know I can reach that, but that's going to be a heavy lift, you said out loud. Wait, I got it, Sato said, reaching into his back pocket and pulling out a stick of sugar that you could usually find on a cafe table, and he quickly ripped open the small packet and chucked it into his open mouth before reaching up to grab the vat and then just easily muscled it down, gently, and put it in the trolley, and you just stared in awe at the ease at which he had done that. "Wow, I'm impressed," you said. "So sugar gives you the boost?" "Yep," he replied with a smile. "Great, glad we've got you here today then, sir. You've already been a big help," you said with a chuckle. "Happy to help," he said. Then you moved further down the aisle and started collecting the sugar and flour that you would need as well, with Ojiro helping to get some flour bags down with his tail. "Wow," you said again when you watched him and Sato use their quirks with ease. "You guys sure have handy quirks." They smiled happily, glad to have some time to show off their skills. "What about you, Koda?" you asked the shy classmate. You'd only really spoken to him that morning on your way in, and aside from him being pleasant, but not a great or loud talker, you hadn't really had a chance to ask him what his quirk was. "I can communicate with animals," he said softly, "although it's not very useful here." "Ah, well, at the moment your pushing is doing the trick, so I wouldn't be too worried about your quirk not being useful at the moment," you said with a smile at him. He looked at you and gave you a shy smile in return. "Oh, Yin is so lovely," Momo thought, and you had to glance at her for that one. "You really do make everyone feel so welcome," she added in her mind, knowing you were listening in. "Yeah, but these guys are all so sweet. It's hard not to be nice," you thought back, but you didn't say anything out loud. The rest of the shopping trip went relatively well, and you all chatted and joked lightly as you got to the checkout and then started loading everything onto the conveyor belt. "Oh no," you suddenly said to Momo. "Wait, we only have 5 kilos of sugar here. We need to get the other 45. Momo stopped and looked at you for a second, looking mortified. Then you let your face break out into a smile, and she suddenly realised you were messing with her, and she sighed. Oh, Yin, you scared me for a second there," she said, tapping you lightly on the arm. You chuckled and helped get more of the items onto the conveyor belt, while she still giggled with relief. "I got you," you joked. "Oh, you did? I was so worried for a second there," she replied. "You're a real jokester," Ojiro says. He placed a few items on the belt himself, placing them behind yours. "I couldn't help it," you replied with a smirk. As you stood back and then walked through to the other side to help load the food into the trolley on the other side, you noticed a single chocolate bar at the end of the line, and when everything was scanned through, the checkout lady picked up the bar and scanned it through too. "Wait, hold on," you said when she placed it down on the other side. "Whose is this?" you asked, picking it up. Koda held up a sheepish hand and you laughed. "It felt like a snack, did you?" you asked him. He nodded his head shyly, and you laughed again, and then quickly walked back through and picked out a chocolate bar from the rack at the checkout yourself, then placed it on the belt. "Hey guys, get a chocolate, we deserve it," you said, watching with a smile as Ojiro, Sato and Momo all quickly ran back through and grabbed a bar each, and then placed it on the belt. While they were picking their own ones, you suddenly remembered Jirou, so quickly grabbed her one too, and let the lady scan it through. "I don't know if we have enough budget on the school card to pay for everything," Momo asked with concern when she saw the total at the end. "Whoops," you said as you leaned across and tapped your dad's credit card on the reader. "Yin!" Momo gasped. "No, that's a lot of money. That's supposed to be paid for by the school." "It's okay. I'll just invoice them," you shrugged with a chuckle. "It's fine. Dad'll put more money on the card tomorrow. I'll send him a message and tell him why there's suddenly over $1,000 spent on 50 kilograms of sugar," you joked. "Oh, Yin," Momo chuckled with a shake of her head. "What do I do with you? But please tell Uncle that we really appreciate his help for the moment. I think the school card only has about 500 on it." "Yeah, no problem," you said. "I'll explain to Aizawa when we get back to school." "That was really nice of you to pay for the chocolates though, Yin," Ojiro said. "I'll pay you back when we get to school." No, don't you dare," you said loudly, almost giving him a fright. "I don't want any payments from any of you, you understand?" you said with playful seriousness. "If you pay me back, you'll have hell to pay," you joked. "Especially you, Koda, you troublemaker," you said, pointing to him, and he gave you a worried look. "I'm totally kidding, you're the sweetest guy," you said with a chuckle. "All of you guys are so nice. You need to teach the French boys how it's done. They're all a bunch of giant phallic symbols," you said. "Gosh, I can't even say harsh words in front of you guys. I feel like you'll all combust if I did," you said, and Sato laughed. "We're not that delicate," he said. "Oh yeah, no, I know that you're definitely not," you laughed. "The way you muscled that oil vat." He grinned. "Okay, let's get this stuff to the getaway vehicle," you said, nodding to Momo's family limo that she had insisted they bring to the shopping trip. The boys were all silent, so you tuned into their inner thoughts to see what they were thinking. "I'm way out of my depth here," Ojiro thought. No one is going to believe that I went shopping in a limo. These two are way out of my league. This is crazy. Man, I still can't believe that we came in a limo, Sato thought. Oh, I hope we see that rabbit on the side of the road again when we go home, Koda thought. You smiled to yourself. It was a little excessive to bring the limo, I will concede, you thought. Once everything was loaded into the boot and one of the seats and the floor section of the limo, you headed back to UA to unload. Getting everything from the limo to the site kitchen was a bit of a mission, but once the rest of the class came to help, it was relatively easy going, and then you went to talk to Aizawa about the payment and message your dad too. He was fine with it, and wished you all the best with your preps, as well as sending his greetings back to Momo, and you smiled as you put your phone away. I don't really miss France, but I do miss Mum and Dad a little, but I definitely don't want to leave here. I'm coming up to about 4 months in now, and I really love this class, you thought as you stopped for a second to watch everyone. They're all so nice. Just then Momo interrupted your thoughts by calling out for you and Tokoyami to come to her. I need to do some outfit fittings, she called. Your outfits are the most detailed. Do I get to see my outfit yet? You asked with excitement. Oh, sorry, Yin, no, not yet. I just need to double check measurements and check some colours against your skin tone, but you won't be able to see the finished product just yet. But you'll get to see Tokoyami's, she said. I'm excited to see yours, you said as Tokoyami walked over to you and Momo. I am excited also, he said with a nod of his head. Okay, well, let's get to it, you said, gesturing for Momo to lead the way, and so she did, leading you out and down the hall to the sewing and textiles room where she had everything stored and waiting. There were racks of clothes and papers on the desk with measurements and colours written down, along with little fabric patches that were obviously used to compare to each other or used as reference, and you looked around at everything before Momo brought you over to an outfit hanging on the rack at the back, and you looked it over and then gasped in awe. Oh, sick, you hissed with delight. Tokoyami, this is going to be awesome, you added, looking across to him. He was just staring at it silently, in awe, and you had to stop yourself from grinning when you heard his inner thoughts. Through the darkness there stands one that holds reign above the others. That time is now. The darkness takes flight and is given flesh and bone. You heard him say. Man, he's really excited, you thought with a chuckle. That's a serious inner monologue if ever I've heard one. Momo walked over and pulled it from the rack and then handed it to Tokoyami and asked him to try it on, which he was only too happy to do so, and quickly walked over to the change rooms nearby to put it on. Man, you've really got into overdrive with this one, you chuckled to Momo. I can't wait to see this on him. This piece must have taken you a while to make. Oh, not too long, but I had to adjust a few things and switch out different fabrics, Momo said. The hood is made from a stiffer fabric, so it holds its shape better. Just then Tokoyami opened the change room door and stepped out, looking ominous and black and awesome and everything, as his wide hood hung low over his face, and you marvelled at the details. Oh, wow. I love the muted gold trimmings down the front and along the hem at the bottom. That is an awesome detail, you gushed. You're so good at this. Momo blushed at your praise and then started making her usual humble excuses, but you were finding Tokoyami's inner dialogue so much more interesting and entertaining, and so listened in to him as he stood there in his black cloak. Harbinger of darkness, are you ready to fulfill your duty? He asked himself. This is your purpose. You placed your hand over your mouth to wipe it so you could hide the smile, but Tokoyami was living his best life right now, and you watched as he opened his hands and spread them wide, making it look like he was just trying out the parameters of his cloak, but inside he was making some kind of chant. The king of Halloween has arrived, you chuckled to yourself. Oh, Tokoyami, I almost forgot, Momo said, suddenly turning and running over to the desk and then pulling out a giant prop scythe from behind it. This is for you too, she added. This is to help complete the outfit. Tokoyami's eyes flew wide open and you had to turn away, you were smiling so much. If only Momo could hear his inner thoughts right then. It's like Christmas had come early for him this year. You definitely look the part now, you said with a grin when Momo handed the scythe to him. Just keep your head down and mumble some archaic lines as you pass the tables in our cafe and you'll be really selling it. Oh, I can do that, he said enthusiastically. I already know you can, you thought with a smirk. So when do I get to see my outfit? You asked Momo. Oh, I'll show you on the day, she said. You had better not be making a dress, I swear, or I'll wear a blow-up poop onesie instead, you threatened. Although, I'm going to be hidden mostly, right? The cafe goers are going to be thinking that it's Tokoyami guessing their orders correctly, sliding past the table looking all cool and ominous as he supposedly siphons the thoughts from their minds. You looked at Tokoyami as you said it, and his eyes brightened. You had obviously said something that he approved of. You will be hidden, yes, Momo said with a nod of her head, but we will reveal you at the end.
Okay, well, I don't need to be in something amazing then, do I? You asked. Just put me in something that matches the other girls' waiter outfits, you said.
Oh, but you're the hidden star of our show, she said. I can't just put you in anything.
Okay, well, as long as it's not a dress, I'm happy, he replied.
I promise you'll love it, she said happily.
It was getting real close to go time now, and you had 2 days before the opening day. Oh, we're going to look so cool, super manly, Kiri said, as you all stood around to do a little practice run on what would happen on the day. I can't wait to get into my waiter dress. It's going to look stupid cute, that's what. You heard Bakugo think, and you looked at him right when he looked at you. Don't you dare say anything out loud, you thought stalker, he added, and you sat back and smirked at him and then winked, which made him blush with embarrassment, but he didn't say anything else.
Okay, everyone, Momo called. Please take a seat, everyone. We will let Yin and Tokoyami have a practice run on working out how to read your minds to take orders, she said.
Momo, you asked, is there a way that we could get, hidden earpieces and mics or something so that Tokoyami and I can communicate? And also I need a piece to talk to you in the kitchen too, you added.
Oh, yes, she said. Sorry, I was supposed to make them last night, but give me a second, she said, opening the front of her uniform and quickly creating a mic and headset for you to use, one for Tokoyami to use, and one for her to use. Here, she then added, handing them to you and Tokoyami.
Thanks, you replied. This will be good to mess with them a little, you said, turning to Tokoyami. If someone's tossing up between 2 items, I'll send you over to walk past and whisper one of them as a suggestion, just to really freak them out, he said with a chuckle. It just adds a little something extra. He nodded. I agree, he added. And then I'll need to relay it to you too, you then said to Momo. This needs to be seamless so that it keeps the magic alive, right?
This is going to be amazing, Momo gushed as she put the earpiece in. Okay, places, everyone.
You walked over and got into a hollowed out black pillar that had been placed in the corner of the room. This was going to serve as your hiding spot, and there was going to be a small panel that had a cutout and was covered in a one-way mesh so that you could see out, but others couldn't see in to see you, and you took your seat in there and then spoke into your headset. Mother Goose, ready to go, you said. There was silence on the line, and then Momo spoke.
Am I Mother Goose? She asked.
I think you are, Tokoyami replied. I do not think that I suit Mother Goose. You're Food Ripper, you said to Tokoyami, and you could feel the static in his pause. May I request a different name? He asked. Okay, fine, you can be Dark Lord, you said, and he brightened immediately. Yes, he replied. I am Dark Lord. You grinned, but tried not to laugh. He was such an easy guy to read, and then easy to please too. Okay, give them the all clear to start, you said to Momo. I think this is a good time to establish which tables will be served first, you added. Table 1 was seated first, so I'm going to focus on them for their orders first, yeah?
Okay, practice run, table 1, go, Momo said, and Tokoyami turned and walked over towards the table 1, surfing around it with his scythe in hand and his other hand stretched out as he walked, as if he were feeling for the energies around the table. The pretend patrons on the table were Eureka, Jirou, and Denki, and you could hear Denki thinking as he looked down at the menu.
I hope we get to eat some of this on the day too, he thought as he looked down at the menu. All of this looks amazing. Ayo, Dark Lord, we got an indecision from the guy with blonde hair, you said, meaning Denki, but practicing using other descriptors, since on the day you wouldn't know the names of the people eating there. You saw Tokoyami nod, and he slowly walked around the table to Denki. Make your decision before it's too late, he said in a low voice. You snorted softly with amusement. It's an aggressive approach, but I like it, you chuckled softly. Yeah, Denki said out loud, then thought in his mind again. The mini slider burger looks good. He's thinking burgers, you said into the mic, and both Tokoyami and Momo heard you.
Blonde on table 1, sliders, Momo said, and Tokoyami walked past Denki again.
A great choice, he said as he walked on. Wait, but I didn't say anything, Denki said with confusion. You're not supposed to, remember? Jirou said to him. You're just supposed to think about it in your mind. Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot, he said sheepishly, and you shook your head. I wonder how many people are going to try and flag someone down to order on the day, you asked into the mic. We might need to keep reminding people to just request in their mind but be decisive. Once they've decided, they can't just keep switching back and forth between thoughts.
Have the people on the door remind them, and also, when we print the real menus, have it written on the top, and we might also need to have printouts on the wall too. People need constant reminding. Thank you, Yin. Noted, Momo said into the mic. We have an impatient orderer here, you commented, when you could hear Bakugo talking roughly in his mind. Mini cupcakes, he said. I want them. Dark Lord, can you surf over to table 4 and tell the spiky blonde that he better pipe down and wait his turn? He's trying to order ahead of time, you said, and Tokoyami then turned and headed over to Bakugo on table 4. Take heed that your impatience will cost you, he said ominously before walking off, still with scythe in hand. The shocked look on Bakugo's face was priceless, and you had to stop yourself from laughing. This is going to be a very interesting day, you commented into the mic. Also, we need the table numbers to be a little bit higher because whenever Shoji leans over a little, I can't see the table number, so that might slow down the ordering if I can't see what table number everyone's on. Noted, Momo replied. You practiced for a little longer and ironed out more kinks, but by the end of the practice class, you felt like you had it down pat. Okay, now we just got to get to the day and we'll be set, you said to Momo as you handed back your headpiece and mic back to her. Everything is coming together nicely, she said excitedly. Not long now. And so that's exactly what happened. It indeed wasn't long at all. In fact, the day arrived before you knew it, and suddenly it was the night beforehand and you were in the kitchen with your girls. Are you going to sleep tonight? Jirou asked you as you and her cuddled on the lounge while Momo made you all coffees in the kitchen behind you both. Well, I'm not going to get a lot of sleep on purpose, you said. I need my quirk to be peaking a little, but I also don't want it to go into overdrive, so maybe I'll get about 4 to 5 hours of sleep. That seems to be my sweet spot, you said, as you bent your head down to the top of hers and kissed her on the head. She smiled and tilted her head back to you, and you craned your head over hers and then kissed her on the lips, just as Momo was carrying over the 3 mugs of coffee on a tray. She looked up as she rounded the lounge chairs and saw you kiss, just as she was coming over, and she blushed heavily. Oh, I've never seen them kiss like that before, she thought, as she finished the last of her trip, and you heard her and looked up at her as she came over. You watched her facial expressions, but she didn't seem to be upset or anything. If anything, she appeared to be curiously aroused by it, and you looked at her blushing cheeks. Come here, baby, you said invitingly to her, lidding your eyes as she got closer. She kept that blush on her cheeks as she gently placed the trays down on the table beside the lounge and then came over to you. You tilted your head to the side so that she could lean down, and then you pressed your lips to hers. Because Jirou was laying in your lap, she was very close to the action and looked up to see you both kissing, her inner thoughts sharing with you her true thoughts. That's hot. I wish I could also be in on that kiss, she thought. You didn't say anything, you just had the same thoughts as her, but you had told Momo that you weren't going to push her into anything she wasn't ready for, and so were determined to keep to your promise, but you hoped that one day you would all be able to be like this together. After finishing the kiss, you then sat Jirou up and scooted around so that you could all sit on the lounge side by side and enjoy your coffees while chatting about the upcoming day. Everything all set now, Momo? You asked her as you took a sip of coffee. Yes, I'm pretty sure everything is set, she said. The boys look so good in their waiter dresses, you said with a small chuckle. I only got glimpses, but the inner thoughts I heard were wild. And the girls' waiter outfits, Jirou added. Yeah, man, you guys looked hot as heck. We're going to turn so many people tomorrow, you joked. What's your outfit, Yin? Jirou then asked you as she took another sip of coffee. I still don't know, you said, throwing Momo a glance. I've been told I can't see it until tomorrow, so I'm absolutely screwed if Momo has tricked me. I've told you I'm not tricking you, Momo said defensively. I've worked really hard on this one, so I hope you like it. You leaned over and gave her a kiss on the cheek. I will, I know I will, you said with a loving smile. I can't wait for tomorrow. You all chatted until the coffee had been drunk, and then Momo yawned. Okay, time for you ladies to be up and off to bed, you said. We have a huge day tomorrow, and I'm not going to be the reason for your falling asleep on the job, so off to bed you go. When are you coming to bed, Yin? Momo asked. I'll stay out for an hour or two, and then I'll come to bed, you said. I was just saying to Kyoka that I want my quirk to be on its game tomorrow, so I need a little left sleep. Okay, Momo said as she stood up, and then offered to take your and Jirou's mugs. But don't stay up all night. Yes, Mum, you joked, smiling as Jirou got up as well. I'm going to go now too, she said. Yeah, sleep well, babe, you said to her, taking her hand in yours and then squeezing it and then pressing the back of it to your lips to give it a kiss, and then you let her go. Night, Yin, she said as she turned to leave. I'll just wash these up and then I'll go too, Momo said as she walked with Jirou over to the kitchen sink. Sleep well, Momo, Jirou said as she went to leave. Oh, you too, Kyoka. Wait, let me give you a hug, Momo said, reaching out to Jirou, and the shorter girl stepped over and they embraced for a second, and then Jirou pulled back, gave Momo a smile before leaving the room. You watched from the corner of your eye and smirked at the interaction. Well, that was interesting, you thought. Momo has never hugged her like that before. You kept your thoughts to yourself, though, and pulled your phone from your pocket to start doom-scrolling, but Momo's inner thoughts caught you before you could get started. Hey, Yin? She asked in her mind. Yeah, baby? You asked out loud, not looking up at her as she started washing the coffee mugs. I was watching you kiss Kyoka, she said in her mind. Yeah? You asked idly, pausing in your scrolling but not looking up at her just yet. I liked that, she said in her mind. You looked up at her. She was blushing but was refusing to look at you as she kept washing the mugs before her. Did you? You finally asked. Did you want to join? She said in her mind. I'm not so sure just yet, but I'll definitely think about it, she thought. I'd be more than happy to have you join, you said reassuringly to her. Nothing better than everyone being involved. She just nodded her head, and you smiled and then looked back down at your phone. Well, that's some serious progress, you thought. After Momo had finished washing the mugs and said goodbye to you, she left, and you figured that she needed a little time alone to think about whatever it was that she wanted to think about, and you just wanted to catch some downtime before the big day tomorrow. You set a timer on your phone so that you wouldn't stay up too late, and then sat there and scrolled through memes and videos until your timer went off, and then you got up to go to bed. Man, it's going to be an awesome day tomorrow, you thought as you snuck into your and Momo's room and then stripped off and just kept your shorts on. It was getting much hotter these days, and sleeping in just your boxer shorts was the way things were done for this time of year. It just felt right. And so the next morning, you woke to Momo's hand on your stomach and her head tucked into the crook of your arm, and you stifled a yawn as you stretched and then wrapped your arms around her, feeling her soft breath on your skin. What a way to wake up, you thought, as you checked your watch and then looked down. You looked down just as Momo started to wake up, and she slowly opened her eyes and then blinked and focused on your body. Oh my, Yin, I'm so sorry, she gasped in her morning voice. I didn't realize that you had no top on. Don't be silly, you chuckled. You've seen me in less. She blushed and you wrapped your arms around her and then dragged her on top of you. Let me have a lovely morning wake-up call before all hell breaks loose and I accidentally order 14 coffees to table 5, you joked. Oh, you will be just fine today, Momo said as she bent her head down to give you a kiss. I believe in you. At least someone does, you replied with a smile. But no, I'm actually really excited for today. I am too, Momo said. We're going to win this. I just know it. If we don't win in budget, we'll win for overall success and numbers, she said. We always do things plus ultra here. You know what else is plus ultra? You asked her. What? She asked innocently. This, you said, smacking her on the backside. Oh, Yin, you're terrible, she giggled, giving you another kiss before rolling back the other way, and you rolled with her so that you were now on top. After a good breakfast, you left Hyatt's alliance with Jirou and Momo and joined the rest of your class as you all headed across the grass to UA. It was only 7 a.m, but the place was already alive with activity. Other classes were already setting up their signs and food vendors were parked out the front, and you all quickly walked to your classroom to start setting up as well. As expected, Momo and Ida already had a minute-by-minute setup plan, and so the plan was set in motion as soon as the clock hit 7 a.m. Tables and chairs, Ida said. 7:05 a.m. We need 4 people to help set them out. On it, Kiri called happily. I'll help, Shoji called as well, and you grinned at him. We'll be well ahead of schedule if he helps, you thought. Do be careful, Ida cautioned Kiri as the bright red head passed him. You are going to be one of the waitresses today. It would be most upsetting if you hurt yourself. You had to look away at that point to stop from laughing. It sounds so funny, one man telling another man to be careful so that they won't be hurt before they put on stockings and heels. You giggled internally. Food prep, also 7:05 a.m, Ida called. Kitchen staff and kitchen hands, please report to the kitchen area to food prep. Thank you. Man, we're going to be set up in no time, you thought, watching the kitchen people make their way to the kitchen area. Yin, Ida then called out to you.
I see you are just standing there. Could I please get you to set up the sign out the front of the cafe today? Oh, yeah, sure, you replied with a smile. Where are the signs? You asked, looking around. By the classroom door, Ida said, gesturing towards the 2 A-frame signs by the door. Please place them in visible areas. Yeah, no worries, you said as you walked over. A-frame to be put out 7:07 a.m. You heard Ida think. Check. He also thought, bro really has it minute by minute, you thought as you picked up the signs and walked out of the room. Everyone was put to work, and when you came back inside, the setup seemed to be almost done. Okay, my waitresses and waiters, as well as Yin and Tokoyami, Momo called. Please come to the storeroom so I can help you get changed into your uniforms for the day. I will call the mascot later, she then added quickly on the end. All of the above called came forth and followed Momo into the storeroom, but none so eagerly as Tokoyami, who couldn't wait to get into his outfit for the day. The day has come, you heard him think excitedly. Yeah, the day has come. I still don't know what my uniform is, though, you wondered, waiting patiently and watching all of those ahead as they got their outfits and went into some makeshift change rooms to get their clothes on. You could hear lots of different inner thoughts that day, and everyone appeared to be super happy with their outfits, which was nice. Kiri was definitely one of those who was excited to be in his outfit, and he stepped out of the change room after getting into his dress, and you almost had a nosebleed as he stepped out. He looked so friggin' adorable, and you had to agree with what Bakugo had thought earlier, and that was Kiri having the potential to look stupid cute. Damn, bro, you said excitedly when Kiri walked over to you. You look hot as hell, man. Good job. Oh, do I? Oh, cool. Thanks, Yin, he said happily. Red really is your colour, you added with an approving head nod. Give us a spin. Kiri did so, and his dark red pinafore flared slightly as he turned, showing his knee-high white stockings underneath and his cute little kitten heel shoes as they shone a deep black, showing as he turned. Amazing, you clapped. Stunning, super manly. Oh, I feel so good, Kiri said, and then the sound of the next change room door opening graced your ears, and out stepped Bakugo in a deep magenta purple pinafore with white undershirt, and you nearly fell over again. Bro, how are you guys looking so hot? Please stop, you said honestly, but Bakugo only had eyes for Kiri at that point, so you listened in to hear what he was thinking. He does look stupid cute in red. I knew it, he thought, then he looked at you. And you shut up too. You look stupid cute in purple, you commented, and Kiri jumped in to agree as well. Oh yeah, he does. Bakugo looks amazing in anything, but I do like the purple magenta. It's like Crimson Riot's colours, he said. And then the third change room door opened, and Denki stepped out in cyan. Hey yo, Riz Apprentice, looking hot there, sir, you said with a chuckle. Yeah, this colour is sick, Denki said as he walked over, his ruffled white sleeves making him look very soft. We're missing one. Where's Ayama? You asked. Hey, croissant! Bakugo shouted. Oui? Ayama called from inside stall 4. Get out here! Bakugo shouted. I'm just fixing my hair, he called brightly. That doesn't surprise me, you thought. Don't worry about straightening it. We know you're not straight, you called, and Denki covered his mouth and nose to stop from laughing. I'm surprised you got that, you said to Denki with an amused look on your face. Yeah, I'm all over that side of TikTok, Denki said, and you grinned. Hey, you chuckled, fist-bumping him. How is everyone going? Momo asked as she bustled around. Where's Tokoyami? And Yin, you need to get into your outfit, she said. Oh, can I get into mine now? You asked with surprise. I've been waiting for the green light. Where is it? Oh, wait, I'll get it for you, she said, running back to the rack to pull off one more clothing item that was zipped up in plastic covering. She came back and handed it to you, and you took it and turned to the change room ahead of you. Here goes, you thought as you stepped in, closing the door, and then you hung it on the hanger inside the room and reached for the zip to pull it down. As you pulled the zip, you saw inside was a black and grey suit. The fabric was very eye-catching and had darker embellishments mixed into the fabric, and as you pulled the plastic covering off and tilted the suit against the light, you could see the embellishments with a plus ultra symbol, and you smiled. That's a cool touch, you thought, as you went to pull the suit down to see how to put it on, and then you saw it was a 3-piece suit, and you pulled an impressed face. Actually, this is pretty cool. You pulled the outer coat off and then got the shirt and took your own off so that you could put the new shirt on, and noticed that it had quite a plunging neckline, and you pulled it flat against your chest. Nice touch, having the plunging neckline. It shows off my chest, but you really can't see my boobs. I actually thought look more masc in this, you thought, as you looked down to admire it. What do you think, Yin? Momo called to you, nervous to hear your thoughts. I'll show you in a sec, you replied with a smirk as you took your pants off and pulled the suit pants on. Oh, these are comfy, you thought as you moved around in them and stretched to see their limits. Oh, I really hope she likes it, you heard Momo think, and you hurried to put the other pieces on and then check yourself out in the mirror and then turned to the door and stepped out. All eyes were on you as you exited the change room, and Momo blushed when she saw you. This is pretty sick, you said to Momo as you put your hands into the pockets and grinned at her. I love the embellishments of the plus ultra in the fabric. And I love the dark grey vest as well as the dark red and gold accents that tied in with Tokoyami's outfit. They're really awesome touches, you said. Oh, you noticed everything, Momo said as she clapped her hands together. Yin, you look so manly, Kiri gushed as he stared at you. Thanks, bro, you replied with a grin. Then you turned to Momo. You've outdone yourself, Momo. This is extremely well done. I'm very impressed. Just then the girls walked in to get changed into their male waiter outfits, and Jirou stopped and stared when she saw you. Oh, damn, you heard her inner thoughts. Yin looks so hot. You turned to her and then turned your head to the side a little and smirked at her from the corner of your eye. Oh, really? You asked, feeling yourself in the suit. You knew it was working for you, so you were going to flaunt it while you had it. Yeah, we can thank Momo for this, you said to her, giving her a grin as you pushed your hands deeper into your pockets and then shrugged your shoulders forwards. It looks amazing, Jirou said out loud with a blush. Holy heck, Yin! You look so good! Mina gasped as she suddenly arrived on scene. Momo, you really outdid yourself, didn't you? She gushed, rushing over to you to check you out from up close. Oh, I love the black embellishments, Mina said when she spotted them. Are they the plus ultra symbol? Yeah, they are, aren't they? You asked Momo, who was just looking at you with a light blush on her cheeks. Momo? You asked again. Her head was empty, no thoughts, but the way she was looking at you was screaming volumes. Oh, I'm so sorry, Momo said. Sorry, what was that? The embellishments. They're the plus ultra symbol, aren't they? You asked again. Oh, yes, they are, Momo said with a smile. I just felt that was right. Super amazing plus ultra choice, Mina said excitedly. I definitely approve. Okay. Well, girls, it's time for you to get into your suits too now, Momo said, clapping her hands before walking to the rack to pass the girls their suits. Who had dark red? She asked. That's me, Mina said brightly, raising her hand. Okay, and yellow? She then asked. Yellow is me, Hagakure said happily, waving her sleeve. Wonderful. And Jirou, you were cyan? She then asked, lifting off the suit with the cyan tie to hand to Jirou, who nodded and took it, and then she reached back to grab the purple magenta one that would be Asui's. The change rooms were getting very busy by now, since the boys were still standing there chatting and looking at each other's outfits, and Tokoyami stepped forwards to get his outfit too. Oh, Tokoyami, Momo greeted him. You might need to wait for a second, since all the stalls are being used at the moment. That is fine, he replied, standing there and waiting patiently. Hey, check it, you said, turning to him. This is my fit. He just looked at you and nodded. Not as cool as my outfit, he thought, and you smirked. I know, he replied, but not everyone can play Dark Lord. He looked at you and then closed his eyes and looked down. Apologies, Yin. I forgot that you could read minds, he said. You chuckled. You're fine. I must concede, though, your outfit is sick as, you said. He nodded. While you waited, the boys moved out of the change room area, and as soon as it all went quiet, Ayama suddenly stepped out, acting like he was doing a grand entrance. Oh, hey, you chuckled. Bit late for a grand entrance, isn't it? Fashionably late, he said flamboyantly. It's beyond that now, you chuckled. You look fabulous, Yin, he suddenly said, stopping to look at you. Thanks. But not as fabulous as me, he then added, and you had to laugh. He got you with that one. Touché, you got me, you laughed. He struck another flamboyant pose before Ida came in to find him. Ayama, we need you out in the cafe for a debriefing, he said, and Ayama left in as much style as he could muster. Don't miss me too much, he called as he sauntered out of the change room area. Wow, you said under your breath while you shook your head. Amazing. Jirou was the first to come out of the change room area after changing, and you wolf whistled at her as she stepped out, following your wolf whistle with another one as Mina came stepping out as well. Look at these suits! And this, babe, you said as you walked over and wrapped an arm over Jirou's shoulders. I want to leave with this one. I want to leave with her too, Mina said playfully, coming over to join in.
You waited on the other girls to exit the change rooms as well, and complimented them too, while Tokoyami was getting ready, and then he exited and you all praised Momo once again for his outfit, and then it was back into the cafe area that had been set up by the runner team, while you, the boys, the girls and Tokoyami were all getting dressed. It was only after everyone had gotten changed that Mineta was allowed to go in and get his mascot outfit on, and then Ida called everyone together for one last pep talk before the day would start. "It is now 7:55 a.m., he said smartly. "The cafe is due to open its doors at 8 a.m. sharp. I firstly would like to compliment everyone on looking so good." "Thanks, Momo, for her quirk for these amazing outfits," you called from the back, and Ida quickly corrected himself. Yes, of course. Thank you, Momo, for your hard work," he said. "3 cheers," you shouted, leading the charge. "Hip hip! Hooray! 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 Hooray!" the class screamed in unison in return. "Hip hip!" you called again. "Hooray! Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!" they all replied. "Hip hip!" you called for the final time. "Hooray! Hooray! 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 Hooray!" they shouted back to you, and then everyone broke out in a loud, thunderous clapping, and it kind of stole the rug right from under Ida, so much so that he just smiled and then finished with his final charge. "We all know what we need to do today," he said. "Let's give it our best plus ultra yet." "Yeah!" you shouted, getting everyone else on board with your cry. As everyone broke to get into positions, you and Tokoyami put your headpieces on, and same with Momo, and then you headed to your hiding place to get ready for your first customers. Tokoyami, wanting to enter mysteriously, hid as well. A last-minute idea that had been thrown in was what if his entry into the cafe for the first time was through a haze of smoke. So Momo made a smoke machine from her quirk, and it had been set up in the corner of the cafe in front of where he would come out, so that he would appear from within the midst of it. The scene was now set. "How are we looking?" you asked Momo in the headset as she hid close to the doorway of the classroom, listening to the welcoming party inviting people inside. "All good," she replied softly. "We have a table of 4 girls wanting to come in." "Awesome," you replied. "Dark Lord, you want to wait until we have at least 2 tables seated before showing yourself?" "Yes," he replied. "The more the patrons see the Lord of Darkness himself, the better," he thought, and you smirked as you watched out through the mesh. Just then you heard the voices and inner thoughts of the first 4 girls as they walked in, and they were walked to table 1 by Ida himself. "Please take a seat, ladies," he said politely. "The male waitresses will be out shortly to bring you your menus, and then please remember to make your orders in your mind. Spoken orders will not be taken," he said before bowing and leaving the girls there. "Oh gosh, I'm so excited. I wonder how they're going to do the internal ordering," one girl asked, looking around the empty cafe. "I wonder if someone is hiding and watching us," she wondered as she slowly scanned every space. Just then Bakugo walked out in his purple magenta pinafore and marched over to the girls, his snatched waist and bulging biceps making him a striking look. "Here are your menus," he grumbled, roughly handing the menus to the girls, who all took them quietly, staring at him in awe. May I please order?" one girl asked. "Don't ask me, you extra. Order in your mind," he barked, before turning around and marching off. 2 of the other girls laughed at his rough treatment of their friend, and the one that he had spoken to looked surprised and low-key offended. Okay, she said. Then she spoke in her mind. "Okay, I'm making my order now," she said as she looked down at the menu. "I would like tomato and cheese mini sandwiches, risotto balls, mini quiche, and mini cupcakes for my high tea, and a spearmint tea," she thought. "Mother Goose, grab your pen. Here's the first order," you said quickly into the headpiece. "Tomato and cheese mini sandwiches, risotto balls, mini quiche, mini cupcakes, and spearmint tea. Got it?" you asked. "Oh, yes, okay, got it," Momo replied, and you could hear her writing it down. "Is this even gonna work?" the girl who had just ordered asked her friends out loud. "I don't know, but the grumpy waiter, sir, was hot as," another giggled. "Bring him back again." "Yin, we have the spearmint tea ready," Momo said into the headpiece. "Okay, awesome. It's for the blonde with ponytail on table 1, red shirt," you said. "Understood," Momo replied. "Sending Denki out with the order now," she replied. Just then you saw another group of people being walked in, and you saw them get sat at table 2. "Ayo, Dark Lord, you ready for your entrance soon? I'm going to need some crowd control," you said to him. "The time is now,"
he replied, and you grinned. Hit it, let's go, you said into the mic. As soon as you said, let's go, you heard the hissing sound of the smoke machine kicking into top gear, and you swiveled your head and looked out the mesh window again and looked to your right. There on the floor was a whole heap of mist gathering, and there was a sudden pause in the happenings in the room as everyone stopped to watch what was going on. The mist rose slowly, and you could hear the murmurs of the small crowd in the room as well as all of the detailed inner thoughts of those around you outside your hiding spot. What's going on? What is this? Is this supposed to happen? Is this the reveal of who's doing the mind-reading orders? Guy or girl, NB Pearl, guy or girl or NB Pearl, guy or girl or NB Pearl, guy or girl or NB Pearl. You smirked as you looked around the room and then back to the mist that had risen a fair way up by now. I think that's good, Dark Lord. Step through, you said into your mic. Just then, from within the swirling white mist, a dark cloaked figure stepped out, the wide hood hanging low over the newcomer's face so they just looked like a moving coat. All in this room are under my spell, Tokoyami said cryptically as he stepped out of the mist and then raised his scythe up to hold it over everyone's heads. There was some awestruck murmurs, but mostly everyone was querying this person in their mind. Is this the mind reader? Whoa, that's a super cool outfit. Wow, props to whoever made the props, that scythe looks amazing. You grinned and then looked over to table 1, seeing Denki emerge from the kitchen area carrying a cup of spearmint tea very, very carefully, both hands on the cup and saucers, and his eyes glued to it while he chanted internally. Not a drop, not a drop, do not spill a drop, you heard him coaching himself. Heads up, Dark Lord, spearmint tea delivery to table 1, chick in the red shirt, he said. Tell her tea cometh, or something like that. Just then Tokoyami held up his scythe and pointed it in the direction of table 1. Lady in red, he called, your tea approaches you. She looked at him and then looked behind herself and saw Denki doing his absolute best to deliver the tea without spilling it, and she grinned. Oh, he must be the mind reader, she said out loud as she reached out to take the tea from Denki's hands. Oh, thanks, he said gratefully. Man, how do you girls walk in heels? I'm like a deer on ice, he added. You're doing so well, cutie, she said happily, setting her cup down in front of her. All you boys are so cute in your dresses. I love a man who can do both. Whoa, girlie, shoot your shot, you chuckled internally. Come on, Riz Apprentice, do your thing. Oh, hey, thanks, Denki said as he lidded his eyes and ran a hand through his hair. Why don't you show me what you can do in heels, hey? We could go on a date together in our heels. Oh, you're so funny, the girl laughed. I'll think about it. Mother Goose, I think you need to drag your waitress in the cyan dress back into the kitchen. He's already trying to woo the customers. You chuckled into the headset. Oh my, thank you. I'll send Bakugo out, Momo replied. Oh Lord, I don't know if that's the best idea, you chuckled. Just then, someone on table 2 announced that they wanted to order in their mind, so you got back to work. Dark Lord, incoming order from table 2, green-haired girl, pink glasses, you said. He nodded and turned to walk over to her. May I please have the black tea with 1 sugar and a dash of milk to start? I'm yet to look over the menu for my high tea choices, she said in her mind. Okay, black tea, 1 sugar, and dash of milk, you said into the mic. Got that, Mother Goose? Got it, she replied. A solid first choice, Tokoyami said as he surfed past her. She looked up at him and was about to ask what he meant, but then stopped. Oh, the mind reader, she thought, smiling at him. He nodded his head, hidden beneath his wide hood, and then kept on, walking ominously around the tables and keeping everyone occupied. One by one the tables filled up, and you really had your hands full trying to keep up with the orders and relay information. The morning flew by, and before you knew it, you had been at it for a number of hours now. Yen, Ida wants to know if you need a break. Your quirk has been on for 4 hours now. How are you feeling? Momo asked into the headset. You were sweating bullets inside your little hidden spot, and although it wasn't hot in there, you certainly felt the internal heat from the quirk overuse. Yeah, I'm a little burnt out, you admitted. It's not hot in here, but I'm sweating up a storm, and I think it's just from my quirk being used so much. Oh dear, Momo fretted. I'm okay, I promise, but yeah, if I could catch a small half-hour break, that'd be amazing. Even have some food? You asked. Oh yes, of course, I'll tell Ida to close the cafe for 1 hour, and we'll move the patrons out as soon as we can, Momo said earnestly. Momo, Tokoyami interjected. We could use the smoke machine to get Yin out of her hidden spot, and I'll also disappear into the mist too, he said. That way she can rest, and I can have a break too. Just have the male waitresses walk around and move the patrons on, telling them that there will be no more ordering since the person reading minds has gone on break. That will make sense too, since I will have disappeared, he said.
Oh, that's fantastic thinking, Momo gushed on the line. Wonderful. Okay, let me relay the information to Ida, and we'll see to it that it's done as promptly as possible.
Great, you said, still listening intently to everyone around you. You had gotten very good at pinpointing voices now, and could easily identify distance and who was speaking, so this had been a great training exercise for you after all.
Okay,
Momo said into the headpiece after talking to Ida.
Ida has placed a closed for lunch sign out the front of the classroom and is telling people to come back in an hour. He said this place has gained amazing popularity from everyone talking about it, so there was quite a queue out there.
Well, just judging by the sheer amount of people in here, that doesn't surprise me, you replied. It's been buzzing since we opened. Just then Ida walked into the classroom to make the announcement that the staff would be going on break, and Tokoyami took that as the cue to turn the smoke machine on. While Ida finished up talking about everyone going on break, smoke filled the cafe, and once he had stopped talking, Tokoyami started his exiting monologue. As the mist rose, he said, raising his scythe above himself, the Dark Lord, mysterious and powerful, backed away, promising to return once the prophecy had been fulfilled. Once he spoke his poetic, archaic lines, you quickly ducked out of your hiding place and disappeared into the storeroom out the back, under the cover of the mist and smoke, and was met in there by Momo.
Oh, Yin, you did so well,
she gushed as she wrapped her arms around you.
Oh my, you really are sweaty.
Yeah, you chuckled, wiping the sweat from your brow. Sorry about that.
Oh, don't apologise. You rest here and I'll bring you some tea and food, she said. We have plenty, so don't worry.
Okay, thank you, you said as you sat down and rested your head back against the wall behind you, switching your quirk off and just staring up at the ceiling while you listened to the faint mumble and chatter of the remaining customers on the other side of the wall of the storeroom. Wow, you thought, this has been more of a success than I thought, and so far no one's guessed that it's me. They all think it's Tokoyami. Just then Tokoyami walked into the room and closed the door behind himself and lifted the wide hood that covered most of his face. Hey, well done out there, you said in a tired voice as you held up a fist out to bump him. Everyone thinks it's you reading their mind orders. He nodded. I've been having a good time, he said, and you smirked. Yeah, I know, you thought. Just then Momo came back into the room carrying a tray of food and drink, and your tired, famished self groaned with delight. Gimme, you whined, reaching out like you were trying to grab onto the last remaining ledge to save yourself from falling off one of MLB's dangerous cliffhangers.
Here, Yin and Tokoyami, Momo said as she sat the tray down on the table closest to you. Please eat. You've both done so well today.
Why, thank you. I'm not even going to argue with that, you said with a chuckle as you reached out and took some food with your free hand. Tokoyami too enjoyed some food, although he hadn't been using his quirk. Walking around and playing the part of the supposed mind reader had really helped him work up an appetite. How's everything going in the kitchen? You asked Momo through a mouthful as you shoved food down your throat.
Very well, she said with a smile. We have plenty of food supplies left, and I think we should be okay till the end of today. We decided that whatever is left over will be set out for the class to eat after the day is done.
Oh, that's very kind of you, he said gratefully. It's been a big day so far. So everyone's going to be tired and hungry again by then.
Yeah, that's what we thought too, Momo said. Anyway, I need to make sure everything is still running well out there, and I'll come back and check on you later, she said with a smile, and then turned and smiled at Tokoyami. You've been doing a splendid job, she said to him. Everyone believes it's you reading their minds, she giggled.
Tokoyami lowered his head and closed his eyes. As long as it benefits the class, he said humbly. You know, you're welcome to actually have my quirk if you want, you offered cheekily. I'm fine with Dark Shadow, he said. I'd love to have a shadow monster as my quirk. How cool, you commented. Tokoyami looked at you. Well, I guess I've always had Dark Shadow, so I know no different, he commented. You went to reply to that, but then the boys in their waitress dresses walked in, and you looked up. Oh, hey there, pretty boys. How's the morning been? You asked. Annoying, Bakugo grumped. You know what, though? All the girls out there have been loving you, Bakugo, you said with a chuckle. The inner thoughts have been insane. What have they been saying about me?
Denki asked, sliding over to talk now that you were spilling inner thought secrets. Literally, they've loved all of you, you chuckled. Loved Kiri in his red dress, Bakugo in his purple magenta one, you in your cyan, and Ayama in his yellow. It's been a hit, you added emphatically. What about the girls in their waiter outfits? Kiri asked excitedly. Well, let's just say there are more lesbians in this school than I realised, you chuckled. There are a lot of girls looking at my girl Jirou. Just then, as if summoned, Jirou and the other waiter girls walked in together, still looking slick in their suits. Well, you chuckled with a smirk. I said her name and now she's here, you said, giving Jirou a smile. What happened? Jirou asked as she walked over. We were just talking about the inner thoughts of those in the cafe and what their thoughts were on the outfits and the staff, you said. The boys in their dresses were a hit, and same with you girls in your 8 outfits. I feel so cool in mine, Mina said, striking a pose. I wish I could take mine home, you heard Kiri think, and you smirked to yourself but didn't say anything. Bro was really feeling himself there. Conversation continued, and then Mina brought up some of the funny things that had happened while she was out there waitering, and you listened with a grin as she retold the story of Tokoyami saying some cryptic things while passing one of the more quiet girls on the table. I would make that choice too, Mina said, retelling what Tokoyami had said and that he had sauntered past this girl. The look on her face was hilarious, she laughed. Honestly, everyone thinks it's you with the mind-reading quirk, she said to him. He just nodded. I'm just happy I get to wear this outfit, he thought. You smirked to yourself again. After eating and chatting with everyone, it was time to reset and head back out into the fray, and you slipped into your hiding spot and waited for the cafe to reopen again. It was decided to do the grand entrance for Tokoyami again, through the mist, since he really enjoyed it the first time around, and everyone in the cafe thought it was cool too. Okay, we got customers, you said into the mic when you saw more people walking in, and as soon as the second lot of people were brought in, you called on Dark Lord to show himself. Okay, Dark Lord, do your thing, you said, and you heard the smoke machine whir to life as it started hissing out mist to cover his entry point until he decided to step through it. As you waited, you noticed one of the customers must have been a mother of someone at the school, and she had brought her young daughter with her to enjoy the day. The little girl looked to be about 4 or 5 years old and was just staring straight at you in your hiding spot. Surely she can't see me, you thought, sitting very still just in case she could see movement through the mesh panel. Yes, I can, the girl replied, and you froze. Oh, we've got a problem here, you thought, and she lifted her hand to point in your direction. There's someone in there, she said loudly. I can hear them. Momo, you whispered into the headset. We've got a real problem here. There's a girl with a mind-reading quirk and she's spotted me. Thankfully, everyone's very preoccupied by Tokoyami's entrance, but we might need to have a word with the mum so the girl doesn't blow my cover, you said. Then you switched to talking in your mind to try and ask the girl if she wouldn't mind being quiet about your location. Hey, you said in your mind, I'm doing a special job today and I think we have the same quirk. You can read minds, right? You asked her. She nodded. I can read minds too, but it's funny that I can't read your mind. Are you thinking anything right now? You asked her in your mind. No, she replied out loud, and her mother looked down at her to see who she was talking to. Panicked, you kept talking. Okay, I need you to help me today, okay? You asked her. Because this is my special job, no one can know I'm here, okay? Do you think you can not tell anyone that I'm here? You asked her. But I know you're there, she said out loud, and her mum looked down at her again, her little voice being heard better since it had gone quiet now that Tokoyami had made his entrance into the room and was now walking around the cafe looking cool. Who are you talking to? The mother asked the daughter. The person in there, the girl said, pointing directly to your hiding spot. Momo, mayday, mayday, you hissed into the mic. Lady on table 3 with the little girl, move 'em on quick. Okay, Yin, give me a second, Momo said, obviously trying to help in the kitchen first before attending to you. Get Ida or something, you hissed. What? The mum asked, looking at your hiding spot where her daughter had pointed to you. There's someone in there, I'm talking to them, the little girl said again. Dark Lord, intercept, you hissed into the mic. Mum and girl on table 3, make sure the little girl doesn't come over here, you said. Tokoyami quickly turned and walked over to get between your spot and table 3 and then turned to face off with the mum and girl. I'll show you, the little girl said, getting off her chair and intending to come around and point you out, but Tokoyami was already in the way and raised his scythe and opened his arm so his cloak billowed out. Return, he said strongly to the little girl, but she was determined and went to walk around him. Just then Ida came running in and saw the girl was trying to get around Tokoyami to get to your hiding spot, and then he ran over. But Tokoyami had decided to use Dark Shadow as another distraction, and it worked, his shadow monster coming out right as the girl was trying to get around him, and she froze. Excuse me, ma'am, Ida said quickly to the lady, who had now stood up and was trying to call her daughter back. May I have a word? We need to talk to you and your daughter outside, he said in a hushed voice as possible. The mum stammered, not knowing what to do now that this ominous man was before her daughter with some kind of shadow monster coming out of his middle. Does he have 2 quirks? Someone asked out loud. The cafe had kind of fallen apart at that point, but thankfully Ida managed to get everything back under control and got the mum and daughter to come with him outside, and you breathed a sigh of relief the second they left. Oh man, you sighed into the headset. That was close. I didn't expect there to be anyone else here who had the same quirk as me, you said with an almost chuckle. We had been doing so well. It's okay now, Tokoyami said. The Dark Lord saves the day. The Dark Lord does indeed save the day, and I thank the Dark Lord from the bottom of my heart, you said with a chuckle. But now you got people doubly confused since they've now seen Dark Shadow, so they think you have multiple quirks. That is fine, he replied, but for now, I must focus. Is anyone ordering? He asked you. Oh, oops, he said quickly. Let me check. Sorry, I got so spooked by that kid I forgot to keep an ear out. Do you mind surfing around and asking if anyone needs anything and remind them to make the orders in their minds? Absolutely, he said as he turned and started to make his way over to table 5. Make your orders now, or you have the time, he said cryptically as he walked past 2 guys on the table, and they turned and looked at him with a little fear in their eyes. Okay, one said. Bro, I thought he was coming for my life, the other one said, and you had to stifle a laugh. Tokoyami was doing a great job of low-key terrifying people. After catching up with your ordering, he then sat back and waited for more to come in, watching your girls in their suits and the boys in their dresses as they flitted around the room. You watched as Denki went to head back into the kitchen after dropping some drinks off, and as he passed table 1, a girl reached out and grabbed a gentle hold of his pinafore, stopping him in his tracks. She smiled at him and then started asking for something in her mind, but because she wasn't speaking out loud, he had no idea what she was saying, so he quickly got Tokoyami over there to handle the situation. Hi, she said in her mind. You look really cute, and I was wondering if I could have some salt for my mini quiche. Dark Lord chick on table 1, who has Denki in a chokehold, is asking for salt. He can't understand because she's talking in her mind. Can you go and say that yes, she can have some salt, and tell him to get her some salt from the kitchen? You said quickly. Tokoyami turned and headed over immediately, stopping behind Denki and then reaching out a hand to hold onto Denki's shoulder, which gave Denki a small fright when this black figure suddenly appeared behind him, head down and hood hanging low. Salt. Get it now for this young lady, Tokoyami said in a low voice. Yes, sir, Denki said with a fright, as he turned and bolted for the kitchen area to get the salt for the girl. As he took off, Tokoyami then stepped forwards and addressed the girl. A salted quiche. You thought it was a good idea, yes? He said, before turning and walking away, his black cloak billowing out behind him. I don't know if that was a threat or not, the girl said to her friend. Was that a threat? Is the quiche poisoned? I don't know what to think now. Her friend laughed and kept eating. Man, this place is awesome. I'm totally voting for them to win. I heard they're already the most popular place here, and I can see why. The props and costumes are done amazingly, the food is divine, and the mind reader guy is a really cool touch, she said to her friend. You grinned. We totally got them all fooled, you thought. The second half of the day went a little slower than the first half, but finally at 4 p.m. the last of the patrons was seated, and the sign out the front was turned around to say closed, and no one else was allowed in. Yin, should we reveal you soon? Momo asked into the headset. I'm kind of just wondering if we should just let everyone think the mind reader is Tokoyami. You mused back into the headset to her. Oh, but I really wanted them to see you all dressed up in your suit, Momo said sadly. Okay, I'll step out, but maybe we'll tell them not to tell anyone else. It's a special ending for the day, and they're the final patrons, so they get to find out the truth. You said. Okay, that sounds good, Momo said. Are you going to come out and announce this? You asked her. Yes, I will, she said. I'll come out soon. We have a few last orders to go, and then I'll make the announcement, she said. Okay, cool, you replied. Hey, Dark Lord, do you mind if I use your smoke machine for my entrance? Be my guest, he replied. Could you move it over closer to my hiding spot, please, so I can sneak out of here and then just step through the mist when it's time for the reveal? You asked.
Certainly, he replied, walking over to pick up the machine and move it closer to your hiding place. Thanks, you said once he had set it down again. He didn't reply, but then just went back to walking around until Momo appeared and walked over closer to your hiding place and made a mic from her arm and then held it up to speak into it. Good afternoon, everyone, she said into the mic, and the idle chatter died down as everyone turned their attention to her standing up the front of the classroom. I believe everyone has had a lovely time at the cafe today, she asked, and there was a smattering of agreeable noises and a few claps. She smiled and continued. And have you enjoyed the ordering in your mind? She then asked. More agreeable noises came from everyone there, and she smiled again. The one behind the whole idea for this cafe and the magic ordering is here with us in the room, and she has a very special reveal for you. Raise your hands if you've been led to believe that this amazing man here is behind the magic ordering, Momo then asked, gesturing to Tokoyami. Almost everyone in the cafe raised their hand. Well, I have a surprise for you all, Momo said, getting the biggest smile on her face. I would like to reveal to you, the special people in this room, the creator of this cafe idea and also the one who has the mind-reading quirk and has been taking your orders all afternoon. Please give a round of applause for Yin Lin. The smoke machine whirred to life then and started to hiss out mist, and you ducked down as you snuck out of your hiding place and then stepped through the mist and stood up, smiling and waving one hand with your other hand tucked in your pocket as you grinned at the patrons. A loud cheer rose up, and some even stood up as they clapped, well and truly impressed by your idea and ingenuity. Please say some words for us, Yin, Momo said as she passed you the mic, and you were kind of forced to take it since she shoved it into your hand without any hesitation. You said as you were suddenly handed the mic. Thank you all, this is a little unexpected, you chuckled. I can't take credit for everything here today. The lovely Momo here is the one who made these amazing outfits for us all, you said. And if we didn't have our willing waitresses and waiters, it wouldn't have worked out as well as what it did. So can we please have a round of applause for the entire class of 1A? They've all done an amazing job, and I'm proud to be a part of this, you said. It's been a pleasure to do your ESP ordering today, and thank you for being such willing participants. But also, can we please give a round of applause to our main star of the show today, the King of Darkness, Lord Tokoyami himself, you added, gesturing widely to him. He did an amazing job today. He had you all scared and confused, and it was a pleasure to listen to. There was a smattering of chuckles through the crowd, and so you took the opportunity to wrap things up then so that you could go and sit down and have some more food. Thank you again for coming today, and if you haven't already voted for our cafe, please do so out the front here and place your votes in the box provided, and they'll be counted about in an hour's time, right? You asked, looking at Momo. Right, she said to you. She's the brains of the operation. You joked, and more giggles rose up. Anyway, thank you, and enjoy the rest of your food, and please vote for Class 1A, you said, before giving everybody a dazzling smile and peace sign and then handing the mic back to Momo. Before Momo could speak again, the cafe erupted into a loud round of applause, and you reached for her hand and then held it up between you both. Curtsy, you said to her. So she did, and you did a bow, still holding her hand up with yours. More clapping ensued, and then Momo raised the mic to her lips as she let go of your hand. I don't really have anything more to add, she said. Thank you once again for your support, and have a lovely afternoon. She then smiled at you as more clapping rose up around you both, and then you walked with her out the back to the storeroom. That was well done, you said to her as you reached a hand up to run it through your hair, with a grin at her, and then sighed happily. Just got to wait for the end of the day results in the auditorium, and then we're done, you said, taking a step towards her. I can't wait to finish up this term and then go with you to your holiday house, you said, taking more steps towards her until you were right in front of her before slowly walking her back to the wall so you could pin her there. Are you looking forward to going away with me and Kyoka? You asked her, placing one hand beside her head as you bent down to her a bit. Yes, of course I am, she said with a smile, raising one hand up to cup your cheek and then press her lips to yours. You stayed there for a second, kissing, until you heard the inner thoughts of your classmates coming to the door, and you pulled back. The cavalry's about to arrive, you commented, taking a step back from her. Just then Denki opened the door with a grin on his face and pointed at you. Ruzgard, he said excitedly. I got a chick's number. Hey, well done, my man, you said, holding out a fist to bump him. Denki, she just left her number on a piece of paper and then left it on the table, Jirou said as she walked in behind him. Fair game, he said with a shrug. She wanted me, I know it. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Jirou thought, and you had to cough to cover your laughter. Anyway, well done, crew, you said with a smile as everyone else filed in. Oh, I need to announce that food is available, Momo said. Food, Eureka said loudly. Free, you added. Free food, she gasped excitedly. Yes, for everyone as a thank you and well done on today. It's all in the kitchen, so feel free to head in there now, Momo said. There were whoops of joy amongst your classmates, and then a wild stampede as they all ran out of the storeroom door towards the kitchen, all except for you, Momo, and Jirou. So, we're all done now? You said with a happy sigh. Let's start playing that getaway. I need it. Yeah, so do I, Jirou said. It'll be lovely, Momo added. We can all sleep in my king-size bed. There'll be plenty of room for us all. Oh, okay, now my mind's in overdrive, you thought. Just got to get through today, and then we're pretty much free. And so, as expected, Ida and Momo had a minute-by-minute pack-down schedule written up, and in no time you're all packed up, room cleaned, and ready to head to the main auditorium to hear the results of the day, keeping your fingers, toes, and eyes crossed that your class would come out on top and win at least one category for the day. The huge hall was packed to the brim as you all walked in, and you suddenly realised just how big this school was. You know, you said to Momo as you walked beside her, keeping your head up as you looked around at everyone. I stupidly thought that we had this in the bag, but seeing just how many people are here today, it could be anyone's win, really. Yeah, that's true, Momo said, her face filling with dread. But hey now, let's not get too worried. I'm sure it's going to be okay, you said reassuringly. Did anyone go and see what the other classes were doing for the festival? I'm unsure. We were all very busy, Momo replied. Yeah, that's true, you said thoughtfully. Who was stationed out the front of our classroom? They may have seen what other classes were doing. You looked around behind you to see if you could spot Ida, remembering that he was out the front, and saw him walking at the back of everyone. Ida! You called out, gesturing for him to come up to the front of the group so that you could talk to him. Did you get to see what the other classes were doing for the festival from where you were standing in the hall? Yes, I did, he said, putting his glasses up onto his nose as he came up beside you. Oh, cool. What were they doing? You asked. The classroom opposite us were doing a craft-making class. The next classroom down from them were making drinks. One down from them had a movie theatre set up in their classroom, he said. Oh, they all sound pretty cool, you mused, still walking with everyone until you had come closer to the front of the auditorium. As you stopped, President Mike got up to make the final announcements for the day and announce the winners of the different categories, and you all waited patiently as he said his spiel. He thanked everyone for coming and supporting, and then it came time for the winners and runner-up classes to be announced, and you called Jirou up beside you so that you could hold her hand with your left hand and Momo's with your right. Don't worry, we got this, you whispered to them. We have 5 categories today, President Mike said as he threw his hands out wide to give a bit of hype to his comment. Most unique idea, best on budget, costume and props, class who made the most money, and overall best experience, he said. Oh, we totally got all of those, you joked, squeezing your girl's hands. First up, President Mike called, winners of the most unique idea goes to... There was a heavy pause and everyone held their breath as they waited for him to say the results, and you sucked your bottom lip in between your teeth and bit down, squinting your eyes in anticipation of the answer. I'm glad it was Class 1A, you heard him say in his mind, and you let out a gasp just before he exploded with the answer. And the winners of the most unique idea goes to Hero Course Class 1A! Yes, sir! You heard your classmates screech from behind you, and Jirou jumped up and down, pulling on your arm while Momo hugged you. You knew, didn't you? You gasped just before he said it out loud, Momo giggled to you. He said it in his mind just before he said it out loud, and I heard him. You laughed back, being shaken by Jirou still. Would the class reps come up and get the prize? President Mike asked, and you nudged Momo. Go, go! You and Ida, go! You hissed at her. Go get our prize! She and Ida went up the front and climbed the stairs to get onto the stage and accept the prize, and then they came back down to the rest of the class and you hugged her. Well done, you said excitedly. Okay, we could still win some of the other ones, let's just wait and see. The runners-up of the best idea were read, and you clapped politely for them, waiting to see if you'd win any of the other following categories. Next category is Best on Budget, President Mike then called. Man, I think we went over on the budget, right? You asked Momo. We did, technically, but we also were able to save a lot with my quirk exemption to be able to make the props and clothes, as well as the headset, smoke machine, mic, and other little bits and pieces, she said. Oh, okay, you replied.
President Mike then paused again for dramatic effect before announcing Class 1B as the winners for the budget, and you let out a little disappointed "Aw," but still clapped for them anyway. But then after the class reps of 1B had collected their prize, President Mike spoke again. Our runners-up had a quirk exemption to be able to make some of the props and costumes for their class, so although they didn't win because of the exemption, they did come in second place out of everyone else, so please put your hands together for the hero class 1A again, President Mike called. You whooped and hollered for a second time that day and held on to the prize from the first win so that Ida and Momo could go up on the stage again and get your second prize as a class. Man, we're about to clean this thing up, you joked as Momo came back to your side. 1 win and 1 runner-up. It's pretty darn good. We might get lucky and get more prizes, Momo said, encouraged by the fact that you'd snagged 2 draws so far. And next we have, President Mike said, costumes and props. The class with the coolest costumes and props. He looked down at the paper that he was holding and then looked up again. Class 1A again? He thought. Yeah! You suddenly shouted, and then quickly stopped. Oh, sorry, my bad, you hissed. Did we win again? Momo gasped. Hero course Class 1A! President Mike suddenly yelled. You burst out laughing and Momo joined in too. We get to know who wins before President Mike says it, she said with a big smile, turning to follow Ida back up on the stage to get their next prize. Wait, are you reading his mind? Mina asked as she came up behind you and then stepped up beside you. Yep, he said with a proud smirk. Stick close to me and you could get the word here first. That's hilarious, she giggled. Then Kiri stepped up behind you and tapped you on the shoulder. Did I hear you just say yay before President Mike said we won? He asked you. Yep, you said again with a laugh. You reading his mind? Kiri asked with surprise. Oh wait, yeah, that's your quirk. That's so cool, super manly, he gushed. Hey, Bakugo, he then called to the cranky blonde. Yin's reading President Mike's mind before he says the results, he said with a chuckle. Wait, she is? Denki asked as he stepped closer to. Hey Sero, bro, Yin's reading President Mike's mind. Pretty soon the entire class of 1A was crowded around you, waiting for the next results as Momo and Ida came back to join the class. You ready for the show? You asked Momo as she stepped back beside Mina. I'm going to announce who wins before he announces. If he thinks it in his mind first, that is. You added, adding in a clause just in case he kept his mind silent, but since he wasn't thinking about keeping it quiet lest someone with a mind-reading quirk be in the room, you were fairly certain he would think the answer before he said it. And now, President Mike said next, we will find out which class made the most money. He looked down at the paper and then back at the audience again. This class has won by an absolute landslide, bringing in a whopping 8,000 for the day, and absolutely smashing last year's record of 5,100. And so, that class is... Here we have... He paused, and you waited to hear what he would think. I need to ask Aizawa what he did to get his class so fired up, he thought. This is Class 1A's 3rd win today. Is it us? Mina whispered excitedly to you. It's us, you replied with a grin. Yes! She screeched out loud, and then quickly stopped and covered her mouth with a hand. Oh, sorry, she hissed. Class 1A again, President Mike called, and your whole class screeched for joy, sending Momo and Ida back up there to collect their prize again. But this time Momo asked you to hold the other prizes, as you didn't have any room to hold the new prize. We've got 1 more to go, you said as Momo came back to your side. Overall best experience. And now the final category today, President Mike called loudly. Overall best experience. He looked down at the paper in his hand and then looked back up again. This one is actually a tie between 2 classes, he said, and a murmur rippled through the audience. I wonder if it's going to be us again, Jirou whispered to you. It could be, or it could not be. It doesn't really matter. We've totally annihilated this competition, you said with a chuckle. True, she replied. Overall best experience goes to, President Mike said. Geez, it's Class 1A again, but I'm glad that the support class finally got a look in. It's us and support, you whispered to Momo, Mina and Jirou, who were the closest to you. Again? Mina said with surprise. Do we win again? Denki asked, having overheard Mina's exclamation. Yep, we did, Mina chuckled. Hero, Class 1A and Support Class, President Mike called, and you heard a cheer rise up from the Support Class. Come on up, President Mike called to both classes. Momo and Ida went up as usual, and the class reps from the Support Class went up as well to collect their joint prizes.
A quick question for our guests on the air today, President Mike said quickly, while the students were on stage. Please tell us, what events did you do for your class festival? He asked, passing the mic to the support class reps first. We did a virtual arts exhibition, the class rep for support said, and everyone clapped politely. And we did a gender-swapped cafe with magic ordering, Momo said with a smile as the mic was passed to her. Thank you so much to everyone who supported us. We are ever so grateful. There was a loud applause and a few whistles, and then President Mike let all the students leave the stage and head back down to the crowd. Thank you to everyone who voted for our winning classes today, and thank you all for such a great day enjoying each other's company and supporting each other's classes, he said vibrantly. The joys of youth! Everyone clapped politely, and then final announcements were made, and everyone was allowed to go back to their dorms or home. Class party! Mina shouted as soon as you had all walked out of the auditorium. What prizes did we get? She then asked, turning to you and Momo, who were carrying all the prizes. We'll have to have a good look once we get back to Heights Alliance. Everyone in the common room on level 2 at 6 p.m. for dinner and looking through the prizes, you called loudly so that everyone could hear. Dinner is on me! The whole class exploded into whooping and clapping, and Momo gasped. Oh, Yin, you're too kind, but please, Uncle is going to have a fit if he sees how much you're spending on food, she said with concern. Dad's fine, honestly, he's so chill. He just approves it and puts more money on the card, no sweat, you said with a shrug and a smile. Okay, if you're sure, she said, and you grinned. Positive, you replied. At just after 6 p.m, the entire class of 1A all conjoined in the common room to enjoy some delicious food, as well as go through the prizes won for the day and chat about the cafe and how well it had done. Man, I can't believe we smashed the income record, you said to Momo. That's awesome. Did we have more food than expected? Yes, we did, she said. I was very worried that we were going to run out because the morning was so busy, but thankfully the afternoon was a little quieter, so we didn't sell as much, but we did very well all the same. Yeah, we did, and it's thanks to you guys in the kitchen making all the food. Did everything go well? You asked her, reaching out to take another spring roll. Yes, we had a minor appliance issue, but I made a new one from my quirk and we kept going, Momo said with a smile. Honestly, you have the best quirk, you said with a relieved sigh. Yep, you really have been MVP of this cafe. Hey, Momo, Denki called from across the room. In these prizes there's a voucher to Hot Springs. Oh, really? For all of us? She asked. Yeah, but it's only valid to use at the end of the school break, but I'm away then. Damn, he punctuated sadly. Oh, that's okay, Kaminari. I'll make sure that we do something together as a class. I can ask to rent out the local hot springs in the mountain. That's no problem. I'll talk to my father about it. He rents it out regularly, Momo said. I can chip in, you added. I'll cover whatever your dad doesn't. Momo smiled. Oh, Yin, you're so kind, Momo said with a loved-up look on her face. Because you two were looking at each other, you both didn't see the sweat-dropped looks on the faces of the other classmates, but you heard their inner thoughts give them away. I have never felt so poor in all my life. She literally just called me poor in 5 different languages. Bruh. Well, like, as long as I get something out of it, I guess it's fine that I don't have money. You did your best not to look around the room, but you kind of felt bad. It wasn't like you and Momo were trying to be snooty or make them feel bad about themselves, but you did make a note to be a little more careful next time. I honestly don't care that my family has money, but I can understand how it can be a bit of a sore point if you grow up not being able to have everything you wanted, you thought. Aside from the Hot Springs prize, there was also a gift hamper with heaps of different lollies and chocolates in it, a bouquet of flowers, a class voucher for 1 free meal per student at the school cafeteria, and some coupons to the local ice cream shop, who had been invited to set up a stall at the festival in the hopes of getting some good publicity, and thus had been a supporter of the festival events as a whole. So, all in all, it was safe to say that your class absolutely obliterated the competition, and it kept you guys on a high for that final week before the school holidays began. In that time, you continued to switch between Momo and Jirou's rooms and spend time with both of them as one-on-one and as all 3 of you, and then it finally came time to leave the dorms for school break and have a little getaway to Momo's beach house. As expected, Momo arranged for the family car to come pick you, her and Jirou up, and you all got in morning of, and the driver placed your bags in the back of the car and off you went. What initially had been penciled in as just a weekend getaway for the 3 of you had turned into a week-long escape, and you were stoked to be heading off for a while.
It's not like you didn't like dorm life, but things were a little monitored there, for want of a better word, so you were longing for a little freedom. No curfew, no one asking where you were, making sure you weren't seen when you were moving from room to room, being a little careful about being caught kissing one of your girlfriends. It was a full-time job being in a throuple, and not even just that, just being in a lesbian throuple, because if Aizawa knew what was going on behind those Heights Alliance walls, you might be on the next plane back to France, and that was the last thing that you wanted. How good is this? You asked as you reached one arm around each of your girls as you sat between them in the back of the car. Summer, sun, girls, you said, squeezing them. Can't get much better than this.
Oh, Yin, my father went to France last week for a conference, and he did a little shopping for me, so I have plenty of swimsuits, Momo said, and some for you, of course, she said, leaning forwards, looking around you to your other girlfriend on the other side. Kyoka?
Hey now, you said when you realised that your girls would be trying on swimsuits and you were being somewhat left out. What about me? You asked.
Oh, I'm not sure if you'll like these ones,
Momo said with a sweat-dropped look on her face.
I know you're not really into the girly-looking swimsuits.
Okay, I'll just enjoy them on you guys then, you said with a grin, as you turned and pressed your lips to the side of Momo's temple, and then turned the other way to kiss Jirou the same. I'm actually happy with just board shorts and a bikini top, you added. Or nothing's good too. Oh, hey, we should totally skinny dip, you said excitedly.
Oh my,
Momo gushed.
Well, yes, I do believe in the freedom of showing as much skin as you like, but if it's in front of you, Yin, I get rather shy.
Do you get shy in front of Kyoka? You asked, bringing her into the conversation as well.
Well,
Momo said, looking down to her lap shyly.
Yes,
she said softly. You looked at Jirou and then raised an eyebrow, and she looked at you and then looked around you to Momo.
Why?
She asked.
It's just me,
she added.
I think I'm starting to feel a little more self-conscious around you,
Momo thought, but didn't say anything, and you heard her and then quickly looked at Jirou and shook your head. I'll talk to Jirou about that later, you thought, then quickly decided to change the subject. Hey, the weather is perfect these days too, so be nice in the water. Maybe a little cool at night, but that's good. That means we can snuggle in bed all together, you said with a wink to Jirou. The ride out to the beach house wasn't too much further, and so you all chatted a little on the way, but mostly just quietly looked out the window, with you listening in to Momo and Jirou's inner thoughts. They were each thinking their own thoughts, and you let them be, pretending like you weren't hearing anything, but they both kind of expected that you were listening in anyway. As the car rolled to a stop in front of the two-story beach house, you smirked and then chuckled. As extravagant as ever, you chuckled internally. Is this a small house, is it? You joked as you got out of the car on Momo's side.
Well, it's modest,
Momo said, and you chuckled and put an arm around her. I can tell you right now this is way bigger than what we need, you said, looking at the long stairs that led up to the second floor on the outside of the building.
I also asked the staff to come and cook for us too, so our meals will be held in this adjacent building here,
she said, gesturing to another huge building off to your right. Wow, you said. Where would you like your bags, madams? The driver asked as he walked up behind you and Momo with Jirou just ahead of him.
Oh, on the second floor, please, if you wouldn't mind,
Momo said politely. Very well, he said before heading for the stairs. Why upstairs? You asked Momo as you followed behind her as she took to the stairs and Jirou came in behind you.
The view is beautiful,
Momo said with a smile over her shoulder to you. Okay, fair, you smiled with a shrug. Oh, hey, did your dad see my family when he went to France? You then asked.
Oh yes, sorry, I forgot to mention that they met and had dinner together, and he told me to pass on the well wishes from your family, she said.
Okay, cool, you replied with a smile. I message them occasionally, but yeah, nice to know your dad and mine are still close.
Yes, of course,
Momo said with another smile, back at you as she reached the top of the stairs, still following the driver with the bags. As you stepped in, you saw the room was one big open room, and you stood and looked around and then saw that there had been placed a 4-poster bed at one end, and the bed was indeed a king-sized one. Nice choice of bed, you commented as Jirou stepped in behind you. She nodded. There'll be plenty of room for all of us, Jirou said. And we have a whole week of snuggles, he added. She smiled shyly. Oh, hey, also, we need to chat next time we're alone, you whispered to her. Momo's starting to feel things towards you, so just be chill, yeah? But I'll fill you in later.
Oh, really?
Jirou asked, her head whipping towards you and her eyes wide with excitement.
Okay, yeah, we can chat later.
You nodded. Girls! Momo called from where she had walked over to the window on the other side of the room near the bed. Come and see the view! You and Jirou then walked over and followed her as she stepped outside onto the balcony, your hair being rustled lightly by the sea breeze, and you squinted a little as you looked out over the beach that wasn't too far away, as well as a forest off to your right. We can do walks and picnic, Momo said when she saw you look off to the right. It's lovely to do bushwalks around here. Yeah, it's a beautiful spot, you said. Yeah, dope, Jirou added, blinking as two butterflies flitted past her nose. We can go for a walk on the beach later, Momo offered. Let's get set up first, she added, smiling as the driver came out onto the balcony and bowed once he had put the bags down at the end of your large bed. You all headed back into the lounge room and then started unpacking and hanging some clothes up on the racks on wheels that Momo had bought from the cupboard. While you sorted your things out, you chatted, talking about how big the place was and how it would be great for a class weekend getaway. It would definitely house everyone, girls on the top level, boys on the bottom, you commented. Hell, it would probably hold both Class 1A and 1B, you said with a chuckle. I'll admit, we haven't really gotten to know Class 1B very well yet at all, Momo said with a little sadness. If the opportunity ever arises, I'll definitely consider inviting both classes out. That would be great for class bonding, she said. Well, this time it's girlfriend bonding, you heard Jirou say in her mind. Right you are, you said, reaching out to sling an arm across Jirou's shoulders with a big grin on your face. Sorry? Momo asked as she looked at you, not understanding since she wasn't part of the conversation. Girlfriend bonding time, you said with a grin. Speaking of, do we have time for some beach today or what? Because the sun is still up and to me that means there's time for beach, am I right? You joked. Oh yes, of course, Momo said with a smile. Let me find those swimsuits. Yes, please, I want the full show, you said with a wink to her, and her cheeks tinged with pink. Well, she said with a flustered chuckle. Where were they? She turned and headed for the only room on the second level, and you squeezed Jirou, who you still had tucked into your arm. She's so easy to fluster, I love it. You chuckled. You too sometimes, actually. You added to her. One day I'm going to get you flustered, she said with a cheeky look in her eye. You're always the one to make us blush. Yeah, I'd like to see that, you said with an amused look up as Momo returned holding an armload of swimsuits. There's plenty to choose from, she said with a smile. Kyoka, do you want to come and try some on? Yeah, okay, Jirou said as she left your side and walked over to Momo. Hey, what about me? You asked as your girls walked off together. No, you wait here, Momo said. We'll come back to show you our outfits soon. Make yourself comfortable. No fair, you pouted lightly, but you were also elated that Momo had hooked her arm around Jirou's arm and was now dragging her away so they'd be alone. I hope this week brings these two closer together, you thought, for Kyoka's sake. She'd love for Momo to look in her direction. As asked, you went and sat on the big king-size bed and relaxed back, closing your eyes for a bit to enjoy listening to the sounds of the waves outside and the calls of the ocean birds. And then curiosity got the better of you, so you checked in on your girls' minds to see what was being thought in that smaller room that they had gone into, and you smirked when you heard Jirou's inner thoughts. Momo must not have her top on, you thought with a chuckle. I'd be having the same thoughts too if I were there. Meanwhile, in the room, Momo indeed didn't have a shirt on and was fossicking through the swimmers, holding up different tops to see if they would fit on her or if she liked them. And Jirou was doing her best not to stare, but it was proving quite difficult. What do you think of this one? Momo asked as she held a swimming top up against her breasts. I like it, Jirou said. It suits you. What about you? Do you like any colour? Momo asked as she held it away from herself and towards Jirou. Yes, it's nice, Jirou replied mechanically. Why don't you take your shirt off and try it on? Momo asked with a smile. I can help do it up at the back for you. Jirou hesitated. I can help you take your shirt off, Momo offered, stepping forward, still with nothing on her upper half. Jirou took a big step back, her back pressing to the wall behind her. I can do, she stammered, her cheeks dusting pink as Momo came towards her. It's okay, Momo said with a smile. I want to help you. I'm okay, really. Jirou stammered, glancing at Momo's ample chest and then back to her face. Here, Momo said, gently taking the bottom of Jirou's shirt in her hands and lifting slowly. Jirou stammered, her pink cheeks turning into a darker shade of red the higher her shirt was being lifted up, until it was over her head and she was looking into Momo's eyes, both their shirts off now, but Jirou with her bra still on. Oh, I just love the detail on your bra, Kyoka, Momo gushed, looking down. It's so cute. Self-consciously, Jirou quickly covered her chest with her hands, her earjacks floating a little with the flusteredness she was feeling with a bare-chested Momo so close to her. Wait, you're so close. Your boobs are almost touching me. Wait, she thought in her mind. You, laying on the bed with your eyes closed, heard her think this, and your eyes flew open as you sat up and stared in the direction of the room. Whoa, wait, what? You thought. Let me take off your bra for you, Kyoka, Momo said with a smile, reaching her arms around behind Jirou to help her undo her bra, essentially putting her in a cuddle. But all this sudden closeness was really getting too much for poor Jirou, who suddenly ducked down and slipped to the side of Momo so that she had more room, and then quickly apologised. I'm so sorry, she blurted out. I think I'll just wear my swimsuit that I bought, she said quickly, and then ran for the room door and quickly opened it and ran out, closing the door behind her and leaving Momo by herself in the room, looking very confused and a little hurt. You got off the bed the second the door opened and saw Jirou come frantically running out, so you opened your arms and she ran straight into you. Hey, you good? You asked, hugging her. What happened? Where's your shirt? I'm okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it, she stammered, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she tried to catch her breath. What happened in there? You asked her, and then looked up at the room and then tuned in to hear Momo's thoughts. Oh, what did I do? You heard Momo think. I thought she wanted to get close with me, and I too wanted to explore that, but I scared her. What was it that scared her? Did I say something wrong? You sighed and looked down at Jirou. I think there's been a little misunderstanding here. What happened? You asked Jirou again. Momo's fretting in there. Jirou stammered. It's not like it was a bad thing. All of my dreams were coming true in there, but it was too much, she admitted. Did she not have her shirt on either? You asked Jirou. She shook her head. No shirt. Absolutely nothing on top. And then she what? You asked. She wanted to help take my bra off, Jirou said with a bright red face. Oh, well, okay, yep. Oblivious, bold Momo strikes again. You chuckled. Momo is very okay with showing her body for the most part. Yeah, she has shy times, but she also doesn't understand that others might not want to show their body or might be unintentionally shocked at seeing her with nothing on. You chuckled. She's got a wicked duality there. I bet she was doing it to show a feeling of comfort with you or wanting to show intimacy towards you. Her boobs are so big and perfect, Jirou whispered. You chuckled. Yep, I'm well aware. You said. Okay, don't worry, I'll talk to her. She just needs to take it a little slower. Once she decides something, she's very all in. I nearly had a heart attack, Jirou said, calming down a little. It's not a bad thing. I kind of wanted that, but it was all happening too fast. Yeah, I get it, you said knowingly. Let me go and talk to Momo now. You get changed and I'll be back in a sec. Jirou nodded as you let her go and walked to her suitcase to get her swimmers out, and you walked over to the room where Momo was in and knocked. Yes? You heard her teary voice from the other side, and you softened. Hey, it's me, you said as you gently opened the door. Can I come in? I suppose, Momo said sadly, and you poked your head in through the door and then gave her a sad smile when you saw her there, still bare on the top with tears in her eyes. Oh, baby, you said softly as you stepped in and closed the door behind you. Come here. What happened? Momo put down the swimming top that she was holding onto and walked over to you and then wrapped her arms around you and buried her head into your chest. What happened? You asked her while you stroked the back of her head. Oh, Yin, I feel like Kyoka doesn't like me, she said sadly. I wanted to have a little bonding time with her, but she ran out on me and I don't know why. I thought she wanted to feel closer to me, and I also wanted to explore that with her, but maybe she's changed her mind. I'm not sure. Oh, what do I do? She asked you sadly. You chuckled sympathetically as you continued to stroke the back of her head. Oh, Momo, you said sweetly. You're such a sweet person, and you really do think of others and what their needs or wants could be, but you also move a little too fast sometimes, and your confidence in your own body, without clothes on, can be a little intimidating to someone who isn't so used to showing their body. I'm not so sure I understand, she asked, looking up at you, and you reached a finger under her left eye and wiped it gently, removing the tears from her lower lid. Kyoka was just a little overwhelmed by how quickly you were moving. She wants this, but you gave it to her in bucket loads and it scared her off a little, you said with a sympathetic smile. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, Momo said honestly. I know you didn't, and I explained to Kyoka too, you said, running your hands down her bare back. Oh, I feel so bad now, Momo said sadly. No, there's no need to feel bad. Just take things a little slower. Start with sitting close to Kyoka, then offering to feed her food or something. And then cuddles, slow, you coached. Oh, I see, Momo said. Then slowly build from there. But you can also let Kyoka lead too, or at least check in first and ask if she's okay if you sit close, etc. You added. Oh, yes, okay, she replied with a smile. I really do like Kyoka, and I want to be close to her. I know, she's a sweet girl, you said, giving Momo a cuddle. But for now, you added as you looked down at her boobs pressing against you, how about you get some swimmers on? We can go to the beach. Oh, yes, I forgot that's what we were aiming for, she said suddenly. Okay, give me a second and I'll be ready. Okay, good. And I'll go get some swimmers on too, and then you come out when you're ready, you said, turning to the door. Okay, see you soon, Momo said as you left. As soon as you stepped out of the room, you let a small chuckle slip from your lips. It's like working with children sometimes, you chuckled to yourself. Jirou had already gotten into her chosen swimmers that she had bought, and you smiled at her. It's all good now, you said. I had a chat to Momo, but you can chat to her too. Just make sure to always keep the communication lines open. You taught me that one, you said with a smile. Okay, she nodded. I've had a chance to come down now, and now I know that she's open to being close to me. I won't hold back. Oh, you joked with a smirk. You two are going to be very close very quick at this rate. Jirou smirked. This is going to be a good week beach holiday, she said. Yeah, I sure hope so, you replied. Once you were changed, it was time to head down to the beach, and you all walked down calmly to the water's edge. Who am I kidding? You wrapped your arms around Jirou from behind and hoisted her up and ran the last way into the water with her screeching in your arms, and then you tripped on an incoming wave and crashed into the water with her while Momo fretted about the well-being of you both, worried that someone had been injured in the chaos. We're fine, you laughed as you got up, and then dragged a wet Jirou back up to standing. Speak for yourself, Jirou said as she wiped water from her face, her wet hair still dripping torrents of water down her cheeks. Oh, Kyoka, Momo said sadly. Here, she added, creating a dry face cloth from her chest and handing it to the shorter girlfriend. Thank you, Momo. At least someone cares about me, Jirou joked, wiping her face dry and stepping closer to Momo. Oh, come now. You think I don't care? You asked with a smirk as you took a step towards her, but she ducked behind Momo and Momo barred the way. Now, Yin, you need to apologise to Kyoka, Momo said sternly with a small smile on her face so that you knew she wasn't angry at you. Well, if you're not going to move, then I'll just have to take you out, you joked to Momo, suddenly crouching and grabbing her around her middle and then lifting her up over one shoulder, your abs flexing as you did so, giving Jirou a good look at just how fit and strong you were. Ah, found you, you said to Jirou, as soon as you had removed Momo from in the way, who was now screeching as well at this point, at suddenly being airlifted. Jirou jumped back and ran to the side, so you spun with Momo still over your shoulder, and the taller girl screeched again as you turned her quickly. Did you hear that sound? What was that? You asked with a laugh, referring to Momo screeching over your shoulder. Every time I move, I hear this noise. You spun again and Momo screeched again. There it is again, you said with a laugh. Is it my hip? Is something screeching? Jirou was laughing now too, and you couldn't help but laugh more since her laughter was so contagious. After having a good time teasing Momo, you then put her down and you all ran around in the shallows, chasing each other and just generally being silly. Amid the frivolity, Momo created a beach ball from her leg, and then you all had a good time tossing that around too. You don't know how long you ran around and played for, but after a while you were pooped, and so did the sign with your hand for time out and pointed to the beach. I need a break, you panted with a smile. I'm gonna chill on the sand for a bit, you said as you turned and waded your way out of the water and up onto the soft yellow-white sand. Warm, you commented as your knees hit the sand, and then you flipped over and dropped your backside down to the sand and then lay back. I don't even care if I get all sandy, you thought, smiling up to the sky as you listened to Jirou and Momo chatting, but you couldn't really make out what they were saying over the sound of the waves crashing against the sand. But this was bliss. Everyone was happy, everyone was content, and you shut your eyes and let out a relieved sigh, one that dragged any residual tension from your body, dragging it out of you like the waves at your feet dragging small granules of sand back down to the water's edge. You lay there for a bit before Momo and Jirou came up one either side of you and sat down, and you reached an arm up behind your head and popped one eye open, looking at one girl, then the other. I'm in heaven, you said, and they both smiled at you and then looked at each other over the top of you, and then they both started semi-counting in unison in their minds, and it was only then that you were alerted to something happening. 3, 2, One, they almost said together internally, and you had to say something, but suddenly they had both leaned down and planted a kiss on either side of your cheek. Oh, you said with surprise, not expecting to get such attention, but you definitely weren't mad about it. Oh, what a pleasant surprise, you said. Although when you both count down in your minds at the same time, it kind of makes me suspicious. Oh, we were counting at the same time? Momo asked with surprise, looking over you to Jirou. We're in sync, Jirou replied to her, and you laughed. It's even funnier since neither of you knew you were going to do it, but I could hear it, you said with a grin. Both girls giggled and then settled back next to you to relax as well. The sun was on its way to the horizon by then, so the bite in the sun's rays was starting to wane now, and after chatting for a little bit you suggested that you all get changed and then think about dinner. Oh, don't worry. I've asked our family chef to come and cook us a delicious meal for tonight. Dinner will be ready at 7 p.m, Momo said proudly. You checked your watch and then smiled at her. Awesome, that gives us a half-hour to rinse off, change, and then head over to the meal barn place thing, you said. What a perfect first day away, you added as you sat up and then got up and offered your hands to you girls, pulling them both up at the same time. Let's go. Dinner was extravagant, as you expected it was going to be, and you ate to your heart's content and chatted happily with your girls, just happy to be away from the dorm rooms and being a little more free. You want to go for a walk after this? You asked the girls as dessert was placed before you. Oh, that sounds lovely, Momo said. There's a beautiful lookout at the top of the hill near here. It'll be dark already, but the stars are just stunning. Okay, let's do that then, you said with a smile as you picked up your fork and dug into the decadent dessert that was placed in front of you. What a perfect day, you said through a mouthful. I get 2 sweets either side of me and a sweet in my mouth, you added. Momo smiled at you from across the table and then looked to her left to Jirou, who also smiled, and then you all ate silently for a little bit, but Momo had a lot on her mind, which you were listening into. Maybe I should try and hold Kyoka's hand when we go for the walk. I'll say there might be parts that are slippery and hold her hand so that she feels safe, and then we can also bond, Momo thought as she delicately placed more food into her mouth and chewed it down slowly. Sounds like a plan, Momo, you thought, knowing she couldn't hear you, but you knowing what she was planning was very helpful. At least now you could give some assistance if needed. And so, after dinner, you went back to your sleeping quarters and grabbed a jumper, just in case it got colder, then grabbed a torch or phone for light, and off you all headed, walking down the long back stairs and heading towards the beach, and then to the right and up into the woods. There was a fairly well-worn track there, and it was easy to follow, and you almost laughed at how perfect the track was. There was no way it was going to be slippery or dangerous, and so you checked into Momo's mind to see if she was going to switch up her excuse for holding Jirou's hand, but she was more worried about when to say it. I'll help, you thought, as you dropped back from walking between the two girls and stepped to the outside of Jirou. Okay, everyone, hold hands, you said, as you shone the light from your phone up ahead. It could get steep and rocky and slippery, so I don't want anyone to fall. Momo immediately grabbed for Jirou's hand, and you grabbed for her other one, and then you all kept walking in silence, but you were having a hard time stopping yourself from laughing, since what you had described up ahead as a dangerous section was in fact the most level, wide and flat part of the walk, and you could hear the confusion in Jirou's mind. Where is it supposed to be rocky and dangerous? She finally asked. This is the flattest it's been. You burst out laughing. I was kidding, you joked. But I like that we're all holding hands, so you're not allowed to let go, you added to her, looking at her in the dim light of your phone light. I'm not complaining, she replied, and you grinned. Okay, good, you said. On the other side of Jirou, Momo was ecstatic that she was finally holding Jirou's hand, and Jirou too was a little happy that it was happening too, so you smiled quietly to yourself and then kept an eye up ahead for the lookout. It wasn't long before you got there, and you turned your light off as you got closer, and so did Momo, so that all was dark and only the stars were illuminating the sky above. The more your eyes adjusted in the dark, the more stars you saw, until it seemed like the whole sky was filled with these glowing, twinkling orbs. Magical, Momo whispered, and you squeezed Jirou's hand beside you. It is gorgeous, you commented, but you were looking directly at Jirou as you said it, and she looked up at you and gave you a bashful smile before looking back up to the sky overhead. Yeah, she said in her mind. I've always liked you. You're everything to me. You squeezed her hand again, and then bent your face down to hers and locked lips with her, while Momo was still holding her hand on the other side. Momo did look initially when you kissed her, but then looked away, not wanting to stare, but also curious and wanting to watch, and her thoughts reflected that. Momo, you said once you'd finished kissing Jirou. Come here. She looked at you and you stepped towards her,
both of you still holding onto Jirou's hands as you completed the circle, and you took her hand and then kissed her on the lips in front of Jirou, who blushed deeply but kept watching. Beauty all around, you commented, smiling at each of you girls in turn. Momo and Jirou looked at each other, and then Jirou looked away bashfully and then back up to the sky. I wish I knew the names of the stars, she said, but while Momo was replying to her comment, she was thinking other things. I wonder if Momo and I will get to kiss on this getaway, she wondered, and you did your best to refrain from squeezing her hand. Yeah, I hope so too, you thought, but then tuned into what Momo was talking about so that she wasn't just talking to thin air. After sitting down for a bit and chatting while still looking at the stars, you all decided to head back. You didn't realise just how long you had spent out there talking, so by the time you got back to the holiday house, it was already close to 9:30 p.m. I'm actually really beat, he said with a yawn. If I get good sleep, my quirk is going to be absolute crapola, but I don't need it to be good because we're on holidays. Even quirks need a break, right? True, Momo said, and you chuckled. Yeah, yours would, you replied to her. Once back, you all changed into your pyjamas and then crawled into the big spacious bed and lay down with you in the middle, Momo on your right and Jirou on your left. Ah, this is what I'm talking about, you said as you reached out and touched each of you girls. We've been sleeping separately for so long, time to bring it all in, you said with a grin. Jirou rolled towards you and kissed you on the cheek, so you turned your head to her and engaged her in a kiss, but then you could tell Momo was feeling left out, so then you turned your head the other way and gave her the same treatment, which she was quietly happy about. And then you sighed contentedly and turned your head to look up at the ceiling and closed your eyes. Can I give you a good-night kiss on the cheek, Kyoka? Momo suddenly asked over the top of you, and Jirou twitched and then slowly sat up. Yeah, okay, she said, as she placed a hand on your chest and leaned over you a little. You watched as Momo leaned over you too, and then gave Jirou a cute little kiss on the cheek, and then sat back, and the girls both lay back down again. Night-night, Momo, Jirou said. Oh, good night, Kyoka. Good night, Yin, Momo replied. Ooh, night, y'all, you said through another yawn, and then before you knew it, you were out to it, sleeping deeply, well and truly worn out from the afternoon's frivolities. Momo drifted off to sleep with a smile on her face, and Jirou was just as happy, falling asleep with the resolution that she was going to put in more effort to get closer with Momo the next day, since the taller girlfriend was already showing signs of wanting to be closer, which was lovely. Maybe we might all be together as one, Jirou thought hopefully, but I won't get my hopes up just yet. The next morning, the sun woke you all up at 8 a.m. as it came streaming in through the sheer curtains, and you stirred and then looked over to your left and then right and spotted both you girls beside you again. Oh, what a beautiful way to wake up, you thought, as you rolled to the right and snuggled into Momo, rousing her gently. Morning, she whispered to you, and you kissed her lightly a few times down her neck. Hey, baby, you whispered back. Sleep well? Yes, and you? She whispered back. I completely died, he replied, letting her go to roll over the other way and snuggle into a still sleeping Jirou. Hey, cutie, you whispered as you kissed her cheek and then bare shoulder. Time to wake up. She stirred and then rolled away, so you scooped around her middle and dragged her into you, continuing to kiss across her neck and shoulder. Hey now, you said with a chuckle as her breathing deepened and she started to drift back into a deeper sleep. It's time to wake up and do some heaps of relaxing stuff, you said as you squeezed her a little around the waist, and she stirred again. Yes, that reminds me, Momo said, popping her face over your shoulder from behind you. What did you want to do today? We could go out for a ride on the yacht. Is that the 6-seater one you brought across when we holidayed at the Amalfi Coast? You asked casually. Oh no, it's this 12-footer luxury liner we always keep here in Japan, she replied with a smile. Naturally, you deadpanned. You're both too rich for me, Jirou thought in her mind, and you chuckled. I forget there is a divide at times, you replied back to Jirou, and Momo cocked her head at you. Pardon? Momo asked, not knowing why you had suddenly said something out of the blue. Oh, nothing, you replied with a smile, looking back over your shoulder to her and then kissing the tip of her nose. Yeah, sure, let's go out on the yacht. I want to get some tanning in. I want to see those abs again, Jirou thought, and you chuckled again and then leaned down and kissed the tip of her ear. You act like you're still asleep, but your mind is definitely keeping up with the conversation, you joked. Okay, you two, let's get some breakfast in. You rolled back onto your back, so Momo moved back as well, and then you sat up and stretched. What's for breakfast? You then asked Momo with a big grin on your face.
After breakfast was sorted, you and your girls prepared for a cruise on the yacht, getting into your swimmers and packing some things into cute little Hessian knit bags that Momo had sourced for you, and then you were all into your flip-flops and off down the stairs to walk along the beach the other way, opposite of the forest, to get to the jetty. As you walked, you looked out over the horizon, smiling at the sheer beauty of the calm blue waters right out to where it met the lighter blue sky, and you sighed. "Isn't this a life?" you asked, and then looked back to both your girls walking beside you, and then down at your feet, your flip-flops digging into the sand and then flicking it everywhere when you lifted your foot. Yin, why don't you take your flip-flops off to walk in the sand?" Jirou asked you curiously. "Oh," you said when you looked down. Paranoia, I guess," you replied. "Paranoia?" she asked curiously. "Yeah. Before I came here to study, Dad let me have 2 weeks off and told me to pick anywhere that I wanted to explore," you said. "So I got the world map out from his desk and spread it on the floor, and then closed my eyes and jumped onto it." And?" Jirou asked when it sounded like you weren't going to elaborate. "Oh yeah, well, I kept my eyes closed and asked him where I had landed, and he said that I was in the middle of the ocean, but closest to Australia," you said. "And how is this linked to you walking on sand with flip-flops on?" she asked again curiously, desperately trying to make sense of your madness. "So I went to Australia for a holiday." "Oh my god, do not go there," you said in a deadpan voice. "I went in the middle of their summer and the sand is literal lava, and then on top of that I was casually frying my feet trying to get to the water, and some guy yelled out, 'Oi, watch your feet there, miss, got some blueies on the beach.'" You looked at your girls to see if they understood what you said, but by the way they just looked back at you and stared, you knew they hadn't picked up anything you'd said. What does that mean?" Momo then asked. "It means there's these jellyfish things that sting you and they're blue. And when I looked down at my feet, there were literal hundreds of these things just laying everywhere on the beach, like where the wave had pushed them up. So yeah, now I'm just a little wary of beaches, and so I still just wear flip-flops even on the sand," you said with a shrug. "Oh, and the other hilarious thing is Australians call their flip-flops thongs." "Thongs?" Jirou asked with a shocked look on her face. "Yeah," you said with a laugh. "I was so confused. The same guy who yelled gibberish at me about the jellyfish ended his call with, 'Chuck your thongs on!'" What does that mean?" Momo asked again. "Means put your flip-flops on," you replied with. "You know how they joke about Australia being a fake place and everyone's an actor?" Both girls blinked at you. "Oh, okay. So there's a joke on the internet that Australia is a fake place and everyone there is just an actor. Anyway, I totally believe it. The place is bonkers," you laughed. "One time I went into the corner store to grab some snacks and stuff, and there was this massive, and I mean like monster spider in the corner of the roof, and I just stopped and stared at it, and the lady behind the counter just said, 'Oh, don't mind him. He's just Harold.' Like, what? Ma'am, that is a huge-ass spider, and it's probably big enough to eat you," you laughed. "No, but seriously, don't go there. It's a weird place. And always keep your flip-flops on." Jirou cracked a smile and giggled a little, but didn't say anything, so you tuned into her thoughts. "Yin must be feeling really relaxed. She doesn't just go on a ramble like that often," she thought, and you smiled at her. "Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good actually," you replied. "Oh," Momo then said, attracting both your and Jirou's attention to herself. "There's our yacht," she added, lifting her hand to wave to the crew on board, who all waved back happily. You smiled and readjusted your bag over your shoulder, and then followed your two girls up onto the dock and got onto the planks of wood to walk down to the decently sized yacht. The crew welcomed you all aboard, and you were directed to the front of the yacht to sit and relax while the crew prepared for launch. Then once the boat was setting off and heading into the open waters, two of the lady crew came around with some light canapes and drinks for you to enjoy. "Ah, now you're talking," you said with a grin, as you took a canapé for yourself and a drink from the other lady serving, then settled back against the plush recliner on the deck. "Wow," Jirou thought, as she relaxed back beside you and Momo on the other side of her. "Right?" you asked her as she put the food in her mouth. "This is the life." I'm not used to this, but it's nice, I guess," she replied in her mind, and you reached a hand out over to her and to give some unspoken support. "If it's too much, just say so. We can find a skate park nearby if you just need to get some grounding time. Get back to grassroots," you said in a soft voice to her. She looked at you and gave you a small, shy smile. "Thanks, Yin," she said in her mind. Just then, one of the male crew approached you all and bowed. "Madams," he greeted you all,
We have been alerted to a pod of dolphins sighted in the area and have a possibility of seeing them if you would like to turn your chairs around so that you have a clear view of the bow of the ship. We are due to intercept them in about 5 minutes. Sweet, you said brightly, as you stood up to turn your chair around, but then Momo's chair suddenly started to do a slow spin, and you looked at her.
Oh, there's a lever, Yin,
she said, looking over the top of her glasses at you as she spun slowly.
Yeah, Yin,
Jirou said as she quickly leaned to the side of her chair and pulled on a lever that slowly started to turn her chair around with her still in it. Yeah, as if, you laughed. There is no way you knew that lever was there, you said to her, and she giggled.
Oh, I totally knew,
she joked back. As if you did, you laughed, getting back into your chair to do the spin. You pulled the lever and leaned forwards in the chair, as if to make it look like you could spin it faster if you leaned forwards. That's not fair, you both got a head start, you chuckled as you spun slowly.
Didn't you know the chairs could spin automatically? Aren't you from this world?
Jirou joked. I was going to haul the damn thing in a circle with my raw strength, you joked. What is this, a luxury liner?
Oh, technically this isn't a luxury liner,
Momo said, not catching that you were being facetious.
It's a luxury yacht, but even then...
Momo, you chuckled. I love you. I was being stupid. I know this is a luxury yacht liner thing that would have all the latest gadgets to do life for you. You gave her a wink and then lifted your arms up above your head and rested them back behind your head. Ah, you sighed. This is the life. If only I had some kind of alert system to tell me when the dolphins are near so I can rest my eyes for a bit and then open them when the action is here, you joked.
Alert,
Jirou said in her usual deadpan voice.
This is an alert for Yin. Your dolphins are here,
she said. Thinking she was joking, you smirked. I have a very cute alert system, you replied, still with your eyes closed and a grin on your face. Thank you. Now I know what my alert system's going to sound like.
Oh, it really is them,
you heard Momo gasp on your other side. Your eyes sprung open and you dropped your arms and stared out over the bow of the ship, seeing some movements way ahead of the boat. Oh, you weren't joking, you said excitedly.
Geez, so much for wanting an alert. You just ignored one,
Jirou joked. Oh, sorry, you laughed. I thought you were mucking around. You got up and your girls followed as you walked to the bow of the yacht to lean over the edge and peer ahead. There's like... You paused, counting in your head, but both Jirou and Momo were counting in their heads too, so it was just a hashmagandy of numbers being spoken, and you let out an exaggerated groan. Ah! Okay, stop! Wait! Too many people counting! You said sharply. Both Momo and Jirou looked at you, confused, then remembered that you could hear their minds, and they both giggled apologetically.
I'm so sorry, Yin. I forgot that you can hear my thoughts,
Momo said with an apologetic look on her face. How many did we count? You asked.
I got 15, I think,
Jirou said. Okay, good enough. Let's go with that, you replied, looking at her. As the yacht got closer, the dolphins seemed to adjust their course a little, and they came up alongside the boat and then started swimming with it, twisting and jumping and switching in and out of positions with each other, and you girls watched on in silent awe and amazement.
Oh, there's a baby one,
Momo suddenly gasped.
Oh, there is too,
you agreed.
How cute.
This poor little baby dolphin was doing its best to keep up with the front of the boat, and you could see its little tail flicking madly to keep it ahead, and you smiled sadly.
Man, I'd love to be able to hear the inner thoughts of animals, but then again, if they were only thinking in their own language, then it wouldn't be very helpful to me,
you said.
Yeah, that's true,
Jirou replied.
Coda in our class can communicate with animals, but I think it's only one way. He can tell them stuff, but he can't understand what they're saying.
No, I think he can understand, Momo replied.
He appears to be able to get feedback from them.
Oh, really? Jirou asked.
To be honest, I haven't really asked him much about his quirk.
He's a really sweet guy, you said thoughtfully. Sometimes the quiet ones are the ones you want to be friends with the most, because they're used to just observing people from a distance and can be much better judges of character than you'd expect.
That's true, Momo replied. But then there's you, Yin, and you make everyone feel comfortable in your presence.
False, you said quickly, as if you were in a game show and had to yell out the answer quickly. I just be awkward, and if people can handle me, then they stick around. And if they can't, I know about it because they think it, and then they leave. And I'm like, good riddance, you added. But your class is so nice. I like it way better than my one back home. The conversation fell silent for a second, and you tuned into both their thoughts. Both girls were thinking the same thing as you all stood there still watching the dolphins below. It remained silent, and then you spoke again. You all know I can hear what you're thinking, right? You joked.
Oh, sorry,
Jirou said sheepishly.
Oh dear, I'm ever so sorry, Yin. Forgive me, Momo added, and you laughed lightly. You're both fine. I've thought about it too, but I still have a few months left, you said, your face falling into a neutral expression. I don't think I want to go back to France, you added softly. I don't want you to go either, Momo said. Yeah, same, Jirou added. Ah, yeah, I know, you replied with a smirk. It's what you were both thinking a second ago. Both girls gave you a shy and sheepish giggle, and then you sighed. But hey, let's not ruin the mood, let's make the most of what we got, hey? You asked, stepping back from the bow, and both girls looked at you. Time for food, Momo? You asked her. I'm starving. Momo then called for the waitstaff, and lunch was served shortly after, and then the yacht was pulled into a little cove that was mostly protected by rocks either side, and you girls could get off and go on the paddleboards in the still waters or sunbake on the beach. So after getting your paddleboards together, you all launched from the pontoon out the back of the boat and got on your boards and headed into the beach. Look how clear this water is, you exclaimed, looking down into the crystal blue waters and white sand as you floated lightly over the top of it. This is such a beautiful place, Momo said from beside you, standing on her board. I'll ask if we can rest here for the afternoon and have dinner here too. Sounds like a plan, you replied, looking the other way to Jirou. Okay with you, babe? You asked her. Oh yeah, definitely. This place is dope as, she replied, dipping her paddle into the water to pull herself along. That afternoon was spent on the boards, on the sand, exploring around a little, and then falling asleep in a large hammock that had been set up for you three. You'd never been in a king-sized hammock, but it was lovely, and it was lovely to have both your girls with you, laying either side of you with one of their legs over yours, snuggled into your side. As you drifted in and out of sleep, you thought about what you were going to do when your time in Japan was up. Is there a chance I could just transfer in for real? You wondered. I'll have to see if there's an entrance exam that I've got to do or something. You thought as you drifted off to sleep. After waking up later, you all went for a swim and played in the water and noted that Jirou and Momo were getting along better and better. At one point you had found a sea slug and had picked it up to show the girls, who had both panicked at the same time and lunged at each other to hold on to each other, screaming and all sorts as you approached them with this slimy, wet thing. It won't hurt you, you said with a smile. Please put it down, Yin, Momo begged, but before you could do anything else, the slug suddenly squirted ink from its rear, and it got all over your torso and down one arm. Oh, really? You exclaimed, dropping it immediately and dropping down into the water to wash the ink off, but even though you had gotten to it pretty quickly, it had still managed to stain already. Oh man, these things are brutal, you added, using some sand to try and get the marks off. So not everything likes you, Yin, Jirou teased. You gave her a side eye and then poked your tongue out at her, which made her giggle. Shortly after that, some of the waitstaff came ashore and started setting up for dinner while you chilled on the sand. Oh, Momo said, I asked if they could bring a change of clothes for us, so our bags are in the small launch boat, if you'd like to change. Yeah, sounds good, you said, standing up. It's happening, Momo thought, and your suspicions were up, immediately on high alert. You looked at her and then at Jirou. Happening? What's happening? You asked suspiciously. They seemed to be sitting suspiciously attentive, and you stopped and turned to face them both. Okay, what is it? Something's up, I can feel it, you said. Jirou stiffened nervously, but Momo did her best to hold her composure. Oh, whatever do you mean, Yin? She asked sweetly. You narrowed your eyes at her, then switched your narrowed gaze to Jirou, who immediately avoided eye contact. Neither were thinking anything at that point, and that heightened your suspicions even more. You looked over your shoulder to the boat that had come ashore that supposedly had your bags and change of clothes in it, and you eyed the boat before looking back to your two girls. I'll stay my swimmers, you then said, watching Momo keenly. Her face fell slightly, but then she tried to hide it by pushing the smile harder onto her face, but it just looked weird. Oh, but it'll be so much more comfortable in a change of clothes, right? She asked sweetly. You want me to change? You said in an accusatory voice, still eyeing her. Well, yes, I want you to be comfortable, she said, still fighting to keep her composure. Come on, you heard her whisper in her brain. You glanced at Jirou, who still hadn't looked at you, and so you started asking yourself questions to try and work out what they were doing. What is it that they would want me to change into? You wondered. What piece of clothing would they... Then you remembered the clothes shopping that you had done with them a few months back, and you paled. Dress, you suddenly said. Both girls stiffened. It's the dress.
You've packed the dress, you shouted, pointing at them. Jirou's terrified eyes then met yours, and she looked at Momo. It's a code red. Go, go, she suddenly said, jumping up and grabbing one of your arms. Momo jumped up too and lunged at you, creating rope from her arm and using it to quickly tie one of your wrists, and then stepping behind you to tie your other arm behind you as well, while Jirou continued to hold you. What? What? Betrayal! You shouted. What is this? It's for your own good, Yin, Jirou said.
You look so lovely, Momo added, trying to defuse the situation.
What do you mean it's for my own good? You screeched back to Jirou. That doesn't make any sense. Jirou started laughing at that point, seeing the comedy in the situation, which only made it funnier by your confusion, and unfortunately that made it more confusing for you. Why are you laughing? You asked with the utmost confusion in your voice. What is going on? Is it the dress? What are you doing? Madams, one of the wait staff said as he walked over to the three of you, making you all pause what you were doing. Dinner will be served shortly if you would like to make your necessary arrangements to change and be seated. You looked past him to where a lovely table and chairs had been set up on the sand, and then gave him a dead stare. It's my funeral, you said in a hollow voice. Jirou started laughing again at that point, and the poor waiter looked so confused.
Oh, thank you, Momo said nervously. Yes, we will get dressed now and be over shortly.
Get dressed into what? You asked as both Momo and Jirou started pulling you towards the boat by your tied wrists, making you walk backwards. Get dressed into what? You asked again more urgently. Into what? I'm asking a question.
A lovely outfit that you chose,
Momo said, her voice full of unbridled excitement. I didn't choose it. I was forced to buy it, and I should have known this was coming, you wailed, mostly putting it on now. It wasn't really that bad, but you were also thinking of using it as leverage for something else you wanted from your girls later, so decided to play this up as much as possible. You let them slowly drag you towards the boat, balking occasionally and wailing in a weird way which only made Jirou laugh harder, and you looked back over your shoulder at her with a smirk. You really do have a sadistic side, don't you? You asked her, your attention being diverted for that moment, which allowed Momo to quickly grab your bag from the boat, and then you were dragged back the other way towards a makeshift change area by the boating crew. How did I not see this being set up? I should have run the minute you suggested a yachting afternoon, you said as you were dragged into the change room. Fun my ass, you seethed playfully. Jirou was enjoying this way too much and grabbed for the bag to reveal the dress that you had bought a while back and held it up. It's time, she said. My funeral, yes, I know, just kill me already, you deadpanned. She snorted and stepped towards you. Wait, let me tell you something. I want to tell you something first, you begged. No, I'm not falling for that, she said. Momo, hold her still. It definitely took the girls a while to change you, but finally you were at a dress, and they were dressed, and you are now all walking barefoot on the sand over to where dinner had been set up.
Oh, isn't this romantic?
Momo gushed when she saw the fairy lights that had been strung up under the canopy that had been placed over the table to give you guys a bit of protection. Yeah, totally, you replied as you pushed your knees out and gremlin marched like you'd seen Bakugo do. Jirou had been endlessly amused by you this afternoon and had to stifle another giggle by slapping her hand over her mouth. You do look amazing though, Yin, she said in her mind, and you heard her. Not as amazing as you, he replied, looking back at her. She and Momo had both gotten into the dresses that they had bought that day as well, so you were all matching, and you had to admit you all looked like the hottest lesbian throuple you'd ever seen. Once seated, dinner was served, and you were grateful, at least, that Momo had chosen now of all times for you to be placed in the dress, since it was only you, Jirou and Momo and the waitstaff, but they were all too preoccupied trying to make sure the food came out on time and was perfect, than worry about what you were wearing. Dinner was delicious, as expected, and you had a few laughs and many funny moments all together, sitting and chatting as the sun slowly set to the background. And then once you were all done, you all got back on the transfer boat to be taken back to the yacht and back home. Sailing in back to the holiday house in the dark, calm waters under a rising moon, with the early evening stars in the sky was beautiful, and the warm air around you all made it feel that much more magical. You know what? You said as you rested an arm over Momo's shoulder and the other over Jirou's shoulder. I'm not even mad about the dress. We look hot as hell, you added, looking at both of them.
Of course we do, Momo said emphatically. We look amazing.
You leaned over to her and kissed her on the temple, and leaned the other way and kissed Jirou too. But you know, I got to take these dresses off y'all. You put me in this one, so it's only fair that I take you out of yours, you said suddenly and loudly. What? Jirou asked, looking at you. No, you heard me, you tutted.
And if you would look ahead kindly, you'll see that we are fast approaching our destination. You jerked your head towards the shoreline that you could make out on the near horizon and noted that the staff had turned the lights on in the beach house upstairs, leaving a very inviting warm glow to guide you back to your haven of rest. The kindly men on board offered to hold your hands to help you ashore, but you were far more focused on getting back to the beach house, and so, taking the lead, you reached a dainty hand out to the first guy and then quickly pulled it back. "Psych!" you shouted as you launched from the boat, clearing the boat ramp and landing on the sand in one jump. "Catch me if you can!" you hollered as you hiked up the hem of your dress and sprinted down the beach. Both Momo and Jirou were shocked at your sudden launch, but then burst out laughing as you ran and slowly got ashore before trying to run to catch up to you. "Yin, you got a head start," Jirou shouted. "I could make a dune buggy with my quirk, but it would take too much time," you heard Momo yell. "Yeah," you cackled manically as you ran, locking your sights on the beach house ahead, and as you turned and started sprinting up the sand towards the base of the stairs, you reached down for the hem of your dress again and hoisted it up overhead, throwing your dress off and sprinting the rest of the way up the stairs in just your bra and undies. "Yin!" Momo gasped with surprise as you sprinted up the stairs with no dress on and made it to the top. Jirou was laughing away in the background and grabbed for your dress on the ground as she ran behind Momo and started up the stairs behind her. Shenanigans ensued when Momo entered through the door and was jump-scared by you, as you had hidden behind the door and had launched an attack on her, which made her shriek with surprise, and then you had also grabbed Jirou too as she came bolting in, which startled her and she squirmed to get out of your grasp. With lots of giggling and laughter, the other two girls lost their dresses as well, and a small pillow fight erupted, championed by you of course. Then showers were had, pyjamas were put on, and you all flopped into Momo's king-size bed to wind down a little before falling asleep. "That was actually a really nice day," you commented from between your girls. "I'm glad we got to do that, albeit a bit torturous with having to wear a dress." "Wait, where did that thing end up? Did it somehow get washed away by the ocean?" you asked excitedly. "No, I picked it up and brought it up here," Jirou said from your left side. "Ah, bummer," you grunted with disappointment. "Couldn't you have just dropped it in the ocean somehow and made it look like it was an accident?" "No, because you looked so hot in it," Jirou said. "Not as hot as you girls, though. Wow," you replied. "I feel like this relationship works so well because you two are as hot as heck, and I'm throwing Major Mask vibes, so it just works, since it kind of equals out." You thought about what you had just said, and then continued your thoughts to yourself. "Yeah, no, that doesn't actually make sense." You thought, "That doesn't really make sense," Jirou said out loud, and you burst out laughing. "I was literally just thinking the same thing," you chuckled. "Same wavelength." Jirou chuckled again, and Momo sighed contentedly and snuggled into your other side more, her mind thinking over some things. "Now if only I could somehow show Kyoka how much I enjoy her company and see if she would allow me to get closer to her," Momo thought. "I did try earlier, and I've been trying ever since, but I just can't seem to break through. I don't know how to approach it." You heard her thoughts and just listened carefully and thoughtfully. You knew Jirou was into Momo, but the distance between thinking you like someone and actually engaging in a romantic activity with that person you like is sometimes a huge gap to span, and you figured that that could be the case here with Jirou. "How can I help this?" you wondered. You bent your head to the side and kissed Momo on the temple, and then bent the other way and kissed Jirou, who turned her head and started kissing your lips tenderly. Allowing yourself to get into the moment, you kept kissing her, and didn't even flinch when you felt Momo lift her head and look over to where you and Jirou were kissing, and you kept going to see what she would do. She just seemed to be intrigued, and so you finished up and then looked at her. "You want one too?" you asked her, tilting your head the other way to kiss her. She accepted your kiss, but her mind was wandering curiously to thoughts of Jirou, so you pulled back and looked at Jirou. "Did you too want to try?" you asked her, looking at Momo, then back to her. "Momo, you up for a kiss from Kyoka?" Momo nodded shyly, not saying anything out loud, but thinking a lot. "Yes, I wouldn't mind at all," she thought, looking at Jirou's lips. Momo then placed a gentle hand on your chest and leaned across to Jirou, who sat up and tenderly leaned in as well. "If I can wear that dress, then you two can give each other a kiss," you said. "Come on now, just one little one." Since they were both leaning over your chest, you had a bird's-eye view of them kissing, and it was indeed a pivotal moment for you, when your two girlfriends gently touched lips right over your chest. You held your breath as they kissed lightly, and then pulled back bashfully, and then there was a second kiss, and a third, and you grinned happily when Jirou blushed and Momo pulled back with a smile. "Hey, well look at you two," you said happily. "How does everyone feel?" I feel really happy, Momo said, looking at Jirou.
Same,
Jirou replied, and you grinned from ear to ear and pulled them both in for a hug either side of you. This is what we've been missing, you exclaimed, kissing first one and then the other as they both giggled. I am super duper happy, you said. We're officially a throuple now, you said. That kiss sealed the deal. Well, I mean, it's not anything important, but I'm just glad that we're all here for each other.
Oh, that goes without saying,
Momo said emphatically. You smiled at her. The rest of that night was spent talking, kissing, touching, so you all ended up staying up a little later than what you had initially planned on doing, but it was good that you had the time to properly talk and explore each other's feelings, wants and needs. And then after everything had been said that needed saying, you all fell asleep together, content and happy. The rest of that getaway was super relaxing and wonderful for the growth of your relationship. So when the week was up and you had to come back to the dorms, you were sad but also excited to move into this newfound area of life with your two girls by your side. They had had time to grow together and get comfortable, and you'd had time to adjust to them being closer and settle into your new relationship with them. We need to get a room together, you said as you sat in the back of the limo heading back to the dorms with them. Or I just need to get my own room so we can switch and swap and spend time in each other's rooms. It's been nice being all together and spending time together. I really feel like it's bonded us, but I think we also need some time one-on-one just so that we can create special little memories as well.
Yes, I agree, Momo said. We could talk to Aizawa to see if there's a spare room, or he could notify us if one opens up, she said.
Yeah, you replied. Well, I can talk to him this afternoon since we still have a bit of time when we get back. We don't start school till tomorrow.
Good point,
Jirou said.
Wait, will he be at school?
Yeah, he should be. Teachers don't get much of a break, unfortunately, you said. That's why I don't want to be a teacher.
You're much better suited for hero duties anyway,
Momo said proudly.
Yeah,
Jirou added.
But I can totally see you catching the kids out on cheating on tests and exams and stuff by using your quirk to listen to their minds.
Yeah, you laughed back at her. And I'd totally do that too. Back to school you drove, and the limo pulled into the driveway and then slowed as it neared the gates. Well, this is us, you said with a smile. Back to the grind. The driver helped you girls get your bags, and then you took them back to your rooms and put them down. I'm going to go find Aizawa, you said as you put your bag down in Momo's room.
Okay, she said. I'll start unpacking and washing.
Sounds good. I'll be back to help carry stuff when it's done, you replied, making your way to the door and then leaving with a quick goodbye. As you exited your room, you saw Mina in the hallway and grinned. Oh, hail, Queen of Tea, you joked. You know I need it, she said as she grinned at you. How's your getaway? Oh my god, so much happened, and I am so keen to spill, you replied. Oh, dang, she gasped playfully. Okay, come to my room, I'm free. Alright, I'll be there in a sec. I gotta talk to Aizawa first, and then I'll stop by, yeah? You said as you kept walking past her. Okay, sweet, don't forget, she called after you. I won't, you laughed as you continued on. Making your way out of Heights Alliance and across the school grounds, you could already hear the displeased internal thoughts of the teachers there and smirked with pity to yourself. Yeah, man. No rest, you thought as you knocked on the staff room door. Come in, Aizawa said in a bored voice, and so you slid the door open and stepped inside. Ah, you still look like death, you said brightly to him. He just gave you a dead stare. Yeah, anyway, I'll cut to the chase, you said quickly. What's a girl got to do to get her own room around here? Be part of a registered class, he shot back grumpily. I did some asking and some research when you came in here before, asking for your own room, and unless you're on the class roll as an enrolled student, not an exchange, then we can't give you your own room. Oh, you said with surprise. Oh, okay, yeah, I get it. Well, you thought for a second. Can I ask, just for curiosity's sake, is there a spare room? Aizawa sighed. They are thinking of expanding the room closest to the girls' bathroom on your level to make it a little bigger, and will be making a smaller or normal-sized room on the level above, he said, but unless you're part of this class, you can't have your own room. You hummed. Okay, thank you. You turned to go, but he called out to you again, so you stopped. How long have you been here, Yin? He asked. Well, I came in March, and it's now, end of July? You asked. It's 1st of August tomorrow, Aizawa said, glancing at the calendar on his laptop. Okay, so about 4.5 months then, you said. Aizawa nodded. Okay, he said. You can go now. Okay, you hummed suspiciously, turning slowly to leave. That
was odd. I wonder why he asked that question. You wondered. Curiosity got the better of you, so you headed off down the hall, but then stopped and tuned back into his thoughts to see if you could glean anything from him asking how long you'd been in the course for. Thankfully, he was thinking what you wanted to hear, so you just stood there and took it all in. She's come a long way in these 4.5 months. Aizawa thought, I wonder if she'd be open to transferring here. We could do with more good heroes here in Japan, and she would be a very good addition. She gets along with the class well too. I'll wait a little longer and then approach the question with her. There's a lot of unknowns too, especially if she doesn't have any family to stay with here. You smiled at first and then your smile faded. Well, now I'm in a bit of a pickle. You thought as you started walking slowly again. I really want to stay here for so many obvious reasons, but I really do miss Mum, Dad, my house, familiar language. You sighed, pushing your hands into your pockets. I'll have to think about it. Maybe Mum and Dad might move out here. Dad could work remote. You continued to ponder these thoughts as you headed back to Heights Alliance, and you were still so deep in thought that you didn't see Mina standing in the hallway as you walked down it. You were going to just walk straight past me! She gasped playfully when it looked like you weren't going to stop. The fact that you gave her a surprised look told her that you hadn't done it on purpose, and she immediately noticed that the look on your face was different and knew something was on your mind. Come in, she said as she grabbed your arm and dragged you into her room. I feel like you got a lot on your mind, and you also need to tell me what happened while you were away. Oh man, have I got some stories for you, you said emphatically as soon as she closed her door, switching to story mode immediately. Okay, well, first of all, Jirou and Momo are now a thing, so we officially got them throuple vibes going on, and I am stoked. Mina squealed excitedly, and you then immediately switched to the other thing on your mind. And so also, aside from that, I'm aware that I'm almost halfway through my exchange here, and I'm kind of torn, so that's on my mind too now, you said with a sigh. Oh, wow, what a pendulum swing, Mina said. Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. Sit down, it's going to take a while. And a while it did. You and Mina talked for another 3 hours, and it was only when you checked your watch that you realised that you had been talking to her for so long. Oh, wow, you said when you saw the time. I better go help Momo with the laundry. I promised her I'd be back, and she probably thought I'd only be like an hour max. You laughed. But yeah, just keep all of that to yourself, babe, yeah? Especially me having to possibly leave in 5 months. I don't want Momo and Kyoka to be getting sad in advance. We need to enjoy our time together. Oh yeah, totally, Mina said. Especially since you've all made such huge progress in the last week. I know, right? You said as you got up from her bed and walked to the door. Okay, I'll see ya. School tomorrow, yeah? She groaned playfully. It's only going to be fun because you're there. Aw, love you too, you replied with a wink as you grabbed for the door handle. See ya. Bye, she called to you as you closed her door. She smiled at the closed door for a bit and then shook her head with a smile. She's certainly brought something special to this class, she thought. After helping Momo with the laundry, belatedly, you got some food together with her in the kitchen and then prepared for bed. Momo wasn't sure what was on your mind, but she could feel something was off. You'd been a little more quiet since coming back from Aizawa, and although you mentioned that you had stopped in to chat with Mina, she knew your subdued attitude had come from your talk with Aizawa. Oh, I hope everything is okay, she thought. You heard her, but at that point you didn't really want to talk about it. You had to think about this on your own, and talk to your parents as well. But you'd be lying if you said that you weren't a little worried that they would just straight up say no. And so you went to sleep that night a little fitfully, unable to fully relax. When your alarm went off the next morning to wake you up for school, you were already a little over it. You groaned as you dragged yourself out of Momo's bed and fell onto the floor, your loud thump waking Momo all the way up. Oh my, she gasped as she lunged up and looked over the side of the bed to you on the floor. Yin, are you okay? No, you replied in a dead tone, rolling over onto your back to stare up at her. Did you hurt your back? She asked with concern. I think I sprained my schoolitis. It means I can't go to school now and I need to rest, you replied back in a dead voice. Oh, Yin, Momo sighed with a sad smile. It's okay, it'll be fine, and everyone's looking forward to seeing you again. Yeah, the people are good, but I'm not looking forward to more classes and exams and assignments and all of the above, you said as you rolled onto your side and then got up. But hey, better get going because my fear of Aizawa is worse and I don't want to get in trouble on the first day back. I have to be on my best behaviour, you said, and then thought, yeah, I need to have an awesome track record if I'm going to ask to stay. Dad will be looking at my statistics in all areas. Everyone was very excited back in the classroom, chatting and catching up on the holiday goss, and you gave Jirou a big hug from behind when you saw her in the classroom. "What happened to you last night? I never saw you surface," you said to her. "Oh, I literally died as soon as I got into my room. I thought I was just going to have a nap, but then I woke up at 3 a.m. and I got a drink of water and then got back into bed again," she said. "Oh, okay, so you'll have energy for when I'm in your room tonight then?" you whispered into her ear. She blushed mildly and nodded shyly. "Yeah, I guess," she replied, and you snorted and then squeezed her and let her go. "Okay, try and play it cool then," you said with a wink to her as you headed to your desk. First day back was better than you expected, and you were kind of looking forward to this term. According to the curriculum, there were going to be a few fun things lined up, so you were looking forward to them. But when you saw the final day was going to be in December, it reminded you that if you did go back to France, it would be in the January holidays, so you'd need to say goodbye to everyone at the end of December. "Man, I think I need to call Mum and Dad tonight and talk to them," you thought as you put the paper down and grabbed for your class book. At lunchtime that day, Denki produced the vouchers for the cafeteria and held them up above his head as he walked into the middle of you all as you headed out of the classroom altogether. "Let's have a big feast and share it on the roof," he exclaimed. "Everyone gets something different from the caf today, and we can split the spoils." "Yeah, awesome idea," Sarah said with a grin. "I'm in," Eureka said enthusiastically. "Well, looks like it's been settled then," you commented to Jirou beside you, who nodded and looked up at you with a soft smile. "I don't care what we do or where we eat as long as I'm with you," she thought, and you bent your head down to reply to her comment. "Only a few more hours and then we can be alone in your room, baby," you said lowly. Thankfully, the whooping and excitement from the rest of the class about the upcoming lunch had all of their attentions occupied, so Jirou's blush went unnoticed as he swarmed into the cafeteria area, keen to get some free food. Once you all had your food, you headed to the rooftop as a class, still with your books from the previous lesson, and then sat down there to share everything out. Okay, Denki said as he stood up to command attention. "Now, what did everyone get?" "Sit down, dunce face," Bakugo growled. "Everyone just put your food in the middle, and we'll pick what we want." "I believe we should tell each other the food that we have bought, so we can place the food in groups so that we know how much we have of every option," Ida said with logical authority, chopping his hand as he explained himself. "We could break into groups and share amongst a smaller group," Hagakure offered, raising an invisible hand up from her sleeve. "Okay, hold on," you said as you put your hand up. "So we know there was hot food and then snack food and drinks, yes?" "Yes," the class chorused in reply to you. "Okay, hands up if you got some hot food," you said. 5 of your classmates raised their hands. "Okay, what did you guys get? All the same thing?" you asked. Thankfully, there were 3 of one dish and 2 of another dish, and you nodded your head. "Okay, so let's work out who wants hot food first, and then divide that amongst those who want it. We probably should have gotten extra plates and stuff to share," you mumbled to yourself. "I can make some," Momo said as she quickly made some plastic plates from her arm. "Oh, awesome. Thank you, Momo," you said as you took them from her. While you were working out who wanted hot food, you directed Ida to divide up the drinks, and then the snacks food was organised by Momo, and in no time flat everyone had enough food to eat, and you're all sitting in a circle eating happily together. "Oh, hey, also," Denki said through a mouthful, hot springs later?" "Oh yes, we need to do that. Let's organise for a weekend where everyone is available and go as a class," Momo said. "Seeing as we're all here, let's organise it now." Ida pulled out his diary from his schoolbooks and pushed his glasses further up onto his nose, and then came the task of finding a free weekend that everyone would be available on. The date was picked 4 weeks from then, and you grinned. "That's good. That makes it almost spring, so it won't be too hot or too cold," you said. "We have plenty of time to organise." "Yes," Momo nodded as she wrote something down in her diary. "I'll have a look at the rules of the hot springs, but I have a feeling that we might have to pay for some things. I don't think they'll let us rent out the entire place for free, especially with so many of us." "Like I said, I can chip in. I need to call my folks tonight anyway, so I'll ask them," you said with a smile. "It'll be fun to have a getaway with the whole class, especially since it might be the last time that I get to be with all of them and make memories with all of them," you thought, but you kept that thought to yourself. Jirou, however, was looking at you and noticed an element of sadness on your face as you fell silent, and her heart ached a little in her chest. "I wish I could read Yin's mind," she thought. "Then I would know why she made that face." You heard her and glanced at her, and then forced a smile onto your face and gave her a peace sign.
I'll ask you later,
Jirou said in her mind as she kept watching you. She wasn't going to let you off easy. After school that day, you put your bag down in Momo's room and grabbed your phone. I'm just going to call Mum and Dad, you said as you headed for the door. I'll ask about chipping in for the hot springs.
Oh yes, thank you. I have the coupon with me, so I'll look over the terms and conditions, but if you could get pre-approval from Auntie and Uncle, I would very much appreciate it,
Momo said.
I'll also ask my own father if we can assist in paying as well, if it comes to it.
Okay, awesome, you said as you turned and held up a hand to high-five her. Teamwork! Okay, let's do this. She smiled and returned your high five, and then you walked out, closed the door, and then headed down the hall, letting your face fall as you did so. I don't even know what I'm going to say to them, you thought as you headed outside the building. You figured walking around in the fresh air might help you when you spoke with them. Once out on the lawn, you dialed your mother's number and put the phone to your ear. It only rang once before your mum picked up, and her excited voice met your ears as she exploded in flamboyant French greeting. Her enthusiasm made you giggle, and you replied to her in kind and then switched to English. How's France? You asked her. Are you and Dad well?
We are doing well here, but I do miss you so,
your mum said, the longing in her voice evident. I miss you too, and Dad too, you replied a little sadly. But I also really love it here. Everyone in the class is so lovely.
I am so happy to hear that,
your mum said. Oh, is Dad there too? I want to talk to him too, you said, hoping you could catch both of them on the phone at the same time.
Oui, he is here. He just flew in from Germany yesterday, your mum said. Wait, I will call for him.
You heard her call out, and then there was a pause as he came into the room to speak. Is it Yin on the phone? You heard him ask, and your mum excitedly replied that it was. Hello, Yin, he said in his warm voice. Nice of you to call. Hi, Dad, you replied, feeling a little choked up at hearing his voice. How was your trip to Germany? It wasn't as exciting as I would have liked for it to have been, he replied. I was mostly in meetings, but it is nice to be back home. You come back in a few months, don't you? Your mother and I miss you around the house. It's very quiet here. You opened your mouth to speak, but the words just didn't come, so you shut your mouth again and hummed. Mum? Dad? You said, pausing hesitantly. Your mum could feel your emotions and asked if you were okay when you paused. Me? Oh, yeah, no, I'm fine, you replied quickly. You really wanted to tell them that you really, really loved the hero course here in Japan and that you were having a great time, but you also missed them, but you didn't want to leave, and it was just too much, and you didn't even really know what you wanted either, so that made it even more difficult to convey your emotions. But you'd paused for too long now, and the silence was making your parents worry, so you had to speak, and soon. There's something I want to ask you, you said quickly. There's a hot springs here, and I want to help pay for the class to go, and... Oh, why didn't you say so? Your dad interjected with a small chuckle. Don't hesitate, he added. If you need money, you tell me how much you need, and I'll make sure it is on the card by tomorrow. How much? 10 grand? 10? You spluttered with surprise. I don't think it will be that much, but can I find out first? I just wanted to ask permission first before committing to anything, so I don't know the price yet. But, Yin, we are always here for you, your dad said kindly. Always ask anything you want. Thanks, Dad, you said with a soft sigh. I'll let you know as soon as I can, okay? But thank you for being so willing to help. It is no problem at all, your dad said kindly. How are you doing in the course? Studying hard? Always, you said with a sad smile as you stopped and looked down at the grass. I really like this class. Good. As long as you are a valuable member and diligent with your studies, that is all I could ask for, your dad said. But hurry up, come back, okay? Okay, you replied numbly. There's no way I can tell them how I really feel now, you thought, your downcast gaze almost melting you into the grass. Anyway, I need to go and do my homework now, you said, wanting to wrap up this conversation before you started crying. Of course, we won't keep you, your dad said, and your mum chimed in. Yes,
Do well, my sweet Yin. We will see you soon, she said. Of course, you replied, mustering up one last smile before hanging up. You sighed with sadness and frustration, and then let your hand holding the phone flop to your side and your gaze hit the ground again. Oh, man, this is going to be the real test of my strength, you thought. Give me a villain any day. I'd much prefer taking on a villain than to upset either my parents or my girlfriends. How can I make this work? You turned and started walking back to the building. You weren't sure if you had it in you to focus on your homework that evening, but you needed to do something to take all of this off your mind. When you got back to your room, Momo was already excitedly waiting for you to tell you about the hot springs and how much it was going to cost. You told her you had already spoken to your dad and he had pre-approved the amount, no matter what it was. Oh, Uncle is so wonderful, Momo gushed. Next time you talk to him, please send him my regards. I will, you replied. Anyway, did you want to organise the hot springs and I'll send you the money? I got to go do my homework for today and hang out with our other girlfriend, you added. I'm in her room tonight. Oh yes, that's no problem. I can sort that out, Momo said with a smile. Good luck and I'll message you if I need anything. Yeah, I'm only a few rooms away too if you need me, you said, picking up your books and heading for the door. Kyoko can explain what on earth that history class was about today. Momo's sweat dropped as you left and shook her head. Oh, my sweet Yin, she thought with a little giggle. You headed off to Jirou's room and knocked with enthusiasm. It's your favourite person, you said on the other side of the door. And if you don't open up, I'll half and I'll blow your house down. Ugh, so dramatic, Jirou said as she opened the door. Although, if you ruined this room, then they might move me into a bigger one, and you and Momo could stay with me all the time. Like on our getaway? You asked with a smile as you stepped in. Not gonna lie, that was awesome having you both there in the bed with me. Yeah, she said, as she walked back over to her desk and sat down. Oh, you started your homework without me, you said when you saw her homework books open. I was going to ask for some help with that history lesson today. I have no idea about the quirk timelines and important historic dates. I fight the bad guys and I go home. That's what I'm about. Well, you need to know this for the exams, Jirou said. So bad guys or not, one is more important at the moment. Okay, you said with a dramatic sigh as you dropped the books down on her bed and then sat down and held your arms out to her. But first I need cuddles, otherwise I can't concentrate. Yes, you can, she deadpanned. Nope, this is a fact. I have a condition called quirk help me. It's where only you can help me and it needs to be in the form of a cuddle, you said with a straight face. It's like looking after a giant baby, Jirou said with a sigh and a hidden smirk. She got up from her chair and walked over to you, opening her arms to give you a hug, but you suddenly grabbed her and yanked her down onto you as you lay back on the bed. Aha! You fell for my plan, you cackled in a villainous voice. Now you shall never be free! Does it look like I want to get out of your arms? Jirou asked as she lay there hugging you from on top. Oh, best outcome, you replied with a smile to her. Cool, let's stay this way forever. We do need to do our homework though, Jirou replied. Yeah, unfortunately. You sighed, doing a crunch to sit up with her still in your arms. We can cuddle after though, Jirou offered as she got off you. Sounds like a plan, you replied with a grin before reaching for your books. Do we start with the worst first? Homework was a lot slower going than you hoped it would be, but when you didn't understand anything, it made it harder to get through. Do you get it, Yin? Jirou asked after trying to show you something. Your mind had wandered into the thoughts of your family and how you were going to approach the idea of staying here, so the homework at hand had taken a back seat heavily. Yin? Jirou asked, but you didn't reply, just kept staring at the books spread out on her bed, so she tried again. Yin? She asked again. Yeah? Yep, what's up? You asked quickly, looking up at her with an almost guilty look on your face. Jirou looked at you, then she remembered that you had been acting a little funny earlier, and so took the opportunity to ask you what was on your mind. Hey, so, she said slowly, I've been meaning to ask if you're okay. I can't read your mind, but you kind of seem like you have a lot on it. Me? You asked with surprise. Nah, I'm okay. Why? No, you just seem a little down, she said again. You don't need to hide anything from me. I know, you said, letting your guard down a little. It's nothing much, it's just about the rooms and being back at school and hot springs. Hot springs? She asked. Yeah, you said, trying to divert her attention to other things that weren't the real issue. I asked Dad if he could chip in and pay for some of the time that we're away, and he said yes, but I'm just worried about how much. It's not like you to be worried about money, she asked, sensing that wasn't really part of the problem. Oh, yeah, I know, but I've gone over budget a little, so I just didn't want him to get mad or anything, you said. You knew Jirou didn't know your dad, and so therefore she wouldn't know that he was completely fine with anything that you spent, especially if it was money spent on your classmates, hero-related things, or study. He was very chill like that. He was a generous man, and he firmly believed that anything could be fixed if he threw enough money at it, something that he did frequently, and for the most part it worked. But she didn't need to know that, and she certainly didn't need to be weighed down by the real issue on your mind. Your dilemma of wanting to stay here after your exchange time was up, but also wanting to be with your family, but also not wanting to leave your girls. How would long distance even work? You wondered to yourself, what if Momo and Kyoko got closer, and then they didn't want me in their relationship anymore? That would hurt real bad. I'd be back to square one. You thought sadly, your face falling for a split second. Jirou saw and thought it was about the money and the hot springs, and so got up to come over and hug you. I don't know why you're so worried about this, but I'm sorry you feel so sad about it. Is it something Momo could help with? She asked. She knows about money and money problems. Oh, no, it's okay, you said quickly. It'll sort itself out, I promise. Jirou looked you in the eye. Okay. She says she got back up and went to her desk. She wasn't 100% sure that she believed you, but she dared not think that with you in the room. Better just focus on homework for now. At least we can fix that, she said idly as she sat back down at the desk. True, you replied, trying to focus back on your studies. Jirou did help you a lot with your homework that night, and then you two spent some quality time between the sheets, and then it was up and back to school the next morning. After waking up, you went back to Momo's room next morning to get dressed for school that day and chat to her about the hot springs plans. It appeared that they were happy to rent out all of the rooms to your class, since the owner recognised Momo's last name and noted that her dad was a frequent guest there, always willing to pay for everything, and his guests always kept their places neat and tidy. Now we just need to confirm which weekend with the rest of the class to make sure everyone can be there, and I'll book it and put the down payment, Momo said to you. Sweet, you replied as you buttoned up your school shirt. Let me know how much and I'll send it through. Oh, of course, Momo said. Classes that day were boring as all hell, but you managed to get through them, and then your class got together at lunch and chatted about the upcoming hot springs getaway, and it was organised and set. I wonder if there will be any hot girls there, Denki asked with heart-shaped eyes. Bro, I think we've booked everything out. I don't know if there will be anyone else there besides us, he said with a small chuckle. But if there's anyone else, I will wing woman you so hard you won't even be able to feel your toes, you said. Oh, thanks, Ruzgod, he said excitedly. Bro, I don't really think that sounds good, Sarah said from the other side of him, having been listening in. Why? Denki asked with confusion. She said she was going to go so hard you wouldn't be able to feel your toes. That sounds pretty bad, he said. It's a figure of speech, you replied flippantly. Oh, okay, awesome, Denki said brightly. I've never heard it before, Sarah added suspiciously. Yeah, because I just made it up, you said with a chuckle, before taking a sip of your drink. Both boys' sweat dropped at you, but Momo then stood up and called attention to herself. I'd just like to say that I'm so proud of our class and our achievements this year, and I'm looking forward to this hot springs adventure, she said, holding up her bottle of water for a toast. To us, she called happily. To us, you yelled, holding up your drink to celebrate. Yeah, Denki added, holding up his bun as he was eating it, which then prompted everyone else to hold up whatever they had in their hands, and the joy spread through everyone there. It felt like those next few weeks flew by. School was mostly the same, no real hiccups, just the standard stuff, and then as time got closer to going away, everyone started focusing on that and working towards that weekend. Do we need swimmers? Eureka asked Mina in the kitchen one night. I don't think so. It's going to be a girls-only hot springs and then also a boys' one on the other side of a wall, I assume, she said thoughtfully, looking around the kitchen to spot you. Hey, Yin, she called. Present, you shouted from inside the pantry. Got a question about swimmers, she called, a look of surprise on her face when you emerged from the pantry with an apple hanging from your mouth. Yeah? You asked, unhinging the apple from your teeth. Do we need them? She asked you. Nah, you said, before shoving the apple back between your teeth. It's a girls only and a boys only, right? She then asked again, making you remove the apple again to reply to her. Yeah, you said, then shoved the apple back between your teeth. She watched with amusement and then switched her questioning up. Are you going to bite that thing or are you just going to hold it in between your teeth all night?
she asked with a curious smile on her face. You pulled your teeth out of the apple again and held it in your hand while you replied to her. Bro, I'm trying to bite this thing, but I've bitten too far into the apple and now I can't clamp down and break a bit off. I have to bite smaller, you said with a little exasperation. Oh, I can cut it for you if you like, Eureka offered, reaching for the knife on the chopping board nearby. Okay, if you chop it for me, you can have the other half, you said. Really? She asked excitedly. Okay, deal. You handed her the apple and she eagerly took it and placed it on the board to cut it up. While she was doing that, you went back to talking to Mina. Man, I'm pumped for this trip. Hey, I've not done a trip with you all, and it's going to be so fun, you said. Oh, I know, right? She replied. I can't wait to just chill out in the hot springs, talking about boys and crushes and girls too, you know, I guess. We can just talk about anything, she said excitedly. You laughed. I'm down, you replied, smiling and thanking Eureka when she handed you back a chopped apple. The next 2 days were spent finishing up with school and packing for the hot springs trip, and then you were all gathered in the lobby of Heights Alliance, ready to head to the local station that would take you to the hot springs place. It's pretty cool taking a country train to the hot springs. The station is just down the road from the gates of the hot springs, right? You asked Momo, walking beside her. Yes, she said happily. There will be 2 more stops before we leave the main town, and then we head into the mountains. It's about a 45-minute trip, she added. You smiled. This is so exciting, right? Hagakure asked as she bounced up beside you and Momo. I'm so happy we could all get together as a class. Me too, you replied, looking around for Jirou. You had spotted her earlier, but she had been talking with Mina, so you'd just let her be, but you were wanting to spend some time with her too, so wanted to call her over if she wasn't talking to anyone. As you looked around, you saw her, and she smiled and made her way over to you and Momo. This is good getting another getaway so quickly after we came back from our own holiday, she said. Think of it as an almost mid-term escape before we have end-of-year exams, you said with a wink. Exams, she said with a small frown. You'll be fine. We'll all be fine, you promised her. I hope so, she said. But anyway, your dad was okay with the money for the trip? She then asked you. Oh, yeah, all good, you replied. I was worrying for nothing, you added with a sheepish chuckle. Gotta make her think I was worried about that and not worried about having to leave at the end of the 10 months, you thought. By now you had all filed onto the small train platform and were all waiting patiently for the train to arrive, and then the speaker overhead crackled to life and the voice announced that the next train to arrive on platform 1 would be heading into the mountains, and you smiled as you saw the country train pulling slowly into the station. And here we go, you said as the train pulled to a stop and the doors opened. Okay, everyone in, you called, stepping to the side so you could usher the rest of your classmates in to make sure everyone had made it on board. Once everyone was in, you got in as well and sat in between Momo and Jirou, with Eureka, Mina and Tsui sitting opposite facing you on the 3-seater. Not long now, and we'll be relaxing in super hot, lovely water with nothing but bliss and tranquility surrounding us, Mina said with a happy sigh. I just want to zone out. Did we check the weather? You suddenly asked Momo. Is it going to be good weather over the weekend? No storms or anything? I made sure that there would be no wild weather. No one else is staying in the hot springs, and no villains have been sighted anywhere around the place, so we should have just a relaxing time with no interruptions, she said proudly. I feel like our class is sometimes prone to getting into trouble. Are you referring to our internship earlier this year? Mina asked. Because that was wild. I think there will be no mishaps this time. Suddenly you sneezed and all the girls looked at you. Sorry. Got a bit of foreboding up my nose, you said. Foreboding? Mina asked with surprise. Huh? No, I said foreign body, you replied. Mina, you better not jinx us like that. Jirou cracked a smirk and then giggled a little. Let's be honest, our class always gets up to mischief, she said. Yeah, but we always get our way out of it, Mina added with a grin. We'll be fine, you replied, sniffing a little. You all smiled at each other as the train picked up speed and headed off to the next stop. It was a lovely day, and you all chatted as the train bumped along, steadily pulling its precious cargo to the next stop and then slowing up and pulling up at the station to let some passengers off, and then away it pulled again, making its way to the final stop in town before following the tracks off into the mountains beyond. As the train stopped at the final stop in town, Denki looked out the window and saw a girl about his age standing there on the platform with a suitcase in hand and a bag on her back, and he stared at her. She was striking to look at. Yellow, feline-esque eyes and a slim body, but she had a few scales dotting over her left hand and what looked like gills on the left side of her neck too that opened and closed slightly as she breathed. Wow, he thought, she's super pretty and unique. His eyes followed her as she got onto the train, and he swiveled his head around the other way to watch the opening to his carriage to see if she would choose to sit in his one. And to his delight, he saw her walk into the upstairs part and sit down in the chair at the end. Wowee, today's my lucky day, he thought when he saw that she was travelling alone. I'm going to go talk to her, see if I can get her number. Sitting for a second, he then made his escape plan in his mind and put it in motion. I'm just going to go and stretch my legs, he announced to the boys that he was sitting with, Bakugo, Karishma, Sero, Tokoyami and Midoriya. They all looked at him, and then Karishma piped up. Okay, have fun. Just don't get lost, he cautioned. I won't. I know which carriage we're in, Denki said proudly. Oh yeah? Which one are we in then? Bakugo asked. The brown one, Denki said brightly. Idiot, they're all brown, Bakugo snapped. Hey, bro, it's okay. If Denki gets lost, I'll go look for him, Kiri said quickly, patting Bakugo on the arm. If you're not back here in 20 minutes, I'll come looking for you, he said to Denki. Sweet, thanks, dude, Denki replied with a grin. 20 minutes should be fine to chat up this fine young lady, he thought as he turned and headed down to the end of the carriage to where she was seated. You were chatting with your girls, but heard Denki say something in his mind about chatting someone up and paused to look up at him as he passed. Is everything okay, Yin? Momo asked when she saw you pause. Yeah, you replied vaguely, watching Denki pass you. I just heard Denki say something, but it's all good, he added. Sorry, where were we? You went back to talking, and Denki walked down to the girl and then sat in the seat behind her, wondering what he should do to get her attention. Finally settling on asking her for the time, he leaned forwards and tapped her on the shoulder to get her attention. Hey, he said with a dazzling smile. Sorry to bother you. Do you have the time? He asked. She looked down at the watch on her wrist, and he looked too, noticing that her watch, instead of having numbers around the clock face, had different animals, and he tilted his head curiously at it. It's just past 10 a.m, she said. Oh, that's a cool watch you have, he commented. It's got cool animals on it instead of numbers. Do you like animals? She asked, her eyes lighting up. What's your favourite? Oh, I love all kinds, Denki said, trying to match her energy. Soft, fluffy animals are always a winner, though, he added. Oh my gosh, yes, she gushed. The fluffier the better. Are you from around here? He asked, settling in for a good conversation and happy that she was willing to talk. Oh, well, yes, I guess, she said with a radiant smile. I'm actually visiting my grandma in the mountains today. Oh, that's cool. We're going to the hot springs, Denki said. I'm here with my class. I'm a hero in training at UA. At the mention of the word hero, her smile twitched a little and she froze up a bit. Oh, I see. But you like animals, right? So you understand, right? The cuter the better? She asked him, almost afraid of what his answer was going to be. Denki being Denki just agreed on face value. Oh, I get it, yeah. Don't you worry, he said with a suave smirk. The cuter the better. Right, she gasped. They make the cutest faces, and when they squeal, it just makes you want to squish them even more, right? She had come alive now, her whole demeanour free of any negative emotions that may have held her back, but Denki still didn't quite twig that something was a little off and kept her engaged in conversation, elated that she seemed to be coming onto him for a change. Oh yeah, definitely, he said, his eyes drawn to her chest as she leaned towards him. You know, you're pretty cute too, she gushed. Oh, you think so? He asked, blushing and feeling giddy all over. I'd definitely make you into a soft, fluffy bunny, she gushed. Then I'd eat you right up. Yeah? He asked, not really hearing what she was saying. I do it through my watch, see? She whispered with a giggle as she craned herself around and leaned back towards him. Any animal on my watch I can turn people into, and then I eat them. The cuter the better, right? She then asked. Denki blinked at her, kind of coming to then. Your watch? He asked, looking at it on her wrist. Uh-huh, she said brightly. It's been a while since I used it. My parents call me weird and creepy, so they're sending me to my grandma's. But that's great, because in the mountains there's all kind of really cute animals I can kill and eat. It makes me feel so good. But it would be even better if I hid in the mountains and caught someone walking in the bush and turned them into a really cute fox, and then hunted them down and ate them. By then, Denki was starting to get a little weirded out. This girl wasn't your typical normal. Well, yeah, he said with a nervous chuckle. I think I better get back to my friends now, he said, going to stand up.
Can I come and visit you at the hot springs? She asked as she stood up.
Did I say hot springs? I meant the Hotkins place. I don't really know where we're going to go. Okay, see you, bye, he said quickly, turning and pretty much walking back down to the boys at their seats. As he passed you, you looked up and saw him and watched as he sat back down with the boys. Oh, geez, she was a little weird, he thought. Why are all the hot ones a little crazy? You cocked your head at him. What's happened here? You wondered, looking down the train carriage from where he had come and noticing a girl down the other end who was staring in Denki's direction with a giant smile on her face. You tuned into her to see what she was thinking, and she was definitely thinking about him, but it wasn't what you would expect someone to be thinking about someone else. Oh, I wish I knew his name. Then I could call his name while I was holding onto his soft bunny body and slowly squishing it. Oh, the cute noises he would make, she thought, and your eyebrows shot up with surprise. Wow, you thought as she continued her thought process and how she would eat him limb by limb. Okay, watch that one. Finally, your train pulled up to the station outside the hot springs, and you all got up to get off. As you got off at the stop, you looked back to see Denki getting off, as well as the girl that he had spoken to on the train. Keeping your wits about you, you tried not to be too obvious, but you kept an eye on her, and it appeared that Denki was doing the same too, taking glances behind himself to see where she was. Unfortunately, she followed you all to the hot springs, but as you entered at the gates, she didn't follow you in, but watched you all walk to the reception building from the front posts. You noticed, and then turned your attention to a very nervous-looking Denki who was a little jittery and fidgety, so you decided to ask him about it. You got a friend? You asked as you sidled up to him. Friend? What friend? Denki asked with surprise and confusion, his head whipping towards you. I don't know what you're talking about. You jerked your head in gesture to the closest window. Cutie by the gate? You asked with a smirk. She followed us from the train. Oh, yeah, Denki said a little nervously, looking out the window towards her. While he was looking, the girl at the gate slowly backed away and then walked off, disappearing behind the fence that enclosed the hot springs resort. Denki let out a little sigh of relief. Oh, man, Riz God, he said, turning his attention back to you. I don't think Riz was anywhere near me this afternoon. I had, skibbity Riz. Not the skibbity Riz, you gasped with faux dismay. Why, what happened? I saw you go and talk to her and then you came back. And do excuse me for eavesdropping in on your little monologue, but it sounded like she was a little different. Different? Denki asked, his eyes snapping up to meet yours. Bro, different is not the right word. Okay, what word then? You asked him. Man, I don't want to be rude, but you know how they say that hot girls are crazy? He asked. Yeah? You replied with a curious head tilt. Yeah, well, she was beyond that. He replied. She was a little obsessed with animals, and I don't mean in a good way. I'm not really sure exactly where she stood, but she was, not my type. He looked back out the window and shuddered. Hope she doesn't come back. She knows I'm here now, Denki said sadly. And I don't think you have to worry, you said encouragingly, reaching an arm out to place it on his shoulders to steady him. It's fine. I can't hear her thoughts anymore, so either she's gone quiet or she's out of range. Wait, Denki said as he looked at you. You can hear her thoughts, so you know what I mean, right? Why did you ask me what was going on if you knew? You smiled and then chuckled. I don't know, call it habit, but I've lived too long with this quirk and I've grown accustomed to testing people, you mused, removing your hand from his shoulder as you thought about it. I guess when you have my quirk, you know what people are thinking and whatnot, so you have a chance to see if people are trustworthy and honest or not. What do you mean? Denki asked curiously, both of you turning to follow the rest of the class when you heard Momo call for everyone to follow her through the reception area. Well, sometimes people will think something like, oh, I hate that shirt on her. And then you ask them, what do you think of my shirt? And they'll go, oh my gosh, I love it so much. So then you know that you can't really trust them, or that they're just not nice, you said with a shrug. Oh, yeah, okay, I see. He replied with a head nod. So yeah, I guess subconsciously I wanted to see if you'd tell me what was going on, or if you tried to lie about it or hide it, you said, giving him a small smile. Sorry, it's not that I mistrusted you or anything, and I probably should stop doing that, but it's just become a bit of a habit now. It's okay, Denki replied with a big grin. Sometimes when it comes to quirks, it just becomes a part of your personality. You stopped and stared at him. Bro, that was probably the smartest thing I've ever heard you say, you said. Oh, hey now, come on. I know I'm not the smartest person here, but I can be a little more smart when I want to be, Denki said defensively. Depending on which one of the boys is using that single brain cell you share? You asked teasingly. Yeah, pretty much, Denki said. Just then there was a loud bang from up ahead, and you and Denki looked up in that direction to see what had happened, and saw Kiri had walked face first into a pole. Karishma, are you okay? Momo asked with concern, her query being followed by everyone else's questions of concern and offers of help. I'm okay, Kiri said with a small chuckle, rubbing his forehead with his hand. I don't know what happened, I just didn't see it. You looked at Denki and he looked at you. Yeah, it's because you have that final brain cell now, you said with a smirk. Yeah, I've got it, so he wasn't using it, Denki replied, the two of you then breaking out into laughter from the back of the group. After you had been directed to your cabins, you all got changed into some nicer clothes for dinner and then met at the dining hall for some food. The afternoon had kind of just slipped away under all of the travel from the day and getting set up at the hot springs place, and before you knew it, it was night time and you had finished your dinner and were now looking forward to dipping in the lovely hot springs that were calling your name. Bath? You asked loudly as you walked out from the dining hall with the rest of the class following. Bath? Mina replied to your question with her own question, and so you decided to keep it going by asking the question of bath back to her too. Your queries of bath being added to by Sarah and Denki, who picked up on the silliness pretty much straight away, until most of the more unhinged of the class were also asking the question of bath, until it was a cacophony of noise as you squawked and squabbed your way back to the cabins and then got your things together for a bath. Oh man, I cannot wait to be wrapped in warmth, melting all of my stress away, you said dramatically. What stress do you have? Jirou asked from her bed, where she was grabbing her towel and scrub brush. None, that's the thing, you said with a grin. The conversation got hijacked then by the other girls adding their 2 cents and allowed you to revisit your actual current stress, how to ask your parents if you could transfer into the hero course in Japan. Would they let me? You wondered, falling quiet as you internalized. What's the worst case scenario? You then asked yourself. Going back to France and having to go back to my old hero course would be worst case scenario. Not being with my girls and possibly having them start dating and not want me in the trio would also be mega worst case scenario too. How would I deal with that? You wondered, pausing and just standing there staring at your bed and letting a wave of depression wash over you at the thought. Yin! Hey! At the yin! Mina called, snapping you out of your despair. Yo! You called as you looked up sharply. What's up? You coming? She asked, and that's when you realised everyone was waiting at the door of the cabin for you and you were just standing there spacing out like a loony. Yeah, it was just saying a sweet goodbye to my bed and that I'd be back soon, you joked, covering for yourself as you walked to the door. As you stepped out with the girls, you noticed the air seemed a little thicker and there was a lot of low-lying mist hanging around. Oh, you asked as you stepped off the porch. This is weird. What is? Momo asked. Mist, fog, what is that? You asked, gesturing to the low-lying mist that was hovering off the ground in the pale moonlight. Well, we're quite high up in the mountains, Momo said with a smile as she walked beside you. It is not uncommon for mist to settle early in the evening and night. It'll clear by tomorrow. Huh, you huffed with amusement. I didn't know that. I just thought it was strange it popped up so quickly. Well, it may have been there before that we went to our rooms, but we were quite preoccupied, Momo said. Yeah, Mina added, listening in on the conversation. Bath? Bath? You asked back to her, which set off another round of asking about the bath as you made your way towards it. The water was indeed beautiful and warm, and you sank your body down under the liquid heat and sighed with content as your muscles all relaxed and your eyelids fluttered closed. Ah, you hummed as you felt someone slowly getting into the pool beside you. Oh, this is just wonderful, you heard Momo say as she sat down next to you, her bare hip touching yours. You reached out for her leg under the water and ran your hand up and down her thigh closest to you and sighed again. Magical, you said with your eyes still closed and a grin on your face. On your left, you heard Jirou say as she stepped into the water on your left and lowered herself down beside you. As Jirou sat down, you reached a hand out to her thigh too and rubbed her bare leg beside yours and smiled. I am content, you said, one of each of your hands resting on the thighs of your girls beside you. Both Momo and Jirou smiled, but you still had your eyes closed so you didn't see them smiling. One by one the other girls in the class walked into the hot springs section and got into the water to relax.
There was a little chatter, but you were so zenned out you didn't engage, just deciding to chill and relax instead. Unfortunately, though, while you were trying to relax, those intrusive thoughts about France and leaving your girls kept coming around to badger you, and so instead of properly relaxing, you ended up just quietly stressing between your two girls. You would have been able to hide it too if you hadn't started to squeeze your girl's legs without realising it. It was only when Jirou asked if you were okay that you were alerted to the fact that you'd been squeezing her. "You've had a death grip on my leg for the last 5 minutes," she said. "What's up, you okay?" "Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm fine. I didn't realise I was doing it," you said, chuckling to make it sound like you weren't in a serious mood. "Yeah, but what's wrong?" she asked. "You've been a little funny lately." "I'm always funny," you replied. "In fact, I'm very funny." "Kyoka does have a point though, Yin," Momo added gently from the other side. "You have been a little funny, especially just before when you were staring at your bed." "I was praying to it," you replied with a goofy grin. "Listen, I promise I'm okay." You looked from one girl to the other, and they both gave you a look that said they didn't believe you. That, and they both pretty much thought the same thing. "Yeah, she's definitely not okay," Jirou thought. "I don't believe that she's fine," Momo thought. "I'm chill, I'm just trying to relax," you said again before closing your eyes and trying to push the intrusive thoughts away. You let out a small sigh and opened your eyes again to say something, but as you opened them you noticed the mist was getting much worse now, and you could barely see the other side of the hot springs pool. "Hey," you said to Momo, "this mist is still pretty thick. Is it getting thicker?" Momo looked around. "I guess a little, but this is still normal," she said. You hummed with uncertainty. "Okay, I'll trust it's still okay." "What else would it be, though?" Jirou asked. "I don't know, but it just seems odd, that's all," you replied with a shrug, before settling back to rest again. You and the girls stayed in the pool for another 20 minutes before the mist got so bad you could barely see anything, so you decided to get out, get dressed, and head back to your room before it got to the point where you got lost just trying to find your room. After getting all your things together, you all held hands and walked in a line, with Momo at the stern, holding a quirk-made torch to help find the way to the cabins, and eventually you got there and then into bed. Thankfully the mist wasn't bad in the cabins, but when you went to bed and looked out the window you couldn't see anything, it was so dense. "It'll clear by the morning," Momo said from her bed. "I hope so," you thought, your mind going back to the stresses of France as speaking to your parents about it. You fell asleep pretty quickly after that, but your dreams were plagued by your fears of the future, and after a few restless hours of sleep you woke with a start and sat up and looked around. "Oh, a dream," you thought, as you looked along the row of beds and bunks next to you. Oddly, you noticed that some of the girls weren't in their beds, and you blinked and rubbed your eyes, but something felt weird about your hand. It was like you were wiping your eyes with a fur coat. "What?" you wondered as you looked down, but in the dark you couldn't really see what was going on. Getting out of bed, you found it a little weird to stand on your 2 feet, and you felt down your legs to work out what was going on because they felt a little strange too. "What is going on?" you wondered as you wobbled to the cabin door and pulled it open. As you looked out, you saw this rather large object moving across the grassed area in front of the cabins, and you stopped to watch it, but there was this overwhelming urge to run up to it. Feeling bold, you felt another urge to drop down on all fours, and you bolted from the steps and ran towards this thing. As you got closer, you realised it was a giant penguin, and so you stopped in your tracks. "What is going on here?" you wondered. "I guess I'm still dreaming, but this feels really real." While you were crouched there on all fours, your quirk was already a little activated, and you could hear an inner voice coming from within the penguin. "Wait, what?" you thought. "How come I can hear a voice? Wait, is this penguin a human?" You tried to open your mouth to speak to the penguin, but all that came out was a loud meow, and you quickly covered your mouth in shock. "Was that me? Did I make that sound?" you thought with alarm. "Am I a—" You looked down at your hands again and saw paws, and then swung your head back over your shoulders and looked down at your legs and also saw paws. It was then that you touched your face and realised that you had somehow been turned into a cat, a little orange cat. "Wait, if I'm a cat, then who is this then?" you wondered as you sat down on your haunches looking at the penguin. "There is no way I can communicate with it, but I can identify its inner voice." You waited, silently begging for it to think something, but it was just still silent, so you swatted at it. You don't know why you did that, but it just felt natural to do so. The penguin's inner thoughts exploded. "Oh my gosh, it's a cat. Oh no, it's going to try and eat me. I don't even know what I am, but I need to get away."
the inner voice thought. Oh, it sounds like Sato, you thought. Was it just him and me that got turned into animals? As you thought this, you looked around and saw a golden retriever come trotting out of the boys' dorms, happily waving its tail as it exited into the night. Deep fear gripped you, and this dog's eyes locked onto you. Oh, a cat! An orange cat! The golden retriever thought, and you clocked the voice immediately as Krishma's voice. Without having any control over yourself, you hissed aggressively at him and fluffed yourself right up, standing up on your little toes and looking very spicy indeed. You could feel your fur standing on end and your claws relax out a little so that they could grip into the ground a little better. Sato the penguin had waddled slowly out of the way by now, so it was just you and Kiri facing off. He still had his tail in the air and just looked genuinely friendly, but you weren't having any of it. I need to pet it, he thought, as he started down the stairs towards you, but then stopped mid-stairs when he realised something felt wrong. Wait, he thought, looking down at his feet and then swivelling his head to look behind himself. Hold on. What? Am I a dog? Surely this is a dream. He looked around himself and then back to you as Spicy Kitty. He thought, barking as he thought. How do I communicate? He wondered, letting out a little whine of frustration. Just then behind him a porcupine waddled out looking pissed. What the hell is going on? You heard the unmistakable voice of Bakugo ask. Oh, okay, that fits, you thought, relaxing slightly. Oh, a porcupine! Kiri the golden retriever thought excitedly, his tail suddenly wagging again at top speed as he tried to turn on the steps to face the newcomer, but his hind foot slipped and he staggered, and then slipped and fell down the rest of the stairs and fell in a heap at the bottom. He sat up and shook his head, and then his tail started wagging again. I'm okay, he thought, and then he looked at you. I still need to work out if that cat is someone. He pulled himself up onto his forelegs and then started trotting towards you, tail in the air as he made his way over. You knew it was Kiri in this golden's body, but your cat instincts kicked in and off you took, bolting the other way from him. Hey, wait, he thought, barking as he gave chase. You tore off across the yard, panicking as you did so. This is not good, this is not good, you panicked as you sprinted past a large tree. As you sprinted past this tree, something large and black stepped out, and you jumped swiftly to your right to avoid whatever it was, and then glanced at it. A rather large black sun bear had stepped out, and you were about to ignore it and keep going, but it blocked the path of Kiri the Golden behind you and roared at him. Poor Kiri was still not 100% sure what was going on with all these sudden animals around the place, and his internal monologue reflected that. Oh no! Is that a bear? A real bear? It's huge! I think I'd better run the other way now, he thought with a whine and a squeal as he jammed the brakes on and skidded to a stop, and then shoved his tail between his legs and shot off in the other direction. You had stopped by now to watch the commotion, and paused when the bear swung its head around and looked at you. Oh, this poor cat, you heard the inner voice of Momo. I don't know what's going on, but at least I saved it from that dog. Feeling a sudden rush of temporary relief, you bolted back to Momo the bear and rubbed against her front leg, arching your back and purring wildly as you did so. If I'm a bear, Momo thought, I wonder who this is. Is it someone that knows me? She wondered. You looked up at her. It's me, you meowed at her. She stared at you through her bare eyes and then suddenly realised that you had replied to her inner thoughts. It's Yin. Is it you, Yin? She asked, bending her head down to sniff at the top of your head. You reached your fluffy head up and booped it against her nose, which made her recoil a little, but that small gesture that you had done had just confirmed it was you. Oh, Yin, she said in her mind, letting out a short bear huff. What do we do? I don't know what to do. I woke up and I felt funny, so I came outside for some air, and that's when I realised I was a bear. Who's going to save us? Who did this to us? She asked internally, her little bear face being pulled into all sorts of expressions as she struggled to accept this new reality. I don't know either, you thought back as you looked up into her bare face. What if we can't turn back into human? What if we get taken away or killed because we're trespassing on property? You pushed your little body closer to hers, starting to feel a little panicked by these intrusive thoughts. I've no way to communicate with people, you thought as your little kitty heart pounded in your chest. I don't know how to find out who did this. You could feel the stress starting to overwhelm you, and Momo could feel your little panic through her bare senses, and so bent her head down to yours and did her best to comfort you. We'll be okay. I can feel you shaking, Yin. Please don't shake. Please don't stress, you heard her say in her mind. Just then you saw a torchlight from where you were underneath Momo's bear fur, and you poked your head out to see who it was. Hey,
you heard Mina's voice. A bear? You got out from under Momo and looked at Mina as she ran towards you both. And a cat? Yeah, you two are definitely human, she said, and you ran towards her. Mina, you're not affected? You thought as you raced towards her and jumped into her arms when she crouched down. I'm not sure who you are, but you obviously know me, Mina chuckled. It looks like everyone's been affected except for me and Tokuyami, she added. I've done my best to round everyone up, but some animals aren't super getting along. It appears some have taken on more animal qualities than human, she mused as she held you. And bear? She said, addressing Momo. You're human too, aren't you? Momo nodded her head. Oh, hey, you can nod your head. Okay, let me figure out who you are, she said. I've already found Hagakure, she's a peacock. Jirou is a red panda, Yurenika is a piglet, Tui is a frog. No surprises there. It was actually kind of hard to spot her though. I thought she was a real frog. Yikes, you thought. Which leaves Momo and Yin. Wait, Mina said. Momo, are you this little kitty? She asked, lifting you up into the air and looking at you. No, it's me, you meowed. Oh, Momo, you're so cute as a kitty, Mina gasped, thinking you had replied to her to confirm that your identity was Momo. Just then the bear roared and you both looked over at it. The bear was sitting on its backside with one arm up, waving, and if you could have laughed, you would have. It just looked so comical. Wait, Momo, you're the bear? Mina asked. The bear nodded its head. So this kitty's Yin? Mina asked as she brought you back down to her level. You purred and meowed, and then rubbed in under her chin and she laughed. Yeah, you're Yin, and it makes sense that you and Momo, Mama Bear, would be together, she said. Though Jirou looks really cute as a red panda. I wonder who all the boys are, you thought as Mina turned. Come on, Momo, let's make sure you're all together, she said, still carrying you in her arms. Tokoyami's taking care of the boys. I have no idea who is who, Mina said as she led the way back to the cabins where you were all staying. It's complete madness in the boys' cabin. There's a dog, a porcupine, little soft fluffy bunny, penguin. Someone has obviously quirked us all, but who is it, and how do we stop them or get them to reverse it? She asked you, but obviously it was a rhetorical question since you couldn't answer. She led you and Momo back to the cabin and opened the door to let you both in. Okay, stay here, she said. I'm going to go check on the boys and I'll be back. She put you down on the floor and you turned and sat, watching as she left. There's not really anything else I can do right now, you thought, before turning and walking to your bed and then jumping up on it to curl up and rest. Thankfully the girls were all civil, and you could all rest without anyone having a go at anyone, but you didn't get to rest long because before long you heard people approaching the door and you looked up as Mina and another person entered the cabin. Yeah, I've managed to keep them all in here, you heard Mina say to the person. They're all pretty civil. Oh, well done, the other voice said, stepping into the room to look at you all. You cocked your head as you looked at the person in Mina's torchlight. This person looks familiar, you thought as you watched them. Then you realised who they were, and the hair stood up on your entire body. Mina saw your reaction and cocked her head at you. What's wrong, Yin? She asked, shining the torch on you. You hissed wildly and growled loudly, standing there in the spotlight. Oh, I think this kitty wants to be helped first, the newcomer said. But I'll deal with them as soon as I've helped this cute little fluffy bunny first. My absolute favourite, the girl said, holding up the bunny in her hands. You tuned into the inner voice of the bunny to hear absolute panic going on. No, 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 no! Someone help me! Please, someone help me! She's going to kill me and eat me! You heard the voice of Denki screaming. It's her! It's that girl that he was talking to that was a bit weird. I knew I recognised her, you thought, throwing yourself from the bed and launching an attack on this girl to make her drop Denki. Thankfully, she wasn't expecting you to attack her, so she dropped Denki Bunny in surprise and he took off under your bed, cowering there while you kept this girl occupied. Momo, as the bear, noted that something was wrong, and although she believed this girl was there to help, she respected that you wouldn't just attack someone at random, and so roared and started ambling towards the girl and Mina. Momo, wait! Mina shouted. Calm down! What's wrong with everyone? You were still randomly jumping, scratching, and biting at this girl, and she was screaming and flailing around like you wouldn't believe. It was then that you saw her watch on her wrist and noticed, in the flash of the torchlight, that it didn't have numbers on it, but animals. Does this have something to do with it? You wondered, making a flying leap for her arm and biting down on her watch. With a quick flip of your head and a sharp bite down, you managed to break one side of the watch and it came loose of her wrist, falling free and allowing you to race off with it. Keeping your teeth firmly clamped around it, you kept it with you and took off, making a mad dash for the door.
but seeing it closed made you spin the other way and run for a window. But then there, everything was shut tight as well. "Stop! Stop!" the girl wailed as she tried to chase you over the beds and side tables, but the other animals were now getting in the way too. Seeing that you had taken an action against this person had them trusting your instincts and acting out as well. "What do I do? What do I do?" You panicked as you dodged here and there. "What do I do?" For the foreseeable future, you just saw yourself running forevermore, unable to break the curse, but also unable to stop and give the watch back, since you felt like the watch was significant. You kept away from the girl, your sides heaving as the minutes ticked by. It was coming close to 20 minutes since you had started running, and you were getting exhausted. You could see the girl was tiring too, and she stopped in her tracks and bent over, one hand on her knee to try and steady herself to get a deep enough breath. Unfortunately, it was while she was bent over trying to catch her breath that Danky Bunny poked his head out from under the bed to see what was going on, and in one swift movement she grabbed onto him and wrapped her hand tightly around his little middle. "Okay, fine," she panted out. "If I can't have all of you, then I'll just take the cutest one." You stopped at the other end of the room from her, still with watch in your mouth. "So you're only able to save one?" Mina asked curiously, unable to understand what the girl meant by this. "Yes," she said as she stood up straight and held Danky Bunny with both hands, Simba style, up above her head with her arms straight. "Ow, ow, ah, she's squeezing me," you heard Danky's inner voice gasp in pain. "Ouch, I can't breathe, my ribs," he squealed. She's going to kill him, you thought, growling with the watch in your mouth still. You weren't sure if you were playing into her hands by running at her, but you couldn't just stand by and let her kill Danky. And so with another flying leap, you threw yourself at her, using your claws to scratch down both her arms and make her let go of Danky. She had initially tried to lure you in by causing him pain, but this was going to be her end goal anyway, causing him pain, so for her it was going to be a win-win. But she had grossly underestimated the nimbleness of a cat and ended up dropping Danky in the process, failing to grab you, and both you and Danky scrambled to get away from her again. It was while you were at your maddest that you managed to actually bite through her watch, and as your sharp little teeth pierced the glass casing over the face of it, you felt like life was flowing back into you, and you heard her gasp and scream, and you looked down to see your body slowly morphing back into human form. "No!" she screamed at you. "You feral cat! I had you all! I could have had you all!" "Yin, watch out!" you heard Momo's voice, and you lifted your eyes up from your being just in time to see her throwing herself at you. She tackled you and sank her teeth into your arm, making you hiss with pain as you were thrown backwards, and you wrestled with her until Momo came running over to assist and made some rope with her quirk to tie this girl up. Poor Mina had no idea what was going on, and was just holding the torch steady so that this girl could be apprehended, but she was also feeling bad that she had almost assisted a villain, basically. "Yin, I'm so sorry. I didn't know what was going on. I thought she was going to help," she apologised to you once you had gotten up, your left hand wrapped around your right arm over the spot where she had bitten you. "It's okay. You weren't to know," you said, looking down at yourself, then looking around at the others in the room. "We're all kinda okay again?" Mina said as she looked up at your head. "Well, not quite." "What do you mean?" you asked her, reaching a hand up to feel the top of your head. Perched on top of your head were two fluffy cat ears, and your face showed your surprise. "Wait, what?" you asked no one in particular, as you ran your fingers around their edge and then pinched them to see if they were real. "Ow, that feels weird," you commented, pulling your hand back down and looking at your hand that had little blood on it from the bite from your arm. "Okay, so I got the ears still. That's, cool, I guess." Mina hummed cautiously. "I think you might also have a..." You saw something moving behind you from the corner of your eye and turned your head to spot an orange and white fluffy thing behind you, and you turned to see what it was, but when you moved it disappeared behind you, the more you moved with it. "Wait, is that a tail?" you asked with more surprise as you reached back to feel for it. "Bro, oh my god, my pants have a massive rip in them," you gasped to Mina. "What the heck is going on?" I think we might actually need to get some help down here," Mina said with a sweat drop look on her face. "I'll go knock on the manager's door and see if we can get some assistance." Thankfully, by that time it was morning, so she left to go and get the manager while Momo kept the girl who had started all of this held down, and you went around to check and make sure everyone was okay. Tokoyami had been doing a great job in the boys' cabin and was making sure that everyone there was fine, so you really only had to make sure everyone in the girls' cabin was fine, And then once it had been noted that everyone was back in their correct forms, you relaxed.
But what about you, Yin? Momo asked as she stood next to the girl on the floor. You're not completely back to human.
You're the one that broke my quirk, the girl on the floor seethed angrily. I had so many cute animals to play with and become, but you ruined it, so this is what you get. Is it permanent? You asked her, completely ignoring her sulking. I don't know, she replied. No one's ever done this before. You looked at Momo. Okay, well, this is going to be something to get used to, you said somewhat numbly. Just then you heard voices outside the cabin and walked to the door and then stepped out onto the porch to see the manager and a man walking across the grass together towards your cabin. In here, you called out, and they looked up as they approached you. Got the girl in here, but we also need some quirk assistance, you added, pointing to your cat ears on your head. This is, not my final form. What do you mean? The man asked as he stepped forwards and walked up the steps towards you. I mean that I don't usually have cat ears and a tail, you said. I got these after I broke her quirk watch thing. Oh, I see, the man said with a nod. Well, the police are on their way and they'll take care of her, but I'm here to do assessments on everyone to make sure you're all okay. So I'm the person you require. Oh, good, you said with relief. Not that I don't like the cat ears, it's just my parents might have a harder time adjusting to it. Fair enough, he said with a nod. And you're the only one who hasn't returned to full human state? Yep, you nodded. Everyone else is fine as far as I can tell. The bunny, Denki, a classmate, is still a little emotionally scarred, but he's back to human form at the very least. Okay, the man said. I'll start with you first and then I'll check everyone else over as well. He said, my quirk is to be able to assess how other quirks work on people, mainly focusing on lasting effects and how to combat it. Man, that's quite an awesome and intricate quirk, you mused. Yes, I was always the nerd at school, always studying quirks, he said with a chuckle. That sounds like Midoriya, Yorika suddenly chimed in, having been listening in from the room. He has a notebook that he writes quirk notes in. Yeah, I had something that sounds pretty much the same, this man chuckled. But anyway, can you please explain to me what happened? After doing your best to explain what you remembered of the strangest night that you had ever had, the man nodded and asked if he could see the watch and the animals on it. You nodded. Hey, Momo, you called back into the cabin. Do you have the watch? Yes, I do, she called out. Here. Momo took the broken watch from her pocket and handed it to you, and you passed it to the man, who curiously turned it over in his hand. No, leave my watch alone, the girl, still tied on the floor, yelled. Is this your watch? The man asked, looking through the door to the girl. Would you like to explain how it works? No, she pouted heavily, turning her head the other way so that she wasn't looking at the man anymore. He looked at you, and you shrugged. Well, by holding this watch, I can tell that the quirk power comes from this watch, he said, and judging by the animals on the face of this watch, she has the ability to turn people into these animals. You looked at the watch and nodded. Yeah, we were all turned into these animals, he said. Wow, literally all of them. I could have had you all, she mumbled into the floor, but you and the man decided to ignore her comment. Weird though, only 2 people from our class weren't turned into animals, you commented. Is it because she only had the capacity to use the animals on the face here, and she didn't have enough space in her quirk power to make us all change? Hardly possible, the man mused. But I do know that some animal transition quirks rely on blood type too. Who were the 2 that didn't change? Me, Mina said as she raised her hand. And Tokayami. He's in the boys' cabin right now. I can go and get the rest of the class if you like. Yeah, might be good, the man said with a nod of his head. Say, young lady, what blood type are you? Oh, I'm a rare blood type. I'm AB, she said brightly. I see, the man said. Yes, usually the more unusual blood types aren't as readily affected in transformation or transition quirks. Who's the other person who didn't get affected? What's his blood type? I'm not sure, Mina said. Wait and I'll get him. She ran off to go and get the boys, and then pretty soon you saw them all walking towards you across the grass. As they got closer, Denki sheepishly stepped out ahead and walked over to you and the guy, and hung his head with shame. Hey, I'm so sorry, he said sadly with his head down. I caused this whole mess. No, you didn't, you said to him. Yeah, I did, because I was talking to her on the train, and I told her we'd be here, he said as he looked up at the guy. I can tell you what I know from our conversation on the train. Yeah, might be helpful, the guy said. But for now I want to make sure everyone is okay. Denki here was the closest to being done away with, you said softly as you placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Check him first. I feel okay, Denki said, as the guy reached out and placed a hand on his head. My sides are a little sore from where she squeezed me, but aside from that I feel okay. Yeah, there's no residual quirk in him, the man said after activating his quirk. He's made a full physical recovery. Interesting, he said physical, he thought. So mental might not be the same? Man, I could have had everyone killed, Denki thought sadly, and Yu sighed internally and placed a hand on Denki's shoulder again. Yeah, he's scarred. Poor guy, he thought. Just then Mina stepped out of the group with Tokoyami, and Tokoyami proudly announced that he too was of AB blood type, same as Mina, and the man hummed with amusement. How fascinating, he said, then returned to placing his hands on the boys to make sure that they were okay. After going around and testing all the boys and girls, it just came down to Yu, and he moved you aside so that he could do a more lengthy test, and then nodded at the end once he had had his hand on your head for a long time. Yes, you still have some of the quirk in effect, he commented. Wow, genius. The ears and tail didn't give it away? You thought sarcastically, feeling like you were going around in circles here. So, what does that mean? Am I like this permanente? You asked. No, I don't think so, he commented. I could feel your body metabolizing the quirk, so the ears and tail should disappear sometime soon. But you probably got it more either because you were the one to take her watch, or you were the one to break the quirk hold first. Sometimes there's a burst of quirk energy just before the hold is broken, he explained, and you gave him an impressed look. Wow, you sure know your stuff, you mused. Oh, I've been around for a while, he replied with a smile. Just be aware too that while the residual quirk matter is in your body from another quirk, you could feel a little weird. Some people get pins and needles in their limbs, some get migraines, some get a really itchy body part, others have panic attacks. So if you feel strange at any point, it could be from the quirk factor fighting inside your body. But if you wait it out, you should be okay. But if you have any concerns, head to the hospital right away. Okay, thank you, he said. For now I feel fine. It's just these extra ears and tail that have me a little spun out. Understandable, he nodded. Just then 2 police cars pulled into the parking lot across the way, and 4 police hopped out. Here come the clean-up crew, you commented to the man. Let me talk to them for a second. Yes, not a problem, he said, as he watched you walk away and over to the police to direct them to where they could pick the girl up. It was an interesting day that day. Most of it was spent with the class, just sitting around and talking about what had happened. And at first everyone was a little morose, but then humour stories started coming out, and it really brought the whole mood up. Who was the golden retriever? Denki asked, looking around the group. You scared the hell out of me when you barked. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, that was me, Karishma replied with a sharp, toothy grin. I didn't know who everyone was, but I could tell that we had all been turned into animals, so I was barking to try and talk, but I just ended up scaring everyone. Bakugo, were you the porcupine? Yeah, Bakugo grunted. Yeah, that makes sense, Denki mused with a smirk. Yeah, I could still hear your inner thoughts, so I knew who most of you were, you added in. Oh, you could? Momo asked. Hey, at least now you can say you've heard the animal's inner thoughts, Jirou said, remembering that you had mentioned that you wanted to hear what they were thinking. Yeah, true, it kind of doesn't count though, because you guys were all humans, so you weren't thinking animal things, you said, but thank you for making my dream kind of come true. If I wasn't in full cat mode, I would definitely have cuddled the penguin. That was me, Sato said. I've never been more scared in all my life. I woke up and I couldn't move properly, and then I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror in the cabin, and I nearly fell over. You chuckled along with the rest of the classmates. What a wild event, you chuckled. Are you keeping those cat ears as a memento? Sarah suddenly asked, gesturing to your cat ears on your head. Sarah, don't be rude. Ribbit. What if they're stressing you out? Ribbit. Sue asked. Sue, I'm okay, I promise, you said with a smile. They're not permanent, so I guess I need to enjoy them while I have them. Do they work the same as cat's ears would? Eureka asked from across the bed from you. I guess, you asked. I do feel like I'm a little more sensitive to sounds, but maybe that's just me because of my quirk. How interesting, she mused. Well, Tokoyami said, I'm a little disappointed that I didn't get to turn into a bat or something. Oh, she did have a bat on her watch, you said. You did have the opportunity, but your blood type is too OP. Tokoyami sighed. Missed out on being born on Halloween by one day, and missed out on being turned into a bat for a time. He thought as he closed his eyes and crossed his arms across his chest. Disappointment all round. You smiled to yourself at his internal comment. Well, I guess all is well that ends well, you thought as the conversations continued. The rest of that day was a relatively lazy day. More hot springs moments, which Jirou enjoyed, seeing your half-transformed self in the pool, and mused quietly to herself about how low-key cute you looked with ears and a tail, but you were just looking forward to getting back to your own human form again. Like, I haven't had any weird symptoms, thankfully, but I do just want to lose these extra pieces, you thought, as you got out of the hot springs water and dried your tail. I love that your cat form is literally Orange Cat, Mina chuckled from still inside the hot springs bath. You do remind me of those typical Orange Cat behaviour videos on TikTok and YouTube. Rude, you said with a smirk to her. I'm not an orange cat. And then without warning, you jumped and spread your arms out like you were in a frozen state of mild panic, and then you arched your back and your tail fluffed up and stood up on end, and then you ran out of sight and she burst out laughing. Yin, you're hilarious, she cackled. After everyone had soaked for long enough in the baths, you all got out and then headed to the main hall for lunch. It was such a chilled afternoon that after lunch, you, Momo and Jirou decided to go on a little walk together, to enjoy each other's company and to see the view too. You'd been told the lookout in the mountains was spectacular, so you wanted to see it for yourself. Ugh, I don't know if I can drag my belly all the way up there though, you joked to Momo and Jirou, as you pretended that you had a really extended belly from lunch and leaned back while holding onto it, wrapping your hands under it as you heaved your way along the track. I get it, Jirou added. I've never eaten so much in all my life. I wasn't feeling that hungry, so I didn't eat too much, thankfully, Momo said happily, and both you and Jirou looked at each other. Nope, can't relate, you said loudly. Right, Kyuka? Yeah, she said with a smile. Well, now I feel a little left out, Momo said sadly, giving you a mournful look. You can still join in, pretend that you have a baby in your belly and you just have to lug it up this hill, you said, gesturing to the hill ahead. Momo placed one hand under her flat stomach and then kept walking, and you deadpanned. No, man, what is that? You got to make it look like you're struggling, you said. Oh, Momo said, still walking properly. Have you never struggled in your life? You joked to her. Or are you just going to be effortlessly gorgeous during pregnancy? Actually, I've just answered my own question, but yes, I firmly believe that you will look absolutely radiant in pregnancy. Kyuka, Momo's going to be the baby mama, right? Of course, Jirou said. Sorry, I'm going to be a what? Momo asked. The baby mama, you said, hoping she would just magically understand, but her confused look told you that she would need it to be explained to her. You're the one who's going to carry the baby in your belly, and Jirou and I will donate our DNA. They can do amazing things these days with splicing genes together, etc., you said. What would the baby's quirk be, with our quirks combined, or a combination of the two of us? Jirou asked. If the baby had your and my quirks combined, you said to Jirou, it'd be unstoppable because you can feel vibrations and hear people talking far away, and I can hear inner thoughts, so no one would be safe, you said, stepping in behind Momo and pretending to place your hands around her pregnant belly. And if Momo and I had a baby, it'd be unstoppable, you added, kissing Momo on the back of the neck. She giggled and you cuddled her more while you walked, and then you stepped between your two girls and kept walking, reaching your hands out to each of them to hold their hands so you're walking three abreast. I do like the cat ears and tail on you, Yin, Momo said, giving you an admiring side-eye. Don't get used to it, you said, not looking at her. They're not here for good, but they're hanging on for longer than I was expecting. When did the guys say they would disappear? Jirou asked. He said sometime soon, but couldn't say when. He also said that I might get some odd side effects like tingling in my limbs or headache or something due to the quirk factor in my system, but I've been pretty okay, no weird side effects noted. That's good, Momo said with a smile from your other side. You know what else looks good? Look at that view, you exclaimed when you looked up and saw the lookout ahead and saw the mountains that they were looking out towards. How stunning. Oh my, it's beautiful, Momo gushed, letting go of your hands so she could walk quicker and look out over the rails more. This is absolutely worth it, she said. I'm so glad we came here. You squeezed Jirou's hand and she looked at you. This is awesome to get away with the three of us again, you said with a smile to her. Yeah, she replied with a smile. You fell silent then, just enjoying the sun, the view, and the privilege of being out in the wild with your two girls, and you sat down on a rock nearby to chat and chill for a while longer. The sun slowly started to set then, and you were starting to feel the heat of the sun die down, so looked around and then down at your watch to see what time it was. Shall we head back? You asked your girls. Yes, probably, Momo replied. We can play board games in the main hall while we wait for dinner. Sounds good to me, he said with a smile. It's been good. I mean, aside from being randomly attacked by that chick. What's with our class being targeted by villains or people who wish ill against us? Jirou asked. That's a good point, you replied. I've got enough on my plate without having to deal with these people. Momo and Jirou glanced at each other, and then Momo turned to you. Do you need to talk about anything, Yin? She asked gently. Who, me? No, I'm fine, you replied quickly. Jirou looked at Momo, and Momo glanced at her and then looked at you again. It's okay, Yin. You can tell us, she said encouragingly. Do I tell them about not wanting to go back to France? You thought, your silence telling them that there was something on your mind that you hadn't been mentioning. You've been really quiet randomly lately, Jirou said, and I can't read your mind, but I can tell that you're doing a lot of thinking. Yes, I too have noticed a small change, Momo added. Please talk to us. You've been there supporting us through our trials. I want to be there for you too, she said invitingly, her eyes shining with the empathy and sympathy that she was dying to give to you. I just don't want to stress them out, you thought, opening your mouth and then closing it again. Momo saw that she had almost gotten you to speak and doubled down on her efforts, trying to lend you as much support and encouragement as possible to get you to open up. We can help, she said brightly. There's nothing we can't do. We're heroes in training. No hero is going to be able to make this problem magically resolve, you thought, clamping down on your tongue. You were still warring with yourself when you felt your lungs suddenly seize and you switched your focus from your thoughts to your body, clutching at your chest as you tried to take some deeper breaths, but it felt like you had been shot with a bullet and all the air that was going into your lungs was being sucked out of your body through the bullet holes, and you couldn't quite get enough air into your body to feel good. Yin, are you okay? Momo asked, seeing you grab for your chest. You looked up at her, unable to speak. What's happening? You wondered. What's happening? You tried to get more air in, your heart rate spiking, pumping blood at top speed, but it felt strange since you didn't really need that level of energy right now. You managed to get out, your hands suddenly going clammy and your vision starting to close in. It's okay, Jirou said as she got up and quickly wrapped you in a hug. You're okay. Yin, look at me. You looked at her, but she was getting further and further away, your vision going black and splotchy around the edges, and you could hear someone gasping for breath. Is that me? You thought. Lay her down. We need to lay her down, you heard Momo call from somewhere inside what sounded like a tunnel. I'm being closed off, you thought. I feel so far away. Yin, it's okay. You're okay. Yin, breathe, you heard Jirou call to you, but you couldn't focus on her. It must be the side effect of the quirk, you heard Momo say. But it was brought on by stress, I think, you heard Jirou say. I think she's having a panic attack. A panic attack? Momo asked, almost panicking herself. It looks like it, Jirou said. Yin, are you able to speak? Yin? But you were too far removed from this world by now, and not even an atomic bomb going off could have brought you back. Oh, Yin, Momo fretted, crouching down to look you in the eye. You could hear them talking, but you were frozen, gasping for air, and you couldn't do a thing about it. All you could think about was how horrible your body felt, and how you almost buzzed all over, and not in a good way. Unable to do anything else at that point, Jirou did the only logical thing she could think of and wrapped her arms around you to try and comfort you and keep you warm. Your skin felt cold and clammy, and your teeth were chattering like mad now too. Yin, Momo said, trying to keep you looking at her while Jirou held you. Yin, it's okay. Can you hear me? You're doing okay, Yin. You're safe, Yin. Oh, Kyoka, she doesn't look well. See how pale she is, Momo said with worry to Jirou. You could hear them discussing you, but there was no way you could weigh in on their conversation, as you kept trying to breathe as best you could, but it was getting harder and harder to do so. She's getting more pale, Momo fretted. Yin, please look at me. It was almost like the joints in your neck suddenly freed up and you were able to look up into her face, your terrified eyes locking onto hers. Yin, Momo said, keeping eye contact with you while Jirou still held you tight. Follow me. Breathe in, hold it, she said calmly, and then out. Okay, and back in again. Come on, you can do it, Yin, she coached, trying to encourage you to breathe as slowly as you possibly could, and as you tried to mimic her, you felt your body starting to calm down. That's good, Momo, Jirou said encouragingly. She's stopped shaking so much. Keep it going. You're doing so well, Momo said sweetly to you. Just keep breathing slowly. That's it. Yes, well done.
As your breathing stabilized, so did your heart rate and concentration, and you found you were able to focus more and breathe easier, and your bunched muscles started to relax as well. Well done, Yin, Jirou said encouragingly as she continued to hold you. I can feel your heart rate slowing down. How are you feeling? Can you speak now? You nodded and opened your mouth. Yeah, you said softly. Oh, good, Momo said with a smile. Jirou pulled back a bit to smile at you, and then noticed that your cat ears were starting to shrink down. Yin, your cat ears are slowly shrinking, she said. The quirk power must have started to wear off now. That panic attack must have been the final rush of that girl's quirk being metabolized by your body. You nodded and let out a little sigh of relief. Oh, man, that was wild. I've never felt anything like that before, you thought, as you sat there and straightened up a little. But, Momo said, placing a hand on your hand as Jirou let you go. You still have something on your mind, yes? It's best to let it out and talk about it, otherwise you might end up having another panic attack. It's not good to hold your emotions in. That's why we're here. We really want to be there for you no matter what, she said kindly. You sighed and hung your head. She was right, in more ways than one. It wasn't fair that you were always telling them that they could tell you about anything and to keep the lines of communication open if you weren't willing to do the same. I've been stressing about going back to France, you said sadly, still with head down. Why? Momo asked sadly. Is everything okay with Auntie and Uncle? I honestly have the world's best parents, you said to the ground. Biased opinion, but I'm entitled to it, you added. There's absolutely nothing wrong with my mum and dad, cross my heart. Well, what else is it then? Momo asked. Well, for starters, you guys are here, you said, feeling a massive lump forming in your throat. Jirou sat back down beside you and hugged you, her hug breaking down the last of your walls that you had been desperately trying to keep up, and tears immediately sprung into the corners of your eyes, your emotions boiling to the surface. Momo was actually a little surprised to see you tearing up. You had always been quite an upbeat person, and even if you were hurting, you somehow managed to turn it into a joke and brush it off. As far as she could remember, you'd only ever cried once before when your dog, Chipper, had been run over. You were devastated when you came home from school that day to find him placed motionless in a cardboard box by the back door. The butler had gone out to put some garbage out and had found him there on the road and brought him back in. You'd been heartbroken and had refused to get another dog. There was no one who could replace Chipper. So knowing that, Momo knew this was another big event for you. Oh, Yin, Momo said sweetly. Please don't worry. I'm sure everything will work out. Well, yeah, but I don't want to go back. You guys are here, and I love you both so much. My life has just gotten really, really good. I love the class I'm in. I love everything about being here. The only thing I'm missing terribly are my parents, but I don't think they'll want to move out here, so I'm torn. I want them here, but I don't want to go there. We only have 2 more years before we can graduate, and then we can do what we want, Jirou said. My parents wouldn't let me go to France on my own to study, as it is now, but once I'm old enough, I'll definitely come across to live with you. And me too, Momo said. With a perfect throuple, I can't see my life without either of you in it either, so don't worry, she said emphatically. We'll work something out. Just hearing them be so sure of the future and wanting to keep things the way they are helped your aching heart, and a few tears slipped down your cheeks as you smiled at each of them in turn. I knew I picked my girlfriends right, you said, wiping your eyes with the back of your hand. We really should head back now, though, Momo said as she looked up. We were going to be a little early back before, but now it looks like we might be a little late instead. Yeah, but this was important, Jirou said. We needed this chat, all 3 of us. Oh, definitely, Momo said, and you leaned forwards and grabbed her chin in your hand, and then leaned in and started kissing her passionately. Once you had pulled back from her, you then let her chin go and turned to Jirou, sliding your hand into her hair and pulling her face into yours so you could give her a kiss too. That's a thank you to both of you, you said once you had pulled back from her. Momo then stood up, and Jirou stood up too. Then they engaged in a little kiss, their hands on each other's waists, and you smiled as you stood up and wrapped your arms around them while they kissed. Then you put your face down to their level, and you all shared a quick kiss amongst you all. This is exactly what I needed, you said with a smile, as you stepped back and held your hands out to them so that they could take it, and then you turned and walked, 3 side by side holding hands, all the way back to camp. You felt much lighter on your walk back, and it wasn't because of your food digesting. You had your girls to thank for that one.
Amazingly for you, as soon as you got back to camp, you noticed your ears and tail had completely disappeared. When did they go? You chuckled as you reached up to feel the flat of your head, and then behind you to feel for a tail that was no longer there. I don't know, they must have disappeared while we were walking back, Jirou mused. Well, that's great, but I need to change my pants. These ones got ripped by that tail, you said. I'm not going to be walking around showing off my love heart-shaped silk boxes to the world. And with that, you disappeared off to change your pants while your girls headed for the dining hall for dinner. Tonight was definitely a night to celebrate with more good food. That next Monday, it was back to school, and you and the rest of your classmates were all feeling the whiplash of it. Damn, man, you commented to Mina as you and her were getting your things from your lockers after lunch on that first day back from the Hot Springs getaway. Feels like we blinked and that little trip was over. Right? Mina gasped as she closed her locker and turned to you. I thought I was the only one that felt that way. Nah, man, me too. I bet everyone's feeling a little post-holiday depression today, you said, looking around to see if there was anyone else you could rope into the conversation to prove your point. As you looked to your right, you spotted Denki walking towards the hall that led to the next class, so you called out to him. Hey, Denki, you called. Bro. He stopped and looked over at you and grinned. What's up, Riz God? He called back. On a scale of 6, 7 to L, well, how's the chat feeling about being back at school? You asked him. What? Mina asked, but was completely ignored by you and Denki as he quickly put his books down and then engaged in the arm movements commonly associated with the 6-7 movement. 6-7, he sang, flinging his hands up and down rapidly. Bro, what? You happy to be back? You asked with surprise. No, actually, it's a big L, he said, slumping suddenly. Man, did we even go, or was that a dream? That's exactly what I'm saying, you said, looking at Mina now. See? Bro's with it too. I swear you can relate to anyone, Mina said in awe as Denki picked up his books and you and Mina walked over to go with him to the next class. Where's Momo and Jirou? Mina asked. You're always together. Oh, they went to the toilets, but I didn't need to go, so I said I'd meet them in the next lesson, you said with a grin. I swear you guys are inseparable, Mina said with a chuckle. Yeah, Denki said. How much longer are you here for, Yin? Need you remind me of my shortened time here? You deadpanned at him. Oh, sorry, he said apologetically. 5 months, unfortunately, you sighed. Wish it was 6 or 7. You eyed him, and he looked at you, and then you both stopped and quickly put your books down and yelled at the top of your lungs. 6, 7! You both shouted, waving your arms up and down aggressively. Please do not shout in the hall, Ida suddenly said as he poked his head out of the door of the room that you, Mina and Denki had been walking towards before you stopped to be idiots for a second. Sorry, Ida, we lost a brain cell, you said as you bent down to pick up your books again. I'm sorry? He asked as you three approached him. Yeah, we were trying to put them in numerical order and I thought I'd lost the 7th one, but then I wasn't sure if it was actually the 6th one, so we were discussing which it was, you said as you walked past him into the classroom. He queried. Oh, I see. Don't try and make sense of it, Ida. It makes no sense, Mina said as she also passed him to go into the room, and he just remained still and watched you all go inside. Ida, you coming? You called when you saw him just standing out there trying to compute what you had said. You broke him, Yin, Denki joked. You did, bro. That's on you, you teased back. Man, I did not, he said as he sat down, and you sat down between Momo and Jirou and then turned to them. Oh, hey, I found the 2 cutest people in the class, you said brightly. Was that you making a huge noise outside? Jirou asked. Who, me? You asked instantly. Never. She's lying, Denki called. You chuckled. Okay, it was me, you said with a grin. Just then the teacher walked in and class started, so it gave you a chance to let your mind wander a bit, and unfortunately you couldn't help but think about what Denki had said before. 5 months to go, huh? I still haven't really spoken to my folks about it either. I really do need to try, at least at one point, and say something. You thought as you sat there silently. Or maybe I should wait till it's closer to the end of my stay. Yeah, I'll give it a few more months and then I'll mention it. If I'm here for longer, my feelings for staying here might be taken more seriously, and I can prove that my marks here are better too. You thought, yeah, I'll do that. With a small smile, you focused back on the classroom and classwork and let your mind engage with what was being taught that lesson.
After school that day, you, Momo, and Jirou were all sitting outside under the tree outside Heights Alliance, enjoying the afternoon sun, when you suddenly remembered Momo's birthday coming up in September. "Hey, your birthday's coming up soon," you said to her. "Wait, Kyoko, when was your birthday? Or when is your birthday?" Mine was 1st of August, she said with a smile. You looked at her and blinked. "Wait! Crap, we missed it! What?" you gasped. "No, what?" "Oh no," Momo chimed in. "Oh dear, we could have had a lovely birthday planned for you." "It's okay," Jirou said with a small smile, looking at you and then Momo on the other side of you. "No, it's not okay," you said emphatically. "I missed my own girlfriend's birthday. Why didn't you say anything?" Momo nodded, feeling exactly the same way as you at that moment. "Oh, well," Jirou said as she looked down and pulled her knees up to her chest and hugged them. "Well, I kind of wanted to do a joint birthday." "With who?" you asked. "Well, I didn't mind with who, but I thought maybe we could pick a day where we all celebrate our birthdays together, and then that could be when we do a big celebration," she offered. "No, but I wanted to celebrate your birthday on the day because you're special to me," you said sadly. You were really sad that you hadn't been able to give her a proper birthday, but then again she had kept it really quiet, so it wasn't your fault. "Well, I have an idea," Momo said from your other side. "What is it?" you asked her. "What if we pick a date that's between my birthday and her birthday? So I'm on the 23rd of September, and hers was on the 1st of August, so the date exactly between our two birthdays is the 27th of August. "Brilliant," you said emphatically. "Wait, hold up, when is that? Has that already passed?" You grabbed for your phone and Momo reached into her pocket to get hers, both of you opening the calendar app at the same time to check when the 27th was going to be. "It's tomorrow?" "It's tomorrow," both you and Momo said at the same time, looking at each other in shock. "Tomorrow is ridiculously quick, but I'm definitely doing something," you said as you stood up. "Me too," Momo said as she stood up too. "Wait, what about me?" Jirou asked as she got up as well. No, you have to sit the planning out so that we can organise something for you," you said to her. "Unfortunately, Kyoko, I have a very important meeting with Momo right now, so we have to go and discuss some things in her room." "Well, I need to do my homework anyway," Jirou said. "I'll go and do that." "Yeah, you pretty little thing, you go and do that. And Momo, we need to start planning immediately," you said emphatically. "Yes, we do," she replied just as emphatically. And with that, you and Momo headed back to your room and Jirou went to hers, low-key excited to see what you would have planned for her surprise birthday the next day. You and Momo were up late that night, planning and ringing places to organise things last minute, and although you both only got about 3 hours of sleep, you were so excited to be bringing this birthday to life for Jirou. Jirou woke the next morning, groggily initially, but then remembered it was her birthday, or pseudo-birthday, that day, and got out of bed quickly. "I wonder when the birthday things will start," she wondered. "Will there be a party tonight?" She headed to her ensuite for a shower and then got dressed. Thankfully, she had done it all quickly because as she was putting her shoes on, she heard a knock at her door and so got up curiously to see who it was. "Your breakfast, madam," a random butler said, standing at her door with 3 trays on wheels laden with food, waiting to be pushed into her room. "Whoa," she said with surprise when she saw the amount of food there was. "Where would madam like for the food to be placed?" the butler said politely, waiting patiently for his next orders. I guess, here?" Jirou said, gesturing into her room off to the left opposite her bed, where there was enough room for 3 trays on wheels to fit. "Very well, madam," the butler said, promptly pushing the first cart in and then retrieving the other 2 one by one and bringing them in also. Thank you," Jirou said once he had finished bringing them all into the room. "Will that be all, madam?" he asked politely. "Yes," Jirou said. "Oh, but wait, are you from the Yaoyorozu family household?" "Yes," he said, with another bow of his head. "I thought so," she said softly. "Okay, thank you again." "You are most welcome, my lady. And I think it goes without saying, but a very happy birthday to you," he said as he bowed, and then stepped backwards out of Jirou's room and closed the door on himself. "Wow," Jirou breathed, looking from the closed door back to the trays laden with food that were now parked in her room. Just then there was another knock on the door and Jirou walked over curiously to answer it. "Oh, hey there, I heard someone amazing was having an amazing birthday today?" you asked smugly as he leaned up against her doorframe and grinned down at her. "Did the food arrive?" I have enough food here to feed the entire class of 1A. Jirou deadpanned, and you chuckled. Did you need someone to help you eat it, at least half of it? You asked. Yes, please, she said, as she stepped back to let you in. No sooner had you stepped in, Momo came running down the hall and grabbed onto the doorframe. Oh my gosh, I'm late, I'm so sorry. Yin, you were supposed to wait for me, but you just left without saying anything. And I was in the ensuite fixing my hair, talking away, thinking you were there, Momo panted. Yeah? You replied with a cheeky grin on your face. Because I wanted to get in first so I can get dibs on the croissants. They're imported from France. They were made this morning, Momo said. I know, that's why I'm here. Where are they? You demanded, shifting your gaze to Jirou. I have no idea, she shrugged. All I see on the tray is food, food, food. Have a look, they'll be there somewhere. Without warning, you lunged for the first tray and started shoving random breakfast food items in your mouth. Those aren't croissants, Yin, Jirou said with amusement. I'm having a quick taste test of everything else first, you mumbled through a mouthful. Oh my, Yin, Momo tutted with a shake of her head. Kyoka, I apologise. None needed, she replied to Momo. Happy birthday, my lovely girl, Momo said sweetly, stepping over to give Jirou a hug and then a kiss on the lips. Haven't you people ever heard of closing the goddamn door? No! You suddenly sang through a mouthful, pointing to Jirou's door that was still hanging open. Both Momo and Jirou looked at it. Someone close the door! Do we want everyone to come past and see us eating and kissing and making merry? You asked. I wasn't last in the room, so not me for closing the door. Oh, Yin, Momo said with a shake of her head. What do I do with you? Leave me in peace to eat all of Kyoka's birthday breakfast? You joked, still shoving food into your mouth. Are you guys going to have any? You asked jokingly. I better have something before I go, I guess, Jirou said with a sigh as she stepped over. I'll have a croissant, she said, reaching out to pick one up. You swiftly reached across and lightly smacked her hand to make her let go of it, and then burst out laughing. No, mine, you joked. Yin, Momo gasped. Kyoka, I'm so sorry. I'm not, you said, still cackling. Jirou then stretched her earjack out and jabbed you in the side playfully, but it still made you crinkle sideways like a stepped-on soda can. Ah! Abuse! You owe me all the croissants, you joked. Thankfully, your mucking around gave the rest of the class time to get the next phase of the surprise belated birthday ready, and once you, Jirou, and Momo had eaten your fill, you headed out to the elevator to go to school. But when the doors to the elevator opened on the bottom level of Heights Alliance, Jirou, who you and Momo had placed at the doors of the elevator, suddenly got a face full of confetti and bubbles as some of the classmates ambushed her with the surprise. Oh my gosh, she gasped, covering her head as colourful strips of paper flew everywhere and bubbles surrounded her. Happy birthday! They screamed in unison. Oh wow, she gasped again, her cheeks dusted pink with embarrassment at suddenly being front and centre of all the attention. You placed one hand on the elevator doors to keep them from closing on you all, and waited for Jirou to get her bearings before stepping into the throng of classmates. All of them were super excited to be celebrating her birthday, even if it was a little late, and then crowded around her as you all headed out of the building and over to the school grounds. Momo had organised for a red carpet to be laid out at the entrance to the school that led directly to Jirou's locker, and when you got to the classroom, someone had drawn a happy birthday sign on the blackboard with balloons and all kinds of other birthday things drawn around it. Oh, this is really full on, Jirou said with embarrassment as she sat down at her desk. I've never had so much tension for my birthday before. You deserve it, Momo said excitedly. She was thriving on the second-hand happiness today. The day has only just started, you said with a grin, and Jirou sweat-dropped a little. Really? She asked you in her mind. It's not that I don't like this, I'm just not used to it. You wrapped one arm over her shoulders and gave her a side hug. I'm right here, you said softly to her. If it gets too much, just say something. I'll sort it out. Thank you, she whispered to you, looking up at you. Just then Aizawa walked in and went to write something on the blackboard, but saw that there was something already written there, and so stood back to read what it said. Your birthday today, Jirou, he asked as he turned to face the classroom. A late celebration, she said sheepishly. So, can we skip class because it's her birthday today? Denki asked, raising his hand with enthusiasm. No, Aizawa deadpanned. Ah, bummer, he hummed, dropping his hand to his desk again. Well, it was a nice try, you thought as you chuckled internally. Lunchtime, Momo had organised a feast back at the common room of Heights Alliance, so you all went back there for lunch, and then after school, Momo took you and Jirou back to the dorms to get changed quickly, and then you were whisked into the limo outside in the car park and ushered into the vehicle. "Where are we going?" Jirou asked you as you all piled in. "I'm just in jeans and a shirt. We're not going anywhere fancy, are we?" she asked. "No, ma'am," you replied smartly. "Way cooler place." "What is it?" Jirou asked curiously. "Now, if I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise now, would it?" you asked with a smirk. "You'll know when we get there." The drive wasn't long, and before you knew it, the limo was pulling up outside a small stadium-type place towards the edge of town, and you, Momo and Jirou all got out of the limo and stood there on the side of the road looking at it. "Where are we?" Jirou asked. "Okay, you know your favourite band?" you asked her with a grin. "Yeah," she replied suspiciously. "Well, they're not touring at the moment, but there's a smaller indie band doing covers of their songs, and they were holding a concert tonight, so I managed to get tickets." Momo cleared her throat, and you paused and then backtracked. Sorry. Momo got us tickets, so we're going to go see them," you said. "Wait, for real?" Jirou asked with surprise and excitement. "Oh yeah, for real's real," you replied with a grin. "Oh my god, that's so dope," Jirou squealed, her eyes lighting up. "You bet it is, let's go," you said, grabbing her hand and Momo's. "This is the best late birthday I've ever had," Jirou said with excitement. "Good thing you had a late birthday, otherwise we wouldn't have gotten this opportunity," you said over your shoulder as you pulled her along behind you. "Sometimes it's good to be late." "Yeah, totally," Jirou said with a smile. Although this concert was smaller than most you had been to, it was amazing. The band did a brilliant job of covering the songs and even added in some rap parts which you thought was super cool. The energy in the place was amazing as well, and a few times you couldn't help but turn to either Jirou or Momo and just start making out with them right there and then. Momo and Jirou too shared a few kisses, and then on the final song of the night you all wrapped your arms around each other and jumped and screamed the lyrics at the top of your lungs until you thought that they were going to burst. The concert went for about 2 hours, and then the three of you stumbled out of the auditorium and headed back to the limo to be taken back to Heights Alliance. "Oh my god, what an awesome night," you sighed as you flopped back into the limo chair. "It was so much fun," Momo agreed. "Thank you for having a late birthday," you said with a smile across to Jirou, who looked absolutely smashed. It had been a huge day for her, just in general, but also the low-key stress of being in the spotlight all day was extra draining on her. "Thank you to both of you for making this such a cool day," she said with a smile. Just then your stomach growled and you clutched at it with your hand. "Wow," you said with surprise. "I must have burned up all my dinner with that jumping and screaming. Macca's run?" What?" Jirou asked. "Macca's run," you said again. "What's that?" Momo asked. "Oh, sorry. Australian term, I guess. Let me say it plainly." You cleared your throat and then made sure to speak slowly with clear diction. "Would you like to go to McDonald's to get some food?" Actually, yes," Jirou replied. "I haven't had a lot of McDonald's food," Momo added in, and both you and Jirou looked at her. "I'm sorry, I could have sworn you just said that you haven't had much Macca's food," you said with a blank stare at Momo. "Yes, that's what I said," she said with a slightly confused smile. "Who let this baby out?" you asked to Jirou while gesturing to Momo. "What do we do with the sheltered child?" "Feed it McDonald's," Jirou replied with a shrug. "And McDonald's it shall have then," you said emphatically. "Let me just hit up old mate in the front seat to see if he can do a little detour," you said, getting up and crawling over Momo to reach the latch that opened the little window to the front of the car. "Ayo, Pappy, can we make a quick drive-through?" you asked the driver once you had slid the little door thing open. Of course, madam. Where would the ladies like to go?" he asked. "Closest Macca's, McDonald's," you said. "Just drive through, should be fine." Madam, we are in a stretch limousine," he replied. "Oh, for real? We can't go through?" you asked. Wait, Yin, there's one on 5th Street that has a really long straight drive-through," Jirou said. "Go there." "Oh, good thinking," you said, returning your attention to the driver. "I'll give you directions to the long drive-through one. We should be able to fit in that one," you said. About 20 minutes later, your limo slowly pulled into the driveway of the McDonald's and crawled its way to the start of the drive-through. "I'll do it. I can order," you said as you held your finger on the window button to let it down. Understandably, your arrival in the limo had brought you all some attention, and anyone standing around the car park had stopped whatever they were doing to look to see who was in this celebrity-grade black vehicle. As you approached the speaker to place your order, the driver stopped, forgetting that he had to go much more forwards for you to be able to speak into the speaker adequately. "Hello, what can I get you?" the voice in the speaker said. You called out, still being a good metre away from it. "Bro, can you drive forward a bit?" you called to the driver. He obeyed the request and you slowly moved closer to the speaker. "Better, thank you, my dude. Hey, what's up?" you asked the speaker. The person on the other end had no idea how to respond, so just remained silent. "Okay, you got your fast fingers on because this is going to be the world's biggest order," you joked, immediately launching into what you and your girls wanted to eat. Basically, you and Jirou had just decided to buy almost everything off the menu, and then you were basically going to get Momo to try everything, and if she liked it, then you'd remember it for the next time that you were going to do a Macca's drive-thru. It took you almost 10 minutes to order, and then you were told to drive up to the next window. "Onwards and forwards!" you shouted as you half hung out the window, gesturing for the driver to move up to the next window. Thankfully, there were no other cars going through the drive-thru at that time, so you weren't holding anyone up, as you once again had to ask for the driver to move you more forward so you could reach the window, and then the guy started handing filled McDonald's bags through to you. Are you guys famous?" he asked as you were handling the bags of food and trays of drink back into the car. "Of course, we're the Amazing Throuple," you joked. "Is that the name of your band?" he asked. "Yeah, of course," you replied cheekily. "Oh, sweet. I'll look you guys up," he said with a smile. "Thanks," you said, as you took the last bag from him. "I almost feel bad for him," Jirou said, as you pulled your head and torso back into the limo, and it moved slowly on. Almost," you replied with a smirk. "Oh my, we have so much food," Momo said with surprise, as she opened the bag to look inside. "Wait, I gotta make sure you're eating this stuff right," you said as you turned to her, and then looked through the bags to find some chips. What do you mean eating it right?" Momo asked, watching as you took the chips and then reached for an Oreo McFlurry. "Okay, now take a chip," you said, holding up a single fry, "and then you dip it in." Your hand dropped into the Oreo McFlurry and you dipped your chip into the ice cream, much to Jirou's low-key horror and Momo's confusion. "What are you doing?" Jirou asked with low-key shock. "It's so good," you said, chucking the chip into your mouth. Doubt," Jirou replied. "Have you ever tried it?" you asked her, picking up another chip. "No," Jirou replied. "I'm sane." Just then you lunged at her and held her steady with one hand as you readied your other hand that had the chip that now had been dipped in the ice cream, and it was being brought up to Jirou's mouth. She saw it coming and tried to struggle. "If I can wear a dress, you can eat the greatest food on this planet," you joked, smearing the ice cream against her closed lips. "Oh, it really does have a nice flavour," Momo said from where she had been watching, and then tried it herself. "I refuse," Jirou said, but as she opened her mouth to speak, you quickly pushed the chip into her mouth and laughed as she pulled a face. "It's not that bad," you chuckled, holding her mouth steady so you could kiss and lick the ice cream off her lips, which made her struggle even more while trying to chew her food down. Once she had swallowed, she looked at you. Actually, I don't hate it," she said. "I told you," you said with delight, grabbing for the chip packet to hold it out to her. "Join us. Come to the dark side." You got back to Heights Alliance a little late, but still before curfew, and carried the still half-full McDonald's bags with you out of the limo, intending to put them in the fridge overnight. But when you got to the common room/kitchen, some of the boys were still awake, and the second they saw your McDonald's bags, you were swamped. "It really has been an awesome birthday celebration," Jirou said with a smile as she sat snuggled up next to you on the lounge. "I'm so glad, baby. But you have to thank Momo as well. She went all out to make sure you had an awesome day," you said with a smile down to her. "Momo's birthday's next," you thought as you looked over at your other girlfriend who was talking to Karishma. "What on earth do we do for her birthday celebration? I'll have to talk to Jirou about it." It was still a good few weeks away till Momo's birthday on September 23, but for some reason those next few weeks flew by, with schoolwork, homework, hanging out, and then you and Jirou secretly planning Momo's birthday surprise. It seemed like there was only a week to get everything together, and you still felt like it wasn't enough. "Bro, I am stressing so bad," you said to Jirou as you met her at the local bubble tea place one night to do some planning while Momo was doing her homework. "Her birthday is in like 3 days, and I still haven't heard back from the Tea Emporium." "I'll call them," Jirou offered. "I'm sure everything will work out. It's okay." "You're so calm," you said with admiration as you sat down at the table with her. "I guess I really just want to make this day amazing for her. She always goes all out for everyone else, so I want to go all out for her." It's what's in your heart that counts, Yin, Jirou said wisely. She's going to be happy with anything. Yeah, I guess you're right, but still, ring the Emporium, you said. Yeah, I'll get on it tomorrow, Jirou replied, both of you giggling at how this had all happened. Okay, let's go over some things, you said as you pulled your phone out and opened the app to notes. Problem is, we couldn't do the same thing as what she did for your birthday breakfast, having the breakfast come to her. Yeah, Jirou said, but I think having your personal chef fly in from France to cook breakfast for her and everyone in Class 1A is a pretty good idea too. You've got her all figured out, hey? She loves to give to people and she loves French cuisine, so that kills two birds with one stone. Yeah, that's what I thought. The chef comes in tomorrow and we've put him up in a good hotel near the school. I've already talked with Momo's family chauffeur and he's happy to pick up the chef and bring him out and then take him back again. All good, he said. Okay, so then balloons in the classroom, Jirou said. Yes, you said hesitantly. I haven't actually okayed it with Ozawa, but I'll make sure that they're all out before class happens, so should be okay. If I get in trouble, I'll take the blame. All good, you said. Are you sure that's a good idea? Jirou asked. It'll be okay. We need this, you said emphatically. Okay, you got the cake organised? You then asked her. Yes, it's huge, she said. Are you ready with the distractions so they can get it to the common room in time? Yeah, duh, you replied playfully, giving her a wink. I got it all sorted. Leave that to me. Okay, awesome, Jirou said. Should we order some bubble tea before we get into anything else? Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, let's order now and then we can go over finer details for the time after school, you said. Sounds like we have the school part all worked out. Yeah, we're amazing. Look at us go, Jirou said with a smirk. Totes, you replied as he switched your phone to camera app and took a pic of the QR code on the table. Okay, what do you feel like and order it? You asked. The next time you met at the bubble tea place, you had everything sorted and had switched to chatting about schoolwork and others in the class. Nah, man, like I said before, this class is amazing. Everyone here is so amazing and smart. I'm not even kidding, but the hero course back home is so low quality in comparison, you said. Hey, Jirou then said, have you thought about what's going to happen when you go back home? She asked you. You looked down at your drink in hand. Look, I really haven't had time to think about it, but leave it with me, you said. I'm going to do my best to see if I can, transfer here. I feel like it would be a long stretch, but maybe I could come over for holidays or whatever. So I'd be seeing you and Momo at least 3 or 4 times a year. I'll take it, Jirou said with a smile. I'll take anything I can get. Yeah, that's where I'm at the moment too, you said with a chuckle. I don't want to get too greedy, but I'd love to be able to come across here for good, but it seems too good to be true. Don't worry, Jirou said encouragingly. Let's not worry about it. You have until Jan, right? Yeah, 4 months to go, you replied. That's why we got to make the most of the time we have. Yeah, Jirou said with a smile. Okay, so we're all set for tomorrow then? You bet. Let's go now and get a good sleep because tomorrow's going to be full on and I don't need my quirk to be buzzing. I want a good sleep tonight, you said. She nodded and you both stood up, still holding on to the last of your boba tea as you headed out into the night and walked back to Heights Alliance. That night you stayed in Momo's room and spent some quality time alone with her, and then the next morning you were up early, sneaking around and leaving the room so that you could let the chef in and get him started in the kitchen. As you were tiptoeing back to your room, you got stopped by a barely awake Mina who had gotten up to go to the toilet. Why are you awake so early? She asked you groggily, barely making you out in the dark hallway. Sun's out, guns out, you joked, raising your arms up to show off your biceps. What? She asked, still very much half asleep. I'm joking. It's Momo's birthday today, so I'm organising a surprise for her. But it's also for everyone. I flew my personal chef out from France to make an authentic breakfast for all of us. So meet in the common room and kitchen in about an hour's time, you said. There will be an announcement, but I thought I'd tell you anyway, you said to her. Oh my god, her birthday's today? Mina gasped, suddenly wide awake. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot. Thank you for the reminder. Don't be late to breakfast, you warned her with a smile. Momo is the sweetest. She just wants everything to be perfect, and that includes everything for everyone else too. Oh, this is so awesome, Mina said brightly. Okay, I'll be there. I'll just get ready and then I'll come down. Take your time. Not even Momo's awake yet, you chuckled. You said goodbye to Mina and then headed back to your and Momo's shared room and let yourself in quietly, taking your shoes off and then slipping back into bed. But Momo woke as soon as you moved around a little to get comfy. Yen? she asked you with her eyes barely open. You're cold. Where have you been? She asked you. Oh, I just went to the toilet. You lied. It's fine, just go back to sleep. Momo nodded and face planted back into the pillows, so it gave you a chance to lie down as well, but you honestly couldn't sleep again. Your mind was going over everything so much that you just lay there with your eyes wide open staring at the ceiling. Finally Momo's alarm went off and you reached up above your head and switched it off. Rise and shine, you said brightly to a still sleeping Momo. She hummed as she rolled into you to snuggle in. I think it's a special day today, you said with a grin on your face. Who? She asked, you in her mind. Who indeed, you hummed out loud. I think it could only be the cutest little girlfriend of mine, my best friend, my confidant, the one who completes me in Kyoka, you added, giving her a kiss on the forehead. Time to get up now, my Momo baby. It's going to be an awesome day ahead. Oh? She asked groggily as she sat up a little and looked at you. What do you mean? Oh, I don't want to drop spoilers, but you're not going to want to miss out on today. I can tell you that, you said with a chuckle. Breakfast is about to be served, so I think we should get dressed for school and then head to the kitchen for breakfast, hey? Oh, really? Momo asked as she sat up and looked at you. Yes, really, I think you're going to want to see this, you said with another grin as you wrapped your arms around her and squeezed her tight. Happy birthday, Momo, let's go. You got out of bed and then came around to her side to pull her out, but she was getting more and more awake now and needed no extra encouragement. What have you organised for breakfast? She asked with excitement as she got out of bed and walked over to the clothes rack to get her school uniform. You'll just have to wait and see, birthday girl. I'm not going to stand here and ruin the surprise, he said with a chuckle. There needs to be at least some suspense. Oh, I'm so excited, she said as she got her school uniform on. Actually, I should get ready too, you said as you suddenly turned and walked over to your chest of drawers. I've been so focused on your birthday stuff this morning that I completely forgot to get myself ready. I hope you're not pushing yourself too much, Momo said to you with a worried look on her face, pausing in her doing up of buttons to look at you. No, I'm all good. I'm super excited to see all this come together. But yeah, I would for sure have rocked up at school in my PJs if I hadn't been careful. Momo giggled. I mean, it's much more comfy than this school skirt. God, I'm never going to get used to this. You said as you whacked your clothes on and then held your hand out to Momo, who was already dressed. Okay, ready to go? You asked her. Stupid question, really. You've got excitement written all over your face. Word had spread by now that there was a special breakfast being organised for everyone for Momo's birthday, so as you were walking down the hall with Momo, you could see your classmates ahead scrambling to get into the room. I bet Mina has taken the reins on this one and is going to have everyone scream out happy birthday, you thought, your thoughts being confirmed when you could hear the inner thoughts of everyone in the room. Oh my gosh, here she comes. Okay, don't scream first. Make sure you're somewhere in the group. Is she here yet? Look for the shoes. They'll come around the corner first. Sounds like everyone's ready, you chuckled to yourself. Oh, I can't wait, Momo thought as you almost got to the corner. Thankfully, because Momo was so focused on getting into the room, she wasn't expecting to be bombarded with the loud exclamation of happy birthday, so she actually did get a surprise when you and her rounded the corner to see all of Class 1A standing there with giant grins on their faces after having shouted their birthday greeting. Oh my gosh! Momo gasped with surprise, smiling and giggling along with those who had let loose a relieved giggle at the end of their shout. Oh my! Thank you so much, everyone! We have a special breakfast party organised for you, Momo, Jirou said shyly as she stepped forwards. Would you please take a seat at the head of the table? She gestured to the long table set up near the kitchen and showed Momo the seat that was at the end of the table. Come on, everyone! Let's sit down too! Mina said excitedly, everyone walking over to the table to sit down as well. It had been beautifully set up, and Momo looked at the cutlery as she sat down, and then she looked at you as you took a seat next to her on the wing. This is French, she said, pointing to the cutlery. How did you know? You asked her with surprise. This brand, it's a French brand, she said. Just then your chef stepped out from the pantry, and Momo looked up. Oh my, she said excitedly. Yin, this is your chef from France. Now, how did you know that? You asked her with surprise. I do remember him from the times that we spent playing in the yard at your house, and he would bring us fresh-made biscuits, she said. You cast your mind back on the memory, and yes, it had been him. Amazing, you said to her. How do you do, sir? She asked the chef as he approached her at the head of the table. Very well, he replied with a bow. And a very happy birthday to you, Miss Yaoyorozu, he greeted her. But what are you doing here, chef? Momo asked with surprise. I have been asked by Miss Lin here to come and make you a breakfast worthy of such a queen, and all of her friends," he said politely.
"Oh my,"
Momo gasped bashfully.
"Oh, well, thank you ever so much."
"It is my pleasure," he said, then looked up and clapped his hands. From the pantry walked 5 butlers, all carrying silver platters with rounded lids on them so that you couldn't see what was underneath, and you could hear the inquiring inner thoughts of your classmates. "What's in there?" "Food! Here we go, luxury in my lap. I'm so glad I'm part of this class." But the 2 things that you were thinking were, where did these guys come from? Is there a portal in that pantry? Mary Poppins pantry, that's what I'm saying. And who are these guys? I asked Chef to come out, but did he bring these guys as well? I didn't think he would, you wondered. But then Momo piped up to answer at least one of your questions. "Oh, my butlers," she said with delight. "Oh, I love this. It's a collaboration of our families." You had been hearing the smattering inner thoughts of everyone at the table, thinking about how out of their league you and Momo were with your money expenditure, and you had to admit it really was a bit of a performance. But since she had really put it on for Jirou's belated birthday, there was no way you could just do an ordinary birthday celebration for her, and so you went all out as well. Thankfully, though, no one was thinking ill of you or Momo. They were just grateful that they were getting to experience all of this as well. The butlers walked along and then spread themselves out beside the table, evenly spaced. Then when Chef clapped his hands, the rounded lids were lifted off and the trays and all of their delights were exposed to your curious eyes, and then the trays were placed down on the table between everyone for the food to be eaten. There were all kinds of fancy cheeses, croissants and other French delicacies, and you listened in to everyone's thoughts as they all feasted their eyes on the tasty-looking morsels. Most interestingly was Ida's inner thoughts, as he detailed each cheese, and you marvelled at how much he knew about cheese. The other person thinking about cheese was Ayama, and you made a mental note to be careful around him and cheese, as he seemed to be a little beyond the normal love of cheese. "Oh, if only I could bathe in cheese," you heard him say internally, and you tried not to pull a face. Well, yeah, loves cheese, that one, you thought. "Oh, Yin, this is simply beautiful," Momo gushed as she clasped her hands together in front of herself and her eyes widened at the food before her. "There's one more special thing to come," Jirou added. "Please give a round of applause, everyone, for the Tea Emporium, who have very kindly collaborated with us to bring us the finest teas to have for breakfast this morning," Jirou said. As she finished, 3 more well-dressed Tea Emporium staff members walked out of the pantry, holding trays of tea bags and another pushing a cart with many different teapots on it. "Bro, that pantry is definitely a Mary Poppins bag," you laughed internally, "but I'm glad everything's arrived on time. Now we can all eat and drink before we go to school today." Momo," you said to her, "would you like to say a word before we eat?" Momo stood up and clasped her hands together in front of herself as she looked around at everyone gathered there. "Oh, thank you so much, everyone, for such a beautiful birthday breakfast. This is so lovely, and I'm so happy that I get to spend it with all of you, especially Yin. It's a pleasure to have you here for my birthday this year. Otherwise, you would have been over in France and we would have had to have FaceTime. But it's lovely that you're here. And also," she added, turning the other way to address Jirou, during the part of Momo's speech where she had only been addressing you and talking about how happy she was that you were here in Japan for her birthday, Jirou had started to think some doubts that there was still something special only between you two, and had started to get a little down that she wasn't getting a mention, but was also trying to remind herself that this relationship was still on the hush-hush, so she tried not to take it too personally. But when Momo addressed her, she looked up. "And to Kyoka, who I have a very special relationship with. She is my sweet girlfriend, and I may be saying too much, but I'm honoured to have both my girlfriends with me here, Yin and Kyoka, of which we've been engaged in a throuple relationship for a few months now." Suddenly there was a pause as everyone in the class tried to compute what she had just said. You looked at Jirou and she looked at you. "Is it okay that she's telling everyone?" Jirou asked you internally. You shrugged back to her in reply. "I mean, it's her birthday," you thought back to her. "I don't see why we can't say anything. We're all pretty set and we're pretty much committed now. It's been a fair few months." "Oh, I'm so proud," Mina suddenly said, clasping her hands together. "You finally said something." Yes, well," Momo said, looking at you and then Jirou. "I love both my girls, and I want them to know how much I love them." You grinned and looked from Momo to Jirou, who gave you both a shy smile back, and then you turned to the rest of the class sitting down either side of the long table. Well, you heard it here first, you said to them all, putting your hands up behind your head and leaning back on your chair with a big grin on your face. It's as Momo said. She's my girlfriend, and Jirou's my girlfriend as well. You waited and listened in to everyone's thoughts. Now, due to your extra training, you could accurately listen in to each individual internal conversation and separate them from one another, and you were pleasantly surprised to hear that most of the classmates weren't actually surprised by it. Rather, they were more putting the dots together and understanding now, with this new information, why you were always all together, and also, unbeknownst to you, some had seen you sneaking around between Momo's room and Jirou's room, and so this news now suddenly made a lot of sense. Congratulations, you three, Eureka said with a smile, the first to break the silence. Yes, Sui said. I'm glad you found happiness. Found happiness is an understatement, you thought. I found heaven, my purpose, my loves. Each other student congratulated you in turn, and then Momo clapped her hands together to get the attention back to herself. So let's eat, she said excitedly, raising her glass, and everyone raised theirs as well. Yeah! They sang in reply. The food was amazing, as expected, and everyone ate their fill, getting some good high-quality food into their bellies for breakfast, and although you knew you and Jirou had planned everything really well, you kept checking in to make sure that Momo was having a good time. Momo was so easygoing when it came to this kind of thing. She was no fuss, really, so it wasn't too much of a stress to keep her happy. And once the main course had been eaten, you signalled for the waiters to bring out dessert. It wasn't customary to have dessert for breakfast, but this was a birthday celebration, so why not? The table was quickly cleared, and then dessert was served, but as everything was placed down on the table, you stood to get everyone's attention. Please be upstanding for the French national anthem, you said, placing your right hand on your heart. Oyama stood and immediately copied you, and you snorted with laughter as the others gingerly stood up and slowly followed suit. I'm kidding, you said with a grin before gesturing to Jirou. But Jirou is going to lead us in Happy Birthday as the cake is brought out, you said. Poor Jirou's face flushed red when she heard what you had said. You had spoken to her about singing Happy Birthday to Momo, and she had agreed, but actually standing there in front of all her classmates had her suddenly freezing up on the spot. Ian, she whispered in her mind. Happy birthday to you, you suddenly sang, gesturing for her to respond. Happy birthday to you, Jirou quickly sang back. Happy birthday, dear Momo, Jirou sang while you held your hum. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip, you shouted. Hooray, the class replied. Hip hip, you shouted again. Hooray! Came the resounding cry. Hip, hip! You asked for the third and final time. Hooray! They all sang back, and then you all started clapping as the doors to the hallway opened, and in was rolled Momo's birthday cake. A giant 3-tiered cake covered in chocolate and vanilla icing with sparklers and candles all over it, and you could hear the internal gasping from your classmates all around you. Wow, this really has started today with a bang, you thought as you watched them bring the cake in around the table to where Momo was. You watched with delight as Momo was told to blow the candles out and make a wish, which she did, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath in. I wish for Yin, Kyoga and I to always be together, she thought, and you smiled. What did you wish for? Mina blurted out, the second that Momo had blown out all the candles. It's a secret, Momo replied. Ah, dang it, we need someone who can read minds, Mina said, clicking her fingers together with disappointment. Then she remembered you. Wait, Yin, do you know what you wish for? She asked you pointedly. I won't say anything without my lawyer present, you replied, pretending to zip your mouth shut and throw away the key. You do know, Mina gasped. Tell me! You laughed while the butlers came to take the cake and cut it up, and everyone started eating. I am sworn to secrecy, you said with a wink to Mina. The rest of that breakfast was spent eating and talking, and then as the clock struck 8:30, you all started to leave to head over to the school for the day, dragging your very full bellies with you.
That afternoon, after a very full-on birthday celebration infused day, you, Momo, and Jirou were headed back to Heights Alliance when Jirou spoke up. "Hey, I have one last gift for you both," Jirou said as you all got into the elevator. "Oh, what is it, Kyoka?" Momo asked curiously. "Yeah, I want to know too," you added. "I was supposed to know everything about what was going on today. What is this sudden surprise?" you asked her. "I did my best to keep it a secret because I wanted to surprise you both. Could you come to my room?" Jirou asked. "I hope you're not going to jump me or anything," you teased. "I promise, this is not a setup," she replied, giving you the side eye. That's exactly what someone setting up a setup would say," you said with a smirk. "Can you be serious for just once?" Jirou teased you. Out of the elevator you all walked, heading to her room, and once there she sat you both down on the bed and rummaged in her drawer and pulled out 2 small, what looked like ring boxes. "Oh my," Momo gushed as Jirou gave her one box and then you the other. "Do we open them together?" you asked. "Yes," Jirou said, her eyes shining with delight. "Okay, 1, you said. 2, Momo said, looking at you with her fingers poised at the opening of the small box. 3, you and her both said, as you pulled gently on the box lids and the boxes opened. Inside was a third of a heart on a gold necklace, and you pulled it out and looked at Momo's. She also had a third of a heart, so you looked to Jirou for an explanation, and she was holding on to her necklace with her third of a heart and held it out to you and Momo. "I found these online," she said. "It was really hard to find a necklace that only had a third of a heart on it, as most of them are just half hearts, one for each couple, but I managed to find one with 3, she said. "Wow, well done," you said emphatically. "You did so well." "Oh, this is honestly the best way to end my birthday celebration," Momo said with a loved-up look in her eyes. "Honestly, this day has been so perfect. I'm just so blessed to have you both in my life," she said, tears springing up in the corners of her eyes as she spoke. "Don't cry," Jirou said as she stepped over to hug her. "It's happy tears," she said. "I promise." You let them have a hug and then joined in as well, sharing kisses between all 3 of you. "Happy birthday, Momo," you said at the end. "Oh, thank you so much, both of you," she added. "I hope it's okay that I said that we were all dating this morning. It just felt right." "Yeah, it's fine," you replied with a smile. "I think we're pretty much solid right now. The talk we had at the Hot Springs getaway was really what did it for me. We're going to be together forever, no matter what." "You said it, Yin," Momo said with a teary smile. "Nothing can tear us apart." You smiled again. "I still have to at least try and talk to my parents about staying here, though," you thought. That night you slept with Momo, of course, and then from there the days shifted into weeks and then months, and then it was coming up to the end of October. Autumn was well and truly set in, and everyone was rugged up to the nines and studying hard for the exams coming up in November before the Christmas break. "Man, I have not been able to feel my nose since Monday," you commented to Momo as you and her stepped out of Heights Alliance and headed across the crisp grass to UA. "Oh, Yin, you poor thing," Momo said as she raised a mitted hand to your face to try and cover your nose. You walked like that for a bit with a grin on your face that was covered by her hand. "Perfect, don't move from here, this is great," you mumbled under her mitten. "My arm is getting tired," she said, so you lifted your hand to hold her hand to your face. "Do you need me to carry your books? I can do that with my other hand," you said, as you held her arm up so that she could cover your nose with her mitten. "Oh, yes, please," she said, so you reached across to take her books in your hand. As you took them, a southerly gust of wind threatened to rip the beanie from your head, and you scrunched your eyes closed, praying it wouldn't be taken, but Momo was onto it and reached up with her now free hand and held your beanie on as you entered the school locker area. "What on earth?" Zero asked as he looked up and saw you and Momo basically tangled in each other as you walked into the building. Ladies, keep it PG, Denki teased as he closed his locker and gave you both a sly look. We're doing standing twister, you want to join?" you asked. "Sure, I mean, it looks fun," Denki said. "Well, my nose is warm now, so it's handy," you replied, as you let go of Momo's arm and she let her mitted hand off your nose and let go of your still stationary beanie. "Man, I had a life or death situation out there," you said, jerking your thumb over your shoulder. "Damn near lost my nose to frostbite and my beanie to the elements." "Ian, you're so dramatic," Mina chuckled as she walked in past you. "Yeah," Jirou teased as she walked in after Mina, aiming to walk past you. Hey, where do you think you're going? You asked Jirou, quickly grabbing her around the waist from behind and hoisting her up. Damn, you're so strong, Yin, Denki marvelled. Remind me to never take you on in an arm wrestle, Sarah added, as he and Denki headed off together to give you, Momo and Jirou some privacy together. Where's my morning kiss? You asked the back of Jirou's head. Better question, where's your face? It's right here, Jirou said, not looking back over her shoulder at you to show you, so you kind of just swung her left and right, pretending to look for her face. Nope, can't see it, you hummed. Momo, you then said, turning to your taller girlfriend, noting that she had already put her things in her locker and had gotten the books out for first class. Does this pretty lady have a face? I can't see it. You turned Jirou towards Momo, and Momo giggled. Yes, a very pretty face, she said as she stepped over. Can you kiss it for me to show me where it is? You asked Momo. Of course, Momo replied, stepping forwards and kissing Jirou on the lips. After they had kissed, you put Jirou down and then bent your head down to her level and looked around to her face. Oh, there it is, you said brightly. Then you gave her a kiss on the lips and looked up at Momo. It is a very pretty face, right? You commented. Very pretty, Momo confirmed. Stop it, Jirou replied bashfully. I refuse, you replied with a grin. Well, I'm feeling much warmer now after pretty much holding you like a weight, Kyoka, so now we should probably head to class. Yes, good idea, Momo added, all three of you getting your things before heading to the hall to go to first class. All day at school, well, any chance that you could get, you were thinking about the best way to approach your parents about staying in France. Your mind had gone over so many different scenarios and ways to attack this situation that by the time it came for the end of school, you felt like you had already spoken to them. I really do need to call them, you thought, as you headed back to Heights Alliance at the end of school with your girls. They were talking about science class, but you didn't really have anything to contribute, so you kept quiet as you all walked. Yin? Jirou asked as you stepped into Heights Alliance. You're very quiet. Yeah, my lips have frozen over, you joked. They're free now that we're back inside a building. Man, why is it so damn cold all of a sudden? We're not even in winter yet, you commented. Oh, that reminds me, Momo said. I would so love to spend Christmas with you both. Please say you can spend some time with me. We could go ice skating together on the lake. Oh, how magical, she gushed. Yeah, let's do it, Jirou said. We only have 2 more months left of school anyway. That's 8 weeks, you added. Or 56 days, Momo chimed in. In short, not long, you replied. I'm in 2. I don't head back to France till Jan anyway. You all fell silent as you stopped at the elevator and you pushed the button to go up to your level. Well, you said, when the mood had shifted and you noted that both your girls were now thinking about the sadness of having to part in January. Now that I've completely ruined the mood, whose room am I in tonight? Mine, Jirou said quickly. Man, that was a fast response, you chuckled. Okay, I'll get changed and then I'm going to go to the bathroom and then I'll come down, you said. The elevator doors dinged open then and you all got in to have a quick kiss in the elevator as it went up to the next level and then you all got out and went your respective ways. As you and Momo headed to her room, you made a little small talk and reached for her hand as you walked. You're going to come and see me off at the airport when I have to go back, right? You asked her. Oh, Yin, of course, she said quickly. Oh my, I would never miss that. I want to wave you off to the very end, and I was thinking that we could set aside a time each day to call, if the time difference isn't too much. I'd be happy to work in around your schedule too, and don't worry, I can come across to visit you when I can. I'll come with my dad on his business trips, she said emphatically. You smiled at her and squeezed her hand. She's so sweet, you thought. After you had put your things in her room, you got your phone and then made an excuse to leave and head to the bathroom. I'll see you tomorrow, you said to her as you stepped over to give her a kiss on the lips. Yes, of course, she said with a smile as she hugged and kissed you back. See you tomorrow. You smiled and then left and walked in the opposite direction of the bathrooms. Man, I just need a little bit of privacy to make this call, you thought, as you took the fire stairs to the next level up where they had a common room, but it was small and no one really used it. I just need to ask my parents this question, you thought, as you made it up the stairs and then walked down the short hall and into the empty common room. As soon as you got in, you dialed your mum's number and then pressed the phone to your ear. Your mum answered straight away. Hey, Mum, you greeted her. Is Dad there? I have something I want to ask you both. That night you slept in Jirou's room and the next morning you went back to Momo's to get your school clothes on and then head to school.
It was schoolwork as usual, nothing amiss. You never let on that you had spoken to your parents or what they had said back to you. Best you girls didn't know. That afternoon you had a review of your grades with Aizawa and went to have a meeting with him in the staff room after school. How do you feel you've been doing here? Aizawa asked you pointedly. Well, look, you said as you sat back in the lounge and looked up at him. I know I came here with pretty solid grades, it's how I got accepted in the first place, but I also now realise that I had so many gaps in my knowledge and am doing my best to patch them up here. But I think most of all it's the people I've met and the friends I've made here that will define who I am when I become a hero. It's all because of their influence. My life has forever been enriched by doing this exchange course, you said, leaning forwards to bow him. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. From the bottom of my heart, really and truly. That was very well said, he thought, and you smirked. You do realise I can read your mind, you quipped with a smirk. You may as well speak honestly because I'll know either way. Aizawa smirked and huffed through his nose as he sat back and crossed his arms across his chest. Very well, he replied. Know that I will speak honestly then. Your control over your quirk has improved immensely. You've scored very well on all of your physical quirk tests, and any class that have been quirk-related, you've excelled in. Yep, you replied with a nod. I've been keeping an eye on my marks. Aizawa nodded. Your quirk history marks are somewhat lacking, but you're still sitting in the middle of the class average, he commented. Again, yep, I'll own that one, you replied honestly. I do understand that you've been involved in at least 2 different real-life situations where you've acted to save someone else's life, and that will always be noted on your coursework despite those situations not being part of the school curriculum. Aizawa added. Yeah, you sweat dropped. I didn't mean for any of those to befall my classmates, but that's life, isn't it? You replied. Indeed, he replied with a nod of his head. But overall your grades are commendable, and we will send a copy back to your parents so they can see how you are doing on paper. Oh, thank you, sir, you said with another bow. That'd be great. If you ever want to, or are able to transfer into this course in Japan, I will personally approve it, he suddenly said, and you froze and looked up at him. Seriously? You asked. He nodded. Yes, I don't joke about these things, he replied. Wow, thank you. Can I have that in writing or something to show my parents? You asked urgently. Yes, it is already in my email that will accompany the attached documents of your grades, and it will be sent to your parents, he said. They will see it. Oh, that's awesome, you said, standing up and then sitting back down again. Sorry. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. You're welcome. You're excused now, he said, and you got up so fast to walk out the door that it almost looked like you'd been stung by something. You moved that quickly. She must want to stay, he thought as he watched you go. The days got colder and shorter and darker quicker, and you found yourself, along with your classmates, spending more and more time studying for your final exams. You were determined to do as well as you could, as you kinda had a lot riding on this, so you needed to really lock in and show up for this exam. Okay, you said as you pulled your beanie down further onto your head and smacked your hands together in front of you, and then cupped your hands to your mouth and blew hot air into them. Holy hell, I am freezing here. Why is this room so damn cold? I feel fine, Denki said, cocking his head at you as you stood before them all in the common room. You had all decided to do a group study session, and it was your turn to get up and do a rapid-fire question-style test to see who knew the answers, but the common room was indeed unusually cold, and you were finding it very hard to concentrate. Bro, look at you, you gestured to him. You look like the abominable snowman, but the warm and much cuter version, you added, noting his double beanie, puffer jacket, thick track pants and Ugg boots. You look toasty as hell. I'm not going to tell her about the warmers on the inside of this jumper that I can charge up with my quirk, he thought, and you deadpanned. Might I remind you, sir, that there is no such thing as a secret from me, especially when you're in the same room as me, you added. Huh? He asked, blinking at you. What? What do you mean? He asked honestly. Mind reading quirk, you said. Who? He asked. Good lord, Denki, who has a brain cell today? You joked. Obviously not you. Huh? What? He asked again. I'm not following. Is this part of the exam? You groaned and smacked your hand to your face, and Jirou started laughing, which confused Denki even more. Did you think something? Jirou asked him. Because Yin can read minds, remember? Yeah. Oh! He suddenly said, finally catching on.
Ugh. Lord, I bring before you today Denki, you said, lifting your eyes and hands to the ceiling. Give him at least one brain cell, Lord. He needs one. Yeah, I'd pass all my exams if I had one, Denki said sadly. Okay, anyway, we need to get back onto this, you said, clicking your fingers. Oh, I'm so flippin' cold. My own ass is going to shatter when I move next. I think that I can help, Shoto suddenly said, standing up. Help with? You asked. Warming the place up a little, he said. Oh, yeah? You asked. Suddenly, without warning, Shoto set half of himself on fire, and mild panic broke out before everyone realised what he was doing, but the internal reactions were hilarious. Oh my god, I honestly thought he had just caught fire randomly, one classmate thought. Jeez, that scared me. I don't know what his quirk is, but it still gave me a fright, another thought. Damn, half and half, trying to show off, another thought. Wow, Todoroki, Kirishima said excitedly. That's a really clever use of your quirk. So manly. Now I feel a little warmer, he added, sitting a little closer to the half-on-fire classmate. Suddenly Bakugo yanked his jacket off and threw it full force into Kiri's face. Put that on, stupid air, he barked at the redhead, who was confused but then immediately touched by Bakugo's aggressive but sweet gesture. Oh, thank you, bro, he said happily. I really appreciate it. Ha! I win, you damn icy hot bastard! Bakugo then yelled at Todoroki, who was now starting to overheat and trying to use his ice quirk to balance things out. Man, don't overdo it, you said to Shoto. It's okay, thank you. That warmth was just enough to keep me on track. Oh, Shoto panted as he deactivated and then wiped his brow. Okay, now that we took a massive detour, let's get back on track. Okay, so we're doing rapid-fire questions about occupational health and safety of quirks, you reminded your study group. Okay, so question 1, you said as you glanced at your open workbook on the table nearby. When deploying quirks, what distance do you need to keep away from power lines or other such things that could cause harm to yourself? You asked. Huh? Denki asked. Momo raised her hand. Yes, Miss Cutie in the front row, you said cheekily, pointing to her. General rules state that a distance of 5 meters, but it depends on the nature of the situation and quirk, she added proudly. Full marks, you said to her. Well done, Momo, Jirou said to her, and the former grinned politely. Okay, next question, you said. In relation to the Public Safety Act of 2000 XX, when rescuing citizens, what rights do they have when... You had to pause there because Momo had already raised her hand, and so you gestured for her to answer the question. Yes, you asked her. Full rights, she said with a smile. A citizen always has full rights in relation to their safety and security in a rescue situation. Well done, you said with a grin. It's word for word, absolute textbook. Can someone else answer though, or are we just cheating off Momo's paper? You joked. Momo, no wonder you have top marks in this class. But let's see if anyone else can answer the question, you said with a wink to her. Denki said as he raised his hand. Yes, confused snowman in the front row, you said, gesturing to him. Are we doing history of quirks? Denki asked. Oh man, you deadpan. No, Denki, come on man, get that last brain cell together. Oh man, I totally need some help, I'm gonna fail, he suddenly wailed. Denki, how about I do a one-on-one study with you so that Yin can test the others? Momo offered sweetly. Would you? Denki asked with watery eyes. Thank you so much, Momo. Of course, she said as she stood up, and then bowed to you. Thank you, Yin. I will take Denki now. Good luck. Thank you, and no. You'll need all the luck you can get. Godspeed, good woman. Godspeed, you said, as they both left the room together. You sighed and then stepped over to your book and flipped the page over and looked down to the things that you'd written there. Okay, next question, you said with a smile. What does QE stand for, and what laws apply to it? And then it felt like you blinked, and the end of your exams were upon you. The weather that morning almost reflected your mood as you pulled your winter school clothes on and then crawled back under your bed covers. Yin, what are you doing? Momo asked when she saw you crawling up under the end of the bed, the doona covers wriggling and moving as you crawled your way in deeper. Hibernating, you called back to her, your muffled voice almost unrecognisable as the lump under the covers went flatter as you lay down. Yin, we need to get going to class or we'll be late for roll call, Momo begged, pulling her clothes on as well. I'm so cold, you moaned. I'll make you hot packs to put in your clothes,
Momo then said. But you need to hurry up now, please.
Really, you will? You asked as you kicked the covers back and off in a flurry of activity.
Yes, she said, pulling her winter skirt up just a little to create some hot packs from her thighs.
Kind of love where you're taking them from, you said with a smirk to her, which made her blush, and she quickly put her skirt back down again.
Here, she said, as she passed them to you, and you sighed with delight as you shoved both of them inside your school shirt.
More, please, you begged, putting both hands out in a cupped motion to get her to give you more in your hands.
Oh, Yin,
she sighed, making more from her arms this time, and you put them in your pants. More? You asked.
Seriously?
She asked with surprise.
Where are you going to put them?
Hold one in my hands and put the other in my beanie so my head doesn't freeze, you said. Just then there was a knock at the door, and you looked at the closed door and then yelled to the person on the other side. Who dares to come to this establishment at this ungodly hour in the morning? You asked in a cartoonish villain voice.
You're going to be late. Hurry up.
Jirou's voice came from the other side of the door. Oh, crap, you laughed. Okay, yep, coming. Come on, Mama, give me them goods, you said to Momo, goading her to finish the final 2 hot packs for you to complete your hot pack task and place one in your beanie and one between your hands. Okay, ready, you said as you then ran to the door and struggled to open it because you didn't want to let go of your hot pack.
Ready?
Jirou asked.
Sorry, Kyoka,
Momo said as she followed out of the door behind you.
We would have been ready much earlier, but Yin was cold, so I made her some hot packs.
I'm toasty now, you said brightly, standing straight and tall and looking very relaxed indeed.
I'm cold,
Jirou then said, and you reached over and grabbed onto her and pulled her in front of you so you could wrap your arms around her from behind and walk with her. Is that better? You asked. You can feel the heat, right?
A little,
she replied.
It's okay, I guess.
You all went to the elevator, then down to the bottom level, then outside into the blistering cold grey day and squinted in the freezing winds as you made your way over to the school grounds. Nothing could save you from the cold outside, but the hot packs made it much easier to warm up again once you were back inside the school building. Ah, you sighed as you let go of Jirou and let her go to her locker. Much better in here. You then went to your locker and got your things, then closed it and went to walk off down the hall when you saw Eureka huddled up under a really thin scarf and worn jacket, doing her best to keep warm as she grabbed her things from her locker. Hey, you greeted her. You warm enough?
Yes, I'm okay,
she said with a smile to you, but her inner thoughts told you the truth instead.
Oh wow, Yin looks so warm. This jacket is so old it doesn't even keep any of the cold out.
You felt immediate pity for her and took off your puffer jacket and wrapped it around her shoulders. Here, you said to her. This is yours. I just borrowed it for a bit. Sorry it kept it for so long. She looked at you and blinked.
Huh? Wait, but this isn't mine, it's...
she went to say, but you cut her off. Oh good, keep it, you said with a grin. But come on now, we've got to get to class. Exams start today, right?
Oh, right,
she replied, quickly pulling the jacket on around herself and grabbing her books. You had already turned by then and were heading off down the hall when she called out to you.
Yin, thank you so much. Really,
she called. Don't mention it, you replied with a smile as you faced back towards the hall and kept walking.
Yin is honestly the nicest person. I hope she doesn't have to go back home again. I'd love for her to stay,
you heard her think, your face falling as you walked and looked out the window at the grey skies overhead. Yeah, me too, Eureka, me too. You thought with a sigh as you turned and headed into the exam hall and then stopped to state your name and class and then wait to be directed to your seat. You had 3 exams that day. They were intense. Studies of quirk ethics, history of quirks, and math. How fun. By the end of that day your brain was completely fried and you left the exam hall looking very spaced out and unable to focus on anything. Man, you said in a dead voice as you joined the rest of Class 1A at the caf after the final exam. The cafeteria had special opening hours due to the exam period so that the students could still get hot food and drinks at somewhat odd hours since the exam timetable was spread out over the whole day and didn't always line up with the traditional bell times for lunch and recess. Yup, Denki replied as you plopped down next to Momo at the table and then placed your hands on the table in front of you and let your head flop forwards and land on it. I am almost dead, you mumbled into your hands. Man, if you're almost dead, then I'm proper dead, Denki replied. Yeah, add me to the dead list, Sarah added. It's okay, guys. We only have a few more exams to go, Kiri said, trying to be enthusiastic. Where did this ray of sunshine come from? you suddenly asked, looking up and squinting at him as if he was a blinding light. You're way too positive, Kiri, Jirou deadpanned. We have, English tomorrow, then science, then quirk physics, he said. I would like to put in my resignation from life, you said suddenly. If I can unsubscribe right now, that would be wonderful. Yin, I think you'll do really well this time, Momo said, trying to be helpful. You studied so hard. Yeah, and your study session really helped me, Kiri said. I knew the answer to one of the questions because of the study session that we had in the common room a few weeks back. Oh, one, you thought. Well, go me, I saved a life then, you said with a small chuckle. Come on, guys, Yorika added in. Where's that plus ultra spirit? We can do this, right? We're class 1A, she added in, holding her fist up in the air. Yeah, plus ultra, Midoriya suddenly added in. Plus ultra, Sui said, raising her hand, which slowly encouraged everyone else to join in until you had all raised your hands together. I feel a little better now, you said with a smile. Okay, just got 4 more days of exams and then we're done, right? The internal groaning was insane, and you burst out laughing, which caused a bit of confusion, since on the outside everyone had been silent, so they had no idea initially why you had laughed, until they remembered that you could hear their inner thoughts, and then everyone else started to laugh as well. The laughter didn't make the rest of the exams disappear, but it sure broke the ice that day, and you were all able to dig deep over the next few days, until all the exams were done and finished, and the official school ending for the year was announced. As soon as that final school assembly ended, you and the rest of the class were out of there. Most of the students were leaving the dorms to head back home for the Christmas holiday break, but since you had nowhere to go, Jirou and Momo decided to stay with you in Heights Alliance to keep you company. This is pretty cool having this place to ourselves, you said to your girls after you had had breakfast the morning after school had ended. It had been decided that it was going to be a pajama movie marathon day with lots of takeaway food and snacks, and you were so stoked that the weather outside was foul. It just made the day staying in all that more perfect. I love it when it's disgusting outside and you have no plans to go out and you just stay inside all warm and rugged up and relaxed and then watch movies and eat food and you said excitedly. Jirou giggled as you grabbed the entire thick fluffy doona off your and Momo's bed. I'm going to bring this entire thing to the common room and no one can tell me no. It's just us here anyway. Everyone else is gone and I'm going to be wrapped up in it with you and Momo, you said emphatically, basically being swallowed by the size of this thing as you dragged it out of the door and made off down the hall with it. Yin, can you please grab my... Oh my gosh! Momo gasped when she saw her doona walking down the hall. Yin, what are you doing? Doona! You shouted from under it. But why? Momo asked. I want to be warm and cozy while we're watching movies and eating food, you said from under it as you continued to drag it down the hall towards the still perturbed Momo. Hey, Jirou suddenly called from behind the walking doona, unable to be seen due to its sheer size and fluffiness. Let's build a pillow fort or something. Oh my god, shut up! You gasped, trying to spin around under the doona, but you got tangled up in it and fell over instead, bringing the whole thing crashing down on top of you and around you. Yin, are you okay? Momo called with concern. Oh my god, this is the softest fall I've ever had, you laughed. I was completely protected from all angles, but yes. Oh my god, yes, let's make a fort kicker. Oh good, for a second there, I wasn't sure if you liked the idea or not, she said with a sweat-dropped look on her face. No, I love it, let's do it. We need pillows, lots of pillows, and doonas and blankets and everything, you said, fighting your way out from under the doona. Oh, I love it, Momo said excitedly. Let me make a call. But you didn't hear her. You were too busy trying to get this damn doona to cooperate with you and get into the common room. And at the mention of making a fort, Jirou had gone back to her room to see if she could find some things to contribute to the fort, picking up pillows, her own doona, some extra blankets and a beanbag too, then tried to carry them all out into the hall and down to the common room as well. You were fluffing up the doona on the floor when she entered with her things, and you and her got her things together and then stood there trying to work out which layout would work best. If we put the pillows here and the beanbag there, you said, pointing to different areas. No, the pillows should go here. That way we can get out from this side, Jirou said, gesturing to one side of the setup. Oh, yeah, I can see how that would work better, you mused. Yeah, okay, pillows there, then you hummed. I have more supplies, Momo's voice suddenly called into the room as she walked in with 2 of her family butlers carrying blankets, doonas, pillows and sheets, as well as some wooden poles to prop up the sheets that would go overhead to act as the fort roof. Oh my god, Momo, you laughed. You even got the butlers involved. Yes, of course, this is very important, she said, directing them on where to put things. And so with the added help of 2 confused butlers, you girls had your own super comfortable pillow fort all set up, even complete with fairy lights, which Momo happened to have in a box in her room, and you thanked the 2 men as they left, and then you all piled in to see how it was. Oh, wow, you sighed as you plopped into the most fluffiest, comfortable pillow doona chair combination you'd ever felt, and let your body melt into it. Oh, this is so awesome. Right, Jirou asked from where she was curled up in some extra soft pillows. I actually just want to sleep here, you said. If you see me sleeping during any of the movies, no you didn't. This is a very good fort, Momo said happily. Well done, us. To us, you replied emphatically. Shortly after that, food was hauled into your fort, followed by movie selections, and then first movie was started, and you all stuffed your faces with food. But then as the movie progressed, you found that you were more using it as a background noise as you chatted about other things. I know I asked to spend Christmas with you both, Momo said, but did you have anything planned for Christmas Day with your parents, Kirka? Momo asked your girlfriend. Nothing's been said, but we usually do a dinner. Why? Jirou replied. Oh, that's good. We could spend Christmas during the day together then, Momo said. Before Yin leaves, she thought. Yeah, that sounds dope. I'm in, Jirou replied. Christmas with all 3 of us, before Yin has to go back home, Jirou thought. You cleared your throat. Okay, so I'm just going to say it since everyone is thinking it and for some reason thinks that it's a great big secret when in fact I can hear all, so there's no such thing as a secret, so it may as well be said out loud. But let's do something before Yin leaves, yeah? Let's make memories before Yin leaves. Who is this Yin anyway? Why is everyone discussing her behind her back? You joked, but you were low-key a little bit pissed about it. Yeah, you knew you were going back, but the fact that your girls were all tiptoeing around it and trying not to make it a focal point when it was a focal point was getting to you. How about we do Christmas together and make memories together for the sake of, I don't know, maybe making memories? Wow, what a wild concept, you sassed sarcastically. I'm so sorry, Yin, Momo apologised quickly. She could tell you were a little upset, even though you were making a joke about it. Yeah, well, let's just not think about that as the end game. I don't want all these pity events. I want them to be had because you want to hang with me, or with all of us. Damn, you huffed. You're right, Jirou added. Let's just chill and hang out because we love being with each other. I do love being all together, Momo added with a worried look on her face, now concerned that it was being thought that she didn't. What other stuff can we do? Jirou asked. We have so much more time to spend together than just Christmas. Well, I do want to go ice skating, like what Momo suggested before, you added in. Oh yes, please let's go ice skating on the lake. That would be so pretty, Momo added. I have skates and I have so many sizes so I can supply you all with them, she added. How do you have so many skates? Jirou asked Momo. Oh, each year my parents would take me skating in Canada, but I do so love ice skating here, she said. Oh, I forgot. The rich be rich, Jirou thought, and you had to stifle a smirk. Don't repeat that, Yin, she then added, remembering that you had heard what she had said. Okay, skating is locked in then, you said quickly, before Momo could ask any more questions. Done and done. Okay, good, Momo said. That settles that. As she said that, the credits of the movie started rolling and you looked at the TV. Do we know how it ends? You asked. What happened to the big guy? I have no idea, Jirou replied. I was more invested in the conversation. Yes, same, you replied. We can watch it again, Momo asked. Nah, you said quickly. Just put on another one so we can talk while it plays in the background, you joked. But first give me a kiss. And so then that sparked a round of kissing and cuddling and all things thruple until you all fell asleep in your fort and slept the afternoon away. Christmas was indeed coming up, but seeing as it was really cold these days and there had been a bit of snowfall too, you, Momo and Jirou decided to do the ice skating before Christmas. Everything looked so pretty under the fluffy white snow, and you had heard of a lake nearby that was a lesser skated on lake, but very beautiful. So one afternoon you piled into Momo's family car, all rugged up, and headed off to this lake. Whoa, yeah. Okay, I can see why this is a hidden gem, you said as you got out of the car on the other side of the car trip, looking out and around at the gorgeous lake before you. The lake was completely frosted over, and snow lay around the edges of it, framing it beautifully while the larger trees around it stood still and quiet under the weight of their white snow blankets. This is really beautiful, Jirou said in awe as she stepped up beside you after having hopped out of the car.
Isn't it just lovely?
Momo asked as she stepped up on your other side, holding onto the box that had all of your skates in it. Yeah, this is exactly what I imagined when you mentioned this place, you said.
Oh, really?
Momo asked excitedly. Okay, well, not exactly, but it's pretty much the postcard picture of what I would have imagined a frozen lake to look like. You laughed. Anyway, come on, let's ride this thing.
Should we check to make sure it's frozen enough for us to skate on it?
Jirou asked as you all walked down to the frozen water's edge together. It looks solid, you commented, as you stepped one foot onto the edge of the frozen lake.
Yeah, but it can be more frozen in parts and not as frozen in other parts,
Jirou said.
That's correct,
Momo commented, putting the box down beside her. You looked around and then spotted a rather large rock sitting a little way back under a tree, and so walked over and dusted the snow off it and then picked it up and walked back over to your two girls. Without warning, you yeet the rock out onto the frozen top of the lake and watched as it landed solidly and then rolled twice and came to a standstill. Well, I can confidently say that spot right there, right where the rock landed, is perfectly safe to skate on, you said proudly, placing your hands on your hips for good measure. Jirou hummed. You chuckled. Okay, well, I did my part. How else are we supposed to tell? I think it'll be fine. Everything else has been frozen for like a good 3 weeks now, so it should be fine. The rock is just sitting there, and it's barely cracked the surface, you said. Plus, we can all swim. Jirou just deadpanned at you.
Do you really want to swim in that freezing water if you fall in?
She asked. Well, not exactly, but I do want to skate, so I'm focusing on what I want. Manifest! You then added, raising your hands to the grey, snowy skies overhead and tilting your head back as you called out your next line. Give me a good skate! May the lake be frozen solid! Both Momo and Jirou looked at you, and then looked at each other, neither wanting to think a damn thing since you were standing right there beside them. Okay, let's go, you said then, excitedly, as you crouched and squat-walked a little towards Momo, and then reached into the box and pulled out your skates. I think I'm the heaviest here, so if it holds me, then we're good, yeah?
I still don't like the idea of just going straight out onto it,
Jirou said. I'll go around the edges first, you replied with a shrug. The other two tentatively followed suit, but it was clear that they were far more worried about the potential risks than you were, and you were first up and onto the lake and skating somewhat reservedly around the edges first, but then picking up speed and moving a lot quicker the next times around, as your confidence in the frozen status of the lake grew. Come on in, the water's fine, you joked. I should say come on, the water's below, you said to yourself, your voice disappearing into the distance as Momo and Jirou stood with their skates on, but watching you from the shoreline.
Do you think it's okay?
Jirou asked Momo.
I could make an ice pick and see if that will test to see how thick the ice is, Momo asked.
Jirou shook her head.
I don't want to disturb the ice too much,
she said, watching as you came back around for the second time.
It seems fine. Yin is racing around out there, and I haven't heard any cracking sounds or anything.
Yes, that's true, Momo agreed.
Okay, let's just follow around the outside and keep an eye out for any obvious cracks in the ice, she said.
Okay, Jirou nodded.
I'm kinda not super good at skating.
I can hold your hand, Momo offered brightly.
Here,
she added, as she held her hand out for Jirou to take it. Ooh, lovebirds, you teased, as you came up to them and then jumped and flipped around to skate backwards past them while making kissing sounds. Jirou snorted as you passed her and Momo and shook her head.
I hope she stacks it. She's being too cocky,
she joked. You were full force on the lake now, doing all kinds of skating tricks that you knew and just generally enjoying yourself until you had had your fun and decided to come back to Momo and Jirou and spend some time with them.
Are you done showing off?
Jirou teased you as you pulled up beside her and Momo. Oh, you asked with a smirk. Were you impressed? You called it showing off. Did I impress you?
No, as if.
Jirou replied teasingly with an eye roll.
It is whatever.
You loved it, you replied, then turned to Momo. And what about you, Momo? Do I need to do more tricks to win you over as well?
Oh, I was plenty impressed, Momo replied. But I've seen you skate lots before, remember?
Oh, true. But I've gotten better, right? You asked with a grin.
Yes, you have. Have you been practicing?
Momo asked. Nope, just pure talent, baby, you replied with a wink and a chuckle as you took off again, leaving both your other girls laughing and shaking their heads.
She's so annoying,
Jirou snorted with amusement.
How is she just so good at everything?
That's just Yin, Momo replied with a grin, both girls watching you again. As you came back around to them, you stopped for a second. Actually, you said as you skated backwards next to them, I can do a flip on the ice too. You want to see? Isn't that dangerous? Jirou asked dubiously. I know what I'm doing, you replied smugly. Look, I'll show you, you said, turning and taking off directly into the middle of the lake. Oh, Momo gasped, her gasp being mirrored by Jirou's internal gasp. Should she be going out into the middle? Jirou asked Momo nervously, both of them watching you, with stress etched onto their faces as you prepared to do the flip. They watched your arms drop down, and you crouched slightly, and then you were up and in the air flipping over, one leg coming over the top of you quicker to be the landing leg, and then you were all the way over and had nailed the landing, landing heavily on your outstretched leg. The second your skate point hit the ice, you all heard an earth-shattering crack, and then it was like everything all happened at once, and the ice completely gave way under you, and you disappeared into the broken shards and under the water below. Oh no! Momo screamed, going to chase out onto the ice after you, but Jirou grabbed her. No, Momo, we can't, it's too dangerous, she begged. Yin! Momo yelled frantically, being held back by Jirou. You came back up to the surface then, coughing and gasping for air, shocked by the sheer freezing cold waters as you grabbed loosely at the edges of the ice and tried to pull your way out. But the ice only snapped off more, and you were left struggling and clawing at thin air. Kyoka, we need to get her out, Momo said urgently. She could die of hypothermia, quick! Your quirk, Momo, use your quirk. Make a rope and a floating ring, Jirou urged, quickly sitting down on the ice and taking her skates off so that she was just in her woolen socks. Oh yes, Momo said, taking her puffer jacket off and then unbuttoning her other jacket and reaching for her 2 layers of shirts underneath. Yin, hang in there, Jirou shouted to you. We're coming! She desperately wanted to crawl out to you and help you, but she knew that that wasn't going to help at all. It was more of a risk that she would fall in if she did that. Guys, you choked out. It's so cold. Please. It's okay, Jirou called, with worry etched into her face. Hang in there, Yin, we're coming. I made it, Momo finally called from behind Jirou. I've made the rope. Falling into frigid waters suddenly, with no warning, had your poor body and mind reeling. Just prior to suddenly being submerged in Arctic temperature waters, you had been wholly focused on sticking the landing of your jump and had been locked in since the takeoff. Gotta land this, you had thought, as your muscles tensed in preparation for your takeoff. You had felt confident. As your body arched, you felt your legs leave the ground. I've got this, you had thought, as you had flipped all the way over, and then your right skate hit the ice firmly under you again. Oh my god, I've done it! Internally you had celebrated, but then amid your silent celebrations, you had suddenly felt unsteady, and then the next second your world had been swallowed by water so cold it had taken your breath away. You'd gone completely under the water, but had come back up to the surface pretty quickly, taking a large gasp of air in, mostly from shock and surprise more than anything else, but instead of coming up and screaming, all you could do was fight for air. It felt like the cold had completely shut down all of your organs, and your confusion turned to panic the minute you realised that you weren't going to be able to get out by yourself when you grabbed for the edge of the ice and all it did was break off in your hand. Amid the flurry of ice and water, you could see Momo and Jirou in the distance, the panic on their faces mirroring what you were feeling inside, but you were too frozen to be able to express any of what you were feeling. The only thing on your mind at that point was getting out. Oh my god, help, you thought, watching as Jirou took her skates off and Momo started making something with her quirk. Please help, you thought. Your legs started to go numb despite you moving them, and breathing was becoming painful now. I need to get out of here, you panicked. Yin, can you catch? Momo called as she threw the rope with the rubber ring at you with all her might. It fell short, plopping down onto the ice, and Jirou started to crawl out towards it. Kyoka, be careful! Momo cried. Low, stay low! Slide on your tummy! Jirou dropped to her belly immediately, but kept pulling herself out towards you. She wasn't sure how she was going to save you exactly, but the panic and fear in your eyes had her determined to get to you. You all knew that time was of the essence in this instance. The longer that you were in the frozen waters, the higher the risk of hypothermia, frostbite, or even death. And there was no way Jirou was going to let that happen on her watch. No sir, no ma'am. Slowly but steadily, Jirou pulled herself out closer to you, her heart beating wildly in her chest, making her pant furiously, even though she was barely moving. Almost there, she whispered as she inched closer to the ring to push it towards you. You grabbed into the edge of the ice again and tried to pull yourself out once more, but the ice snapped off again and you fell back under the water a little more. Yin, don't move, Jirou said firmly, her fingers just reaching the edge of the ring, and then she pulled herself closer and grabbed it and flung it to you. You grabbed it this time and wrapped one arm in and around it, and then you shouted with all the strength you had left. Go! You screamed. With that, Momo then started pulling, stepping back into the snow around the edges of the frozen lake and using the tips of the skates to dig into the ground to give her more grip. You kicked your own legs as best you could and tried to lever yourself out of the water, but it was proving quite difficult. More! You called, struggling to do your part, and then finally with one more push, up and kick, you managed to get up on top of some of the thicker ice and you were pulled free of the water. Pull, Momo! Jirou yelled from where she was still belly down on the ice. Pull! Momo had fallen initially as soon as you had been pulled free of the water, but the second she heard Jirou yelling for her to keep pulling, she jumped back up and tried again, walking backwards and then using hand-over-hand technique to drag you into shore. Jirou had started to scramble back to shore too, trying to keep up beside you as Momo pulled you in and was trying to do some kind of quick health check on you while you were being dragged in. She's pale and blue. We need to call an ambulance, she thought frantically. Momo, do you have your phone on you? She shouted as she got closer to the shore again, still pulling herself along beside you. Yes, Momo called back. I'll ring! Momo was obviously on the same wavelength, and knew Jirou was meaning for her to call an ambulance in, so as soon as she got you in as close to the shoreline as she could, she dropped the rope and grabbed for her phone, dialing emergency services immediately. You were grateful to be out of the water, but it was not over yet, and you knew it. Your legs felt like they had been replaced with lead weights, immovable, and your arms weren't that much better if you were being honest. Cold, you stammered out to Jirou as she pushed up beside you and started checking you over. We have to warm you up, she said, her brain going into overdrive to remember what she had learned about what to do in this situation. Yes, the lakeside, you heard Momo repeat, the phone pressed to her ear. Please hurry, she was in the water for about 5 minutes. Yin, we need to get your clothes off, Jirou said, suddenly grabbing for your jacket and trying to roll you onto your back so that she could unbutton and unzip it from the front. Off, you stammered, your blue lips chattering wildly. Yes, the wet clothes only makes it worse. We need to take your clothes off and wrap you in warm stuff. She looked around, but you guys were on the side of a lake. None of you had expected that you'd be taking an impromptu swim there, so there was nothing else brought to dry or warm you with. No sooner had she looked around and realised there was nothing there that would be helpful, she then started to take her own jumper off. Kyoko, what are you doing? Momo gasped after she had put her phone down after giving directions to where you guys were. We need to get Yin out of her clothes and dry her and warm her with our body heat, and I have nothing else to use, she said, continuing to strip off. Momo then knelt down and quickly started helping to take your clothes off, while at the same time starting to charge up her quirk to make a towel to wrap you in. I can use my quirk, she said to Jirou. We can do this. I'll make a towel to dry Yin with, and then I'll make clothes for her, or at least some big blankets. Oh, true. My clothes won't fit her, Jirou then said, ceasing her taking off of clothes and helping to undress you instead. You felt so helpless laying there on the ice while your girls worked, and once Momo had made a towel for you, they both did their best to help you off the ice and dry you as best they could. They had only just gotten all your clothes off and wrapped you in 2 more blankets when Jirou spotted the ambulance coming along through the trees. It was moving pretty quickly and was under lights but no sirens, and so Jirou sent Momo up closer to the road to wave them down. In a matter of seconds, the paramedics had run down with stretchers and other gear and had loaded you onto the stretcher and taken you back to the ambulance to do an assessment. We'll need to take her in, the paramedic said to Momo. Are you girls able to get someone to pick you up? Yes, I'll call for the car now, Momo said with a worried look on her face, as she tried to see into the back of the ambulance to see if you were okay, but the other paramedics milling around you were making it hard to see you. She'll be okay, the paramedic said before turning to head back to the ambulance. We'll be at the general hospital. Momo nodded, her concerned gaze watching as the doors to the ambulance were closed and it pulled away, leaving her and Jirou standing there feeling lost and worried for your safety. The 2 girls stood there for the longest time. Well, it felt that way anyway, when Momo suddenly burst into tears. Oh, Kyoka, that was so terrible, she cried. Oh, is she going to be okay? I'm so worried. This is Yin we're talking about. She'll be okay, Kyoka said, as she wrapped her arms up and around Momo, doing her best to comfort her girlfriend. Let's call for your car to come and get us,
and then we can go to the hospital and make sure Yin is okay.
Okay, Momo sniffed. Oh, this is terrible.
It's okay. Jirou comforted her. She'll be okay. They'll do everything they can at the hospital, she said comfortingly.
Momo was doing her best to hold her emotions in check, but she just couldn't hold it any longer and broke down completely, hugging Jirou tighter as she craved more and more comfort. Jirou was doing her best to comfort her girlfriend too, but at the same time her heart was hurting for you. The panic and fear in your eyes when you were in the water, the stress that she had felt at not being able to run out and pull you out of the water, the fact that you hadn't been able to move at all afterwards. She had said that you would be okay, but would you really? She hoped so, but she had her doubts. After consoling Momo for a while, the taller girlfriend was able to make the call for the family car to come and pick them up, and while she was doing that, Jirou went down to the frozen water's edge to retrieve the clothes and skates that had been left there. With a lump in her throat, she grabbed a hold of your sodden ski pants and jumper and pulled them up onto the snow, then picked up your boots and skates and started dragging everything up the hill to where Momo was.
Please be okay,
she whispered to herself, a single tear slipping down her cheek as she looked back to the jagged hole in the ice where you'd fallen in. Just the sight of that hole in the ice was enough to fill her with dread, and she shuddered and looked away, sniffing hard as she trudged back up the hill to Momo.
The car is on its way, Momo said to her as she got closer. We can go back to my place and get dry and changed, and then I'll have the car take us to the hospital.
Okay, Jirou nodded, keeping her head down. Momo then gently wrapped her arms around her much shorter girlfriend and held her tight.
We'll see her soon,
she whispered tearily, both girls starting to cry again. The car arrived a few minutes later to pick them up, and the driver was given the explanation as to why he had dropped off 3 girls and only picked up 2, and then he took Momo and Jirou back to the Yaoyorozu house, and the girls got changed and then back into the car they got and were driven to the general hospital to see how you were. You were in general stay, thank goodness, so you were allowed to have visitors, and you smiled brightly at both your girls as they walked into your room. Well, hello, my 2 heroes, you said happily.
Oh, Yin,
Momo said with a quiver in her voice.
Oh, you're sitting up. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just in for fluid and monitoring, you said, showing the cannula in your arm. I'm all good. My feet still feel a little weird, but I've been told it's just wearing off effects, so I'll be okay. No nerve damage and no frostbite, you added, thank goodness. The relief that Jirou felt was like a 20-kilo vest had been lifted from her being.
Oh, thank goodness,
she said internally. Yeah, you replied to her out loud. But thank you, both of you, for saving me. You guys worked so fast.
I felt like it was slow, Jirou admitted. I couldn't get to you fast enough.
Man, the way you were sliding towards me on the ice, I thought you were coming in, you joked. And Momo, the speed at which you pulled me out, man, I think I broke a world record. Momo cracked a teary smile.
Oh, Yin, she sniffed. You had us so worried.
I'm okay, I promise, you said, opening your arms to both of them. But I do need a hug from my girls. Both of them came in immediately for that hug. They needed it too. You were in the hospital for another 2 days, and then they let you go, and both Momo and Jirou came to pick you up in Momo's family car, and then you all went back to Heights Alliance again. Over the next week and a bit, you and your girls chilled together, mucked around together, and just generally had some good downtime. But the next thing that was curiously occupying your mind was the building renovations going on upstairs. They've started making that new room up there, you said to Momo one morning as you were getting breakfast ready. I hear their internal thoughts pretty much all day, and it sounds like it's going to be a real good room.
What room?
Momo asked you. Oh, you said, remembering that Aizawa had only told you and no one else. They're renovating upstairs and putting a new room in. I'd love to go and check it out, have a little sticky beak, you said with a smirk.
Yin, curiosity killed the cat,
Momo said with warning. Yeah, but satisfaction brought it back, you added. I'll just go and do a quick little look and then I'll come back, you said.
Wait, are you going now?
Momo asked when she saw you walking out the kitchen door. Yeah, I'll be back in a sec, you replied as you disappeared out of the door. And with that you were gone, heading off to the stairwell at the end of the corridor to sneak up and take a look. But as you started heading up the stairs, you saw a sign on the door to the level above that said no unauthorized personnel could enter. I'll just pretend I'm on the wrong level, you thought, as you walked to the door and tried to open it, but it was locked. Oh, damn it, you grunted when you tried to open it a few times but couldn't. How have they done that? You wondered. Maybe it only locks from this side, but if you're on the other side you can get out? Because I swear I've been seeing workers coming and going. Do they just call to be let back in? Or do they have a key? You pressed your ear to the door and could hear sounds of working being done from the other side, so you knew that there were people there. That, and you could hear random inner thoughts, but a lot of the time it wasn't thoughts about the tasks that they were doing. It was about food, or what they were going to do later, or how pissed off they were with some dude named Fred. A lot of them were thinking ill of this Fred guy, so he must have been the foreman or something. Man, I really want to see now, you thought, as you slowly turned and made your way back down to the kitchen again. Did you see what they're doing? Momo asked as you came back in. No, you said as you walked into the pantry. Oh, she said. Well... She could hear you pulling things out of the cupboard and curiously walked over and looked in to see what you were up to now. What are you doing? She asked curiously. Would tradies prefer Coke or Pepsi? You asked her as you dug through the drinks collection in the cupboard. I'm not sure, she replied. Why are you asking what they would prefer? Just then Jirou arrived on scene. What's going on? She asked when she saw Momo standing in the entrance to the pantry and you in there digging around. Kaka, Coke or Pepsi? You asked. Pepsi, she replied. Done, you said, grabbing out 8 Pepsi from your collection. Oh, why? What are you going to do with them, Yin? Momo asked. I'm going to deliver some drinks to the guys upstairs so I can get in and see what they're doing. The door is locked up there so I couldn't get in, but I want to see what they're doing, you said. They've probably locked the door for some reason, Jirou said. Yeah, to keep me out, and it's just rude, you replied back jokingly, picking up your Pepsi cans and stacking them in your arms, and then walking to the pantry door, making Momo step back so you could walk out. You're really like a cat, aren't you, Yin? Jirou said. Maybe you still have some of that quirk still in you? Meow! You shouted as you left the room. Back up the other stairs you went, and, balancing the cans as best you could on one arm, you knocked on the door with your other hand. Pepsi! You called to the closed door. You heard the men on the other side stop working, listening to see if they had been hearing things or not, so you knocked and called again so they knew that they hadn't been hallucinating. Pepsi! You shouted again. Did someone call out Pepsi? You heard the inner thoughts of one guy. Yeah, I did, you thought. Hurry up and come and get it so I can come in and see what you're doing in there. You heard someone walking to the door, and then a voice replied to you from the other side of the door. Hey, did you say Pepsi? The guy asked. Yep, you called. Got some cans for you hard workers in there. Open the door so I can give them to you, you added. Just leave them there and we'll get them, the guy replied. It's okay, you replied. I can give them to you. Nah, just put them down, thank you. We'll get them in a sec, the guy replied. You can open the door, it's okay, I'll just pass them through, you replied, trying to remain calm in your reply. Can't do that, the guy said back to you. It's work personnel only here, can't let civilians in. I'm not going to come in, you said defensively. I just want to see what you're doing. I'll pass the cans through. Top secret, the guy replied, and you scowled at the closed door. Top secret my ass, it's a room, you thought, but this guy wasn't letting up, so you decided to stop pushing and try a different way. Okay, all good, you called. Good luck, I'll leave the cans here. You put them down somewhat loudly, and then turned and started heading back down the stairs. You kept yourself tuned into the guy's thoughts on that level and could hear him talking to himself internally about how he couldn't hear your steps anymore and wondered if it was safe to open the door yet. Fortunately for him, you had indeed left and were headed back to the kitchen now to try and find another way to sneak a peek at what they were doing upstairs. Walking back into the kitchen, you made your way straight over to where Momo and Jirou were standing and stopped before them. No dice, you said with hands on hips. They're being very secretive up there, but I'm determined to see what they're doing. Help me, you added. How? Jirou asked. I know, I'll go up on the outside and look through the window, you said, clicking your fingers like you had just stumbled upon the best idea ever. What do you mean? Momo asked. Make me some rope, Momo. I'm going to climb my way up outside and look in through a window, you said. Seriously? Jirou asked, watching as you ran back to the cupboard to grab a random Hessian bag that had been left there after someone had bought some onions. Okay, rope please, you said to Momo, who started making the rope for you from her arm. What on earth are you going to do with that? Jirou asked, pointing to the Hessian bag. I'm going to make some kind of belt thing with it so I can pull myself up the side of the building, you replied with a polite smile, acting like it was the most normal thing in the world. Jirou decided to just be quiet then and watched on as Momo made you the rope and you cut holes in the Hessian bag and then started making your gear to do this climb. What if someone sees you? Jirou asked, following behind you as you got your gear made and then headed out the door, with Momo following curiously as well. I don't care. As long as I see what they're doing in there, then that's it. What are they going to do? Remove my memory of it? You asked with a snort. I don't know. Jirou shrugged, still following. But okay, I can keep an eye out for people around at the base. And I can keep a lookout too, Momo added in, confused by this sudden need to see inside at what the workers were doing. They both followed you outside and around to the other side of the building, all three of you keeping an eye out for anyone around that might stop you from scaling the side of a building to see what was in through one of the windows. Okay, you said, when you had gotten around to the side of the building that had piqued your interest. Keep watch. You took the coiled up end of your rope and stood back a little, eyeballing a rail that was above the window that you were aiming for, and you swung wildly, shooting the rope up overhead and sending it spinning up to the rail. With expert precision, you managed to wrap the rope around and over the rail, where it then fell down heavily on the other side, which is exactly what you wanted. Yes! You hissed with delight, as the loose end of the rope fell back down to you. I did it! Momo and Jirou were excited that you were excited and gave you a small clap each, but kept their enthusiasm dulled, lest their sound draw too much attention. Okay, you said, as you collected the other end of the rope, and then got the hessian bag wrapped around your body and between your legs. Now to use the rope to pull myself up the side of the building. Momo and Jirou just were watching curiously now. They had no idea how you were going to execute this, so they were keen to see how it was going to work. And so, with your audience of two, you pulled on the rope and then walked up the side of the building and placed one foot up on the side of the wall and leaned back a little to test your weight in the hessian bag. Yep, good, you said with a smile back to your two girls, and then you gave them both a thumbs up and then pulled on the rope while walking up the side of the building, hand over hand, heading up to the window that you wanted to peer into. Is this a good idea to let her go like this? Jirou whispered to Momo, both of them with their eyes glued to you as you ascended. I don't think she would listen if we told her not to, Momo replied back, still watching you. True, Jirou said, both of your girls holding their breaths while you were still making your way up. After a relatively long climb, you slowly approached the window and then peered in, looking around before slowly lowering yourself back down again. Momo and Jirou looked at each other and then both ran to you to help you the last way down and ask what you saw. What's in there? Jirou asked curiously as she ran up to you. Is the room big? Momo asked. It's all right, you shrugged, looking down to get yourself out of the hessian bag, lifting one leg up and then the other as you stepped out of it, and then looked up to tug on the rope until it had let go and had fallen back down to you. Both Momo and Jirou looked at each other and then at you again. What on earth had happened? All of that struggle to see in the room, and then now all of a sudden it was no big deal? Is that it? Jirou asked as you picked up the rope and then coiled it up and started walking off. Huh? You asked over your shoulder as you walked. You were hell-bent on seeing in that room, and then all of a sudden not saying anything about it? She asked. It's just a room, no big deal, you said with a shrug, as you then headed back around the corner to the front of Heights Alliance again. Jirou stopped and Momo caught up to her. She was not going to let that rest until she had seen in there, and then now she's acting like it's nothing, Jirou said incredulously. Yes, unfortunately, that's Yin, Momo chuckled. I do find it ever so intriguing that she got turned into a cat during the hot springs getaway, because she really does possess many cat qualities. Jirou smirked and shook her head. Yeah, definitely, she said with a small chuckle, both your girls following you back inside the building and out of the cold. And the funniest thing was, there was nothing more said about the building going on the next level up, and you acted like you didn't care one bit. If the girls hadn't witnessed the lengths at which you would go to see into the room, they wouldn't have believed it, but it was true, and they could both confirm it. After that, it was only a few more weeks until Christmas, and it had been decided that you and your girls would spend Christmas together. It would start at Momo's house, and then out to look at Christmas lights and do a bit of shopping, and then end at Jirou's place for dinner and cheesy Christmas movies. The perfect Christmas, as far as you were concerned. The morning of, you got dressed up in Momo's dorm room, putting on your Christmas Grinch shirt with ripped jeans, and then tied your favourite ugly Christmas sweater around your waist and chucked on your Ugg boots, and then you were ready to go. Hell yeah, you said, throwing up heavy metal signs with your fingers as you pulled the weirdest poses. Let it snow, bitches! Oh, I hope it does snow, Momo said with adoration as she walked to the window to look outside. It was a lovely bright day, for a winter's day anyway, and she adjusted her fluffy red and white dress as she looked out and around at the sky to see what the weather would possibly be for that day. Oh, no sign of even a cloud, she sighed, pulling the dress down a little further at the back. You had forgotten all about the weather now, as your eyes locked onto Momo's shapely backside and her thin legs poking out from underneath the relatively short dress. Looking like a whole snack there, baby, you said as you sat down on the bed and spread your legs and leaned back, giving her a very seductive look as you beckoned her to come over to you. She blushed as she turned and walked over to you, her mind suddenly going into overdrive and wondering if she looked okay. Stop worrying, you cutie. You look gorgeous, you reassured her as she stepped between your legs and you wrapped your hands around to the back of her thighs and pulled her in closer.
Oh,
she gushed shyly.
Well, you look gorgeous too. I do so love your style, Yin,
she added. Oh, you flatter me, you said with a wink to her. Can I have a Christmas kiss?
Oh, of course,
she said as she bent her head down to kiss you, pulling her long hair back and out of the way as she did so. After you two kissed, there was a knock on the door, and you broke apart. Come, you called at the door, and it slowly opened to reveal a Jirou standing there in black boots, red pants, and a Christmas shirt that said, Santa says I've been dope this year. And you couldn't help but laugh. I honestly love that shirt. It is so you said with a grin, your hands still wrapped around behind Momo's legs. Jirou saw that you two must have been kissing or something because of your position and wandered in immediately. Can I have a kiss too, or a hug too? She asked as she closed the door behind her and walked over to you both. Of course, the more the merrier, you replied as you stepped one leg out wider and then beckoned her to come in closer with your hand, your lips meeting hers as she stepped in between your thighs. There was no rush that Christmas morning, and you all kissed and touched for as long as you wanted before heading off down to the lobby of Heights Alliance to wait for Momo's family car. It arrived shortly after Momo had called for it, and then you were taken back to her place for a lovely morning brunch, eating plenty of delicious foods served to you by the staff members while Christmas music played in the background.
Oh, I also have gifts for you both,
Momo said excitedly after you had all eaten your fill. It's not another dress, is it? You deadpanned.
No, I promise it's not, she said with a small chuckle, but I do hope you like it.
I'm sure I will, if it's not a dress, you replied with a smirk as you took another sip of your drink.
Shall we go into the family room? Momo asked, standing up with her drink still in hand. We can sip our drinks in there. That's where the Christmas tree is set up.
Oh, Christmas tree! I haven't seen a Christmas tree in a while, you said as you got up to follow. Jirou too grabbed her drink, and then you were all off and walking down the hall to the family room, which was huge and sported a very tall 10-foot tree in the corner of the room. Holy hell, that is a tree, you said in awe as you stopped and stared at the perfectly decorated tree. Wow, Jirou said softly. That is a tree, right? You asked Jirou, still staring at the tree. Yeah, Jirou replied. You held your fist up and out to the side for Jirou to bump it, and she did, and then you both kept walking into the room over to where Momo was crouched down to pick out 2 parcels from under the tree.
Here, Yin,
she said, holding one parcel out to you. Thank you, you said as you took it, and then sat down in one of the chairs there.
And for you, Kirka,
Momo then added, passing the other parcel to Jirou. You looked at your parcel and then at Jirou's and noted that they were the same size and shape. I wonder if it's the same gift, you thought as you opened yours, making sure to open it slowly so that it was at the same time as Jirou. Inside both your parcels was a picture of all 3 of you, framed beautifully, and you smiled as you pulled it out. This is really cute, you said when you saw the picture inside the frame was from when you all went away on the beach holiday back in the middle of the year.
Something to remember the best time we had together,
Momo said, a tinge of sadness in her voice.
So that we never forget the 3 of us,
she thought. Your voice box suddenly ached as you choked up, but thankfully Jirou still had her voice, and she too said how much she liked it and appreciated it. You got your emotions under control and then added your own 2 cents in, trying to keep the mood light. We need to do another beach holiday in the next summer holidays, you said.
Oh yes, I agree,
Momo said quickly.
Thank you, Momo,
Jirou said gratefully.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, you agreed. I love it.
Oh, I'm so glad,
Momo said with a relieved smile on her face.
Shall we have some more food before we go out shopping?
Man, I'm stuffed. Those croissants were to die for, you added. Love me a good croissant. I'm really full too, Jirou added. Let's go for a walk around the shops and then we can head to my place. Sounds good to me, you said with a grin.
Oh, let's,
Momo added, standing up to give both of you a hug before you headed out to do some shopping. It was starting to get colder outside, and the once bright winter day had started to cloud over, with a small chilly breeze whipping around your legs. "Oh man, ripped jeans were a bad idea," you said as you got out of Momo's family car at the shops, and then held your hand out to help Momo out next. "And I shouldn't have worn a dress," she said as she got out and shivered. "Yeah, but the dress looks hot," you said. "Yeah, I agree," Jirou said as she hopped out after Momo, and you helped her out as well. "I don't think any clothes would save us at this point," she added. "I thought I had dressed well, but I'm still cold." "Let's get inside the shops then," you said, as you kept your head down and then thanked the driver, then slammed the door closed and then got between you girls to help them walk to the shops. Once inside it was much warmer, and you all sighed with relief as you walked to the first store that Momo pointed out. "Can't wait to just hang out and walk around," you said, one arm over each of you girls with your ugly Christmas sweater on, as well as a beanie that you'd picked up from Momo's. "Same," Jirou said from under your left arm. "I've been hanging out for Christmas." "Yeah, right? This is the coolest Christmas ever. Pun intended," you joked. It was a very relaxed 3 hours, walking around in the shops, checking out the stores, trying samples, and watching the free Christmas shows that were happening in the middle of the centre. You were taking it all in as much as you could. After all, you only had a few weeks left now before you'd have to leave, and then all of this fun would end. "I want this day to go on for forever," you thought sadly. After shopping, it was time to go back to Jirou's place, and so Momo had kindly asked the family car driver to pick you up from the shops and then drop you off at Jirou's, and he was more than happy to do so. "Momo, how much did you buy?" you joked when you saw that she was carrying more than a few bags with her at the end of the 3 hours that you'd spent at the shops. "Oh, just a few things," she said with a smile as she lugged them along with her. "Pass them here," you laughed as you took them from her hands. "What kind of girlfriend would I be if I let you carry them on your own?" "Oh, I can carry them," she said to you, but you weren't having any of it. "You just walk and look pretty and I'll do the rest," you said to her, following behind her and Jirou as they walked to the exit where the car was waiting for you all. You helped the driver put the stuff in the boot, and then you were all off to Jirou's, and with a few directions you made it there safely and got out. "I'll call for you when we're done," Momo said to the driver as she got out of the car. The wind had stopped by then, and everything was very still and quiet. You looked up to the grey skies overhead and let out a plume of hot air from your mouth and nostrils. "I think we're going to get snow," you said. "Feels like snow." "Oh, I do hope so," Momo gushed as the car pulled away from the curb and she came up beside you and Jirou. "Come on," Jirou said, gesturing to the barely visible path that led to her front door. "Let's get inside before we freeze." And so you were all invited in by Jirou's parents, who were very lovely and had set all the food and drinks up so that you could eat as soon as you walked in. "Oh, whoa! Is this eggnog?" you asked when you saw a warmed drink station off to the side. "Yeah, my mum makes amazing eggnog," Jirou said proudly. "No alcohol, of course." "Oh, yeah, no worries," you said as you reached for a mug that was sitting in the mug pile next to the drinks section and poured yourself a mug full of it. "Oh, that hits the spot," you added after you drank a bit of it. "That's really good stuff." Jirou's mum came in, and then you turned to her. "You make amazing eggnog, Mum," you said to her, which made her laugh. "Oh, I'm glad you like it," she replied with a grin. "Please help yourself to the food too." And so you, Jirou, and Momo got food and drink and then went into the other room to watch movies. Jirou's house was quaint. It felt very homely, and you fell in love with it straight away. It was while you were sitting on the couch near the window that you saw something from the corner of your eye and looked out over your shoulder to see what it was. "Hey guys," you called, drawing the attention of Momo and Jirou once you'd seen what was outside. "It's snowing." "No way," Jirou said excitedly. "It is?" Momo gasped, getting up to come over and look out the window with you. And yes, indeed, soft, white, fluffy snowflakes were gently drifting down from the sky, covering the cold earth with their own, making that Christmas evening even more magical. Since Jirou's parents were in the next room, you took the opportunity to have a little kiss while it snowed outside. What better way to end Christmas Day? After that, you sat in front of the fire and watched a movie, and then chatted and laughed about how much fun you'd had over that year, and at the end of the evening, Jirou presented 2 more gifts for you girls. "One for you and one for Yin," she said, holding the packages out for both you and Momo to take. You and Momo took them gratefully and opened them at the same time, revealing a soft plushy cat on a skateboard, and Jirou had them both embroidered with the words, "Live life like a cat on a skateboard." You burst out laughing. Okay, this is amazing, you chuckled. Oh my god, I love it so much. Oh, how cute, Momo gushed with a giggle. It's very good. I will remember this, she said with a smile. Thank you, Kyoka. It's beautiful. Is this a nod to me? You asked Jirou. When I was a cat for a bit and I love skateboarding? Jirou smirked. Maybe, she replied, trying to sound indifferent. You grinned and leaned over to pull her in for a kiss. Thank you, you said. I love it. You all chatted more, and then as the night wore on, it was time to head back to the dorms. It was icy cold outside by now, and you all had a hard time walking from the car to the doors of Heights Alliance, since the ice on the ground was making it very slippery. You managed to save both Jirou and Momo twice, and almost went over yourself once, so by the time you got inside, laughing and giggling, you'd worked up quite a sweat. I'm going to take a shower, you said to Momo once you got to her room. Then, do you want to sleep in the common room tonight? We can just pile all of our sleeping gear in there. Oh, that sounds wonderful, she gushed. I'll message Kyoka and let her know. Okay, cool. I won't be long, you said, as you started stripping your clothes off in preparation to get into the shower. A half hour later, and you're all in the common room, snuggled up under blankets and all types, and you even had the heater on in there too, to keep the room warm. Man, I haven't been this warm since yesterday, you said sleepily. It's been, so cold today. Yeah, feel my hands, Jirou said, as she placed her freezing cold hands on your face. Ah! You hissed. Cold, wow, your hands are like icicles. I've been doing my best to keep warm, but it's indeed been very cold today, Momo added in. I hope tomorrow is warmer. Yes, same, but I guess we don't really have a choice, you said. We just got to deal with it. Momo and Jirou both hummed in agreement, and then you reached out and pulled them in for cuddles, a tear slipping down your cheek in the dark as you realised your time was running short. You were dreading the day that you'd have to go back home. It was almost like that because you were fixated on not wanting to leave, the time to leave came faster than you expected, and before you knew it, you were standing in the middle of your nightmare, at the airport, with your girls beside you and a one-way ticket to France in your hand. You were feeling sick to your stomach that morning, choked up and confused. How is it time already? You asked yourself as you walked your bags up to the checkpoint and placed them on the weigh machine. What? But it can't end. Why does it have to be like this? Isn't there another way? You mechanically followed the instructions for tagging your bag and then put it on the conveyor belt to be carried off and put in the luggage hold of the plane. This is just a really bad dream, you told yourself as you turned and walked back to where Momo and Jirou were waiting for you. Both your girls were fighting back tears, and what didn't help was that you could hear every single one of their inner thoughts, so it made it much harder for you to not have a breakdown. Silently, you all walked to the departure section, where you'd have to go through on your own and leave them behind. You choked out. You don't have to speak, Jirou said, because if you start talking, I'm going to cry, she thought. You bit down into the inside of your cheek and looked up to the ceiling to help the tears drain down the back of your throat. Hold it together, Momo, you could hear Momo coaching herself internally. You'll see her again. It's not the end. It's not goodbye. It's see you soon. Oh, she's always so positive, you thought, but you still couldn't bring yourself to speak. You stood 3 abreast at the gates to departure and took a deep breath in and then reached into your pocket and pulled out a little letter each and passed one to Momo and one to Jirou. I knew I wouldn't be able to speak today, you choked out. So here's what I wanted to say in the letter. Read it later. Suddenly Jirou burst into tears and you quickly fell apart as well, very closely followed by Momo. You didn't need to say anything. You all felt the same way and just held each other and cried. Yeah, you knew that it wasn't the end of the world. You guys weren't breaking up, but it was still just as painful. You held each other for as long as you could, telling each other that you all loved each other and that you would see each other again soon, but most of it was crushed by the sheer amount of crying and tears until it came time for you to actually leave them. Tearing yourself away from your girls, you turned and sullenly headed through the gates, giving one last wave behind yourself as you went. You didn't want to see their tear-stained faces one last time. The wave behind you was enough. And so you were now on your own, on the other side of the departure gate, headed back to home, to your previous life. Back home to Mum and Dad, back to the way things had been before you'd come to Japan. In a way, it felt like starting a game all over again from scratch. All of your experience points lost, half of your inventory gone, and half your guild disbanded. You cried again as the plane took off, heading up into the clouds and leaving Japan behind. It was going to be a while until you could come back. It was hard going for your girls too in the following days and weeks. Momo and Jirou both missed you dearly, and although they tried to spend time together to keep the depression away, it just wasn't the same without you. You were the glue that held them all together. A few times there were FaceTime calls between you and them, and they appreciated being able to see you, but it just wasn't the same, and you felt so left out seeing them together without you. They assured you constantly that they loved you and missed you, but blowing a kiss through the camera lens of the phone just wasn't the same as getting one in real life. You pined for them. After seeing your parents, it was enough for you to know that although you had missed them dearly while you were away, not being with your girls was much harder, and both your mum and dad could see that you just weren't your usual self. There was less laughter, less chaos, and that bright spark in your eye was just a small, flickering flame now. It hurt them to see you so flat. The letters that you had wrote to Momo and Jirou became almost like a daily prayer for them. They would read them at least once a day, remembering the memories in there that you'd spoken of, and reliving the joy that you had all had together. You had also put in there a pendant for each of them, something you felt like was in the embodiment of them, and they cherished their gifts immensely. As the time got closer for school to start, everyone started coming back to the dorms. It was nice to have some familiar voices around, but it was almost like the class was missing something. Has Yun gone back already? Denki asked as he walked into the kitchen one morning. Yeah, Jirou replied glumly. Oh, I thought something fell off, he said with a click of his fingers and a thoughtful look on his face. She really was a big part of the class, huh? Jirou tried her best not to arc up, and Momo could feel Denki's somewhat throwaway comment had struck a nerve with her girlfriend, so she quickly stepped in. Denki, it's a bit of a hard time for Kyoko and I. We miss Yin, she said. Oh, yeah, I miss her too, he replied. It's just not the same without her. That comment stung even worse. You don't even understand, Jirou hissed under her breath as she angrily stirred her instant coffee at the bench. Momo could feel her anger and understood. No one was going to understand like she would. After breakfast, it was into school uniforms and off to class. Momo and Jirou silently walked with everyone to the locker room and then off to first class. Usually the first day of school was a mixture of excitement and nervousness, curious to see what the new year would bring, but your girls were far too miserable to even entertain the thought of the new school year. Thankfully, Aizawa was still the same homeroom teacher, so that brought with it some comfort from familiarity, and Momo and Jirou found their seats and sat down, both of them throwing your old empty seat a glance before looking towards the front of the room. Wow, Mina thought when she entered the classroom. The mood here is very stiff. And it was. No one was talking much, and Momo and Jirou were just sitting and looking down at their desks in front of them. Everyone arrived, and Aizawa walked in. Another school year, he commented. Usually I wouldn't have the same class 2 years in a row, but looks like we have another year together. There was a ripple of excitement and happiness for that, but then everyone quietened down very quickly as he continued on with the morning's comments. Let's look forward to a good year together, as well as good coffee. I know what you are all as a class are capable of, and I'm going to need the best from you this year, he commented, which made everybody sweat drop. Just as it looked like he was about to wrap up for the morning, he paused. Oh, I almost forgot, he said blandly. We have a new class member joining us for this year. Some of the class looked up curiously, but Momo and Jirou hadn't really heard what he had said, so they kept their heads down. We are minus a class member since Yinlin has headed back to France, he said. So please welcome our newest permanent class member. Suddenly the door to the front of the classroom slammed open, and in you fell. It's me, Dio! You screamed as you fell into the classroom. Shrieks of surprise and excitement shot through the class, but no one was as surprised as Momo and Jirou, who jumped up immediately and ran to you, all three of you engulfing each other in a warm, emotion-filled embrace as the other classmates scrambled to their feet to welcome you in and join. Yin, Jirou cried. How? When? What? Permanent? Did Aizawa-sensei say permanent? Momo gasped with delight, tears filling her eyes. Hey, Rizlord! Denki cried with delight, trying to reach over the girls to fist bump you, which you returned with a chuckle. Yen, can I have your autograph? Mina cried with delight as she bounced up and down behind Momo and Jirou. Okay, settle down, you laughed. Let me explain. Momo and Jirou let you go and moved back a bit, but by now everyone had crowded around you to find out how you had managed to get back to Japan so fast. Alright, so my parents could see that I wasn't happy in France anymore, so they had a look over my school results from here and compared them to mine in France, and here was definitely better Of course, you said with a smirk. Yeah, of course, Mina chimed in. And so my dad recommended me for this course, and it was backed by Aizawa-sensei here, and so it was approved, and he surprised me with it 2 days ago. I literally flew in yesterday. You laughed. Wait, so are you here on your own then? Jirou asked. Well, no, you said with a smile. Dad bought a house here, and he travels a lot for work anyway, so it doesn't really matter to him, but we'll keep the house in France. My mum is here, though. Her job said that she could work remote for 6 months, so she said that she'd come here with me. And Dad can fly in, fly out. And then she'll review when she's at 6 months and go from there. Man, rich people. Denki thought with a sweat-dropped look on his face. Oh, I'm so excited, Momo gushed. I'll be living in the dorms here, though, you said. Hey, you know that room upstairs? That one I was curious about? Yeah, Jirou asked. That's my room now, you said with a chuckle. Funny how it all comes back around. It was meant to be, Jirou said with a smile. I know it doesn't mean much to anyone else here, but just want to mention this is a very large room, you said, emphasizing the word large, and your girls cottoned on immediately. Big enough for a king-size bed to fit 3 people? Jirou asked you in her mind. You clicked your fingers and winked at her. So we can all stay together and never be apart again? Momo asked you in her mind. You turned and put your hand up to high-five her. Nothing can keep us apart ever again, you said with a smile, looking from Momo to Jirou. Even from all the way across in France, I heard that you liked me, so I came running back. It's true, I do like you, Jirou said bashfully. I like you more, Momo added with a smile. We all love you, Yin, Mina chimed in. Hear, hear, Denki called, and everyone burst into congratulating and welcoming you back to the class. Now 2A, your new permanent class. And there ends the completed book of Heard You Like Me, Momo x Female Listener x Jirou. I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll see you in the next book.